Thrice Greatest Hermes, Volume 1. By G. R. S. Mead. Preface. These volumes, complete in themselves as a series of studies in a definite body of tradition, are intended to serve ultimately as a small contribution to the preparation of the way leading towards a solution of the vast problems involved in the scientific study of the origins of the Christian faith. They might thus perhaps be described as the preparation of materials to serve for the historic, mythic, and mystic consideration of the origins of Christianity, where the term mythic is used in its true sense of inner, typical, sacred, and logic, as opposed to the external processioning of physical events known as historic, and where the term mystic is used as that which pertains to initiation and the mysteries. The serious consideration of the matter contained in these pages will, I hope, enable the attentive reader to outline in his mind, however vaguely, some small portion of the environment of infant Christianity, and allow him to move a few steps round the cradle of Christendom. Though the material that we have collected, has, as to its externals, been tested, as far as our hands are capable of the work, by the methods of scholarship and criticism, it has nevertheless at the same time been allowed ungrudgingly to show itself the outward expression of a truly vital endeavor of immense interest and value to all who are disposed to make friends with it. For along this ray of the Trismegistic tradition we may allow ourselves to be drawn backwards in time towards the Holy of Holies of the wisdom of ancient Egypt. The sympathetic study of this material may well prove an initiatory process towards an understanding of that archaic Gnosis. And, therefore, though these volumes are intended to show those competent to judge that all has been set forth in decency according to approved methods of modern research, they are also designed for those who are not qualified to give an opinion on such matters, but who are able to feel and think with the writers of these beautiful tractates. The following abbreviations have been used for economy of space. CH equals Corpus Hermeticum. DJL equals Mead, GRS. Did Jesus live 100 BC? An inquiry into the Talmud Jesus stories, the Toldoth Jeshu, and some curious statements of Epiphanius, being a contribution to the study of Christian origins, London, 1903. FFF equals Mead, GRS, Fragments of a Faith Forgotten. Some short sketches among the Gnostics, mainly of the first 2 centuries, a contribution to the study of Christian origins based on the most recently recovered materials, London, 1900, 2nd edition 1906. G equals Gaisford, T. Joannis Stobii Florilegium, Oxford, 1822, 4 volumes, I.O. Staub. E.C. Phys. E.T. Ethic. Libri Duo, Oxford, 1850, 2 volumes. H equals Hence, O, I, Staub. Anth. Lib Tert. Berlin, 1894, 1 volume, incomplete. K equals The Virgin of the World, Kappa Rho Eta Kappa Sigma Mu Omicron Upsilon. M equals Meineke, A, Joe. Staub. Flor. Leipzig, 1855, 1856, 3 volumes, Joe. Staub. E.C. Phys. E.T. Ethic. Lib Duo, Leipzig, 1860, 2 volumes. P equals Parthe, G. Hermes Trismegistic Poemander ad Fidem Codicum Manuscriptorum Recognovit, Berlin, 1854. Pat. Equals Patrizzi, F. Nova de Universis Philosophia, Venice, 1593. P.S.A. equals The Perfect Sermon, or Asclepius. R equals Reitzenstein, R. Poemandres, Studien zur Griechisch-Ägyptischen und Frühchristlichen Literatur, Leipzig, 1904. Re. Equals Richter, M. C.E. Philonis Judaei Opera Omnia, in Bibliotheca Sacra Patrum Ecclesiae Graecorum, Leipzig, 1828-1830, 8 volumes. S.I.H. equals The Sermon of Isis to Horus. W equals Watchsmith, C. I.O. Staub. Anthologiae lib duo prioris. E.C. Phys. Ethic. Berlin, 1884, 2 volumes. G.R.S.M. Chelsea, 1906. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Poem. Was he one or many, merging name and fame in one? Like a stream, to which, converging, many streamlets run. Who shall call his dreams fallacious? Who has searched or sought all the unexplored and spacious universe of thought? Who in his own skill confiding shall with rule and line mark the borderland dividing human and divine? Trismegistus, 3 times greatest, how thy name sublime has descended to this latest progeny of time. Longfellow, Hermes Trismegistus. Point 1. 1. The remains of the Trismegistic literature. Writer and reader. Little did I think when, years ago, I began to translate some of the Trismegistic tractates, that the undertaking would finally grow into these volumes. My sole object then was to render the more important of these beautiful theosophic treatises into an English that might, perhaps, be thought in some small way worthy of the Greek originals. I was then more attracted by the sermons themselves than by the manifold problems to which they gave rise. I found greater pleasure in the spiritual atmosphere they created, than in the critical considerations which insistently imposed themselves upon my mind. As I strove to realize their importance for the history of the development of religious ideas in the Western world. And now, too, when I take pen in hand to grapple with the difficulties of introduction for those who will be good enough to follow my all-insufficient labors, it is to the tractates themselves that I turn again and again for refreshment in the task. And every time I turn to them I am persuaded that the best of them are worthy of all the labor a man can bestow upon them. Though it is true that the form of these volumes, with their prolegomena and commentaries and numerous notes, is that of a technical treatise, it has nevertheless been my aim to make them throughout accessible to the general reader. Even to the man of one language who, though no scholar himself, may yet be deeply interested in such studies. These volumes must, therefore, naturally fall short of the precision enjoyed by the works of technical specialists which are filled with direct quotations from a number of ancient and modern tongues. On the other hand, they have the advantage of appealing to a larger public, while at the same time the specialist is given every indication for controlling the statements and translations. Nor should the general reader be deterred by an introductory volume under the imposing subtitle of Prolegomena, imagining that these chapters are necessarily of a dull, critical nature. For the subjects dealt with are of immense interest in themselves, at least they seem so to me, and are supplementary to the Trismegistic sermons, frequently adding material of a like nature to that in our tractates. Some of these prolegomena have grown out of the commentaries, for I found that occasionally subjects lent themselves to such lengthy digressions that they could be removed to the prolegomena to the great advantage of the commentary. The arrangement of the material thus accumulated, however, has proved a very difficult task, and I have been able to preserve but little logical sequence in the chapters. But this is owing mainly to the fact that the extant Trismegistic literature itself is preserved to us in a most chaotic fashion, and I as yet see no means of inducing any sure order into this chaos. The extant Trismegistic literature. To distinguish our writings both from the Egyptian books of Thoth, and the Hermes prayers of the popular Egyptian cult, as found in the Greek Magic Papyri, and also from the later Hermetic alchemical literature. I have adopted the term Trismegistic literature in place of the usual designation Hermetic. Of this Greek Trismegistic literature proper, much is lost, that which remains to us, of which I have endeavored to gather together every fragment and scrap, falls under 5 heads. A. The Corpus Hermeticum. B. The Perfect Sermon, or the Asclepius. C. Excerpts by Stobaeus. D. References and fragments in the Fathers. References and fragments in the philosophers. A. The Corpus Hermeticum includes what has, previous to Reitzenstein II, been known as the Poemandres, 3 collection of 14 sermons and the definitions of Asclepius. B. The Perfect Sermon, or the Asclepius, is no longer extant in Greek, but only in an Old Latin version. C. There are 27 excerpts, from otherwise lost sermons, by John Stobaeus, a pagan scholar of the end of the 5th or beginning of the 6th century, who was an immense reader and made a most valuable collection of extracts from Greek authors, though studiously avoiding every Christian writer. Some of these excerpts are of great length, especially those from the sermon entitled, The Virgin of the World. These 27 excerpts are exclusive of extracts from sermons still preserved in our corpus. D. From the Church Fathers we obtain many references and 25 short fragments, otherwise unknown to us, and considerably widening our acquaintance with the scope of the literature. E. From Zosimus and Fulgentius we obtain 3 fragments, and from the former and Iamblichus, and Julian the Emperor Philosopher, we obtain a number of valuable references. Such are what at first sight may appear to be the comparatively scanty remains of what was once an exceedingly abundant literature. But when we remember that this literature was largely reserved and kept secret, we cannot but congratulate ourselves that so much has been preserved. Indeed, as we shall see later on, but for the lucky chance of a Hermetic apologist selecting some of the sermons to exemplify the loyal nature of the Trismegistic teaching with respect to kings and rulers, we should be without any Hermetic corpus at all, and dependent solely on our extracts and fragments. But even with our Hermetic corpus before us we should never forget that we have only a fraction of the Trismegistic literature, the flotsam and jetsam, so to say, of a once most noble vessel that sailed the seas of human endeavor, and was an ark of refuge to many a pious and cultured soul. References to lost writings of the school will meet us abundantly in the course of our studies, and some attempt will be made later on to form a notion of the main types of the literature. As for the rest of the so-called Hermetic works, medico-mathematical, astrological and medico-astrological, and alchemical, and for a list of the many inventions attributed to the thrice greatest, inventions as numerous as, and almost identical with, those attributed to Orpheus by fond posterity along the line of pure Hellenic tradition, I would refer the student to the Bibliotheca Graeca of Jonas Albertus Fabricius. 4. For the alchemical and medieval literature the 2 magnificent works of Berthelot, M.P.E., are indispensable, namely, Collection de Anciens Alchemistes Grecs, Paris, 1888, and La Chimie au Moyen Age, Paris, 1893. In close connection with the development of this form of Hermetic tradition must be taken the Hermes writings and traditions among the Arabs. See Bozeber's Histoire critique de Manichae et du Manichaisme, Amsterdam, 1734, I. 326. Also Fleischer, H. L., Hermes Trismegistus and Die Menschliche Seele, Arabisch und Deutsch, Leipzig, 1870, Bardenheuer, O. Hermetis Trismegistique apud Arabes further de castigation animi liber, Bonn, 1873, and especially R. Piechman, the pupil of George Ebers, who devotes the 4th part of his treatise, entitled Hermes Trismegistus nach Ägyptischen und Orientalischen Überlieferungen, Leipzig, 1875, to a consideration of the Hermes tradition. Bei Siren und Araben. Reitzenstein treats very briefly of the development of this later Hermetic literature on pages 188 to 200 of his Poemandres. 5. The original MS. Of our corpus. From the fragmentary nature of the remains of the Trismegistic literature that have come down to us, it will be at once seen that a critical text of them is a complicated undertaking. For, apart from the corpus, the texts have to be collected from the works of many authors. This, however, has never yet been done in any critical fashion. So that a translator has first of all to find the best existing critical texts of these authors from which to make his version. This, I hope, I have succeeded in doing. But even so, numerous obscurities still remain in the texts of the excerpts, fragments, and quotations, and it is highly desirable that some scholar specially acquainted with our literature should collect all these together in one volume. and work over the labors of specialists on the texts of Stobaeus and the Fathers, with the added equipment of his own special knowledge. Even the text of our corpus is still without a thoroughly critical edition, for though Reitzenstein has done this work most admirably for ch. 13, 14, and 16-18, basing himself on 5 MSS. And the printed texts of the earlier editions, he has not thought fit to give us a complete text. A list of the then known misas is given in Harl's edition of Fabricius Bibliotheca Graeca, pages 51, 52, while Parve gives notes on the only 2 MSS. He used in his edition of 14 of the sermons of our corpus. It is, however, generally believed that there may be other misas hidden away in continental libraries. All prior work on the MSS, however, is entirely superseded by Reitzenstein in his illuminating History of the Text, pages 319 to 327, in which we have the whole matter set forth with the thoroughness that characterizes the best German scholarship. From him we learn that we owe the preservation of our Hermetic corpus to a single MS that was found in the 11th century in a sad condition. Whole quires and single leaves were missing, both at the beginning, after CHI, and the end, after ch 16, even in the remaining pages, especially in the last third, the writing was in a number of places no longer legible. In this condition the MS came into the hands of Michael Psellos, the great reviver of Platonic studies at Byzantium, probably at the time when his orthodoxy was being called into question. Psellos thought he would put these writings into circulation again, but at the same time guard himself against the suspicion that their contents corresponded with his own conclusions. This accounts for the peculiar scholion to ch. 18, which seems at first pure monkish denunciation of Poemandres as the devil in disguise to lead men from the truth, while the conclusion of it betrays so deep an interest in the contents that it must have been more than purely philological. And that such an interest was aroused in the following centuries at Byzantium, may be concluded from the fact that the last 3 chapters, which directly justify polytheism or rather heathendom, were omitted in a portion of the MSS. And only that part of the corpus received a wider circulation which corresponded with what might be regarded at first sight as a Neoplatonism assimilated to Christianity. The text was reproduced with thoughtless exactitude, so that though its tradition is extraordinarily bad, it is uniform, and we can recover with certainty the copy of Psellos from the texts of the 14th century. These Trismegistic sermons obtained a larger field of operation with the growth of humanism in the West. Georgius Gemistus Pletho, in the latter part of the 14th and beginning of the 15th century, brought Neoplatonism from Byzantium into Italy as a kind of religion and made a deep impression on Cosimo Medici. And Marsilio Ficino, who was early selected by the latter as the head of the future academy, must have made his Latin translation of our corpus, which appeared in 1463, to serve as the first groundwork of this undertaking. Cosimo had the Greek text brought from Bulgaria, Macedonia, by a monk, Fra Leonardo of Pistoia, and it is still in the Medician library. It was not, however, till the middle of the 16th century that the Greek text was printed. And meantime, with the great interest taken in these writings by the humanists, a large number of misas arose which sought to make the text more understandable or more elegant. Such misas are of no value for the tradition of the text. Texts and translations. We will now proceed to give some account of the texts and translations of the Trismegistic writings, a bibliographical labor which the general reader will most probably skip, but which the real student will appreciate at its proper value. 6. The best account of the texts and translations up to 1790 is that of Harles, who has entirely rewritten the account of Fabricius, Op. Cit., pages 52 ff. 7. The Editio Princeps was not a text but a Latin translation by Marsilio Ficino, Marsilius Ficinus, published in quarto in 1471. 8. Both the name of the publisher and place of publication are lacking, but the British Museum catalogue inserts them in parenthesis as G. de Lisa, Treviso, presumably on the authority of Harles. This translation consisted of the so-called Poemandres, in 14 chapters, that is to say 14 treatises, under the general title Mercurii Trismegisti liber de potestate et sapientia Dei, or the Book of Mercury Trismegistus concerning the power and wisdom of God. The enormous popularity of this work is seen by the fact of the very numerous editions, for a book of that time, through which it ran. No less than 22 editions have appeared, the first 8 of them in the short space of a quarter of a century. 9. In 1548 there appeared an Italian translation of Ficinus' Latin version of the Poemandres collection, entitled Il Pœmandro di Mercurio Trismegisto, done into Florentine by Tommaso Benci, printed at Florence in 12mo. A second edition was printed at Florence in 1549 in 8vo, with numerous improvements by Paitoni. The first Greek text was printed at Paris, in 1554, by Adr. Turnebus. It included the Poemandres and the definitions of Asclepius, to which the Latin version of Ficino was appended. The title is Mercurii Trismegisti Poemander seu de potestate ac sapientia divina, Aesculapiae definitions ad eminem regem. The Greek was edited by P. Angelo de Barga, Angelus Vergetius. In 1557 appeared the first French translation by Gabriel Duprot, at Paris, with a lengthy title, Du livres de Mercure Trismegiste Hermes Trace ancien théologien, et excellent philosophe. Loin de la puissance et sapience de Dieu. L'auteur de la volonté de Dieu. Avec un dialogue de Lois Lazarel, poète chrétien, intitulé Le Bassin de Hermes. This seems to be simply a translation of an edition of Ficinus' Latin version published at Paris by Hen. Stephanus in 1505, to which a certain worthy, Lois Lazarel, who further rejoiced in the agnomen of Septempedinus, appended a lucubration of his own of absolutely no value. 10. For the title of Estienne's edition runs, Pœmandres Mercurii liber de sapientia et potestate Dei. Asclepius, e justum Mercurii liber de voluntate divina. Item crater Hermetis a Lazarello Septempedano. In 1574 Franciscus Flussa's Candale reprinted at Bordeaux, in 4-2, Turnebus Greek text, which he amended, with the help of the younger Scaliger and other humanists, together with a Latin translation, under the title Mercurii Trismegisti Poemander Civ Poemander. This text is still of critical service today. This he followed with a French translation, printed in 1579, also at Bordeaux in folio, and bearing the title, Le Poemandre de Mercure Trismegistus de la philosophie chrétienne, connaissance du verbe divin, et de l'excellence de œuvre de Dieu. This we are assured is translated, de l'exemplaire grec, avec collation de très amples commentaries, 11 all of which is followed by the full name and titles of Flussas, to wit, François Monsieur de Foy, de la Famille de Candale, Capitale de Books. Etc. Évêque d'Hyères, etc., the whole being dedicated to Marguerite de France, Roine de Navarre. 12 years later Franciscus Patricius, Cardinal Francesco Patrizzi, printed an edition of the text of the Sermons of the Corpus, of the Asclepius, and also of most of the extracts and of some of the fragments. He, however, has arranged them all in a quite arbitrary fashion, and has as arbitrarily altered the text, which generally followed that of Turnebus and Candale, in innumerable places. To this he appended a Latin translation, in which he amended the versions of Ficino and de Foy, as he tells us, in no less than 1040 places. These were included in his Nova de Universis Philosophia, printed at Ferrara, in folio, 1591, and again at Venice by R. Maetis, in 1593, as an appendix to his November de un Phil, now increased to 50 books. This Latin translation of Patrizzi was printed apart, together with the Chaldean oracles, at Hamburg in 12mo, also, in 1593, under the title Magia Philosophica. The latter edition bears the subscription on the title page, Jam nunc primum ex Bibliotheca Ranzoviana e Tenebris eruta, which Harles explains as a reprint by Plain Hen. Ranzu, who is, however, described in the volume itself as Products. It seems to have been again reprinted at Hamburg in 1594 in 8vo. Meantime the Carmelite, Hannibal Roscelus 12 had been laboriously engaged for many years on an edition of the Poemandres, with most elaborate commentaries. This was printed at Krakow by Lazarus, in 6 volumes in folio, from 1585 to 1590. Rossel treats of philosophy, theology, the Pope, the Scriptures, and all disciplines in his Emanibus Commentarius, inept as some say, while others bestow on him great praise. His title is Poemandres Mercurii Trismegisti. This was reprinted with the text and translation of de Foy in folio at Cologne in 1630, under the title Divinus Poemandres Hermetis Mercurii Trismegisti. Hitherto nothing had been done in England, but in 1611 an edition of Ficinus' translation was printed in London. This was followed by what purports to be a translation of the Poemandres from Arabic 13 by that learned divine, Dr. Everard, as the title page sets forth. It was printed in London in 1650 in 8vo, with a preface by J.F. and bears the title The Divine Poemander of Hermes Mercurius Trismegistus, in 17 books. Translated formerly out of the Arabic into Greek, and thence into Latin, and Dutch, and now out of the original into English. There was a second edition of Everard's version printed at London in 1657, in 12mo. There are also reprints of the 1650 edition by Friar of Bath, with an introduction by Hargrave Jennings, in 1884, 14 by P. B. Randolph, Toledo, Ohio, 1889. And by the Theosophical Publishing Society, in the Collectanea Hermetica, edited by W. Wynne Westcott, in 1893. To what Dutch translation Everard refers I cannot discover, for the only one known to me is that printed at Amsterdam in 1652 in 12mo. It is a translation of Patrizzi's text, and bears the title, Sestien Bekken van den Hermes Trismegistus. Ut het Grieks gebracht, met een. Voorreed ut het Latin van F. Patricius in de welke hij bewidst dat dessen. Philosoph heeft geblioit voor Moises, etc. Harles says nothing of this edition, but speaks of one printed at Amsterdam in 1643 in 4-2, by Nicholas van Rauwenstein, but I can find no other trace of it. The first German translation was by a certain Alathopoulos, and was printed at Hamburg in 1706, 8vo, under the title Hermetis Trismegisti Erkenntnis der Natur, etc., containing 17 pieces. This was reprinted at Stuttgart in 1855, in a curious collection by J. Schiebel, entitled Kleiner Wunderschauplatz. 15. The title reads Hermetis Trismegisti Einleitung ins Höchstwissen von Erkenntnis der Natur und der darin sich offenbarenden großen Graz, with an appendix concerning the person of Hermes, etc. But why Schiebel should have reprinted Alathopoulos' translation is not clear, when in 1781 a new translation into German, with critical notes and valuable suggestions for amending the text, had appeared by Dietrich Tiedemann, Berlin and Stettin. In 8vo, entitled Hermes Trismegistus Poemander, Oder von der Göttlichen Macht und Weisheit, a rare book which, already in 1827, Baumgarten, Cruzius 16 laments as almost unfindable in the Republic of Letters, and of which the British Museum possesses no copy. 17. It is remarkable that of a work which exhausted so many editions in translation and was evidently received with such great enthusiasm, there have been so few editions of the text. And that for 2 centuries and a quarter 18 no attempt was made to collate the different MSS and editions, until in 1854 Gustav Parthé printed a critical text of the 14 pieces of Poemandres, at Berlin, under the title Hermetis Trismegisti Poemander, to which he appended a Latin translation based on the original version of Ficino successively revised by de Foy and Patrizzi. Parthé's promise to edit Reliqua Hermetis Scripta has not been fulfilled, and no one else has so far attempted this most necessary task. Reitzenstein's, page 322, opinion of Parthé's text, however, is very unfavorable. In the first place, Parthé took Patrizzi's arbitrary alterations as a true tradition of the text. In the second, he himself saw neither of the missas on which he says he relies. The first of these was very carelessly copied for him and carelessly used by him, while the second, which was copied by D. Ham, is very corrupt owing to very numerous corrections and interpolations by a later hand, all of which Parthé has adopted as ancient readings. His text, therefore, concludes Reitzenstein, is doubly falsified, a very discouraging judgment for lovers of accuracy. In 1866 there appeared at Paris, in 8vo, a complete translation in French of the Trismegistic treatises and fragments by Louis Menard, entitled Hermes Trismegistus, preceded by an interesting study on the origin of the Hermetic books, of which a second edition was printed in 1867. This is beyond question the most sympathetic version that we at present possess. Everard's version of the Poemandres being reprinted in 1884 by Friar of Bath, the rest of the treatises were retranslated by Anna Kingsford and Edward Maitland from Menard's French version, including his notes, and appeared in 1885, in 4-2. Published by Friar, but bearing a publisher's name in India, under the general title The Hermetic Works, the Virgin of the World of Hermes Mercurius Trismegistus. Meantime, in 1882, J.D. Chambers had published, at Edinburgh, in 8vo, a crabbed and slavishly literal translation of the Poemandres, together with the excerpts from Stobaeus and the notices of Hermes in the Fathers, with an introductory preface, under the title The Theological and Philosophical Works of Hermes Trismegistus, Christian Neoplatonist. Indeed, the loose and erroneous version of Everard is far more comprehensible than this fantastically literal translation. For the last 6 years I have myself been publishing, in the pages of the Theosophical Review, translations of the Trismegistic sermons and also a few of the studies now included in these prolegomena. All of the former, however, have been now carefully revised, and the latter have for the most part been greatly enlarged and improved. Finally, in 1904, E. Reitzenstein of Strasbourg published at Leipzig his illuminating study, Poemandres, in which he gives the critical text of Ch.I. 13. 14, 16. 18, based on 5 MSS. And the best early printed editions, with all that minute care, knowledge of paleography, and enthusiasm for philology which characterizes the best textual critical work of modern scholarship. Why, however, Reitzenstein has not done the same good service for the whole of the corpus as he has done for the selected sermons, is a mystery. He is the very man for the task, and the service he could render would be highly appreciated by many. So much, then, for the existing partial texts and translations of the extant Trismegistic literature. Of the translations with which I am acquainted, 19 Everard's, 1650, the favorite in England, because of its dignified English, is full of errors, mistranslations, and obscurities. It is hopeless to try to understand Hermes from this version. Chambers's translation, 1882, from the text of Parthé, is so slavishly literal that it ceases to be English in many places, in others goes wide of the sense, and, in general, is exasperating. Menard's French translation, 1866, also from Parthé's text, is elegant and sympathetic, but very free in many places, in fact, not infrequently quite emancipated from the text. The most literally accurate translation is Parthé's Latin version, based on the Latin translation of Ficino, as amended by Candale and Patrizzi. But even in such literal rendering he is at fault at times, while in general no one can fully understand the Latin without the Greek. To translate Hermes requires not only a good knowledge of Greek, but also a knowledge of that Gnosis which he has not infrequently so admirably handed on to us. 2. The history of the evolution of opinion. The chief points of interrogation. We have now to consider the following interesting points. The early Church Fathers in general accepted the Trismegistic writings as exceedingly ancient and authoritative, and in their apologetic writings quote them in support of the main general positions of Christianity. In the revival of learning, for upwards of a century and a half, all the humanists welcomed them with open arms as a most valuable adjunct to Christianity, and as being in accord with its doctrines. So much so that they labored to substitute Trismegistus for Aristotle in the schools. During the last 2 centuries and a half, however, a body of opinion was gradually evolved, infinitesimal in its beginnings but finally well-nigh shutting out every other view. That these writings were Neoplatonic forgeries and plagiarisms of Christianity. Finally, with the dawn of the 20th century, the subject has been rescued from the hands of opinion, and has begun to be established on the firm ground of historical and critical research. Opening up problems of the greatest interest and importance for the history of Christian origins and their connection with Hellenistic theology and theosophy, and throwing a brilliant light on the development of Gnosticism. The first point will be brought out in detail in the volume in which a translation of all the passages and references to Thrice Greatest Hermes in the writings of the Church Fathers will be given. While the last will be made abundantly apparent, we hope, in the general course of our studies. The second and third points will now demand our immediate attention, especially the third, for we have endeavored with great labor to become acquainted with all the arguments which have tended to build up this opinion. And unless we have to change all our ideas as to the time frame of so-called Neoplatonism, we are entirely unconvinced. For we find that it has been evolved from unsupported assertions, and that not one single work exists which ventures in any satisfactory fashion to argue the question, most writers merely reasserting or echoing prior opinions. Or in which the statements made may not as easily prove the priority of the Trismegistic school to the Neoplatonic as the reverse. We will then proceed to give some account of this chaos of contradictory opinions, picking out the most salient points. The opinions of the humanists. That the early scholars of the revival of learning were all unanimously delighted with the Trismegistic writings, is manifest from the bibliography we have already given. And that they should follow the judgment of the ancient fathers in the matter is but natural to expect. For them not only were the books prior to Christianity, but they were ever assured that Hermes had been a really existent personality, like any of the biblical worthies, such as Enoch and Noah, as was unquestionably believed in those days. And further, that he was prior to, or a contemporary of, Moses. 20. Thus in the Editio Princeps of Ficino we read, "Whoever thou art who readest these things, whether grammarian, or rhetorician, or philosopher, or theologian, know thou that I am Hermes the thrice greatest. At whom wondered first the Egyptians and the other nations, and subsequently the ancient Christian theologians, in utter stupefaction at my doctrine rare of things divine." The opinion of Ficino, that the writer of the Poemandres tractates was one who had a knowledge both of Egyptian and Greek, is of interest as being that of a man uncontaminated by the infinite doubts with which the atmosphere of modern criticism is filled, and thus able to get a clean contact with his subject. Of the same mind were Lois Lazarel and Dupro, the first French translator. While the Italian Cardinal Patrizzi appends to his labors the following beautiful words, attributed by some to Chalcidius 21, which he puts in the mouth of Hermes. "Till now, my son, I, banished from my home, have lived expatriate in exile. Now safe and sound I seek my home once more. And when but yet a little while I shall have left thee, freed from these bonds of body, see that thou dost not mourn me as one dead. For I return to that supreme and happy state to which the universe's citizens will come when in the after state. For there the only God is supreme Lord, and he will fill his citizens with wondrous joy, compared to which the state down here which is regarded by the multitude as life, should rather be called death." 22. Patrizzi believed that Hermes was contemporary with Moses, basing himself upon the opinion of Eusebius in his Chronicum 23, and thought that it would be to the greatest advantage of the Christian world, if such admirable and pious philosophy as was contained in the Trismegistic writings were substituted in the public schools for Aristotle, whom he regarded as overflowing with impiety. The first doubt, and that such opinions were the only ones as late as 1630, is evident from the favor still shown to the voluminous commentaries of de Foy and Rossel. Nevertheless, some 50 years previously, a hardy pioneer of skepticism had sturdily attacked the validity of the then universal Hermes tradition on one point at least, and that a fundamental one. For Patrizzi, p. 1a, declares that a certain Joe. Goropius Becanus was the first after so many centuries to dare to say that Hermes, as a single individual, never existed. But the worthy Goropius, who appears to have flourished about 1580, judging by an antiquarian treatise of his on the race and language of the Cimbri or Germani, published at Amsterdam, had no followers as yet in a belief that is now universally accepted by all critical scholarship. But this has to do with the Hermes saga and not directly with the question of the Trismegistic works. And so we may omit for the present any reference to the host of contradictory opinions on Hermes, which are found in all the writers to whom we are referring, and none of which, prior to the decipherment of the hieroglyphics, are of any particular value. The launching of the theory of plagiarism. It was about the middle of the 17th century that the theory of plagiarism and forgery was started. Ursin, Jo. Henr. Ursinus, a pastor of the Evangelical Church at Ratisbon, published at Nuremberg in 1661, a work, in the second part of which he treated of Hermes Trismegistus and his writings. 24 and endeavored to show that they were wholesale plagiarisms from Christianity, but his arguments were subjected to a severe criticism by Brucker some 100 years later. 25. This extreme view of Ursin was subsequently modified into the subsidiary opinions that the Trismegistic works were composed by a half-Christian, semi-Cristiano, or interpolated by Christian overworking. The most distinguished name among the early holders of the former opinion is that of Isaac Casaubon, 26, who dates these writings at the beginning of the 2nd century. Casaubon's opinions, however, were promptly refuted by Cudworth in his famous work The True Intellectual System of the Universe, the first edition of which was printed at London, in folio, 1678. 27 Cudworth would have it, however, that Casaubon was right as far as the treatises entitled The Shepherd of Men and The Secret Sermon on the Mountain are concerned, and that these treatises were counterfeited by Christians since the time of Iamblichus, a very curious position to assume, since a number of the treatises themselves look back to this very shepherd as the original document of the whole Poemandres cycle. But, indeed, so far we have no arguments, no really critical investigation. 28 So that we need not detain the reader among these warring opinions, on which the cap was set by the violent outburst of Kahlberg in defense of orthodoxy against the alchemists, Rosicrucians, Quakers, Anabaptists, Quietists, etc. Of which fanatici, as he calls them, Hermes, he declares, was the patriarch. 29. The only argument adduced. One might almost believe that Kahlberg was an incarnation of a church father continuing his ancient polemic against heresy. In any case, the whole question of heresy was now revived. And the 18th and 19th century criticism of the Trismegistic works almost invariably starts with this prejudice in mind and seeks, almost without exception, to father the Trismegistic writings on Neoplatonism, which it regards as the most powerful opponent of orthodoxy from the 3rd century onwards. Harles, 1790, gives the references to all the main factors in the evolution of this opinion during the 18th century. 30 But the only argument that the century produced, indeed, the only argument that has ever been adduced, is that the doctrines of the Trismegistic writings are clearly Platonic. And that too of that type of mystical Platonism which was especially the characteristic of the teaching of Iamblichus at the end of the 3rd century A.D., and which is generally called Neoplatonism. Therefore, these writings were forged by the Neoplatonists to prop up dying paganism against the ever more and more vigorous Christianity. We admit the premises, but we absolutely deny the conclusion. But before pointing out the weakness of this conclusion of apologetic scholarship, we must deal with the literature on the subject in the last century. The 18th century produced no arguments in support of this conclusion beyond the main premises which we have admitted. 31 Has the 19th century produced any others so as to justify the position taken up by the echoes of opinion in all the popular encyclopedias with regard to these most valuable and beautiful treatises? 32. If our encyclopedias deign to rest their assertions on authority, they refer us to Fabricius, Harles, and Baumgarten-Crusius. We have already seen that Harles will not help us much. Will the latter authority throw any more light on the subject? We are afraid not, for, instead of a bulky volume, we have before us a thin academical exercise of only 19 pp. 33 in which the author puts forward the bare opinion that these books were invented by Porphyry and his school. And this mainly because he thinks that Aureli 34 had proved the year before that the cosmogony of Sanchoniathon was invented by the Platonici. Moreover, was not Porphyry an enemy of Christ, for did he not write 15 books against the Christians? All of which can scarcely be dignified with the name of argument, far less with that of proof. The theory of Hilgers. The same may be said of the short academical thesis of Hilgers, 35, who first shows the weakness of Möller's strange opinion, 36, that the author was a Christian who pretended to be a pagan and inserted errors, on purpose. Hilgers finally ends up with the lame conclusion that Christian doctrine was known to the author of the Poemandres cycle, especially the Gospel of John and letters of Paul, but how it is possible to conjecture anything besides, he does not know. Of the possibility of the priority of the Poemandres to the writings of John and Paul, Hilgers does not seem to dream. Nevertheless, this is as logical a deduction as the one he draws from the points of contact between the two groups of literature. But Hilgers has got an axe of his own to grind, and a very blunt one at that. He thinks that The Shepherd of Men was written at the same time as The Shepherd of Hermes, that simple product of what is called the sub-apostolic age, a document held in great respect by the early outer communities of general Christianity, and used for purposes of edification. Our Shepherd, Hilgers thinks, was written in opposition to the Hermes document, but he can do nothing but point to the similarity of name as a proof of his hypothesis. This topsy-turvy opinion we shall seek to reverse in a subsequent chapter on Hermes and Hermes. As to the author of Our Shepherd, Hilgers thinks he has shown that he was not a follower of the doctrines of the Christ, but of the so-called Neoplatonists, and among these especially of Philo Judaeus. In fact, he seems, says Hilgers, to have been a therapeut. 37. The German theory of Neoplatonic syncretismus. Here we have the first appearance of another tendency. The more attention is bestowed upon the Trismegistic writings, the more it is apparent that they cannot be ascribed to Neoplatonism, if, as generally held, Neoplatonism begins with Ammonius Saccas, Plotinus, and Porphyry in the 3rd century. Therefore, in this subject, and in this subject alone, we find a tendency in later writers to push back the Neoplatonists so as to include Philo Judaeus, who flourished in the first half of the 1st century. On these lines we should soon get Neoplatonism back to Plato and Pythagoras, and so be forced to drop the Neo, and return to the old honored name of simple Platonici. But already by this time in Germany the theory of Neoplatonic syncretismus to prop up sinking heathendom against rising Christianity had become crystallized, as may be seen from the article on Hermes. Hermetische Schriften, in Pauli's famous Real Enzyklopädie der klassischen Altertumswissenschaft, Stuttgart, 1844, where this position is assumed from the start. Parthe, however, in 1854, in his preface, ventures on no such opinion, but expresses a belief that we may even yet discover in Egypt a demotic text of the Poemandres, which shows that he considered the original to have been written in Egyptian, and therefore not by a Neoplatonist. The French theory of Egyptian origin. In France, moreover, the Egyptian paternity of the Trismegistic writings, and that too on very sensible lines, was asserted about the same time, namely, in 1858, by Artaud in his article on Hermes Trismegistus. In Heffer's Nouvelle Biographie Générale, published at Paris by Messrs. Firmin Didot. Artaud writes, in the mystic sense Thoth or the Egyptian Hermes was the symbol of the divine mind, he was the incarnated thought, the living word, the primitive type of the logos of Plato and the word of the Christians. We have heard Champollion, the younger, giving expression to the formal opinion that the books of Hermes Trismegistus really contain the ancient Egyptian doctrine of which traces can be discovered from the hieroglyphics which cover the monuments of Egypt. Moreover, if these fragments themselves are examined, we find in them a theology sufficiently in accord with the doctrines set forth by Plato in his Timaeus, doctrines which are entirely apart from those of the other schools of Greece, and which were therefore held to have been derived by Plato from the temples of Egypt, when he went thither to hold converse with its priests. 38. Artaud is also of the opinion that these Trismegistic treatises are translations from the Egyptian. The views of Menard. Nowadays, with our improved knowledge of Egyptology, this hypothesis has to be stated in far more careful terms before it can find acceptance among the learned. Nevertheless, it was evidently the conviction of Deveria, who in a work of which he only succeeded in writing the first 2 pages, proposed to comment on the entire text of the Trismegistic books from the point of view of an Egyptologist. For these books, he declared, offered an almost complete exposition of the esoteric philosophy of ancient Egypt. 39. But by far the most sympathetic and really intelligent account of the subject is that of Menard 40, who gives us a pleasant respite from the chorus of the German Neoplatonic syncretism theory. And though we do not by any means agree with all that he writes, it will be a relief to let in a breath of fresh air upon the general stuffiness of our present summary of opinions. The fragments of the Trismegistic literature which have reached us are the sole surviving remains of that Egyptian philosophy, which arose from the congress of the religious doctrines of Egypt with the philosophical doctrines of Greece. In other words, what the works of Philo were to the sacred literature of the Jews, the Hermetica were to the Egyptian sacred writings. Legend and myth were allegorized and philosophized and replaced by vision and instruction. But who were the authors of this theosophic method? This question is of the greatest interest to us, for it is one of the factors in the solution of the problem of the literary evolution of Christianity. Seeing that there are intimate points of contact of ideas between several of the Hermetic documents and certain Jewish and Christian writings, especially the opening verses of Genesis, the treatises of Philo, the fourth Gospel, especially the prologue, and beyond all the writings of the great Gnostic doctors Basilides and Valentinus. Such and similar considerations lead Menard to glance at the environment of infant Christianity and the various phenomena connected with its growth, and this he does from the point of view of an enlightened independent historical scholar. Christianity, he writes, did not fall like a thunderbolt into the midst of a surprised and startled world. It had its period of incubation, and while it was engaged in evolving the positive form of its dogmas, the problems of which it was seeking the solution were the subject of thought in Greece, Asia, and Egypt. Similar ideas were in the air and shaped themselves into all sorts of propositions. The multiplicity of sects which have arisen in our own times under the name of socialism, can give but a faint idea of the marvelous intellectual chemistry which had established its principal laboratory at Alexandria. Humanity had set in the arena mighty philosophical and moral problems, the origin of evil, the destiny of the soul, its fall and redemption. The prize to be given was the government of the conscience. The Christian solution 41 and caused the rest to be forgotten, sunk for the most part in the shipwreck of the past. Let us then, when we come across a scrap of the flotsam and jetsam, recognize in it the work of a beaten competitor and not of a plagiarist. Indeed, the triumph of Christianity was prepared by those very men who thought themselves its rivals, but who were only its forerunners. The title suits them, though many were contemporaries of the Christian era, while others were a little later. For the succession of a religion only dates from the day when it is accepted by the nations, just as the reign of a claimant to the throne dates from his victory, pages 9x. Menard distinguishes 3 principal groups in the Trismegistic treatises, which he assigns to Jewish, Greek, and Egyptian influences. In them also he finds a link between Philo and the Gnostics. Between the first Gnostic sects and the Hellenic Jews represented by Philo, a link is missing. This can be found in several of the Hermetic works, especially the Shepherd of Men and the Sermon on the Mountain. In them also will perhaps be found the reason of the differences, so often remarked upon, between the first 3 Gospels and the fourth, page 44. Next, the direction in which that link is to be looked for is more clearly shown, though here Menard is, I think, too precise when writing. It seems certain that the shepherd came from that school of therapeutes of Egypt, who have been often erroneously confounded with the Essenians of Syria and Palestine, p. Lvi. But, instead of the physical discipline of the Essenians, who, according to Philo, practiced manual labor, put the product of their toil into the common fund, and reduced philosophy to ethics, and ethics to charity. The monasteries of the therapeutes contributed to Christian propaganda a far more Hellenized population, trained in abstract speculations and mystic allegories. From these tendencies, combined with the dogma of the Incarnation, arose the Gnostic sections. The shepherd should be earlier than these schools, page 58. As to the Sermon on the Mountain, it can be placed, in order of ideas and date, between the shepherd and the first Gnostic schools, it should be a little earlier than the founders of Gnosticism, Basilides, and Valentinus, p.lxv. If Gnosticism be taken with Menard to mean the Christianized theosophy of Basilides and Valentinus from the first quarter of the 2nd century onwards, the oldest Trismegistic treatises are demonstrably earlier. For their Gnosticism is plainly a far simpler form. In fact, so much more simple that, if we could proceed on so crude an hypothesis as that of a straight-lined evolution, we should be forced to find room for intermediate forms of Gnosticism between them and the Basilidian and the Valentinian Gnosis. And of this Menard seems to be partly conscious when writing. We can follow in the Hermetic books the destiny of this Judeo-Egyptian Gnosis, which, during the 1st century, existed side by side with Christianity without allowing itself to be absorbed by it, passing insensibly from the Jewish school of Philo to the Greek school of Plotinus, p. 67. Menard here used the term Christianity for that tendency which afterwards was called Catholic or General Christianity, the body to which these very same Gnostics gave the principal dogmas of its subsequent theology. But if the Gnostics were therapeutes, and the Trismegistic writers therapeutes, why should Menard call them Jews, as he appears to do in his interesting question, where are the Jewish therapeutes at the end of the 2nd century? Certainly Philo labored to give his readers the impression that the therapeutes were principally Jews, perhaps to win respect for his compatriots in his apology for his nation. But the therapeutes were, evidently, on his own showing, drawn from all the nations and scattered abroad in very numerous communities, though many Jews were doubtless in their ranks, indeed. Philo probably knew little about their communities other than the Mareotic. If, then, the term therapeut will explain some of the phenomena presented by these writings, the combination Jewish therapeutes will certainly not do so. The very answer of Menard himself to his question shows that even these Mareotic therapeutes could not have been Orthodox Jews, for the French scholar proceeds to surmise not only that, some, converted to Christianity, became monks or Gnostics of the Basilidian or Valentinian school, but that others more and more assimilated themselves to paganism. And by paganism our author says he does not mean polytheism, for at this period all admitted into the divine order of things a well-defined hierarchy with a supreme God at the head. Only for some this supreme deity was in the world, for others outside it, page 74. Menard's introduction meets with the general approval of Reitzenstein, p. 1, who characterizes it as feigncenage, and agrees that he has rightly appreciated many of the factors, especially from the theological side. He, however, page 116, n. 2, dissents, and rightly dissents, from Menard as to any direct Jewish influence on the Trismegistic literature, and refuses to admit that the Poemandres can in any way be characterized as a Jewish Gnostic writing. But the sensible views of Menard were impotent to check the crystallization of the German theory, which was practically repeated by Zeller, 42, and once more by Piechmann in his learned essay, 43, based in part on A.G. Hoffmann's article, Hermes, in Ersch and Gruber's Allgemeine Enzyklopädie der Wissenschaften und Kunst. 44. An exception to this tendency, however, is to be found in the opinion of all. 45 who, though he adduces no proof, would on general grounds place the composition of the Hermetic literature, though whether or not by this he means our extant Trismegistic sermons is not clear, as far back as the 2nd century BC. And would see in it an offshoot from the same stem which later on supplied the ground conceptions of the Johannine theology. 46. English Encyclopedism. In England, as we have seen, the subject, like so many others of a similar nature, has been almost entirely neglected, but with the encyclopedic activity of the past generation we find it touched upon. And in the usual encyclopedic fashion. The German position is assumed, without one word of proof or reference to any, as an acquired fact of science. The last effort of expiring heathendom theory is trotted out with complacency and with that impressive air of official knowledge which makes the pronouncements of the family physician a law unto all its members. From baby to father, until the specialist is called in. And unfortunately these ex cathedra encyclopedic pronouncements are all the general reader will ever hear. This is the case with all those 3 indifferent articles in our current dictionaries of reference. 47 We are assured that, as all are generally agreed, the writings are Neoplatonic, and this without any qualification or definition of the term, and that 2 in dictionaries where the term Neoplatonic, in articles on the subject, is applied solely to the chain from Ammonius Saccas and Plotinus onwards. The presumption is plain that by Neoplatonic forgeries we are to understand a date of at earliest from the middle of the 3rd century onwards. Chambers' opinion. And this although Justin Martyr, CIR 150 AD, bestows emphatic praise on these very same writings and classes their writer, Hermes, among the most ancient philosophers, a point which the German theorists and their English copiers have all discreetly shirked, but which, together with other considerations, has forced Chambers, in the preface to his translation, London, 1882, to give quite a new meaning to the term Neoplatonist, which he uses of Hermes in his title. 48 And to declare that our Hermes is entitled to be considered the real founder of Neoplatonism. 49 Chambers would still, in spite of Justin's clear testimony, wedge in the earliest deposit of Trismegistic literature immediately between the time of composition of the new canonical books and Justin, and devotes nearly all his notes to fishing out every verse of the New Testament he can which bears the slightest resemblance to the Trismegistic text. 50 But if we closely compare these so-called parallels, we are compelled to acknowledge that if there be any plagiarism it is not on the side of Hermes. Nay, more, it is as plain as it can be that there is no verbal plagiarism at all, and that the similarity of ideas therefore pertains to quite another problem, for the distinctive dogmas of common Christianity are entirely wanting. There is not a single word breathed of the historical Jesus, not a syllable concerning the nativity, the crucifixion, resurrection, ascension or coming of Christ to judgment, as Chambers admits. German Encyclopedism. Let us now turn to the pronouncements of German encyclopedism on the subject. F.A. Brockhaus Conversations Lexicon, Leipzig, 1884, does but repeat the old hypothesis. The Trismegistic writings are the last monuments of heathendom. The writer, however, grudgingly takes in the date of Justin Martyr in the sentence, presumably the majority of these writings belong to the 2nd century, but not a word is breathed of how this conclusion is arrived at. A most valuable article, in fact far and away the very best that has yet been done, containing innumerable references to all the articles in the most recent transactions of learned societies and to the papers in scientific periodicals, is that of Chr. Scherer on Hermes, in W. H. Roscher's Offerliches Lexikon der Griechischen Römischen Mythologie, Leipzig, 1884, etc. Unfortunately this article deals solely with the Hermes of the Greeks, while for Hermes Trismegistus we are referred to Thoth, an article which has not yet appeared. This brings our summary of opinions down to the close of the last century. We have probably omitted reference to some minor opinions, for no up-to-date bibliography exists on the subject. But we doubt that any work of importance has escaped our notice. A recent article by Granger. The most recent work done in England on the subject, in the present century, is an article by Frank Granger, 51 who, in spite of some useful criticisms and suggestions on some points, is nevertheless in the main reactionary, and contends for a Christian origin of our most important tractates. The scope of his inquiry may be seen from his preliminary statement when he writes, "We shall have little difficulty in showing, as against Zeller, that the book Our Corpus, or the first sermon only, is in the main homogeneous and of Christian origin. Not only so, our discussion will bring us into contact with the later Greek culture as it developed amid Egyptian surroundings, and will raise several problems of considerable importance. Among other things we shall have to trace the way in which Hermes passes over into Christian tradition, and how the Greek representations of Hermes furnished Christian art with one of its earliest motives. 52 We shall further find in it a bridge by which we may pass over from Greek philosophy and science to modes of thought which are properly Christian. And yet the writer retains so much of the antique spirit that he can hardly be mistaken for an apologist of paganism. When, however, Granger attempts to prove his case, he breaks down utterly, being able to point to little besides the popular phrase, increase and multiply. Towards the end of his inquiry, however, he sees that the traditional values of many factors will have to be altered by a study of our literature, as, for instance, when he writes, "The traditional estimate of Gnosticism, then, requires to be reconsidered, in the light of the Poemandres. It belongs to a time when religious definitions were still in the making, a time, therefore, when the limits of free discussion were not yet straightly drawn. Hence the various permutations of religious belief which we find in Irenaeus, Hippolytus, Tertullian, would not be admitted by their exponents to be in conflict with the Christian faith, but would rather be regarded as exhibiting new and fruitful applications of principles common to all. Ecclesiastical opinion ultimately settled down in one direction rather than another. But until this process was complete, each living system of belief might count upon a possible victory. 53 And so, among others, the system which may be traced in the Poemandres. And the Poemandres is so far from being a merely heretical production, that its relation to orthodox belief may fairly be indicated by saying that it answers to the earlier intellectual position of Clement of Alexandria. 54. We should say rather that the difficulties in which our essayist is evidently involved by his hypothesis of Christian origin would be considerably lessened by accepting the evidence on all hands which a more extended study of the Trismegistic and allied literatures affords, and by treating what he refers to as Gnosticism without qualification as the Christianized Gnosis, and not as Gnosticized Christianity. We thus find Granger compelled, in keeping with the above, to guess the date of the Poemandres as towards the end of the 2nd century. But even so, he feels dissatisfied with himself, for he has to add, nor does this date preclude us from finding occasional traces of even earlier material. However we may dissent from Granger's conclusions as to the Poemandres, we agree with him in the importance he ascribes to the Gospel according to the Egyptians, in connection with which he writes 55. It is instructive to note that Salome, who plays so prominent a part in the Gospel according to the Egyptians, is the mother of St. John, 56, and that the same Gnostic circles in which this Gospel is current were also those in which we hear for the first time of the 4th Gospel. That is to say, the 4th Gospel comes to us from the hands of the Alexandrine Gnostics. The system of Valentinus is really a somewhat fanciful commentary upon the opening chapters of St. John's Gospel. 57 Heraclean, the first great commentator 58 upon St. John, was both a Gnostic and at the same time was really the master of Origen, and through him helped to determine the development of the Orthodox theology. Now, the key to the interpretation of the 4th Gospel is to be found in the Gnostic ideas which underlie the Poemandres, ideas to which Heraclean furnishes the clue. But the commentators have refused the help which the Gnostics could give, and the 4th Gospel has been consistently misunderstood owing to the exaggerated stress which has been laid upon the doctrine of the Lambda Gamma Omicron. I am not quite clear what the last sentence is intended to mean. Too great stress cannot be laid upon the doctrine of the Logos, for it is, as we shall show, the fundamental concept of Hellenistic theology. But too great stress can and has been laid upon the illegitimate claim that the proem of the 4th Gospel embodies a peculiarly Christian doctrine. Moreover, if the 4th Gospel emerges in Alexandrine circles and is so essentially Gnostic, how can it be ascribed, as Granger appears to ascribe it, to St. John? A very different conclusion seems to follow from Granger's premises. The conclusion of the most recent study by English scholarship on our Poemandres is as follows. The Poemandres, then, is a very striking exponent of the religious and philosophical ideas amid which Alexandrine theology arose. On the one hand it is in touch with Greek mythology and science, on the other, with Jewish and Christian literature. The author is more sober than most of his Gnostic contemporaries, he is a more consistent reasoner than Clement. 59. But if, as we shall show, the date of the Poemandres must be pushed back demonstrably at least 100 years, and if, as is exceedingly probable, it must go back still further, the whole problem is changed. And the relationship of all the factors alters proportionately. Reitzenstein and the Dawn of Right Views. But in the present century, by the publication of Reitzenstein's Poemandres, the whole subject has been placed on a different footing and brought into a clearer light. Reitzenstein attacks the problem of the Trismegistic writings from an entirely objective, historical, philological, and literary standpoint. Being entirely emancipated from any theological preconceptions, he is always careful to point out that his conclusions are based solely on critical research in the domain of philology proper. He cannot, however, refrain at times from adding, somewhat slyly, that these results are of the deepest interest to the theologian. Indeed, we might say highly embarrassing if the theologian happens to be a traditionalist. The general scope of Reitzenstein's essay may be gathered from his subtitle, Studies in Greek Egyptian and Early Christian Literature. Our Trismegistic writings form part of a large number of Greek written texts, the remains of a once exceedingly extensive Hellenistic theological literature. And by Hellenistic theology is meant the blending of Greek and Oriental religious thought and experience. This Hellenistic theology was most strongly influenced by Egyptian conceptions and traditions. The Egyptian religion is known to have spread itself over the Hellenistic world, and every scholar will at once recall to mind how many Greek writers have treated expressly of the Egyptian religion. And how many passages in Greek literature refer to Egyptian beliefs, as compared with the very few which treat of Babylonian, Persian, or even Syrian. Nevertheless, the remains of this Hellenistic theological literature have never been treated as a whole from the point of view of philology. The cause of this has been the entire disregard of the subject by Christian theologians. Coupled with the grotesque grounds on which the consideration of the Hellenistic Egyptian religion is usually set aside, one famous theologian lately going so far as to assert that the Egyptian worship was despised on all sides, both by Jews and Greeks, as the lowest depth of human superstition. As then Egypt had a provably dominant position in Hellenistic literature, so also must she have had in some sort a correspondingly strong influence on Hellenistic culture, and consequently on the development of Hellenistic religious experience. The evidence of this is afforded by the early Christian literature. We have, therefore, here in these Greek Egyptian and early Christian documents the possibility of methodical work, seeing that it is a question of the comparative study of two contemporaneous literatures. Moreover, the language and typology of the Christian literature is bound to betray traces of the general Hellenistic theology of the time, pages v. 6. The study of Reitzenstein is thus a consideration of our Trismegistic literature as a whole, and the analysis and comparison of two of the most typical sermons with other Hellenistic documents and with early Christian writings. This he does with praiseworthy and painstaking industry, with great acumen and admirable scholarly equipment, but his work is of no service to any but scholars, and that, too, to scholars who are specialists. It is a work bristling with technicalities of every description, and crammed with untranslated texts. Indeed, Reitzenstein belongs to that school of philological purists who think it a loss of dignity to translate anything. This is a very convenient convention, and I myself have often wished that I could have availed myself of it when face to face with innumerable difficulties of translation. Reitzenstein, then, translates nothing, but busies himself with texts and the higher criticism of the subject. He, however, does not give us the text of our literature as a whole, or even of the Corpus Hermeticum, but only of 4 chapters and the fragments of a 5th. Moreover, the results of his investigations are very difficult to summarize. Indeed, he nowhere summarizes them himself in any certain fashion, his chapters being on the whole of the nature of studies in the Trismegistic literature rather than a complete exposition. Nevertheless, these studies are, beyond comparison, the most important and suggestive work that has yet been done on the subject. And as I shall avail myself of his labors on so many occasions in the sequel, I cannot refrain from acknowledging here the special debt of gratitude which all lovers of our sermons must feel to him, for compelling the attention of scholars to the first importance of the Trismegistic literature in the domain of the history of the development of religious thought in the first centuries. The general scope of his studies will be seen from the titles of the main chapters. I. Age of the Poemandres, by Poemandres, R. means C-H-I only. 2. Analysis of the Poemandres, 3. Fundamental conception of the Poemandres, 4. Poemandres, and the Egyptian apocalyptic literature, v. Expansion of the Hermetic literature, 6. The Hermetic corpus, 7. The later, Poemandres, document, the prophet initiation. The theory of plagiarism from Christianity must forever be abandoned. The whole literature is based on the Poemandres, as its original gospel, and the original form of this scripture must be placed at least prior to the 2nd century AD. How much earlier it goes back we cannot at present say with any exactitude. Before the beginning of the 2nd century is the terminus ad quem, that is to say it cannot possibly be later than this. To seek, therefore, for traditional Christian thoughts in this document is henceforth deprived of any prospect of success, page 36. Reitzenstein tells us, p. 2, that these writings in the first place interested him solely through their literary form, but that this interest became deepened as he gradually learned to value them as important records of that powerful religious movement which, like a flood, overflowed the West from the East, and, after preparing the way for Christianity, subsequently bore it along with it. The best and surest evidence of this religious revival is to be found in the literary form of Hellenistic theology. This in itself is of interest enough and to spare. And at a time when every scrap of contemporary literature is being so eagerly scanned for the smallest sidelight it can throw on the environment and development of Christian origins. It is amazing that the Trismegistic writings should have been hitherto so studiously neglected. A key to Egypt's wisdom. But there is another and still more profoundly interesting side of the subject which we cannot expect to find treated in a purely philological, technical, and critical treatise. The more one studies the best of these mystical sermons, casting aside all prejudice, and trying to feel and think with the writers, the nearer one is conscious of approaching the threshold of what may well be believed to have been the true addendum of the best in the mystery traditions of antiquity. Innumerable are the hints of the greatnesses and immensities lying beyond that threshold, among other precious things the vision of the key to Egypt's wisdom. The interpretation of apocalypsis by the light of the sun-clear epoptea of the intelligible cosmos. Such greatnesses and such mysteries have a power and beauty which the most disreputable tradition of the texts through unknowing hands cannot wholly disguise, and they are still recognizable, even though thus clad in the rags of their once fair garments, by those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. But to return to the points we raised in the opening of this chapter. The suggested answers to our questions. If we now restate the problems we are considering in the interrogative form, we shall have to find answers to the following questions. Why did the early Church Fathers accept the Trismegistic writings as exceedingly ancient and authoritative, and in their apologetic writings quote them in support of the main impersonal dogmas of Christianity? Why, in the revival of learning, for upwards of a century and a half did all the humanists welcome them with open arms as a most valuable adjunct to Christianity, and as being in accord with its main doctrines? So much so that they labored to substitute Trismegistus for Aristotle in the schools. Finally, why during the last 2 centuries and a half has a body of opinion been gradually evolved, infinitesimal in its beginnings, but well nigh shutting out every other view, that these writings are Neoplatonic forgeries? The answers to these questions are simple. The Church Fathers appealed to the authority of antiquity and to a tradition that had never been called in question, in order to show that they taught nothing fundamentally new, that, in brief, they taught on main points what Hermes had taught. They lived in days too proximate to that tradition to have ventured on bringing any charge of plagiarism and forgery against it without exposing themselves to a crushing rejoinder from men who were still the hearers of its living voice and possessors of its written word. The scholars of the Renaissance naturally followed the unvarying tradition of antiquity, confirmed by the Fathers of the Church. Gradually, however, it was perceived that, if the old tradition were accepted, the fundamental originality of general Christian doctrines, that is to say, the philosophical basis of the faith, as apart from the historical dogmas peculiar to it, could no longer be maintained. It, therefore, became imperatively necessary to discredit the ancient tradition by every possible means. With what success this policy has been attended we have already seen. We have also reviewed this growth of opinion, and shown its baseless character and the straits to which its defenders have been put. From the clouds of this obscurantism the sun of thrice greatest Hermes and the radiance of his Gnosis have once more shone forth in the skies of humanistic inquiry and unprejudiced research. He is no longer to be called bastard, and plagiarist, and thief of other people's property, but must be regarded as a genuine teacher of men, handing on his own, and giving freely of his substance to all who will receive the gift. 3. Thoth the Master of Wisdom. Thoth, Tutti. The present chapter will be devoted to a brief consideration of the nature, powers, and attributes of the divine personification Thoth, Tutti, the Master of Wisdom and Truth. On the ground of pure Egyptian tradition. As I have unfortunately no sufficient knowledge of Egyptian, I am not in a position to control by the texts the information which will be set before the reader. It will, however, be derived from the works of specialists, and mainly from the most recent study on the subject, the two sumptuous volumes of Drive E. Wallace Budge, the keeper of the Egyptian and Assyrian antiquities in the British Museum. First of all, however, let us see what the German scholar Pichman has had to say on Thoth in his monograph specially devoted to thrice greatest Hermes according to Egyptian, Greek, and Oriental traditions. 60. The first part of Pichman's treatise, in which he seems to be content, as far as his own taste and feeling are concerned, to trace the original of the grandiose concept of the thrice greatest to the naive conception of an ibis-headed moon god, is devoted to the consideration of what he calls the god Teuti among the Egyptians. Why Pichman should have chosen this double form of the name for his subtitle is not very clear. The variants appear to be Te, Tu, Tut, and Tutti, of which it would seem that the Greek form Thoth is an attempt to transliterate Tut. There are, however, it may be remarked, no less than 18 variants of the name found in Greek and Latin. I should thus myself be inclined to use the form Tut if it were permissible. But of this I am not quite sure, as the weak-sounding though undoubtedly more common form Tutti, is usually employed by scholars. As, however, Tutti, to my ears at any rate, is not a very dignified-sounding cognomen, I shall use the Greek form Thoth as being the more familiar to English readers. Thoth according to Pichman. Horapollo tells us that the ibis was the symbol of Thoth as the master of the heart and reason in all men. 61 Though why this was so must remain hidden in the mystery of the sacred animals, which has not yet to my knowledge been in any way explained. And as Thoth, the Logos, was in the hearts of all, so was he the heart of the world whose life directed and permeated all things. 62. Thus the temple, as the dwelling of the god, was regarded as a model of the world, and its building as a copy of the world building. And just as Thoth had ordained measure, number, and order in the universe, so was he the master architect of temple building and of all the mystic monuments. Thus, as the ordering world mind, a text addresses Thoth as follows. Thou art the great, the only God, the soul of the becoming. 63. To aid him in the world Thoth has a spouse, or syzygy, Nehemout. She is, among the Gnostics, the Sophia aspect of the Logos. She is presumably the nature of our Trismegistic treatises. Together Thoth and Nehemout are the initiators of all order, rule, and law in the universe. Thus Thoth is especially the representative of the spirit, the inner reason of all things, he is the protector of all earthly laws, and every regulation of human society. 64 says a text. His law is firmly established, like that of Thoth. 65. As representative of the reason immanent in the world, Thoth is the mediator through whom the world is brought into manifestation. He is the tongue of Ra, the herald of the will of Ra. 66 and the Lord of sacred speech. 67. What emanates from the opening of his mouth, that cometh to pass, he speaks, and it is his command, he is the source of speech, the vehicle of knowledge, the revealer of the hidden. 68. Thoth is thus the god of writing and all the arts and sciences. On a monument of Seti I, he is called scribe of the 9 gods. He writes the truth of the 9 gods, and is called scribe of the king of gods and men. Hence he is naturally inventor of the hieroglyphics, and patron and protector of all temple archives and libraries, and of all scribes. At the entrance of one of the halls of the Memnonium at Thebes, the famous Library of Ozymandias, called the Great House of Life, we find Thoth as Lord in the Hall of Books. 69. In the Ebers Papyrus we read, his guide is Thoth, who bestows on him the gifts of his speech, who makes the books, and illumines those who are learned therein, and the physicians who follow him, that they may work cures. We shall see that one of the classes of priests was devoted to the healing of the body, just as another was devoted to the healing of the soul. These books are also called the Great Gnosis of Thoth. 70. Thoth was thus god of medicine, but not so much by drugs as by means of mesmeric methods and certain magic formulae. Thus he is addressed as Thoth, Lord of Heaven, who givest all life, all health. 71. The three grades of the Egyptian mysteries. Moreover, Thoth was also Lord of rebirth. 72. Thou hast given life in the land of the living, thou hast made them live in the region of flames. Thou hast given respect of thy counsels in the breasts and in the hearts of men, mortals, intelligences, creatures of light. The land of the living was the invisible world, a glorious land of light and life for the seers of ancient Egypt. Mortals, intelligences, creatures of light, were, says Pichman, the three grades of the Egyptian mysteries. 73. These grades were, one may assume from our treatises, 1. Mortals, probationary pupils who were instructed in the doctrine, but who had not yet realized the inner vision. 2. Intelligences, those who had done so and had become men, that is to say who had received the mind. 3. Beings, or sons, of light, those who had become one with the light, that is to say those who had reached the nervic consciousness. So much for what Pichman can be made to tell us of Thoth as wisdom god among the Egyptians. Thoth according to Reitzenstein. To the information in Pichman may be added that which is given by Reitzenstein in the second of his two important studies. Zwei religionsgeschichtlich Fragen nach Unstrukten Texten der Strasburger Bibliothek, Strasbourg, 1901. This second study deals with creation myths and the Logos doctrine, the special creation myths treated of being found in a hitherto unpublished Greek text, which hands on purely Egyptian ideas in Greek dress and with Greek god names. And which is of great interest and importance for the general subject of which our present studies form part. The writer of this cosmogonical fragment was a priest or prophet of Hermes, and Hermes plays the most important part in the creation story. Reitzenstein then proceeds to show that in the oldest Egyptian cosmogony the cosmos is brought into being through the divine word, which Thoth, who seems to have originally been equated with the sun god, speaks forth. This gives him the opportunity of setting down the attributes ascribed to Thoth in Egypt in pre-Greek times. 74. As, however, the same ground is covered more fully by Budge, we will now turn to his gods of the Egyptians, or Studies in Egyptian Mythology, London, 1904, Volume 1, pages 400 ff. And lay under contribution the chapter entitled Thoth, Tuti, and Mot, and the other goddesses who were associated with him, as the most recent work on the subject by a specialist in Egyptological studies, whose opinions, it is true, may doubtless on many points be called into question by other specialists, but whose data must be accepted by the layman as based on prolonged first-hand study of the original texts. In using the materials supplied by Dr. Budge, however, I shall venture on setting it forth as it appears to me, that is to say, with the ideas awakened in my own mind by the study of his facts. Thoth according to Budge. In the hymns to Ra in the Ritual or Book of the Dead, and in works of a similar nature, we find that Thoth and Mot stand one on either side of the great god in his boat. And that their existence was believed to be coeval with his own. Mot is thus seen to be the feminine counterpart, Syzygy or Shakti, of Thoth, and her name is associated with the idea of truth and righteousness, that which is right, true, real, genuine, upright, righteous, just, steadfast, unalterable. His deific titles. From the inscriptions of the later dynastic period, moreover, we learn that Thoth was called Lord of Kemenu, Hermopolis, self-created, to whom none hath given birth, God one. He is the great measurer, the Logos, he who reckons in heaven, the counter of the stars, the enumerator of the earth and of what is therein, and the measurer of the earth. He is the heart of Ra which cometh forth in the form of the god Thoth. As lord of Hermopolis, where was his chief shrine, and of his temples in other cities, he was called Lord of Divine Words, Lord of Maat, Judge of the two combatant gods, that is, of Horus and Set. Among other titles we find him called Twice Great, and Thrice Great. From this last, says Budge, were derived the epithets Trismegistus and Termaximus of the classical writers. We, however, doubt if this is so, and prefer the explanation of Griffith, as we shall see later on. In addition to these deific titles, which identify him with the logos in the highest meaning of the term, he was also regarded as the inventor and god of all arts and sciences. He was Lord of Books, Scribe of the Gods, and mighty in speech, that is to say, his words took effect, says Budge, his was the power of the spoken word, the word whose language is action and realization. He was said to be the author of many of the so-called funeral works, by means of which the deceased gained everlasting life. These books were, however, rather in their origin sermons of initiation for living men, setting forth the death unto sin and the new birth unto righteousness. Thus in the Book of the Dead he plays a part to which are assigned powers greater than those of Osiris or even of Ra himself. His symbols and name. He is usually depicted in human form with the head of an ibis, or sometimes as an ibis. But why he is so symbolized remains a mystery even unto this day. It is also of little purpose to set down the emblems he carries, or the various crowns he wears, without some notion of what these hidden symbols of a lost wisdom may purport. The meanings of these sacred signs were clear enough, we may believe, to those who were initiated into the language of the word, to them they revealed the mystery, while for the profane they veiled and still veil their true significance. Tuti, the Egyptian name of Thoth, it has been suggested, is to be derived from Tu, the supposed oldest name of the ibis in Egypt, the termination ti thus signifying that he who was thus called possessed the powers and qualities of the ibis. But if this is the true derivation, seeing that Tuti in his highest aspect is a synonym for the logos of our system at the very least, I would suggest that we should rather exalt the ibis to the heavens than drag down the sublime concept of that logos to considerations connected with a degenerate fowl of earth, and believe that the Egyptians chose it in wisdom rather than folly. As being some far-off reflection of a certain great bird of the cosmic depths, a member of that circle of sacred animals of which the now conventional signs of the zodiac are but faint skyglyphs. But the derivation of the name Tuti which seems to have been favored by the Egyptians themselves was from Tek, which usually means a weight, but is also found as the name of Thoth himself. Now the determinative for the word Tek is the sign for the heart, moreover, Horapollo, I. 36, tells us that when the Egyptians wished to write heart, they draw an ibis, adding, for this bird was dedicated to Hermes, Thoth, as lord of all knowledge and understanding. Is it possible, however, that in this Horapollo was either mistaken or has said less than he knew? And that the Egyptians once wrote simply heart for Thoth, who presided over the weighing of the heart, but subsequently, in their love of mystery, and owing to the name Klea, substituted the bird Tek or Teknu, which we know closely resembled the ibis, for the more sacred symbol. The now commonest name for Thoth, however, is Egi. Hab, Copt, Hiboy, Greek ibis, and it is the white ibis, Abu Hanis, which is the ibis religiosa, so say Liddell and Scott. Another of the commonest symbolic forms of Thoth is the dog-headed ape. Thus among birds he is glyphed as the ibis, among animals as the cynocephaly. The main apparent reason for this, as we shall see later on, is because the ibis was regarded as the wisest of birds, and the ape of animals. 75. In the judgment scene of the Book of the Dead the dog-headed ape, On, is seated on the top of the beam of the balance in which the heart of the deceased is weighed. His duty apparently is to watch the pointer and tell his master Thoth when the beam is level. Brugge has suggested that this ape is a form of Thoth as god of equilibrium, and that it elsewhere symbolizes the equinoxes. But this does not explain the ape. Thoth is indeed, as we have seen, the balancer, judge of the two combatant gods, 76 Horus and Set, he it is who stands at the meeting of the two ways, at the junction of order and chaos. But this by no means explains the puzzling cynocephaly. It was in one sense presumably connected with a certain state of consciousness, a reflection of the true mind, just as were the lion and the eagle, or hawk. It mimicked that mind better than the rest of the animals. Apollo, I. 16, basing himself on some Hellenistic sources, tells us that the Egyptians symbolized the equinoxes by a sitting cynocephaly. One of the reasons which he gives for this is delightfully physiologic. He tells us that at the equinoxes once every 2 hours, or 12 times a day, the cynocephaly micturates. 77 From this as from so many of such tales we learn what the sacred animal did in heaven, rather than what the physical ape performed on earth. Cfr. 265, n. 3. The Shrine of Thoth. The principal seat of the Thoth cult was Khemenu, or Hermopolis, a city famous in Egyptian mythology as the place containing the high ground on which Ra rested when he rose for the first time. Dare I here speculate that in this we have the mountain of our secret sermon on the mountain. And that it was in the Thoth mystery tradition of Hermopolis that the candidates for initiation were taught to ascend the mountain of their own inner natures, on the top of which the spiritual sun would rise and rest upon their heads, for the first time, as Isis says in our Virgin of the World treatise. Thoth and his company of 8. At Khemenu 78 Thoth was regarded as the head of a company of 8, 4 pairs of divinities or divine powers, each a syzygy of male and female powers, positive and negative, active and passive. The oldest example of the Gnostic Ogdoad. This was long ago the view of Bruch, and it is now strongly supported by Budge, on the evidence of the texts, as against the opinion of Maspero, who would make the Hermopolitan a copy of the Heliopolitan pot, or company, which included Osiris and Isis. Budge, however, squarely declares that the 4 pairs of gods of Hermopolis belong to a far older conception of the theogony than that of the company of gods of Heliopolis. If this judgment is well founded, we have here a most interesting parallel in the Osirian type of our Trismegistic literature, in which Osiris and Isis look to Hermes, Thoth, as their teacher, as being far older and wiser than themselves. The great struggle between light and darkness, of the god of light and the god of darkness, goes back to the earliest Egyptian tradition, and the fights of Ra and Apep, Erebehuit and Set, and Horus, son of Isis, and Set, are, in reality only different versions of one and the same story, though belonging to different periods. The Horus and Set version is apparently the most recent. The names of the light god and dark god thus change, but what does not change is the name of the arbiter, the mediator, whose duty it was to prevent either god from gaining a decisive victory, and from destroying one another. This balancer was Thoth, who had to keep the opposites in equilibrium. The House of the Net. The name of the temple of Thoth at Khemenu, or the City of 8, was at Abdid, or House of the Net, a very curious expression. From Ch. Klea. Of the ritual, however, we learn that there was a mysterious net which, as Budge says, was supposed to exist in the underworld and that the deceased regarded it with horror and detestation. Every part of it, its poles, and ropes, and weights, and small cords, and hooks, had names which he was obliged to learn if he wished to escape from it, and make use of it to catch food for himself, instead of being caught by those who laid snares. Interpreting this from the mystical standpoint of the doctrine of rebirth, or the rising from the dead, that is to say, of the spiritual resurrection of those who had died to the darkness of their lower natures and had become alive to the light of the spiritual life. And this too while alive in the body and not after the death of this physical frame, I would venture to suggest that this net was the symbol of a certain condition of the inner nature which shut in the man into the limitations of the conventional life of the world, and shut him off from the memory of his true self. The poles, ropes, weights, small cords, and hooks were symbols of the anatomy and physiology, so to say, of the invisible body, or carapace, or egg, or envelope of the soul. The normal man was enmeshed in this engine of fate. The man who received the mind inverted this net, so to speak, transmuted and transformed it, so that he could catch food for himself. Come ye after me and I will make you fishers of men. The food with which the Christ nourishes his body is supplied by men. Thus in a prayer in this chapter of the ritual we read, Hail, thou God who lookest behind thee, 79 Thou God who hast gained the mastery over thine heart, 80 I go a fishing with the cordage net, of the uniters of the earth, and of him that mocketh a way through the earth. 81 Hail ye fishers who have given birth to your own fathers, 82 who lay snares with your nets, and who go round about in the chambers of the waters, take ye not me in the net wherewith ye ensnare the helpless fiends. And rope me not in with the rope wherewith ye roped in the abominable fiends of earth, which had a frame which reached unto heaven, and weighted parts that rested upon earth. 83. And in another chapter, Xixii, the little man says to the great man within him, Lift thyself up, O thou Ra, who dwellest in this divine shrine. Draw thou unto thyself the winds, inhale the north wind, and swallow thou the Bakisu of thy net on the day wherein thou breathest Mot. On the day wherein thou breathest Mot suggests the inbreathing or inspiration of truth and righteousness, the Holy Ghost, or holy breath or life, the spouse of the ordering mind or logos. The winds are presumably the four great cosmic currents of the divine breath, the north wind being the down breath of the great sphere. The term Bakisu has not yet been deciphered, can it mean knots? But the swallowing of the net seems to suggest the transformation of it, inwardly digesting of it, in such a fashion that the lower is set free and becomes one with the higher. And that this idea of a net is very ancient, especially in its macrocosmic significance, is evidenced by the parallel of the Assyrian and Babylonian versions of the great fight between the sun god Marduk and the chaotic mother Tiamat and her titanic and demonic powers of disordered motion and instability, both Egyptian and Babylonian traditions probably being derived from some primitive common source. He, Marduk, set lightning in front of him, with burning fire he filled his body. He made a net to enclose the inward parts of Tiamat, the four winds he set so that nothing of her might escape. The south wind and the north wind, and the east wind and the west wind, he brought near to the net which his father Anu had given him. 84. Now in the hymns of the popular Hermes-Cult found in the Greek Magic Papyri, one of the most favorite forms of address to Hermes is, O thou of the four winds. Moreover, we may compare with the rope with which the fishers rope the abominable fiends of earth, the passage of Athenagoras to which we have already referred, and in which he tells us concerning the mysteries that the mythos ran that Zeus, after dismembering his father, and taking the kingdom, pursued his mother Rhea who refused his nuptials. But she having assumed a serpent form, he also assumed the same form, and having bound her with what is called the noose of Hercules, tau kappa alpha lambda omicron upsilon mu nu rho alpha kappa lambda epsilon iota omega tau iota kappa mu mu alpha tau iota, was joined with her. And the symbol of this transformation is the rod of Hermes. Here again it is the symbolic caduceus that represents the equilibrium between the opposed forces, it is the power of Thoth that binds and loosens. He holds the keys of heaven and hell, of life and death. It is further quite evident that Athenagoras is referring to a Hellenistic form of the mysteries, in which the influence of Egypt is dominant. The noose of Hercules is thus presumably the noose of Ptah. Now Ptah is the creator and generator, and his noose, or tie, is probably the Ankh-tie or symbol of life, the familiar crux ansata, of which the older form is a twisted rope, probably representing the binding together of male and female life in generation. Ptah is also the god of fire, and we should not forget that it is Hephaestos in Greek myth who catches Aphrodite and Ares in a net which he has cunningly contrived, at which the gods laughed in high Olympus. In the list of titles of the numerous works belonging to the cycle of Orphic literature, one is called the veil, pi pi lambda omicron, and another the net, delta kappa tau upsilon omicron nu. 85. In the Panathenaea the famous peplum, veil, web, or robe of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, was borne aloft like the sail of a galley, but this was the symbol only of the mysteries. Mystically it signified the veil of the universe, studded with stars, the many-colored veil of nature. 86 The famous veil or robe of Isis, that no mortal or dead man has raised, for that veil was the spiritual nature of the man himself. And to raise it he had to transcend the limits of individuality, break the bonds of death, and so become consciously immortal. Eschenbach 87 is thus quite correct when, in another of its aspects, he refers this veil to the famous net of Vulcan. Moreover, Aristotle, quoting the Orphic writings, speaks of the living creature born in the webs of the net. 88 While Photius tells us that the book of Dionysius Aegiensis, entitled Netting, or concerning nets, delta iota kappa upsilon alpha kappa, treated of the generation of mortals. 89 And Plato himself likens the intertwining of the nerves, veins, and arteries to the network of a basket or a bird cage. 90. All of which, I think, shows that Thoth's temple of the net must have had some more profound significance in its name than that it was a building in which the emblem of a net, or perhaps a net itself, was venerated, as Budge lamely surmises. Thoth the Logos. But to resume. We have seen that Thoth was considered to be the heart and tongue of Ra the Supreme, that is, not only the reason and mental powers of the god Ra, and the means whereby they were translated into speech, but rather the controller of the life and instrument of the utterance of the supreme will. He was the Logos in the fullest sense of that mysterious name, the creative word. He it is who utters the words whereby the will of the Supreme is carried into effect, and his utterance is that of necessity and law. His words are not the words of feeble human speech, but the compelling orders of the creative will. He spoke the words which resulted in the creation of the heavens and the earth, and he taught Isis the words which enabled her to revivify the dead body of Osiris, in such wise that Osiris could beget a child by her. And he gave her the formulae which brought back her son Horus to life after he had been stung to death by a scorpion. All of which, I believe, refers microcosmically to the mystery of the resurrection from the dead, by the power of the Logos. Osiris must die before he can be raised, and beget a son, who is himself, by immaculate conception within his own spiritual nature. Horus must be poisoned to death by the scorpion of Typhon, before he can be raised by the baptism of the pure waters of life. The words of Thoth. Thoth's knowledge and powers of calculation measured out the heavens and planned the earth, and everything which is in them. His will and power kept the forces in heaven and earth in equilibrium. It was his skill in celestial mathematics which made proper use of the laws, Mot, upon which the foundation and maintenance of the universe rested. It was he who directed the motions of the heavenly bodies and their times and seasons. And without his words the gods, whose existence depended upon them, could not have kept their place among the followers of Ra, but would presumably have disappeared into another universe. Thoth is the judge of the dead, the recorder and balancer of all words, the recording angel, for the testing of the soul in the balance of the hall of Osiris is called the weighing of words, and not of actions. But these words were not the words a man uttered, nor even the reasons he thought he had for his deeds, but the innermost intentions of his soul, the ways of the will of his being. This doctrine of words, as expressions of will, however, had, in addition to its moral significance, a magical application. The whole efficacy of prayer appears to have depended upon the manner and tone of voice in which the words were spoken. It was Thoth who taught these words of power and how to utter them. He was the master of what the Hindus would call mantravidya, or the science of invocation or sacred chanting. These mantra were held in ancient Egypt, as they were and are today in India, and elsewhere among knowers of such matters. Of special efficacy in affecting the bodies and conditions of that fluid nature which exists midway between the comparative solidity of normal physical nature and the fixed nature of the mind. These words were connected with vital breath and the knowing use of it. That is to say, they were only really efficacious when the spoken words of physical sound corresponded naturally in their vowels and consonants, or their fluid and fixed elements, with the permutations and combinations of the inner elements of nature. They then and only then were masai or true or authentic or real, that is to say, they were words of power, in that they compelled matter to shape itself according to true cosmic notions. Thus in a book called the Book of Breathings, it is said, Thoth, the most mighty God, the Lord of Kemenu, cometh to thee, and he writeth for thee the Book of Breathings with his own fingers. 91 Thus thy soul shall breathe for ever and ever, and thy form shall be endowed with life upon earth, and thou shalt be made a god, along with the souls of the gods, and they shall be the heart of Ra, for thee. And thy members shall be the members of the great god Thoth and the Osirified. In the ritual we learn of the services which Thoth performs for Osiris, that is for the Osirified, for he repeats them for every man who has been acquitted in the judgment. Of 3 striking passages quoted by Budge, we will give the following as the most comprehensible, and therefore the seemingly most important for us. It is to be found in Ch. Klea, and runs as follows, in the words placed in the mouth of the one who is being resurrected into an Osiris. I have come unto thee, O son of Nut, Osiris, Prince of everlastingness. I am in the following of God Thoth, and I have rejoiced at everything which he hath done for thee. He hath brought unto thee sweet air for thy nose, and life and strength for thy beautiful face, and the north wind which cometh forth from Tem for thy nostrils. He hath made God's shoe to shine upon thy body. He hath illumined thy path with rays of splendor, he hath destroyed for thee, all, the evil defects which belong to thy members by the magical power of the words of his utterance. He hath made the 2 Horus brethren to be at peace for thee. 92 He hath destroyed the storm wind and the hurricane, he hath made the 2 combatants to be gracious unto thee, and the 2 lands 93 to be at peace before thee. He hath put away the wrath which was in their hearts, and each hath become reconciled unto his brother. Thoth the Measurer. Budge then proceeds to give the attributes of Thoth as connected with time periods and the instruments of time, the sun and moon. As Atuti, he is the measurer and regulator of times and seasons, and is clearly not the moon god simply, though Budge says that he clearly is, for Thoth as is the great Lord, the Lord of heaven, the King of the gods. He is the maker of eternity and creator of everlastingness. He is, therefore, not only the Aeon, but its creator, and that is something vastly different from the moon god. The title, Thrice Greatest. On p. 401 our authority has already told us that one of the titles of Thoth is thrice great, and that the Greeks derived the honorific title Trismegistus from this, but on p. 415 he adds, the title given to him in some inscriptions, 3 times great, that is, greatest, from which the Greeks derived their appellation of the god Tau Rho iota sigma mu gamma iota sigma tau omicron, or Ter Maximus, has not yet been satisfactorily explained. And at present the exact meaning which the Egyptians assigned to it is unknown. If this title is found in the texts, it will settle a point of long controversy, for it has been strenuously denied that it ever occurs in the hieroglyphics. Unfortunately, however, Dr. Budge gives us no references. To the above sentence our distinguished Egyptologist appends a note to the effect that a number of valuable facts on the subject have been collected by Pichman in the book we have already made known to our readers. We have, however, not been able to find any valuable facts in Pichman which are in any way an elucidation of the term thrice greatest, but to this point we will return in another chapter. The supremacy of Thoth. The peculiar supremacy ascribed to Thoth by the Egyptians, however, has been amply demonstrated, and, as the great authority to whom we are so deeply indebted says in his concluding words, it is quite clear that Thoth held in their minds a position which was quite different from that of any other god. And that the attributes which they ascribed to him were unlike the greater number of those of any member of their companies of gods. The character of Thoth is a lofty and a beautiful conception, and is, perhaps, the highest idea of deity ever fashioned in the Egyptian mind, which, as we have already seen, was somewhat prone to dwell on the material side of divine matters. Thoth, however, as the personification of the mind of God, and as the all-pervading, and governing, and directing power of heaven and earth, forms a feature of the Egyptian religion which is as sublime as the belief in the resurrection of the dead in a spiritual body, and as the doctrine of everlasting life. Thoth is then the Logos of God, who in his relation to mankind becomes the supreme master of wisdom, 94 the mind of all masterhood. We will now turn to one whose views are considered heterodox by conservative and unimaginative critics, 95 who confine themselves solely to externals, and to the lowest and most physical meanings of the hieroglyphics, to one who has, I believe, come nearer to the truth than any of his critics, and whose labors are most highly appreciated by all lovers of Egyptian mystic lore. The Views of a Scholar Mystic. The last work of W. Marsham Adams 96 deserves the closest attention of every theosophical student. Not, however, that we think the author's views with regard to a number of points of detail, and especially with regard to the makeup of the Great Pyramid, are to be accepted in any but the most provisional manner. For as yet we in all probability do not know what the full contents of that pyramid are, only a portion of them being known to us according to some seers. The chief merit of the book before us is the intuitional grasp of its author on the general nature of the mystery cultus, as derived from the texts, and especially those of the ritual or the so-called Book of the Dead, as Lepsius named it. Setting a bad fashion which is not yet out of fashion. The Egyptian priests themselves, according to our author, called it the Book of the Master of the Secret House being, according to Adams, the Great Pyramid, otherwise called the Light. The spiritual nature of the inner tradition of Egyptian wisdom. In his preface the author gives us clearly to understand that he regards the wisdom of Egypt as forming the main background of some of the principal teachings of early Christianity. And that this view is strongly confirmed by a careful study of the Trismegistic literature and its sources, will be made apparent in the course of our own labors. But before we proceed to quote from the former Fellow of New College, Oxford, whose recent death is regretted by all lovers of Egypt's wisdom, we must enter a protest. Mr. Adams has severely handicapped his work. Indeed, he has destroyed 9/10 of its value for scholars, by neglecting to append the necessary references to the texts which he cites. Such an omission is suicidal, and, indeed, it would be impossible for us to quote Mr. Adams were it not that our Trismegistic literature permits us, we might almost say compels us, to take his view of the spiritual nature of the inner tradition of Egyptian wisdom. Not, however, by any means that our author has traversed the same ground, he has not even mentioned the name of the thrice greatest one, and seems to have been ignorant of our treatises. Mr. Adams claims to have arrived at his conclusions solely from the Egyptian texts themselves, and to have been confirmed in his ideas by personal inspection of the monuments. In fact, he considers it a waste of time to pay attention to anything written in Greek about Egyptian ideas, and speaks of the distortion and misrepresentation wherein those ideas were involved. When filtered through the highly imaginative but singularly unobservant intellect of Greece. 97 Thus we have a writer attacking the same problem from a totally different standpoint, for we ourselves regard the Greek tradition of the Egyptian Gnosis as a most valuable adjunct to our means of knowledge of the mind of Egypt, and yet reaching very similar conclusions. The Holy Land of Egypt and its initiates. The Holy Land of those who had gone out from the body, watered by the celestial Nile, the river of heaven, of which the earthly river was a symbol and parallel, was divided into 3 regions. Or states: 1. Rusta, the territory of initiation. 2. Alu, the territory of illumination, and 3. Amenti, the place of union with the unseen Father. 98. In the religion of Egypt, the deepest and most fascinating mystery of antiquity, the visible creation, was conceived as the counterpart of the unseen world. 99. The substance consisted not of a mere vague belief in the life beyond the grave, but in tracing out the path whereby the just, when the portal of the tomb is lifted up, 100 passes through the successive stages of initiation, of illumination, and of perfection, necessary to fit him for an endless union with light, the great Creator. 101. Thus we are told that at a certain point in Alu, the territory of illumination, the Osirified, the purified soul, has achieved the passage of the sun, that is to say, has passed beyond the mortal mind plane. He opens the gates of the celestial Nile and receives the ATF crown of illumination, fashioned after the form of the zodiacal light, the glory of the supreme heaven. This is presumably the crown of lives, referred to in our sermons, which he receives in the sphere called 8, and with which he goes to the Father. The guide and conductor through all these grades was Thoth the eternal wisdom. 102 And we are told that Thoth the initiator, Thoth the divine wisdom, clothes the spirit of the justified 103 a million times in a garment of true linen 104 of that substance, that is to say, which by its purity and its brilliancy reminds us of the mantles, woven out of rays of light, wherewith the sun enwraps the earth afresh each day as she rotates before him. Just as the soul of man is invested with new radiance each time that he turns to the presence of his Creator. Again, in the harmonious proportion of the universe, the Egyptians saw the eternal wisdom, Thoth, the mind and will of God. 105. We have seen that Pichman considers the original of Thoth, the god of wisdom, to be nothing more than the ibis-headed moon god. Thus intentionally deriving the origin of the great initiator from what he considers to be the crude beginnings of primitive ideas. But Thoth was the great reckoner, the recorder of the balance of justice, the teller of the karmic scales. Now the mortal time recorder for the Egyptians was the moon, for if we consider the motion of the moon relatively to the sun, we shall find that the time that it takes in covering a space equal to its own disk is just an hour. Now, that measure of the hour was peculiarly sacred in Egypt, each of the 24 which elapsed during a single rotation of the earth being consecrated to its own particular deity, 12 of light and 12 of darkness. Explain the God in the hour, is the demand made of the adept in the ritual when standing in the hall of truth. And that God in the hour, we learn, was Thoth, the Lord of the Moon, the reckoner of the universe. 106. Again, with regard to the moon phases, the first day of the lunar month was called the conception of the moon, the second its birth, and so on step by step till it was full. Now the time of all lower initiations was the full moon. Thus, in the lunar representations on the walls of the Temple of Dendra we have 14 steps leading up to the 15th or highest, whereon was enthroned Thoth, the Lord of the Moon. 107. For some such reasons was Thoth called Lord of the Moon, not that the moon gave birth to the idea of Thoth. We must not seek for the origin of the wisdom tradition in its lower symbols. For in the inscription on the coffin of Enkhni-Zare-Neferab, that is of her, whose life was the sacred heart of Ra, we read, Thy name is the moon, the heart of silence, the Lord of the unseen world, 108, of the space, as far as the moon. Or the sublunary region, as the old books say, the first after-death state, where souls are purified from earthly stains. Some of the doctrines of initiation. The end set before the neophyte was illumination, and the whole cult and discipline and doctrines insisted on this one way to wisdom. The religion of Egypt was essentially the religion of the light. But, most characteristic of all was the omnipotent and all-dominating sense of the fatherhood of God, producing the familiar and in some respects even joyous aspect which the Egyptians imparted to the idea of death. And, to the sense which the priests at least possessed, both of the divine personality and of their own ultimate union with the personal deity, the Logos, far more probably than to any artificial pretension to a supposed exclusiveness, may be ascribed the mystery enshrouding their religion. 109. And as light was the father of the religion of illumination, so was life, his consort or syzygy, the mother of the religion of joy. Life was the center, the circumference, the totality of good. Life was the scepter in the hand of Amen. Life was the richest gift of Osiris. Be not ungrateful to thy Creator, says the sage Ptahhotep, in what is perhaps the oldest document in existence, for he has given thee life. I am the fount of light, says the Creator in the ritual. I pierce the darkness. I make clear the path for all, the Lord of joy 110. Or again, as the postulant prays to the setting sun, O height of love, thou openest the double gate of the horizon. 111. Here we have the full doctrine of the light and life which is the keynote of our treatises. Again, the doctrine of the endless turning of the spheres, which end where they begin, in the words of the shepherd, is shown in the great fourth-year festival of Heptep or completion beginning. When the revolution and the rotation of our planet were simultaneously completed and begun afresh. 112. The temples of initiation. That the ancient temples of initiation in Egypt were models of the Sophia above, or of the heavenly Jerusalem, to use a Jewish Gnostic term, or, in other words, of the type of the world building. we may well believe. Thus it is with interest that we read the remarks of Adams on the Temple of Dendra, or Anu, rebuilt several times according to the ancient plans, and an important center of the mystery cultus. The temple was dedicated to Hathor, whose ancient title was the Virgin Mother. In the center of the temple is the hall of the altar, with entrances opening east and west. And beyond it lies the great hall of the temple entitled the Hall of the Child in His Cradle, from whence access is obtained to the secret and sealed shrine entered once a year by the high priest, on the night of midsummer. 113. There were also various other halls and chambers, each having a distinctive name, bearing reference, for the most part, to the mysteries of the light and of a divine birth. We have such names as, Hall of the Golden Rays, Chamber of Gold, Chamber of Birth, Dwelling of the Golden One, Chamber of Flames. Now as the famous planisphere of Dendra, a wall painting transferred bodily from the temple to Paris, early in the last century, contains the northern and southern points. We are enabled to correlate the parts of that picture with the various parts of the temple, and thereby to discover a striking correspondence between the different parts of the inscription and the titles of the chambers and halls occupying relative positions. 114. Thus we have in the planisphere corresponding to the halls and chambers such names as, Horus, the entrance of the golden heavens, the golden heaven of Isis, horizon of light, palace chamber of supreme light, heavenly flame of burning gold. And as the chief hall of the temple was the hall of the child in his cradle, so the chief representation on the planisphere is the Holy Mother with the divine child in her arms. The mystery of the birth of Horus. Now the great mystery of Egypt was the second birth, the birth of Horus. In The Virgin of the World, a long fragment of the lost Trismegistic treatise, the sacred book, preserved by Stobaeus, Isis says to Horus, I will not tell of this birth. I must not, mighty Horus, reveal the origin of thy race, lest men should in the future know the generation of the gods. Of the nature of this rebirth we are familiar from our treatises. But in spite of such clear indications the mystery of the golden Horus has not yet been revealed. In another passage from the same book Isis declares that the sovereignty or kingship of philosophy is in the hands of Harnabescanes. This transliterated Egyptian name is given by Pichman 115 as originally either Horneb en Enu, Horus the Lord of Zenu, or as Hornub en Enu, the golden Horus of Zenu. His hieroglyph was the golden hawk, who flies nearest the sun, and gazes upon it with unwinking eyes, a fit symbol for the newborn, that man illuminate. Indeed, says Adams, throughout the sacred writings of Egypt, there is no doctrine of which more frequent mention is made than that of a divine birth. 116. In what circle of ideas to place the birth of Horus the theosophical student may perhaps glean by reversing the stages given in the following interesting passage of our author. In the teaching of Egypt, around the radiant being, which in its regenerate life could assimilate itself to the glory of the Godhead, was formed the Thkybit, or luminous atmosphere, consisting of a series of ethereal envelopes, at once shading and diffusing its flaming luster. As the earth's atmosphere shades and diffuses the solar rays. And at each successive transformation, ritual, 77 to 87, it descended nearer to the normal conditions of humanity. From the form of the golden hawk, the semblance of the absolute divine substance of the one eternal self-existent being, it passes to the Lord of Time, the image of the Creator, since with the creation time began. Presently it assumes the form of a lily, the vignette in the ritual representing the head of Osiris enshrined in that flower, the Godhead manifested in the flesh coming forth from immaculate purity. I am the pure lily, we read, coming forth from the lily of light. I am the source of illumination and the channel of the breath of immortal beauty. I bring the messages, Horus accomplishes them. Later the soul passes into the form of the Urius, the soul of the earth. And finally it assumes the semblance of a crocodile, becoming subject, that is, to the passions of humanity. For the human passions, being part of the nature wherein man was originally created, are not intrinsically evil but only become evil when insubordinate to the soul. 117. The Book of the Master. And not only was the deity worshipped as the source of light and life, but also as the fount of love. "I am the fount of joy," says the creator in the ritual, and when the ATF crown of illumination is set upon the head of the triumphant candidate after accomplishing the passage of the sun, as referred to above. The hymn proclaims that north and south of that crown is love. 118 Into this love the catechumen was initiated from the secret scroll, whose name is thus given in one of the copies: "This book is the greatest of mysteries. Do not let the eye of anyone look upon it, that were an abomination." The Book of the Master of the Secret House is its name. 119. The whole conception of the doctrine exposed in its chapters is instruction in light and life. But are we to suppose that the majority were really instructed in this wisdom? For we find it customary to wrap up some chapters of this secret scroll with almost every mummy. By no means. It seems to me that there are at least 3 phases in the use of this scripture, and in the process of degeneration from knowledge to superstition which can be so clearly traced in the history of Egypt. First there was the real instruction, followed by initiation while living. Secondly, there was the recitation of the instruction over the uninitiated dead to aid the soul of the departed in the middle passage. And thirdly, there was the burying a chapter or series of chapters of the Book of the Master as a talisman to protect the defunct, when in far later times the true meaning of the words written in the sacred characters had been lost. Though they were still, superstitiously, regarded as magical words of power. The recitation of some of the chapters over the dead body of the uninitiated, however, is not to be set down as a useless superstition, but was a very efficacious form of prayers for the dead. After a man's decease he was in conscious contact with the unseen world, even though he may have been skeptical of its existence, or at any rate unfit to be taught its real nature, prior to his decease. But after the soul was freed from the prison of the body, even the uninitiated was in a condition to be instructed on the nature of the path he then perforce must travel. But as he could not even then properly pronounce the words of the sacred tongue, the initiated priest recited or chanted the passages. The steps of the path. For the doctrine contained in those mystic writings was nothing else than an account of the path pursued by the just when, the bonds of the flesh being loosed. He passed through stage after stage of spiritual growth, the entrance on light, the instruction in wisdom, the second birth of the soul, the instruction in the well of life, the ordeal of fire, and the justification in judgment. Until, illumined in the secret truth and adorned with the jewels of immortality, he became indissolubly united with him whose name, says the Egyptian ritual, is light, great creator. 120. It should, however, be remembered that this must not be taken in its absolute sense even for the initiate, much less for the uninitiated. For even in the mystic schools themselves, as we may see from our treatises, there were 3 modes in which knowledge could be communicated: by simple instruction, by distant vision, or by personal participation. 121 For indeed there were many phases of being, many steps of the great ladder, each in ever greater fullness embracing the stages mentioned, each a reflection or copy of a higher phase. Thus, for example, the solemn address, described in the Sion Sinsin, of the gods in the house of Osiris. Followed by the response of the gods in the house of glory, the joyous song of the holy departed who stand victorious before the judgment seat. Echoed triumphantly by the inner chorus of their beloved who have gone before them into the fullness of life. 122, must be taken as indicative of several stages. Such, for instance, as the normal union of the man's consciousness with that of his higher ego, after exhausting his spiritual aspirations in the intermediate heaven world. This is the joining those that are of the shepherd treatise. In other words, the harvest of those past lives of his that are worthy of immortality. Or again the still higher union of the initiated with the pure mind, or again the still sublimer union of the master with the nervic consciousness, and so on perchance to still greater glories. Thus we are told that the new twice-born, on his initiation, clothed in power and crowned with light, traverses the abodes or scenes of his former weakness, there to discern, by his own enlightened perception, how it is Osiris who satisfies the balance of him who rules the heavens. To exert in its supernal freedom his creative will, now the Lord, not the slave of the senses, and to rejoice in the just suffering which wrought his illumination and mastery. 123. But higher and still higher he has yet to soar beyond earth and planets and even beyond the sun, across the awful chasms of the unfathomable depths to far-off Sothis, the land of eternal dawn, to the antechamber of the infinite morning. 124. An illuminative study. Many other passages of great beauty and deep interest could we quote from the pages of Marsham Adams' illuminative study, but enough has been said for our purpose. The wisdom of Egypt was the main source of our treatises without a doubt. Even if only 1/100th part of what our author writes were the truth, our case would be established. And if Egypt did not teach this wisdom, then we must perforce bow down before Mr. Adams as the inventor of one of the most grandiose religions of the universe. But the student of inner nature knows that it is not an invention, and though, if he be a scholar at the same time, he cannot but regret that Mr. Adams has omitted his references, he must leave the critics to one or other of the horns of the dilemma. They must either declare that our author has invented it all and pay homage to what in that case would be his sublime genius, or admit that the ancient texts themselves have inspired Mr. Adams with these ideas. And if this be a foretaste of what Egypt has preserved for us, what may not the future reveal to continued study and sympathetic interpretation? 4. The popular Theurgic Hermes-Cult in the Greek Magic Papyri. The religion of Hermes. That at one period the religion of Hermes was not only widely spread, but practically supreme, in popular Hellenistic circles, may be seen from a study of the texts of the numerous magic papyri which have been preserved, and made accessible to us by the industry of such immensely laborious scholars as Lehmans, Dietrich, Wesley, and Kenyon. The Greek Hermes prayers, as with many others of a similar nature, are manifestly overworkings of more ancient types, and, as we might expect, are of a strongly syncretistic nature. In them we can distinguish in popular forms, based on the ancient traditions of Egyptian magic, most interesting shadows of the philosophic and theosophic ideas which our Trismegistic literature has set forth for us in the clear light of dignified simplicity. But just as we now know that the once so-called Gnostic, Abraxas and Abraxoid amulets, gems, and rings pertained to the general popular magical religion and had nothing to do with the Gnosis proper, so we may be sure that the circles of high mysticism, who refused to offer to God even so pure a sacrifice as the burnt offering of incense, and deemed not worthy of him, short of the prayers and praises of the mind, had nothing directly to do with the popular Hermes prayers, least of all with the invocatory rites of popular theurgy, and phylactery or amulet consecration. Nevertheless, there is much of interest for us in these invocations, and much that can throw sidelights on the higher teaching and practice which transformed all external rites into the discipline of inner spiritual experience. The following prayers, which, as far as I know, have not been previously translated, are rendered from the most recently revised texts of Reitzenstein, who has omitted the magic names, and amended the previous editions. I cannot but think, however, that these texts might be submitted to a more searching analysis than has yet been accorded them. They seem to present somewhat similar phenomena to the recensions of the Book of the Dead. That is to say, fragments of material from the tradition of a greater past have been adapted and overworked for the needs of a lesser age. Indeed, the whole effort of the Trismegistic schools seems to have been to restore the memory of that greater past. It had been forgotten, and its dim record had become a superstition instead of a living faith, a degenerate magic instead of a potent theurgy. The theurgy of our prayers is that of dwarfs. The theurgy of the past was believed to have been that of giants. An invocation to Hermes as the good mind 125. Revised text, Art 15-18, Lehmans, C. Papyri Greek Muse and Pub Lug. Bat. Leiden, 1885, 2. 141, 14 ff, NV, 27, 27 ff. Dietrich, A., Abraxas, Leipzig, 1891, 195, 4 ff, and Jarbucher F. Class. Phil, Supple, 16. 808 ff, Papyrus Mag, Muse Lug. Bat. 1. Come unto me, O thou of the four winds, 126 Almighty One, 127 who breathest spirit into men to give them life. 2. Whose name is hidden, and beyond the power of men to speak. 128 No prophet, even, can pronounce it, yea, even daimones, when they hear thy name, are fearful. 3. O thou, whose tireless eyes are sun and moon. 129, eyes, that shine in the pupils. 130 of the eyes of men. 4. O thou, who hast the heaven for head, ether for body, and earth for feet, and for the water round the oceans deep. 131 Thou the good daimon art, who art the sire of all things good, and nurse of the whole world. 132. 5. Thy everlasting reveling place. 133 is said above. 6. Thine the good emanations. 134 of the stars, those daimons, fortunes, and those fates by whom are given wealth, good blend, of nature. 135 And good children, good fortune, and good burial. For thou art Lord of life. 7. Thou who art King of heavens and earth and all that dwell in them. 8. Whose righteousness is never put away, whose muses him thy glorious name, whom the 8 wardens guard, thou the possessor of the truth. 136 Pure of all lie. 9. Thy name and spirit rest upon the good. 137. 10. O mayst thou come into my mind and heart for all the length of my life's days, and bring unto accomplishment all things my soul desires. 11. For thou art I, and I am thou. 138 Whatever I speak, may it forever be, for that I have thy name. 139 To guard me in my heart. 140. 12. And every serpent. 141 Roused shall have no power o'er me, nor shall I be opposed by any spirit, or daimonial power, or any plague, or any of the evils in the unseen world. 142 For that I have thy name within my soul. 13. Thee I invoke. Come unto me, good, altogether good, come, to the good. 143, Thou whom no magic can enchant, no magic can control. 144 Who givest me good health, security. 145 Good store, good fame, victory, and strength, and cheerful countenance. 146. 14. Cast down the eyes of all who are against me, and give me grace on all my deeds. 147. 2. An invocation to Lord Hermes. Revised and restored text, stripped of later overworkings, are 2021. Wesley, C. Denkschriften der Kaiserlichen Akademie der Wissenschaften, Neue Griechische Zauberpapyri, Vienna, 1893, Volume 42. Page 55, Kenyon, F. G., Greek Papyri in the British Museum, London, 1893, I. 116. 1. Come unto me, Lord Hermes, even as into women's wombs, come, babes. 148. 2. Come unto me, Lord Hermes, who dost collect the food of gods and men. 149. 3. Lord Hermes, come to me, and give me grace, and food, and victory, and health and happiness, and cheerful countenance. 150 Beauty and powers in sight of all. 4. I know thy name that shineth forth in heaven, I know thy forms. 151 as well. I know thy tree. 152 I know thy wood. 153 as well. 5. I know thee, Hermes, who thou art, and whence thou art, and what thy city is. 6. I know thy names in the Egyptian tongue. 154 And thy true name as it is written on the holy tablet in the holy place at Hermes city, where thou dost have thy birth. 7. I know thee, Hermes, and thou knowest me, and I am thou, and thou art I. 155. 8. Come unto me, fulfill all that I crave, be favorable to me together with good fortune and the blessing of the good. 156. 3. An invocation to Lord Hermes. Revised and restored text, are 21. It is worked in with the preceding, but is of later date. 1. Come unto me, Lord Hermes, O thou of many names, who knowst the secrets hidden both beneath the poles of heaven, and underneath the earth. 2. Come unto me, Lord Hermes, thou benefactor, who doest good to all the world. 3. Give ear to me, and give me grace with all that are on earth, open for me the hands of all that give like thee. 157. and make them give me what their hands contain. 4. Even as Horace 158, if e'er he called on thee, O greatest of all gods, in every trial, in every space, gainst gods, and men, and daimones, and things that live in water and on earth, had grace and riches with gods, and men, and every living thing beneath the earth. So let me, too, who call on thee. So give me grace, form, beauty. 6. Hear me, O Hermes, doer of good deeds, thou the inventor of all incantations. 159. Speak me good words. 160. 7. Hear me, O Hermes, for I have done all things that I should do, for thy black dog ape. 161. Lord of the nether ones. 8. O, soften all towards me, and give me might, and form. 162. And let them give me gold, and silver, too, and food of every kind continually. 9. Preserve me evermore for the eternity from spells, deceits, and witchery of every kind, from evil tongues, from every check and every enmity of gods and men. 10. Give unto me grace, victory, success, and satisfaction. 11. For thou art I, and I am thou, thy name is mine, and mine is thine, for that I am thy likeness. 163. 12. Whatever shall befall me in this year, or month, or day, or hour, it shall befall the mighty God, whose symbol is upon the holy vessel's prow. 164. 4. An invocation to Thoth as Logos. Revised text, Art. 22. Lehmann's, Op. Cit. 2. 103, 7, Dietrich, Op. Cit. 189. 1. Thee I invoke alone, thou who alone in all the world imposest order upon gods and men. 165. Who dost transform thyself in holy forms. 166. Making to be from things that are not, and from the things that are making the not to be. 2. O holy Thoth. 167. The true sight of whose face none of the gods endures. 3. Make me to be in every creature's name. 168. Wolf, dog, or lion, fire, tree, or vulture. 169. Wall. 170, or water. 171. Or what thou willst, for thou art able so to do. V. An invocation to Hermes as the spiritual light. Revised text, Art. 22, 23. Lehmann's, Ibid. 2. 87, 24, Dietrich, Ibid. 176, 1. 1. Thee I invoke who hast created all, who dost transcend the whole, the self-begotten God, who sayest all and hearest all, but who art seen by none. 2. For thou didst give the sun his glory in all might, the moon her increase and her decrease, and, unto both, their ordained course. Though thou didst not diminish aught the powers of darkness, the still more ancient, than the sun and moon, thou madst them equal, with it. 172. 3. For when thou didst shine forth, cosmos came into being, and light appeared, and all things were dispensed through thee, wherefore they all are under thee. 4. O thou, whose actual form none of the gods can see, who dost transform thyself into them all in visions, that men see, O thou eternity of the eternity. 173. 5. Thee I invoke, O Lord, that thy true form may manifest to me, for that I am in servitude below thy world. 174. Slave to thy angel and unto thy fear. 175. 6. Through thee the pole and earth are fixed. 7. Thee I invoke, O Lord, e'en as the gods whom thou hast made to shine, that they may have their power. The above prayers afford us some striking examples of the popular Hellenistic form of the Hermes religion. 176. In its theurgic phase. In it Hermes is regarded as the mind. 177. Or Logos. The mind is invoked to enter the mind and heart. 10. 178. With the shining out of the mind, the spiritual or intelligible light shines forth in the world and man. v. 3. The mind is thus the guide of souls. 179. He is also identified with the good daimon, of whom Knuphis or Horus are variants, with the great ocean, the heaven space or celestial Nile, the great green, the light, the Aeon. In connection with the above invocations, Reitzenstein gives the text of a very interesting ritual of lower theurgy, or rite of the sacred flame, which he characterizes by the term mystery of lichnomancy or lamp magic. This is the lower side of such high vision as is referred to in The Shepherd of Men treatise and in the rite described in the following passage of the Pistis Sophia, 272, 373. Jesus said unto his disciples, Come unto me. And they came unto him. He turned to the four quarters of the world, and spake the great name over their heads, and blessed them, and breathed on their eyes. Jesus said unto them, Look, see what ye may see. And lifting up their eyes they saw a great light, exceeding vast, which no dweller on earth could describe. He said to them again, Gaze into the light, and see what ye may see. They said, We see fire and water, and wine and blood. 6. The Mystic Rite of the Flame. Revised Text, Art 25-27. Wesley, Op. Cit., Griechische Zauberpapyrus von Paris und London, Vienna, 1888, 68, 930 ff. A. Invocation to the Light 180. 1. I invoke thee, O God, the living one, 181 who dost show forth thy splendor in the fire, thou unseen Father of the light, 182 pour forth thy strength, awake thy daimon, and come down into this fire, inspire it with thy Holy Spirit. Show me thy might, and let the house of the Almighty God, which is within this light, be opened for me. Let there be light, thy breadth depth length height ray, 183 and let the Lord, the God, within, shine forth. B. A stronger form to be used if the flame dies down. 2. I adjure thee, O light, holy ray, breadth depth length height ray, by the holy names which I have uttered, 184 and am now about to speak. Abide with me in this same hour, until I have besought thy God, and learned about the things that I desire. C. The Theogogy or Invocation of the God proper. 3. Thee I invoke, thou mightiest God and Master. Thou who enlightenest all and pourst thy rays by means of thine own power on all the world, O God of gods. 4. O Word, Logos, that orderest night and day, who guidest the ship, 185 and holdst the helm, thou dragon slayer, 186 good holy daimon. 5. To whom the east and west give praise as thou dost rise and set, thou who art blessed by all the gods, angels, and daimons. 6. Come, show thyself to me, O God of gods. 7. Enter, make manifest thyself to me, O Lord. For I invoke as the three apes invoke thee, who symbol-wise name forth thy holy name. 8. In thy ape form 187 enter, appear to me, O Lord, for I name forth thy mightiest names. 9. O thou who hast thy throne about the height of cosmos, 188 and judgest all, encircled with the sphere of surety and truth, 189. 10. Enter, appear to me, O Lord, for that I was before the fire and snow, and shall be after them. 11. I am the one who has been born from heaven. 190. 12. Enter, appear to me, O Lord of mighty names, whom all have in their hearts, 191 who dost burst open rocks, 192 and makes the names of gods to move. 13. Enter, appear to me, O Lord, who hast thy power and strength entire, who hast thy throne within the seven poles. 193. 14. And on thy head a golden crown, and in thy hand a staff. 194 by which thou sendest forth the gods. 15. Enter, O Lord, and give me answer with thy holy voice, that I may clearly hear and truthfully about this thing. D. A stronger form of adjuration if C. fails. 16. He doth enjoin thee, he the great living God, who is for the eternities of the eternities, the Shaker and the Thunderer, who doth create each soul and every birth. Enter, appear to me, O Lord, joyous, benignant, gentle, glorious, free from all wrath, for I adjure thee by the Lord, of all. E. The greeting when the presence of the God is manifested. 17. Hail Lord, O God of gods, thou benefactor. Hail to thy glories 195 evermore, O Lord. F. The farewell to the God. 18. I give thee thanks, O Lord. Depart, O Lord, to thine own heavens, thine own realms, and thine own course, preserving me in health, free from all harm, free from all fear of any Ka, 196 free from all stripes, and all dismay, hearkening to me for all the days of, all, my life. G. The farewell to the flame. 19. Depart, O holy ray, depart, O fair and holy light of highest God. In connection with the above, we may also take the following ritual prayer used in the consecration of an amulet ring. 7. A prayer of consecration. Revised text, R. 28, 29. Wesley, Ibid, 84, 1598 ff. 1. Thee I invoke, O greatest God, Lord everlasting, thou world ruler, above the world, beneath the world, mighty seer-ruler. 2. Who shinest forth at dawn, out from the east rising for all the world, and setting in the west. 3. Come unto me, thou who dost rise from the four winds, joyous good daimon, for whom the heaven is thy revelling place, 197. 4. I call upon thy holy, mighty, hidden names which thou dost joy to hear. 5. When thou dost shine the earth doth sprout afresh, the trees bear fruit when thou dost laugh, the animals bring forth when thou dost turn to them. 6. Give glory, honor, grace, fortune and power. 7. Thee I invoke, the great in heaven, O dazzling sun, who shedst thy beams on all the world. 8. Thou art the mighty serpent, the chief of all the gods, 198 O thou who dost possess Egypt's beginning 199 and the end of all the world. 9. Thou art the God, who saileth o'er the ocean, thou art the God, who doth come into sight each day. 10. O thou who art above the world, and art beneath the world, O mighty ruler of the sea, give ear unto my voice this day, this night, these holy hours, of thine, and through this amulet let that be done for which I consecrate it. 5. The main source of the Trismegistic literature according to Manetho. High Priest of Egypt. Hermes at the beginning of the Hellenistic period. The more intimate contact of Greek thought and philosophy with Egyptian lore and mystic tradition began immediately with the brilliant era of the Lagides, who gradually made Alexandria the intellectual and religious, philosophic and scientific, center of the Hellenistic world. Thoth Hermes, as we have seen, had been for the Egyptians from the earliest times the teacher of all ancient and hidden wisdom, he was par excellence the writer of all sacred scripture and the scribe of the gods. We should then naturally expect that his dominating influence would play a leading part in the new development. And this, indeed, is amply demonstrated by the evidence of the religious art of the time, which presents us with specimens of statues of the Greek type of Hermes, bearing at the same time either the feather of truth, the special symbol of Maat, on the head, or the papyrus roll in the hand 200, both symbols of Thoth in his dual character as revealer and scribe. Of the complex nature of the mystic and apocalyptic literature that thus came into existence we have very distinct testimony. 201 In keeping with its Egyptian prototype it was all cast in a theological and theosophical mold, whether it treated of physics, or medicine, or astrology. Thus we learn that Pamphilus, the grammarian, 202 was intimately acquainted with a Greek-Egyptian literature dealing with sacred plants and their virtues as determined by the influences of the 36 decans. This lore, he tells us, was derived from the books ascribed to the Egyptian Hermes, 203. Osiris and Nechepso. Of still greater interest are the Greek fragments of Osiris and Nechepso which have come down to us. 204 These Greek fragments are to be dated at least before the end of the 2nd century BC, 205 and afford us striking parallels with our extant Trismegistic literature. In them we find the prophet Osiris represented as the teacher and counselor of King Nechepso, as Asclepius of Ammon in one type of our literature. While it is Hermes who reveals the secret wisdom to two younger gods, Asclepius and Anubis, as in our sermons he does to Asclepius and Tat. As to Osiris himself, Suedas, S.V. tells us that he was an Egyptian philosopher who wrote on comparative Greek and Egyptian theology, making selections from the holy books, and treating of astrology and the Egyptian mysteries. Moreover, Proclus 206 tells us that Osiris had an intimate knowledge of every order of the gods and angels, and refers to a hieratic formula of theurgic invocation to the greatest of the goddesses, necessity. For inducing the vision of this power, and the ritual of the manner of addressing her when she appeared, as handed on by the same Osiris. The mystical nature of this literature is still more clearly shown in what Vettius Valens 207 tells us of Nicepso, who surpassed the Ammon of our literature and attained to direct knowledge of the inner way. Vettius, in the first half of the 1st century A.D., laments that he did not live in those days of initiate kings and rulers and sages who occupied themselves with the sacred science, when the clear ether spake face to face with them without disguise, or holding back aught. In answer to their deep scrutiny of holy things. In those days so great was their love of the holy mysteries, so high their virtue, that they left the earth below them, and in their deathless souls became heaven-walkers, 208 and knowers of things divine. Vettius then quotes from a Greek apocalyptic treatise of Nicepso, where the king tells us that he had remained in contemplation all night gazing into the ether. And so in ecstasy he had left his body 209 and had then heard a heavenly voice 210 addressing him. This voice was not merely a sound, but appeared as a substantial presence, who guided Nicepso on his way through the heaven space. It is, moreover, exceedingly probable that the magnificent spectacle of the star spheres 211 to which Vettius refers, speaking of it as the most transcendent and most blessed vision, Theta Epsilon Omega Rho Alpha, of all, was taken directly from the same source. With this we may compare the wish of Trismegistus that Tat might get him the wings of the soul and enjoy that fair sight, 212 and the seeing of it by Hermes himself through the mind. 213. All of which proves the existence of books in Greek in Middle Ptolemaic times treating in the same manner of identical subjects with those contained in our Trismegistic literature. Manetho, the beloved of Thoth. When, then, the sovereignty of Egypt passed into the hands of the Diadochi of Alexander, and the Ptolemies made Alexandria the center of learning in the Greek world. By the foundation of the ever-famous museum and library and schools in their capital, there arose an extraordinary enthusiasm for translating, paraphrasing, and summarizing into Greek of the old scriptures and records of the nations. The most famous name of such translators and compilers and comparative theologians is that of Manetho 214, who introduced the treasures of Egyptian mysticism, theology, mythology, history, and chronology to the Grecian world. Moreover, seeing that the veracity and reliability of Manetho as a historian is with every day more and more accepted as we become better acquainted with the monuments, he seems to have done his work loyally enough. Manetho was contemporary with the first two Ptolemies, that is to say, he lived in the last years of the 4th and the first half of the 3rd century BC. He was a priest of Heliopolis, on 215 and was thoroughly trained in all Greek culture 216 as well as being most learned in the ancient wisdom of Egypt. 217 Manetho not only wrote on historical subjects, but also on the mystic philosophy and religion of his country, and it is from his books in all probability that Plutarch and others drew their information on things Egyptian. Manetho derived his information from the hieroglyphic inscriptions in the temples 218 and from the rest of the priestly records, but unfortunately his books are almost entirely lost, and we only possess fragments quoted by later writers. The letter of Manetho to Ptolemy Philadelphus. One of these quotations is of great importance for our present inquiry. It is preserved by Georgius Syncellus 219 and is stated to be taken from a work of Manetho called Sothis 220, a work that has otherwise entirely disappeared. The passage with the introductory sentence of the monk Syncellus runs as follows. It is proposed then to make a few extracts concerning the Egyptian dynasties from the books of Manetho. This Manetho, being high priest of the heathen temples in Egypt, based his replies, to King Ptolemy, on the monuments 221 which lay in the Syriatic country. These monuments, he tells us, were engraved in the sacred language and in the characters of the sacred writing by Thoth, the first Hermes. After the flood they were translated from the sacred language into the then common tongue, 222 but, still written, in hieroglyphic characters, and stored away in books by the good Daimone's son and the second Hermes, father of Tat, in the inner chambers of the temples of Egypt. In the book of Sothis Manetho addresses King Philadelphus, the second Ptolemy, personally, writing as follows word for word. The letter of Manetho, the Sebonite, to Ptolemy Philadelphus. To the great King Ptolemy Philadelphus, the venerable, Manetho, high priest and scribe of the holy fanes in Egypt, citizen of Heliopolis but by birth a Sebonite, 223 to my master Ptolemy send greeting. We 224 must make calculations concerning all the points which you may wish us to examine into, to answer your questions 225 concerning what will happen to the world. According to your commands, the sacred books, written by our forefather Thrice Greatest Hermes, which I study, shall be shown to you. My lord and king, farewell. The importance of Manetho's statement in his Sothis. Here we have a verbal quotation from a document purporting to be written prior to 250 BC. It is evidently one of a number of letters exchanged between Manetho and Ptolemy II. Ptolemy has heard of the past according to the records of Egypt. Can the priests tell him anything of the future? They can, replies Manetho, but it will be necessary to make a number of calculations. Ptolemy has also expressed a strong desire to see the documents from which Manetho derived his information, and the high priest promises to let him see them. These books are ascribed to Hermes, the thrice greatest, and this is the first time that the title is used in extant Greek literature. This Hermes was the second, the father of Tat, we are told elsewhere by Manetho, and son of the good spirit, Agathodaimon, who was the first Hermes. Here we have the precise grading of the degrees in our treatises, I. The shepherd of men, or the mind, 2. Thrice greatest, 3. Tat. This refers to the ever-present distinction of pupil and master, and the master of masters. If, however, we seek for historical allusions, we may perhaps be permitted to conclude that the first Hermes, that is to say the first priesthood among the Egyptians, used a sacred language. Or in other words a language which in the time of the second Hermes, or second priesthood, was no longer spoken. It was presumably archaic Egyptian. The two successions of priests and prophets were separated by a flood. This flood was presumably connected with, if not the origin of, the flood of which Solon heard from the priest of Sais, which happened some 9,000 years before his time, and of which we have considerable information given us in the Timaeus and Critias of Plato. 226 The good angel is the same as the mind, as we learn from the Trismegistic literature, and was regarded as the father of Hermes Trismegistus. This seems to be a figurative way of saying that the archaic civilization of Egypt before the flood, which presumably swept over the country when the Atlantic island went down, was regarded as one of great excellence. It was the time of the gods or divine kings or demigods, whose wisdom was handed on in mystic tradition, or revived into some semblance of its former greatness, by the lesser descendants of that race who returned from exile, or reincarnated on earth, to take charge of the new populations who had gradually returned to the lower Nile plains after the flood had subsided. Thus we have three epochs of tradition of the Egyptian mystery cultus, I. The first Thoth or Agathodaimon, the original tradition preserved in the sacred language and character in the stone monuments of the Syriatic land, presumably the Egypt prior to the Atlantic flood, 2. The second Thoth, the thrice greatest, the mystery school after the period of the Great Inundation, whose records and doctrines were preserved not only in inscriptions but also in MSS. Still written in the sacred character, but in the Egyptian tongue as it was spoken after the people reoccupied the country, and, 3. Tat, the priesthood of Manetho's day, and presumably of some centuries prior to his time, who spoke a yet later form of Egyptian, and from whose demotic translations further translations or paraphrases were made in Greek. Is Sothis a forgery? This natural line of descent of the fundamental doctrines in the tradition of the Trismegistic literature, however, is scouted by encyclopedism, which would have our sermons to be Neoplatonic forgeries. Though on what slender grounds it bases its view we have already seen. It will now be interesting to see how the testimony of Manetho is disposed of. Our encyclopedias tell us that the book Sothis is obviously a late forgery, parrot-like they repeat this statement. But nowhere in them do we find a single word of proof brought forward. Let us then see whether any scholars have dealt with the problem outside of encyclopedism. Very little work has been done on the subject. The fullest summary of the position is given by C. Muller. 227. Muller bases his assertion on Bach 228 and Bach on Latran. 229. The arguments are as follows: I. That the term venerable, sigma epsilon beta alpha sigma tau, is not used prior to the time of the Roman emperors. 2. That Egypt knows no flood. 3. That the ancient mythology of Egypt knows no first and second Hermes. 4. That Egypt has no Syriatic land. v. That the term Trismegistus is of late use. The arguments of encyclopedism refuted. Let us take these arguments in order and examine them, bearing in mind, however, that the whole question has been prejudiced from the start, and that encyclopedism, in order to maintain its hypothesis of the spuriousness of our Trismegistic writings, is bound to argue the spuriousness of Manetho's Sothis. The categorical statements of Manetho are exceedingly distressing to the former hypothesis. In fact, they give it the lie direct. As to the arguments, then, I. The term sigma epsilon beta alpha sigma tau is in later times equated with Augustus, the honorific title of the Roman emperors. Therefore, it is argued, it could not have been used prior to their times. But why not? The king to an Egyptian was divine, every inscription proves it, and the term venerable was in early times always applied to the gods. Why not then apply it to the great king? Indeed, what could be more natural than to do so? 2. We have already shown that, according to Plato, Egypt knew most accurately of a flood. Plato further tells us that Solon got his information from the priests of Sais, who told him that all the records were preserved in the temple of Neith. It is not here the place to discuss the Atlanticum of Plato and the long history of opinion connected with it, for that would require a volume in itself. I have, however, acquainted myself with all the arguments for and against the authenticity of at least the germ of this tradition, and with the problems of comparative mythology and folklore involved in it. And also with the recent literature of the subject which seeks to corroborate the main conceptions of Plato by the researches of seership. All this, taken in conjunction with the general subject of the myths of Plato, and the latest views on this subject, has convinced me that the greatest of Greek philosophers did not jest when, his dialectic having gone as far as it could, he sought refuge in the mystery traditions for corroboration of those intuitions which his unaided intellect could not demonstrate. It can of course be argued that every reference to a flood in Egyptian Hellenistic literature is but a repetition of what the incredulous must regard as Plato's brilliant romance. But in this connection, as in many others, it is equally arguable that all such references, Plato's included, are derivable from one and the same source, namely, Egypt herself. And, indeed, on November 9, 1904, at a meeting of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, a paper by Professor Neville was read by Mr. F. Legge on a mention of a flood in the Book of the Dead. The flood in question is that described in the Leiden version as CHCLXXV.230. 3. Cicero, 106–44 BC, speaks of 5 Mercurii, the last 2 of whom were Egyptian. 231. One was the son of Father Nile, whose name the Egyptians considered it impiety to pronounce, and for whom, presumably, they substituted the term Agathodaimon, and the second was the later Thoth, the founder of Hermopolis. 232. Cicero could hardly have invented this. It must have been a commonplace of his day, most probably derived in the first instance from the writings of Manetho, from which generally the Greeks, and those imbued with Greek culture, derived all their information about Egypt. And, indeed, Reitzenstein, page 139, though he refers the information given by Syncellus to a pseudo-Manetho, without a word of explanation, however, admits that the genealogy of Hermes there given is in its main features old. 233. The Syriatic land. 4. The statement that Egypt knew no Syriatic land or country seems to be a confident assertion, but the following considerations may perhaps throw a different light on the matter. In the astronomical science of the Egyptians, the most conspicuous solar system near our own, represented in the heavens by the brilliant Sirius, was of supreme interest. Cycles of immense importance were determined by it, and it entered into the highest mysticism of Egyptian initiation. Sirius was, as it were, the guardian star of Egypt. Now ancient Egypt was a sacred land, laid out in its nomes or provinces according to the heavens, having centers in its body corresponding to the centers or ganglia of the heavens. As the Hindus had a heavenly Ganges, Akashaganga, and an earthly Ganges, so had the heavens a celestial Nile, and Egypt a physical Nile, the life-giver of the land. The yearly inundation, which meant and means everything for ancient and modern chem, was observed with great minuteness, and recorded with immense pains, the basis of its cycle being the Sothiac or Siriatic. Sirius, Sirios, being called in Greek transliteration Sothis and Seth, e.g. Sep. What more natural name, then, to give to the country than the Siriatic land? The Nile records in ancient times were self-registered by pyramids, obelisks, and temples, and in later times nearly all monuments were built according to the type of the Masonic instruments of the Egyptian astrogeological science. This science has been studied in our own times by an Egyptian, and the results of his researches have been printed for private circulation, and a copy of them is to be found in the British Museum. In his preface the author writes as follows, 234. The astrogeological science gave birth to a monumental system, by means of which the fruits of the accumulated observations and experience of the human race have been preserved, outliving writings, inscriptions, traditions, and nationalities. The principal monuments had imparted to them the essential property of being autochronous landmarks of a geochronological nature. Many of them recorded, hydromathematically, the knowledge in astronomy, in geography, and in the dimension and figure of the earth obtained in their respective epochs. They were Siriatic monuments, because their magistral lines were projected to the scale of the revolutions of the cycles of the star Surios, in terms of the standard astrogeological cubit. Doubtless our author flogs his theory too severely, as all such writers do, but nilometry and the rest was certainly one of the most important branches of the priestly science. The stele of Hermes. But before we deal with the last objection urged against the authenticity of Manetho Sothis, we will add a few words more concerning these Siriatic monuments known in antiquity as the stele of Hermes or of Seth, and erroneously spoken of in Latin and English as the columns, or pillars, of Hermes. The general reader may perhaps be puzzled at the variety of spelling of the name of the star, but he should recollect that the difficulties of transliteration from one language to another are always great, and especially so when the two languages belong to different families. Thus we find the variants of Tuti, the Egyptian name of Hermes, transliterated in no less than 19 various forms in Greek and 2 in Latin, such as Thoith, Bath, Tat, etc. 235. Similarly we find the name of the famous Indian logivert transliterated into English as Manu, Menu, Manu, etc. With regard to these Mercurii columni, it was the common tradition, as we have already pointed out, that Pythagoras, Plato, and others got their wisdom from these columns, that is to say, monuments. 236. The historian Ammianus Marcellinus, 237. The friend of the Emperor Julian, has preserved for us a peculiarity of the construction of some of these pyramids or temples which is of interest. The passage to which we refer runs as follows. There are certain underground galleries and passages full of windings, which, it is said, the adepts in the ancient rites, knowing that the flood was coming, and fearing that the memory of the sacred ceremonies would be obliterated, constructed in various places, distributed in the interior, of the buildings, which were mined out with great labor. And leveling the walls, 238. They engraved on them numerous kinds of birds and animals, and countless varieties, of creatures, of another world, which they called hieroglyphic characters. 239. We are thus told of another peculiarity of some of the Siriatic monuments, and of the books preserved from the flood, of which there were so many traditions. These are the records to which Sanchuniathon and Manetho make reference. The sons of Seth Hermes. The Egyptian account is straightforward enough. But when Josephus, following the traditional practice of his race in exploiting the myths of more ancient nations for the purpose of building up Jewish history, for the Mosaic books supply innumerable examples of the working up of elements which the Jews found in the records of older nations, runs away with the idea that Seth, the Egyptian Sirius, was the biblical patriarch Seth. The Jewish antiquarian enters on a path of romance and not of history. 'Tis thus he uses the Egyptian Siriatic tradition for his own purposes. All of these, the sons of Seth, being of good disposition, dwelt happily together in the same country free from quarrels, without any misfortune happening to the end of their lives. The great subject of their studies was that wisdom which deals with the heavenly bodies and their orderly arrangement. In order that their discoveries should not be lost to mankind and perish before they became known, for Adam had foretold that there would be an alternate disappearance of all things 240 by the force of fire and owing to the strength and mass of water, they made two monuments. 241, one of brick and the other of stone, and on each of them engraved their discoveries. In order that if it should happen that the brick one should be done away with by the heavy downpour, 242 the stone one might survive and let men know what was inscribed upon it. At the same time informing them that a brick one had also been made by them. And it remains even to the present day in the Syriad land. 243. This passage is of great interest not only as affording a very good example of the method of inventing Jewish antiquities, but also as permitting us to recover the outlines of the original Egyptian account which Josephus purloined and adapted. The sons of Seth were the initiates of the archaic priesthood of the first Hermes. Adam has been substituted for the first man, in the sense of our shepherd tradition. And the two kinds of monuments, which Josephus seems to regard as two single structures and not as relating to two classes of buildings, may refer to the brick structures and temples of that age. And to specially constructed and more lasting monuments of stone, perhaps rock-cut temples, or the most ancient pyramids. I have also asked myself the question as to whether there may not be some clue concealed in this brick monument reference to the puzzling statement in the Babylonian Talmud 244 that Jesus set up a brick bat and worshipped it. Jesus is said in the Talmud Jeshu stories to have learned magic in Egypt, and the magical wisdom of ancient Egypt is here said to have been recorded on monuments of brick. 245. Reitzenstein, p. 183, after pointing to the similarity of tradition as to the Siriatic land contained in Josephus, and in what he characterizes as Pseudo-Manetho. 246 adds the interesting information that the Siriatic land is borne witness to by an inscription as being the home and native land of Isis. Indeed, the goddess herself is given the name of Neolotis or Sirius, she is the fertile earth and is Egypt. 247. To continue, then, with the consideration of the arguments urged against the authenticity of Manetho's Sothis. With regard to objection 4. We have given very good reasons for concluding that so far from Egypt knowing no Siriatic land, Egypt was the Siriatic land par excellence, and the books of Hermes were the direct descendants of the archaic stone monuments of that land. And further, we have shown that our Trismegistic writings are a step or two further down in the same line of descent. The whole hangs together logically and naturally. We have thus removed 4 of the 5 props which support the hypothesis of forgery with regard to the Sothis document. Let us now see whether the remaining prop will bear the weight of the structure. The epithet, thrice greatest. v. We are told that the term, Trismegistus, is of late use. This assertion is based entirely on the hypothesis that all our extant Trismegistic writings are Neoplatonic forgeries of the 3rd or at best the 2nd century, before which time the name Thrice Greatest was never heard of. The term Trismegistus must go as far back as the earliest of these writings, at any rate, and where we must place that we shall see at the end of our investigations. That the peculiar designation Trismegistus was known in the 1st century even among the Romans, however, is evident from the famous Latin epigrammatist Martial, v. 24, who in singing the praise of one Hermes, a famous gladiator, brings his paean to a climax with the line Hermes omnia solis eti ter unis. 248. A verse which an anonymous translator in 1695 freely renders as Hermes engrosses all men's gifts in one. And Trismegistus' name deserves alone. Such a popular reference shows that the name Trismegistus was a household word, and argues for many years of use before the days of Martial, AD 43 to 104. But have we no other evidence? In the trilingual inscription, hieroglyphic, demotic and Greek, on the famous Rosetta Stone, which sings the praises of Ptolemy Epiphanes, 210 to 181 BC, Hermes is called the Great and Great. 249 Latran renders this deux fois grand. 250 and in his notes 251 says that the term Trismegistus was not known at this date, thus contemptuously waving aside Manetho Sothis. Had it been known, he says, it would undoubtedly have been used instead of the feebler expression Great and Great 252. But why undoubtedly? Let us inquire a little further into the matter. The Egyptian reduplicated form of this attribute of Hermes, the Great, is frequently elsewhere found with a prefixed sign which may be transliterated UR. 253 so that if the more simple form is translated by great, the intensive form would naturally be rendered great, or 3 times great. But we have to deal with the form thrice greatest, a superlative intensive. We have many examples of adjectives intensified with the particle tauro in Greek 254 but no early instances of their superlatives, therefore, what? Apparently that the term Trismegistus is a late invention. But may we not legitimately suppose, in the absence of further information, that when the Egyptian had intensified his reduplicated form he had come to an end of his resources, it was the highest term of greatness that he could get out of his language? Not so when he used Greek. He could go a step further in the more plastic Hellenic tongue. Why, then, did he not use thrice greatest instead of great and great on the Rosetta Stone? Because he was translating AAAA and not its intensified form. But why did he not use the intensified form in the demotic inscription? Well, whys are endless. But may we not suppose that, as Ptolemy was being praised for his justice, which he is said to have exercised, as Hermes the Great and Great, the reduplicated form was sufficient for this attribute of the idealized priesthood? While the still more honorific title was reserved for Hermes as the personified wisdom? Or, again, may it not have been politic to refrain from adjectives which would have dimmed the greatness of Ptolemy? The clue of Griffiths. So I wrote in November 1899, when the major part of this chapter was first published in the Theosophical Review. Shortly afterwards, however, I came across an entirely new clue. In his stories of the high priests of Memphis, the Sethon of Herodotus and the Demotic Tales of Camoes, Oxford, 1900, F.L.L. Griffiths presents us with the translation of an exceedingly interesting demotic text, found on the verso of 2 Greek documents, the contents of which prove them to be official land registers of the 7th year of Claudius, AD 46 to 47. There is also strong evidence for attributing the demotic text to some time within 30 years from that date, page 41. So much for the copy of the original, but what of its contents? As they belong to the most important cycle of folktates of Egypt, it is to be assumed that their form and substance is old. In this papyrus we are told that on an occasion of great need when the pharaoh of Egypt was being overcome at a distance by the sorceries of the Ethiopian enchanters, he was saved, and the magic of the Black Ones sent back upon them. By a certain Hor, son of Panesh, most learned in the books. Before his great trial of strength with the Ethiopian spells, we read of this Hor that he entered the temple of Kmun, he made his offerings and his libations before Thoth, the 8 times great, the Lord of Kmun, the great god, page 58. To this Griffiths appends the following note. Thoth, 8 times great, the remains of the signs indicate this reading. The title, which here appears for the first time in Egyptian literature, is the equivalent of tau rho iota sigma mu gamma iota sigma tau omicron, thrice greatest. A late epithet first used about the date of this MS 255 is mu gamma alpha, great, which we may represent algebraically by a 2a. A common title of Thoth in late hieroglyphic, is mu gamma alpha kappa alpha mu gamma alpha, great and great, on the Rosetta Stone, but probably represents mu gamma iota sigma tau omicron, greatest, and 8 is therefore tau rho iota sigma mu gamma iota sigma tau omicron, thrice greatest, i.e., 2a, superscript 3. The famous epithet of Hermes which has puzzled commentators thus displays its mathematical formation. 6 equals 3, 2a, would not fill the lacuna on the papyrus, nor would it give the obviously intended reference to the name of Thoth's city, the eighth, and the mythological interpretation of that name. The mythological interpretation of that name, namely Kman, Keman NW, which Budge transliterates Kemenu, Griffith says is, the eighth city, i.e., the eighth in Upper Egypt going up the river. 256. We are loath to deprive any one of a so fair adaptation to environment in the evolution of purely physical interpretation. But we are afraid that our readers will have already learned for themselves that Kemenu was the city of the eight, the city of the Ogdoad, and will expect some less mundane explanation of the name. Not that we altogether object to Kemenu being the eighth city up the river, if that river is interpreted as the celestial Nile on which the soul of the initiated sailed in the solar boat. Reitzenstein then is wrong in supposing, page 117, n. 6, that Griffiths connects the honorific title Trismegistus with the 8 cynocephali who form the pod of Thoth, but we may do so. The nature of this symbolic Ogdoad is most clearly seen in the inscription of Dar el-Bahari, of the time of the 22nd dynasty which Maspero has lately published. 257. In it the Osirified says to the Supreme, I am one who becomes 2. I am 2 who becomes 4, I am 4 who becomes 8, I am the one after that. So also in the first Hermes prayer, quoted in a preceding chapter, addressed to Hermes as Agathodaimon, Thoth is he, whom the 8 wardens guard. These 8, we may perhaps be permitted to speculate, were generated 2 from 1, AAAA, greatest, 4 from 2, twice greatest, 8 from 4, thrice greatest. Such a combination would specially commend itself to men trained in Pythagorean mathematical symbols, as were doubtless many who took part in compiling the Egyptian Hellenistic theosophical literature. I, therefore, conclude that the honorific title thrice greatest can very well go back to early Ptolemaic times. And therefore, as far as I can see, the authenticity of Manetho's Sothis stands unimpugned as far as any arguments so far brought against it are concerned. I therefore regard the quotation of Syncellus as a most valuable piece of information in tracing the genesis of the Trismegistic literature. Whether or not any of our extant sermons can be placed among these earlier forms of this literature will be discussed later on. The earliest Trismegistic literature. That, however, literature of a similar nature existed in early and middle Ptolemaic times we have already seen from the material adduced at the beginning of this chapter. We may therefore fitly conclude it by pointing out that in later Ptolemaic times, and down to the 1st century AD, we find in the same literature specimens of cosmogenesis closely resembling the main elements of the world formation given in our Shepherd treatise. An excellent example is that of the fragmentary cosmogonical poem, the text of which Reitzenstein has printed in his Zwei Religionsgeschichte. Fragen, to which we have already referred. This poem Reitzenstein, p. 92, dates as belonging to the 1st century BC, though it may probably be earlier. It declares itself to be of the Hermes tradition, both in its statement about itself and also in the fact that it is Hermes, the beloved son of Zeus, who is the Logos creator of the cosmos. And also the progenitor or father of the prophet-poet who writes the vision. Philo Biblius. But not only did the tradition of Egyptian Hermes dominate the Greek forms of cosmogony which emanated from Alexandria and spread through the Hellenic world, but it also imposed itself upon the forms of cosmogony and the history writing of other nations. The most striking example of this is to be found in the Phoenician histories of Philo Biblius, who lived in the second half of the 1st century AD. The fragments of this work are of great interest to our present inquiry, as they tend to show that both Egypt and Phoenicia, the 2 most sacred nations, derived their cosmogonical knowledge and mystery traditions from the same source. That source being traced to the most archaic books of Thoth. This is all, no doubt, an overwriting of Phoenician records in the light of Egyptian tradition. Philo, however, would have us regard his work as a Greek translation or paraphrase of a compilation made by an ancient and learned Phoenician priest, Sanchuniathon. Based immediately upon archaic Phoenician records by one who was also learned in the oral tradition of his own mysteries. The initial question as to whether Philo had a genuine Phoenician document before him or not, need not occupy us here, save in the most superficial fashion, as we are at present interested in the Egyptian elements of his account solely. And not in disentangling the native Phoenician substratum. It must, however, in fairness be said that though the Biblion prefaces his account with an introduction and intersperses it with occasional remarks, all this is transparently his own. And is clearly distinguishable from what have every appearance of being translated passages. Are his Phoenician histories a forgery? The general theory, however, since the time of Aureli 258 has been that Philo forged the whole of this cosmogony in history. On the contrary, it was made considerable use of by Porphyry in his criticism of Christianity, and Eusebius 259 quotes the passages used by Porphyry. 260 The whole work of Philo, moreover, is claimed to be recovered by Wagenfeld, who has elaborately defended its genuineness. 261 There indeed seems no reason to accept the forgery hypothesis, which apparently rests on an even flimsier basis than the forgery theory of the Trismegistic writings. The work, on the contrary, considered as a specimen of Phoenician story strongly influenced by Egyptian tradition, is a most interesting document for understanding the ancient Semitic mystery tradition as distinguished from Jewish adaptations of general Semitic legend, in other words, the distinction of Semitismus and Israelitismus. Porphyry was not only a Semite himself but also a good critic, and not likely to base his arguments on a forgery. Nor would Philo have ventured to put forward a forgery when there were thousands of learned and fanatical Jews who would have been only too glad to expose it. Philo tells us that the Phoenician public traditions being chaotic, Sanchuniathon, a man of great learning and a busy searcher, after knowledge, who especially desired to know the first principles from which all things are derived, most carefully examined the books of Thoth, for he knew that Thoth was the first of all under the sun who discovered the use of letters and the writing of records. So he started from him, making him as it were his foundation, from him the Logos whom the Egyptians called Thoth, the Alexandrians Thoth 262 but whom the Greeks have turned into Hermes. 263. Sanchuniathon and the Books of Hermes. This evidently means that the source of Sanchuniathon's information as to the mystic beginning of things was derived from the books of Thoth. And that this was so may be seen from the following passage. He supposes the beginning of all things to consist of a dark mist of a spiritual nature, or as it were a breath of dark mist, and of a turbid chaos black as Erebus. 264 That these were boundless, and for many an age 265 remained without a bound. But when, he 266 says, the spirit fell in love with his own principles 267 and they were interblended, that interweaving was called love. 268 And this love was the origin of the creation of all things. But, chaos, did not know its own creation. 269 From its embrace with spirit Moat was born. 270 From her, Moat, the great mother, it was that every seed of the creation came, the birth of all the cosmic bodies. First of all, there were, great, lives 271 devoid of sensation, and out of these came subsequently, great, lives possessed of intelligence. 272 The latter were called Zophosemen, that is to say, overseers of the heavens. The latter were fashioned in the form of eggs, and shone forth as Moat, the sun and moon, the stars and the great planetary spheres. Now as the original nebula began to lighten, through its heat mists and clouds of sea and earth 273 were produced, and gigantic downpours and torrents of the waters in the firmaments. Even after they were separated, 274 they were still carried from their proper places by the heat of the sun, and all the watery and earthy elements, met together again in the nebula one with the other, and dashed together amid thunder and lightning. And over the crash of the thunderings the great rational lives before mentioned watched 275 while on the land and sea male and female cowered at their echo and were dismayed. After this our author proceeds to say, these things we found written in the Cosmogony of Thoth, and in his commentaries, based on his researches and the evidences which his intelligence saw and discovered, and so enlightened us. 276. There are many other points of interest in Philo's translation, but we need not elaborate them here. One point, however, must not be omitted, because of its importance with regard to the Hermes-Esculapius tradition, an important factor in the Trismegistic writings. And Cronus, Ammon, going to the land of the south gave the whole of Egypt to the god Thoth to be his kingdom. All these things were first recorded by the 7 sons of Sydyk, the Cabri, and their 8th brother, Asclepius, as it was commanded them by the god Thoth. 277. Aesculapius is here at once identified with the cult of the great gods, Kbr, Kabrim, who were, according to the old Semitic tradition, the sons of King Sydyk. Melchizedek. The whole subject of the very ancient mysteries of these great gods is one of immense interest, but we must not be tempted to follow this alluring bypath. 278 Enough has been said to show that both Sanchuniathon and the writer of The Shepherd drew their accounts of cosmogony from the same sources, namely, the Books of Thoth, or, in other words, the Egyptian mystery tradition. 6. An Egyptian prototype of the main features of the Poemandres Cosmogony. The higher criticism of the Poemandres. One has only to read through the remains of the Trismegistic literature preserved to us to assure himself that the whole of it looked back to the Poemandres instruction as the most primitive form of the tradition in the language of Greece. The extant form of our Poemandres sermon is clearly not the most primitive form, but whatever that form was, it must have contained the cosmological part. Now, if we regard this cosmogenesis as a purely literary compilation, the task of the higher criticism will be to try to sift out the various elements in it, and if possible to trace them to their sources. But before making any attempt of this nature, it will be as well to consider the nature of the literary art of our document. It purports itself to be an apocalypse, or rather the record of an apocalyptic vision, and not a purely literary compilation from already existing literary sources. It declares itself to be the work of a seer and prophet and not of a scribe or commentator. It claims to be an inspired document, a scripture, and not the work of a schoolman. Of this class of writing we have very many examples in other scriptures, and it will be as well to consider briefly the nature of such documents. In the original form of apocalypses we do not as a rule find that prior formal literary material is used, that is to say, we do not find that previously existing written sources are incorporated. What we do find is that in almost every case the seer uses the forms and terms of previously existing ideas to express what he sees. These forms and terms are found in already existing written and oral traditions, and the prophetical writer is compelled to use the thought language of his own mind and of that of his age to express himself. This, however, does not negate the possibility of his having seen a true vision, of his having been inspired. It is evident that whoever wrote the Poemandres must have been saturated with the religious, mystical, philosophic, and scientific thought of his age, clothed in the forms of the thought language of his day. And it is also clear that whatever newness there may have been in him, was owing to the nature of the touch of inspiration he had received. This striking of a new keynote, as it were, in his inner nature, enabled him to regroup and reconstruct the previous ideas he had imbibed from his studies. A prototype of its cosmogenesis. Now as far as our cosmogenesis is concerned, it has not yet been found possible to trace the exact verbal forms of its elements to any precise literary sources. But it has been found possible to point to written sources which contain similar ideas. And not only so, but with regard to the main features of it, a distinct prototype has been found in Egypt itself. This discovery is due to Reitzenstein, pages 59 ff. And the prototype is to be found in an Egyptian inscription in the British Museum, which was first read correctly and interpreted by Dr. J. H. Breasted. 279 Before using it, however, Reitzenstein got his colleague Professor Spiegelberg to go through it. And again when Maspero, in reviewing 280 Breasted's work, had further confirmed the view of it which Reitzenstein had in his mind. Spiegelberg again revised certain points in the translation owing to Maspero's suggestions. The inscription itself is dated about the 8th century BC, but it states that it is the reproduction of a then old written text from the Temple of Ptah at Memphis. The chief content has to do with the Osiris myth, but into this is inserted the distinctive Ptah doctrine. Ptah is supposed by some to have originally been simply the god of handicraft, seeing that he is equated by the Greek interpreters of god names with Hephaestos. He was, however, rather the demiurgus, for in very early times he is found in the closest connection with the gods of heaven and gods of light, and is conceived as the dispenser of all life. In our text Ptah is brought into the closest relations with the supreme deity, Adam. This, God the Father, emanates from himself 8 deities, the Ogdoad. Each one of these is Ptah with a distinctive epithet. To the fourth 281 of them, Ptah the Great, a theological system is attached, which, though not entirely ignoring the former presentation, is but loosely interwoven with it. Before, however, Reitzenstein proceeds to deal with this, he gives Professor Spiegelberg's translation of a prayer to Ptah, of the time of Ramses III. Circa 1233 BC, from the Papyrus Harris, I. 44, 3 ff. In order to make clearer the circle of ideas into which we shall be introduced. This prayer is as follows. A praise-giving to Ptah. Hail to thee! Thou art great, thou art old, Tadenon, 282 Father of the gods. God ancient from the beginning. Who fashioned men? Who made the gods? Who began with the creation as the first creator? Who created for all who came after him? Who made the heaven, as his heart 283 he created it? Who hanged it up? As God Shu raised himself. 284. Who founded the earth of thy own power? Who circled in the primal water of the great green, 285. Who created the invisible world, which brings the dead bodies to rest? Who let Ra come to make them glad? As Prince of Eternity. Lord of Eternity. Lord of Life. Who fills the lungs with air? Who gives breath to every nostril? Who vivifies all beings with his gifts? Length of life, fortune, and fate are subject unto him. They live by that which goeth forth out of his mouth. 286. Who made contentment for all the gods? In his form of ancient primal water. 287. Lord of Eternity, to whom eternity is subject. Breath of life for all beings. There are other hymns of an exactly similar nature in which other gods are praised, especially Thoth and Horus. And now to turn to our inscription, and to that part of the text assigned to the fourth of the forms of manifestation, or aspects or persons, of Ptah. Thoth the Wise One. L. 52. Ptah the Great is the heart and tongue of the God Circle. 288. Section 1, L. 53. Two gods, 289 are they, the one as heart, the other as tongue, emanations of Adam. Exceeding great is Ptah, if he, then are their cause in this heart and tongue, of his. L. 54. When Horus arose in him, Adam, as Ptah, and when Thoth arose in him as Ptah, the power of heart and tongue came into being through him. It is Adam, who brings forth his being out of every body and out of every mouth of all the gods. All men, all quadrupeds, all creeping things live through his thinking and uttering whatsoever he will. Section 2, L. 55. His God circle is before him, he is teeth, and lips, vessels, and hands. Adam is in his God circle. Adam is in his vessels, in his hands. The God circle is also teeth and lips in that mouth which hath uttered the name of everything, and out of which Shu and Tefnut have proceeded. 290. L. 56. Then the God circle organized the seeing of the eye, the hearing of the ear, the smelling of the nose, wherewith they made the desire of the heart to arise. And this, heart, it is which accomplishes every desire, but it is the tongue which repeats 291 what the heart desires. Section 3. He, Ptah, gives existence 292 unto all gods, to Adam and his god circle, for every god, word 293 comes into existence through the desire of the heart and the command of the tongue. L. 57. He makes the Ka. He makes all nourishment and all offerings 294 with this word, he makes what is loved and what is hated. He gives life to the pious, death to the impious. He makes every fabric, and every fabrication. L. 58. The doing of the arms, the going of the feet, the movement of all limbs, is accomplished by the utterance of the word, because of the desire of the heart, the word, which comes from the tongue and affects the whole of all things. So arises the teaching, Adam has made the gods to become Tataden 295 so soon as the gods come into existence. All things proceed from him, sacrifice and food as well as oblation and all fair things. Section 4, L. 59. He is Thoth the wise, whose power is greater than that of the other gods. He, Thoth, at one himself with Ptah, after he had brought forth all things and all god-words. 296 After that he had fashioned the gods, had made the cities, settled the nomes, established the gods in their shrines. L. 60. When he had ordained their sacrifices, founded their shrines, and had made statues of 4. Their bodies for their contentment. Section 5. If the gods enter into their body, so is he, Ptah, in every wood, in every jewel, in every metal. 297 All things thrive after him if they, the gods, are there. To him all gods and their cause make oblation, uniting and binding themselves together, for him who is, Lord of the two lands. 298. With these words the special theological system attached to the fourth person of Ptah is concluded, and the text returns to the Osiris myth. Egyptian syncretism 1000 BC. From this most interesting inscription copied from an ancient written document, we learn in the first place that in Egypt already, a good 1,000 years before the date of our Poemandres, we have what the critical mind would call a distinct specimen of syncretism. Namely, an attempt to combine three god myths, or traditions, into a single system. These, if we persist in taking a purely traditional view, are, I. The Hermopolitan myth of Thoth as the Logos Demiurge, who also in it frequently appears as an aspect of the Supreme, 2. The doctrine of the Ptah priests of Memphis, according to which Ptah as the primal deity creates himself and all gods and men, and fashions the world, and, 3. The Heliopolitan theology, in which Adam as the first of an ennead of gods unites his 8 fellow gods in himself and is the primal god and primal basis of all things. In all this the scribe or prophet has employed very early conceptions, on the one hand, that the plurality of gods are but members of a one and only God. And on the other, that a sharply defined and in some respect special God is similar to another more general God in some particular attribute of his. Thus Adam is really the primal God. But the God circle, his body, or pleroma, consists of 8 different forms of Ptah. Adam has emanated them, he is therefore, he who himself creates himself, but equally so has Ptah created Adam and himself. The most important member of this universal Ptah being or cosmic God is Ptah the Great, who is heart and tongue, the former as Horus, the latter as Thoth. Thoth proceeds into manifestation as tongue or word to accomplish the cosmic purpose. But the word is only the thought which has proceeded, or in a certain fashion emanated, out of the person. Thoth and Horus are inseparably united with Ptah. Reitzenstein thinks that the occasion for introducing the whole of this system into an exposition which otherwise deals with the Osiris myth, was afforded by the parts played by Horus and Thoth in that myth. But it is evidently in itself a special system in which Thoth was the one God, the Word by whom all things were made. All of this must be quite manifest to any careful reader, and therefore there is no reason for its further elaboration. But though we have recovered one specimen of this kind of syncretism only, it is not to be supposed that it was unusual. Indeed, it was a necessity in Egypt, where, beyond all other lands, the idea of a number of divinities united in one, each showing forth in separation some attribute dominantly. but in union possessing simultaneously the attributes of all the others, was the only key possible to a state of affairs where a plurality of gods existed side by side with the doctrines of the One and the All. The doctrine of Poemandres compared with that of its prototype. Nevertheless, our inscription is not only of general use, but of special use for an elucidation of the main elements in the Pœmandres Cosmogony. Any attempt to translate the ideas of the atom-Thoth combination into Greek could have resulted in no other nomenclature than theta omicron, God, delta eta mu iota omicron upsilon rho gamma, or delta eta mu iota omicron upsilon rho gamma nu omicron, demiurge or demiurgic mind, nu omicron and lambda gamma omicron, mind and word. As is the case in our treatise. This argument is all the stronger if we reflect that if Thoth, after the ordering of the cosmos, at one himself again with Ta, then he must have completed this ordering which was emanated from Ta. It is thus that the writer has brought to clear expression the conception that the word is the preceding thought of Ta, and that both are inseparably united with one another. So, too, we find in the Poemandres that the Logos, after the completion of the cosmic ordering, returns to the demiurgic mind and is at one with him. This similarity of fundamental conception cannot be due to chance, and we must therefore conclude that a doctrine essentially corresponding with the theology of our inscription is the main source of the Pœmandres Cosmogony. This fairly establishes the main content of our cosmogony on an Egyptian ground. If to this we add the general Egyptian belief that a man's soul, after being purified in the after-death state, goes back to God, to live for the eternity as a god with the gods. 299 Then we have established the chief part of the Poemandres treatise as the Hellenized doctrine of the Egyptian priests, the mystery tradition. With all of this agrees the thought that the god as mind dwells in the pious, as we learn from the Hermes prayers. So also it is Ta in our inscription who gives life to the pious and death to the impious. In very early accounts we find Ta, the mind, is the imparter of the Gnosis for the gods, that is, as a Greek would say, he was the inventor of philosophy, as indeed Diogenes Laertius tells us, Proem. 1. The Egyptians declare that Hephaestos was the source of philosophy, the presidents of which are priests and prophets. Ta, the mind, reveals himself to his own and gives them good counsel. Ta hath spoken to thee, Suedos tells us, sv. Was a Greek-Egyptian saying, which is best elucidated by the stele of Intef, which tells us that the people say of the heart of Intef, it is an oracle of the God which is in every body. 300. All of this and much more of a like nature make it indubitably clear that the fundamental conceptions of the Pœmandres are Egyptian, and that the theory of Neoplatonic forgery must be forever abandoned. So that even the dreams of Deveria are nearer the truth than the confident assertions of many a great name in scholarship. The Man-Doctrine. But what, says Reitzenstein, p. 69, is not Egyptian, is the doctrine of the man, the heavenly man, the Son of God, who descends and becomes a slave of the fate sphere. The man who, though originally endowed with all power, descends into weakness and bondage, and has to win his own freedom and regain his original state. This doctrine seems to have been in its origin part and parcel of the Chaldean mystery tradition. But it was widely spread in Hellenistic circles, and had analogies in all the great mystery traditions, as we shall now proceed to see. And chiefly by the analysis of what has hitherto been regarded as one of the most chaotic and puzzling documents of Gnosticism. 7. The myth of man in the mysteries. The Gnostic tradition. But All-Father Mind, being life and light, did bring forth man, nu theta rho omega pi omicron nu, co-equal to himself. 301. So runs the opening paragraph of what we may call the soteriological part of the Poemandres treatise of our Trismegistic literature. This man or anthropos is the spiritual prototype of humanity and of every individual man, and is a technical term found in a number of the early Christianized Gnostic systems. For instance, in a system some outlines of which are preserved in the polemical refutation of Irenaeus 302 and which the Bishop of Lyons seems to associate with an Ophite tradition, while Theodoret 303 ascribes it to the Scythians. We are told that in the unutterable depth were two great lights, the first man, or father, and his son, the second man. And also the Holy Spirit, the first woman, or mother of all living. In this tradition, moreover, the son of the mother, the chief formative power of the seven demiurgic potencies of the sensible cosmos, is called Ialdabaoth. The child of the egg, who boasts himself to be supreme. But his mother, Wisdom, reproves his pride, saying unto him, Lie not, Ialdabaoth, for above thee is the father of all, first man, and man son of man. 304. The Philosophumena of Hippolytus. But the main source of our information on this anthropos tradition, in its Christianized Gnostic form, is to be found in Hippolytus' Philosophumena, or Refutation of All Heresies. In 1842, Minoides Minas, a learned Greek, sent on a literary mission by the French government, discovered in one of the monasteries on Mount Athos the only MS. Generally ascribed to the 14th century, which we possess of this extremely valuable work. It was originally in 10 books, but, unfortunately, the first 3 and the beginning of the 4th are missing from our MS. The first book, however, was already known, though previously erroneously ascribed to Origen, and was accordingly prefixed to the text of the Editio Princeps of our work by Emmanuel Miller, Oxford, 1851. The missing books 2 and 3 dealt respectively with the doctrines and mysteries of the Egyptians and with those of the Chaldeans. Hippolytus, Pruem, boasts that he has divulged all their mysteries, as well as the secrets of those Christian mystics whom he stigmatizes as heretics, and to whom he devotes books v-9. It is a curious fact that it is precisely those books wherein this divulging of the mysteries was attempted, which should be missing. Not only have they disappeared, but in the epitome at the beginning of Book X. The summary of their contents is also omitted. This seems almost to point to a deliberate removal of just that information which would be of priceless value to us today, not only for the general history of the evolution of religious ideas, but also for filling in an important part of the background of the environment of infant Christianity. Why, then, were these books cut out? Were the subsequent Christian Orthodox deterred by religious scruples, or were they afraid to circulate this information? Hippolytus himself seems to have had no such hesitation. He is ever delightedly boasting that he is giving away to the multitude the most sacred secrets of others. It seems to have been his special métier to cry aloud on the housetops what had been whispered in their secret chambers. It was for him a delicious triumph over error, to boast, I have your secret documents, and I am going to publish them. Why, then, should those who came after him hesitate? Surely they were like-minded with Hippolytus, and would have been as delighted as himself in humbling the pride of the hated mystery institutions in the dust. Can it possibly be that they saw far more clearly than he did that quite other deductions might be drawn from his startling revelations? The Nicines. That far other deductions could be drawn from the mystery rites and mystery myths was at any rate the view of a tradition of early Jewish and Christian mystics whom Hippolytus calls Nicines. The claim of these Gnostics was practically that Christianity, or rather the good news of the Christ, was precisely the consummation of the inner doctrine of the mystery institutions of all the nations. The end of them all was the revelation of the mystery of man. It is further to be noticed that these Nicines, who call themselves Gnostics, v. 2, are the very first school of Christian heresy with which Hippolytus deals. He puts them in the forefront of his refutation, as being, presumably, in his opinion, the oldest, or, at any rate, as representing the most ancient form of Christian heresy. Although the name Nicene, Nu Alpha Alpha Sigma Sigma Eta Nu Omicron, is derived from the Hebrew Nash, serpent, Hippolytus does not call them Ophites. Indeed, he reserves the latter name to a body to which he also gives, 8:20, the name Cainites and Nocadi, Nu Omicron Chi Alpha Tau Alpha. Nikaidi, again, from Nachash 305, and considers them of not sufficient importance for further mention. These Nicines possessed many secret books or apocrypha, that is, books kept back from general circulation, and also regarded as authoritative the following scriptures: the Gospel of Perfection, the Gospel of Eve, the Questions of Mary. 306 concerning the offspring of Mary, the Gospel of Philip, the Gospel according to Thomas, and the Gospel according to the Egyptians. all of which point somewhat to an Alexandrian or Egyptian circle. Analysis of Hippolytus' account of the Nicene document. One of their secret misas had fallen into the hands of Hippolytus. It is in the Bishop of Portus quotations from this document that Reitzenstein, pages 81 ff., seeks to discover what he calls the Hellenistic myth of the god Anthropos. His theory is that, by eliminating the Christian citations and thoughts of the Nicene writer, we are face to face with a purely heathen document. The reproduction of their views, as given by Hippolytus 307 falls according to Reitzenstein into three divisions. The first begins with the explanation of the name Nicene, s. 131, 1, c. 139, 1308, and, after giving a few brief headings, ends, s. 134, 8, c. 141, 2, with the statement that the writer of the MS said they had their tradition from James, the brother of the Lord, who had delivered it to Miriam. 3. The third begins, s. 170, 64, c. 178, 1, with another explanation of the name. In both of these parts are found remains of hymns from some liturgical collection. 2. Between I and 2. Lies a longer exposition in which Hippolytus tries to show that the Nicene doctrines are taken from the mysteries, culminating in the assertion that the Nicenes, as a matter of fact, were nothing else than sectaries of the mysteries of the Mother of the Gods, in proof of which he quotes at length from a secret document of their school. Our interest in these quotations, however, is very different from that of Hippolytus, for, as Reitzenstein has now shown, it is manifest on inspection that the Christian quotations and thoughts in this document violently disrupt its underlying continuity, and that they are for the most part easily removable without damage to the sense. With regard to the Old Testament quotations, it is not always so easy to disentangle them from the Hellenistic source, much less from the New Testament quotations. The phenomena, however, presented by them are of such a nature that, in my opinion, there is ample evidence before us that there was a Jewish working over of the matter before it came into the hands of the Christian overwriter. Reitzenstein, however, does not venture so far. Even, then, if we were content with Reitzenstein's analysis only, it is quite clear that the quotations from the Old Testament formed no part of the original. And that we have, therefore, before us what was once a purely heathen text, with Gnostic Christian scholia, or rather overworked by a Christian Gnostic. The original pagan text had, accordingly, been cut up by the Nicene overwriter before ever it came into the hands of Hippolytus. Now, as the Christianized text must have been for some time in private circulation before it reached the library of the Bishop of Portus 309, even if we make no allowance for a Jewish Hellenistic stratum of overwriting. Still, seeing that Hippolytus' own view was that, in the Nicene MS, he had before him a basic document of those whom he regarded as the earliest Christian heretics, it is quite evident that if we were to place the date of the original Hellenistic source in the 1st century, we should not be doing violence even to the ecclesiastical traditional absurdity that Gnosticism first sullied the orthodox purity of the Church only in the reign of Trajan, 96 to 117 A.D., but we will return to the question of date later on. As the whole matter is not only one of considerable interest for the student of our treatises, but also of the greatest importance for the student of the history of Gnosticism, I shall give a translation of Hippolytus' introductory and concluding sections, as well as of the intermediate section which specially concerns us, so that the reader may have a view of the whole medley as it comes to us from the hands of the heresy-hunting bishop. I shall, moreover, proceed a stage further in the analysis of the material of Hippolytus than Reitzenstein has done, and hope, when the evidence has been laid before the reader, to win his assent to what appears to me to be the natural sifting out of the various elements, with resultant phenomena which are of the greatest importance for the history of Gnosticism, and, therefore, of the evolution of Christian dogmatics, and which lead to conclusions that are far too serious to be treated in the short space of a single chapter of our present essay. In the following analysis, H stands for Hippolytus, C for the Christian Gnostic final overwriter, the Nicene whose MS lay before H, J for the Nicene Jewish mystic who preceded C and overworked the original, S for the original heathen Hellenistic source. As H and C are of secondary importance for our immediate inquiry, though of themselves of the greatest value and interest, I shall print them in smaller type. J I shall print in the same type as S. As nearer in contact with S than C, and as being sometimes more difficult to detach from S than from C. The reader, to have the text of Hippolytus before him, must neglect all the critical indications and read straight on. With these brief preliminary indications we will, then, present the reader with a translation of the first section, or introductory part 310 of Hippolytus' exposure or exposition of the Nicene doctrines. Begging him to remember throughout that it is a portrait painted by the hand of one of their bitterest foes. Hippolytus' Introduction. H. The priests and chiefs of this doctrine 311 were first of all those who were called Nicene, so named in Hebrew, in which serpent is called Nos. 312 But subsequently they called themselves Gnostics, pretending that they alone knew the depths. From these many separated themselves and, so, turned the school, which was originally a single one, into numerous sects, setting forth the same ideas in various doctrinal forms, as our argument will show as it advances. These, Nicenes, honor as the Logos, reason, of all universals 313 man, and son of man. This man is male-female, and is called by them Adamus. 314 and they have many intricate 315 hymns in his honor. These hymns, to dispose of them briefly, run somewhat as follows. J. From thee, is, Father, and, through thee 316 Mother, the two immortal names 317 Parents of Aeons, O thou who hast the heaven for thy city, O man of mighty names, 318. H. And they divide him into three, like Georians, 319-4, they say, he has a mental, psychic, and choic aspect, 320 and they think that the Gnosis of 321 this, man, is the beginning of the possibility of knowing God, saying. J. The beginning of perfection, is, the Gnosis of man, but the Gnosis of God is perfected perfection. 322. H. All these, he says 323, mental, psychic, and earthy, descended together into one man, Jesus, born of Mary. And these three men, he says, spake each from their own special essences to their own special folk. For of the universal principles there are three kinds, or races, the angelic, psychic, and earthy. And three churches, angelic, psychic, and earthy named the elect, called, and bound. These are the chief heads from a very large number of doctrines, 324 which, he says, James, the brother of the Lord, handed on to Miriam. 325. But in order that we may put an end to the lying accounts of these impious, heretics, concerning Miriam, and James, and the Saviour himself. 326 Let us come to the initiations from which they get this myth, if you like, to call it so, to the non-Grecian and Grecian, initiations. And let us see how, by combining together the secret mysteries of all the Gentiles which must not be spoken of, and by telling lies about the Christ, they take in those who do not know that these things are the orgies of the Gentiles. Now, since the foundation of their system is man Adamus, and they say it has been written of him, who shall declare his generation? 327, learn how they have taken the undiscoverable and contradictory generation of man and plastered it on the Christ. The material for the recovery of the original Hellenistic document. 1. S. Earth, say the Greeks 328, first brought forth man, bearing a fair gift, desiring to be mother not of plants without feeling, nor of brutes without reason, but of a tamed God-loving life. Difficult is it, H. He says 329, to discover whether it was among the Boeotians that Alcameneus rose from the Caphisian lake as first of men, or whether it was the Idaean Corites, race divine, or the Phrygian Corybantes, whom Helios saw first sprouting forth tree-like. Or whether Arcadia brought forth Pelasgos, first, older than the moon, or Eleusis Diolos, dweller in Rharia, or Lemnos Caberos, fair child of ineffable orgies, 330 or whether Pallene Phlegrean Alcyonius, eldest of giants. The Libyans say that Garamas, 331 rising from parched plains, first picked sweet date of Zeus, while Nilus, making fat the mud of Egypt to this day, H, he says, breeds living things, and renders from damp heat things clothed in flesh. 332. The Assyrians say it was with them Oans, the fish-eater, while the Chaldeans say that it was Adam. 2, J. And this Adam they, the Chaldeans, say was the man that earth produced, a body only, and that he lay breathless, motionless, immovable, like a statue, being an image of that man above. H. Of whom they sing, and brought into existence by the many powers, 333 concerning which there is much detailed teaching. J. In order, then, that the great man from above. C. From whom, as is said, every fatherhood has its name on earth or in the heavens. 334. J. Might be completely brought low, there was given unto him 335 soul also, in order that through the soul the enclosed plasm of the great, most fair, and perfect man might suffer and be chastened. H. For thus they call him. They seek to discover then further what is the soul, and whence, and of what nature, that by entering into man and moving him, it should enslave and chasten the plasm of the perfect man. But they seek this also not from the scriptures, but from the mysteries. 3. S. And they 336 say that soul is very difficult to discover, and hard to understand. For it never remains of the same appearance, or form, or in the same state, so that one can describe it by a general type, 337, or comprehend it by an essential quality. H. These variegated metamorphoses they 338 have laid down in the Gospel, superscribed, according to the Egyptians, 339. S. They are accordingly in doubt. H. Like all the rest of the Gentiles. J. Whether it, sc. The soul, is from the pre-existing, one, or from the self-begotten, or from the streaming chaos. 340. H. And first of all, in considering the triple division of man, they fly for help to the initiations of the Assyrians. For the Assyrians were the first to consider the soul triple and, yet, one. 4. S. Now every nature, H, he says, yearns after soul, one in one way and another in another. For soul is cause of all in Genesis. All things that are sustained and grow, H, he says, need soul. Indeed, no sustenance, H, he says, or growth is possible without the presence of soul. Nay, even stones, H, he says, are ensouled, 341 for they have the power of increase, or growth. And growth could not take place without sustenance, for it is by addition that things which increase grow, and addition is the sustenance of that which is sustained. 342. 5. Now the Assyrians call this, mystery, Adonis, or Endymion. And whenever it is called Adonis, H, he says, it is Aphrodite who is in love with and desires soul so-called. H, and Aphrodite is Genesis according to them. 343. But when Persephone, that is, Kore, is in love with Adonis, soul becomes subject to death, separated from Aphrodite, that is, from Genesis. But if Selene is impassioned of Endymion, and is in love with, formal, beauty, 344 it is the nature of the higher, spaces 345, H, he says, which desires soul. 6 346, but if, H. He says, the mother of the gods emasculate Attis, she, too, regarding him as the object of her love, it is the blessed nature above of the supercosmic and Aeonian, spaces, which calls back the masculine power of soul to herself. 347. H. For man, he says, is male-female. According, then, to this theory of theirs, the intercourse between man and woman is exhibited as most mischievous, and is forbidden according to their teaching. J. For Attis, H. He says, is emasculated, that is, soul is separated, from the earthy parts of the creation, tending, downwards, and ascends in quest of the Aeonian essence above. C. Where, H. He says, is neither male nor female, 348 but a new creature, a new man, who is male-female. H. What they call, above, I will explain when I come to the proper place. And they say that this theory is supported not simply by the myth of Rhea, but also, to put it briefly, by universal creation. Nay, they make out that this is, even, what was said by the word, Logos 349. c. For the invisible 350 things of him, God, namely, his eternal 351 power and Godhead, are clearly seen from the creation of the world, being understood by his things that are made, so that they, men, are without excuse. Because that, though knowing God, they glorified him not as God, nor did they give him thanks, but their non-understanding heart was made foolish. 352. Professing themselves to be wise, they convicted themselves of folly, and changed the glory of the incorruptible God into the likeness of an image of corruptible man, and of birds, and of four-footed beasts, and creeping things. 353. 354. Wherefore also God gave them up to passions of dishonor, for both their females did change their natural use to that which is against nature. And what the natural use is, according to them, we will say later on. c. And likewise also their males, leaving the natural use of the female, burned in their lust for one another, males with males working unseemliness. 355. And unseemliness, according to them, is the first and blessed formless essence, the cause of all forms for things informed. 356. c. And receiving in themselves the recompense of their error which was meet. For in these words which Paul spake is contained, they say, the whole of their hidden and ineffable mystery of the blessed bliss. For what is promised by the right of the bath 357 is nothing else, according to them, than the introduction into unfading bliss of him who, according to them, is washed with living water, and anointed with the chrism that no tongue can declare. 358. 7. And they say that not only the mysteries of the Assyrians and Phrygians substantiate this teaching, Logos, concerning the blessed nature, which is at once hidden and manifest, but also those of the Egyptians. 359. c. 360, the nature, which, he says, is the kingdom of the heavens sought for within man. Concerning which, nature, they hand on a distinct tradition in the Gospel entitled According to Thomas, saying as follows. c. He who seeketh shall find me in children from the age of 7 years. 361, for in them at the 14th year. 362, lit. Aeon, I hidden am made manifest. But this is not Christ's saying but that of Hippocrates. A boy of 7 years, is, half a father. 363. Hence as they place the original nature of the universals in the original seed, having learned the Hippocratian dictum that a child of 7 is half a father, they say at 14 years, according to Thomas, it is manifested. This 364 is their ineffable and mysterious Logos. 365. 8366, sh. At any rate they say that, the Egyptians, who are the most ancient of men after the Phrygians, who at the same time were confessedly the first to communicate to mankind the mystery rites and orgies of all the gods, and to declare their forms and energies, have the mysteries of Isis, holy, venerable, and not to be disclosed to the uninitiated. And these are nothing else than the robbing of the member of Osiris, and its being sought for by the 7-robed and black-mantled 367, goddess. And, they, the Egyptians, say, Osiris is water. 368 and 7-robed nature. Having round her, nay, robing herself in 7 etheric vestures, for thus they 369 allegorically designate the planet stars, calling, their spheres, etheric vestures. Being metamorphosed, as ever-changing Genesis, by the ineffable and uncopyable and incomprehensible and formless, is shown forth as creation. And this is what, he says, is said in the Scripture. 7 times the just shall fall and rise again. 370. For these fallings, he says, are the changes of the stars. 371 set in motion by the mover of all things. 9. Accordingly they 372 declare concerning the essence of the seed which is the cause of all things in Genesis, that it is none of these things, but that it begets and makes all generated things, saying, I become what I will, and am what I am. 373. Therefore, he says, that which moves all is unmoved, for it remains what it is, making all things, and becomes no one of the things produced. He says that, this is the only good. C. And concerning this was spoken what was said by the Saviour. Why callest thou me good? One is good. 374, my Father in the heavens, who maketh his sun to rise on righteous and unrighteous, and sendeth rain on saints and sinners. 375. And who are the saints on whom he sendeth rain and the sinners on whom he also sendeth rain? This also he tells subsequently with the rest. And that, this is the great, hidden, and unknown mystery of the Egyptians, hidden and, yet, revealed. For there is no temple, he says, before the entrance of which the hidden, mystery, does not stand naked, pointing from below above, and crowned with all its fruits of generation. 10, and They say, it stands so symbolized not only in the most sacred temples before the statues, but also set up for general knowledge. C. As it were, a light not under the bushel, but, set, on the candlestick. 376, a preaching, heralded forth on the housetops. 377. On all the roads and in all the streets, and alongside the very houses as a boundary and limit of the dwelling. That, this is the God spoken of by all, for they call him bringer of good, not knowing what they say. And this mystery, symbol, the Greeks got from the Egyptians, and have it, even, to this day. At any rate, he says, we see the Hermes 378 honored by them in this form. 11. And the Selenians, treating, this symbol, with special honor, regard it as the Logos. 379. 4. He says, Hermes is, the Logos, who, as being the interpreter and fabricator of all things that have been and are and shall be, was honored by them under the symbolism of this figure, namely in Epiphanes. And that he, that is Hermes, so symbolized, is conductor and reconductor of souls. 380 and cause of souls, has not escaped the notice of the poets, of the Gentiles, when saying, but Selenian Hermes summoned forth the souls of men mindful. 381. Not the suitors of Penelope, he says, hapless wights, but of those who are roused from sleep, and have their memory restored to them. From what honor and, how great, degree of blessedness. 382. That is, from the blessed man above. Or original man, or Adamus, as they 383 think. They 384 have been thus brought down into the plasm of clay, in order that they may be enslaved to the demiurge of this creation. Escaldeos 385. A fiery god, fourth in number, for thus they call the demiurge and father of this special cosmos. 386. 13. And he 387 holds a rod in his hands. Beautiful, golden, and with it he spellbinds the eyes of men. Whomsoever he would, and wakes them again too from sleep. 388. This, he says, is he who alone hath the power of life and death. 389. Concerning him it is written, thou shalt shepherd them with a rod of iron. 390. But the poet, he says, wishing to embellish the incomprehensibility of the blessed nature of the Logos, bestowed upon him a golden instead of an iron rod. He spellbinds the eyes of the dead, he says, and wakes them again too from sleep, those who are waked from sleep and become mindful. 391. C. Concerning them the scripture saith, awake thou that sleepest, and rise, and Christ will give thee light. 392. This is the Christ, the Son of Man, he says, expressed in all who are born from the Logos, whom no expression can express. This, H, he says, is the great ineffable mystery of the Eleusinian, High Chi, 393. J, and that, H, he says, all things have been put under him, this too has been said, into all the earth hath gone forth their sound, 394. 14, S. And, Hermes leads them, moving his rod, and they follow, squeaking, 395, the souls in a cluster. As the poet hath shown in the following image. But as when bats into some awesome cave's recess fly squeaking, should one from out the cluster fall down from the rock, they cling to one another. 396. J, the rock, H, he says, means Adamus. This, H, he says, is the cornerstone. C, that hath become the head of the corner. 397 For in the head is the expressive brain. 398 Of the essence, from which, brain, every fatherhood. 399 has its expression. J, which I insert in the foundation of Zion. 400. By this, H, he says, he 401 means, allegorically, the plasm of man. For the Adamus who is inserted is the inner man, and the foundations of Zion are 402, the teeth, the fence of the teeth, as Homer says, the wall and palisade 403 in which is the inner man, fallen into it from the primal man. The Adamus above, the stone, cut without hands, 404 cutting it, and brought down into the plasm of forgetfulness, the earthy, clay, plasm. 15, S. And, H, he says that, they followed him squeaking 405, the souls, the logos. Thus they went squeaking together, and he led them on. Hermes, the guileless, down the dark ways, 406. That is, H. He says, he led them, into the eternal lands free from all guile. For where, H, he says, went they? 16, they passed by the streams of ocean, and by the white rock. By the gates of the sun, and the people of dreams, 407. For he, H. he says, is ocean, birth-causing of gods and birth-causing of men, 408, flowing and ebbing forever, now up and now down. J, when ocean flows down, H, he says, it is the birth-causing of men. And when it flows up towards the wall and palisade, and the white rock, it is the birth-causing of gods. This, H. he says, is what is written. I have said ye are gods and all sons of the highest. 409, if ye hasten to flee from Egypt and get you beyond the Red Sea into the desert. That is, from the intercourse below to the Jerusalem above, who is the mother of the living. 410, but if ye turn back again into Egypt, that is, to the intercourse below, ye shall die like men. 411. 4, H. he says, all the generation below is subject to death, but the birth, begotten above is superior to death. C, for from water alone, that is, spirit, is begotten the spiritual, man, not the fleshly, the lower, man, is fleshly. That is, H. he says, what is written, that which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the spirit is spirit. 412. H, this is their 413 spiritual birth. J, this, H. he says, is the great Jordan, which, flowing downwards and preventing the sons of Israel from going forth out of Egypt, or from the intercourse below. H, for Egypt is the body, according to them. J. was turned back by Jesus. 414 and made to flow upwards. H, following after these and such like follies, these most wonderful Gnostics, discoverers of a new grammatical art, imagine that their prophet Homer showed forth these things arcanely. And, introducing those who are not initiated into the sacred scriptures into such notions, they make a mock of them. And they say that he who says that all things are from one, is in error, but, he who says they are from three is right, and will furnish proof of the first principles, of things. 415. J, 41, H. he says, is the blessed nature of the blessed man above, Adamus, and one is the nature, below, which is subject to death, and one is the race without a king 416 which is born above, where, he says, is Miriam the sought for, and Jothar the great sage, and Sephra the seeing, and Moses whose begetting is not in Egypt, for sons were born to him in Madiam. 417. And this, he says, also did not escape the notice of the poets, all things were threefold divided, and each received his share of honor. 418. C. For the greatnesses, he says, needs must be spoken, but so spoken by all everywhere, that hearing they may not hear, and seeing they may not see. 419. J. For unless, he says, the greatnesses 420 were spoken, the cosmos would not be able to hold together. These are the three more than mighty words, logoi kolokau, solosau, zezer, kolokau, the logos, above, atomus, solosau, the logos, below, zezer, the Jordan flowing upwards. 421. 17422, s. He says, is the male-female man in all, whom the ignorant call three-bodied Geriants, earth-flower, as though flowing from the earth. For 23 while the Greek, Theology, generally call him the heavenly horn of men, for 24 because he has mixed and mingled 425 all things with all. See, for all things, he says, were made through him, and without him no one thing was made that was made. In him is life. 426. This, he says, is life, the ineffable race of perfect men, which was unknown to former generations. And that nothing, 427 which hath been made, without him, is the special cosmos. 428 For the latter hath been made without him by the third and fourth ruler. 429. J. This 430, he says, is the drinking vessel, the cup in which the king drinketh and divineth. 431. This, he says, was found hidden in the fair seed of Benjamin. 18, s. The Greeks also speak of it, he says, with inspired tongue, as follows. Bring water, bring me wine, boy. Give me to drink, and sink me in slumber. 432. My cup tells me of what race I must be born. Speaking with silence unspeaking. 433. See, this, he says, would be sufficient alone if men would understand, the cup of Anacreon speaking forth speechlessly the ineffable mystery. J. 4, He says, Anacreon's cup is speechless, inasmuch as it tells him, says Anacreon, with speechless sound of what race he must be born. C. That is, spiritual, not carnal. J. If he hear the hidden mystery in silence. C. And this is the water at those fair nuptials which Jesus turned and made wine. This, he says, is the great and true beginning of the signs which Jesus wrought in Cana of Galilee, and made manifest his kingship, or kingdom, of the heavens. 434. This, he says, is the kingship, or kingdom, of the heavens within us. For 35 stored up as a treasure. For 36 as leaven hid in 3 measures of flour. For 37. 19438, s. This is, he says, the great ineffable mystery of the Samothracians. C. Which it is lawful for the perfect alone to know, that is, he says, for us. J. For the Samothracians, in the mysteries which are solemnest among them, explicitly hand on the tradition that this Adam is the man original. S. Moreover, for 39 in the initiation temple of the Samothracians stand 2 statues of naked men, with both hands raised to heaven and ithyphallic, like the statue of Hermes in Silene. 440. J. The statues aforesaid are images of the man original. 441. C. And, also, of the regenerated 442 spiritual, man, in all things of like substance with that man. This, he says, is what was spoken by the Saviour. If ye do not drink my blood and eat my flesh, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of the heavens. 443. But even if ye drink, he says, the cup which I drink for 44 where I go, there ye cannot come. 445. For he knew, he says, of which nature each of his disciples is, and that it needs must be that each of them should go to his own nature. For from the 12 tribes, he says, he chose 12 disciples, and through them he spake to every tribe. 446. On this account, he says, all have not heard the preachings of the 12 disciples, and even if they hear, they cannot receive them. For the preachings, which are not according to their nature, are contrary to it. 20. This man, he says, the Thracians who dwell round Hamos call Charybdis for 47, and the Phrygians in like manner with the Thracians. For taking the source of his descent from the head above. 448. And from the expressive brain. 449. And passing through all the sources of all things beneath, how and in what manner he descends we do not understand. This is, he says, what was spoken. His voice we heard, but his form we have not seen. 450. 4. He says, the voice of him, when he hath been delegated and expressed, is heard, but the form that descended from above, from the inexpressible, man, what it is, no one knows. It is in the earthy plasm, but no one has knowledge of it. This, man, he says, is he who inhabiteth the flood. 451 according to the Psalter, who cries and calls from many waters. 452. The many waters, he says, are the manifold genesis of men subject to death, from which he shouts and calls to the inexpressible man, saying, Save my thy, alone begotten from the lions. 453. To this, man, he says, it hath been spoken. Thou art my son, O Israel. 454 Fear not, shouldst thou pass through rivers, they shall not engulf thee, shouldst thou pass through fire, it shall not consume thee. 455. By rivers, he says, he 456 means the moist essence of Genesis, and by fire, the impulse and desire towards Genesis. And, thou art mine, fear not. 457. And again he 458 says, if a mother forget her children so as not to take pity on them or give them suck, then, I too will forget you. 459, saith Adamus, he says, to his own men. Nay, even if a woman shall forget them, I will not forget you. Upon my hands have I graven you. 460. And concerning his ascent. See, that is, his regeneration in order that he may be born spiritual, not fleshly. The scripture saith, he says, lift up the gates, ye who are rulers of you, and be ye lift up ye everlasting gates, and the King of glory shall come in. 461. This is a wonder of wonders. For who, he says, is this King of glory? 462 A worm. 463 And no man, the scorn of men, and the contempt of the people. 464 He is the King of glory, the mighty in war. 465. By war, he 466 means the war in the body, for the plasm is compounded of warring elements, as it is written, he says. Remember the war that is, warred, in the body. 467. This, he says, is the entrance, and this is the gate, which Jacob saw, when he journeyed into Mesopotamia. 468. See which is the passing from childhood to puberty and manhood. That is, it was made known to him who journeyed into Mesopotamia. And Mesopotamia, he says, is the stream of great ocean flowing from the middle of the perfect man. And he 469 marveled at the heavenly gate, saying, how terrible is this place! This is naught else than the house of God, this is the gate of heaven. 470. See, on this account, he says, Jesus saith, I am the true door. 471. And he 472 who says these things is, he says, the one, from the inexpressible man, expressed from above. C. As the perfect man. The not perfect man, therefore, cannot be saved unless he be regenerated passing through this gate. 21. S. This same man, H, he says, the Phrygians call also Papa, 473, for he conned 474 all things which, prior to his own manifestation, were in disorderly and inharmonious movement. For the name Papa, H, he says, is the sound of all things together in heaven, and on earth, and beneath the earth, saying, calm, 475, the discord of the cosmos. C. And, make peace for them that are far, that is, the material and earthy, and peace for them that are near, 476, that is, the spiritual and knowing and perfect men. 22. S. The Phrygians call him also dead, when buried in the body as though in a tomb or sepulchre. See, this, H, he says, is what is said. Ye are whited sepulchres, filled, H. He says, within with bones of the dead, 477 for man, the living, 1, 478 is not in you. And again he says, the dead shall leap forth from their graves, 479. That is, from their earthy bodies, regenerated spiritual, not fleshly. This, H, he says, is the resurrection which takes place through the gate of the heavens, through which all those who do not pass, H, he says, remain dead. S. The same Phrygians again call this very same man, after the transformation, God, or a god. 480. C. For he becomes, H, he says, God when, rising from the dead, through such a gate, he shall pass into heaven. This is the gate, H. He says, which Paul, the apostle, knew, setting it ajar in a mystery, and saying that he was caught up by an angel and came to the second, nay the third heaven, into paradise itself, and saw what he saw, and heard ineffable words, which it is not lawful for man to utter. 481. These, H, he says, are the mysteries, ineffable, yet, spoken of by all. Which also we speak, yet, not in words taught of human wisdom, but in words taught of spirit, comparing things spiritual with spiritual things. But the psychic man receiveth not the things of God's Spirit, for they are foolishness unto him. 482. And these, H, he says, are the ineffable mysteries of the Spirit which we alone know. Concerning these, H, he says, the Saviour said, no one is able to come to me, unless my heavenly Father draw him. 483. For it is exceedingly difficult, H, he says, to receive and accept this great ineffable mystery. And again, H, he says, the Saviour said, not every one that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of the heavens, but he who doeth the will of my Father who is in the heavens. 484. Which will they must do, and not here only, to enter into the kingdom of the heavens. And again he said, H, he says, the tax gatherers and harlots go before you into the kingdom of the heavens. 485. For by tax gatherers, tau epsilon lambda nu alpha iota, are meant, H, he says, those who receive the consummations. 486, tau lambda eta, of the universal principles, and we, H, he says, are the tax gatherers. 487, upon whom the consummations of the eons have come. 488. For the consummations, H, he says, are the seeds disseminated into the cosmos from the inexpressible, man, by means of which the whole cosmos is consummated, for by means of these also it began to be. And this, H, he says, is what is said. The sower went forth to sow. And some, seeds, fell by the wayside, and were trodden under foot, and others on stony places, and they sprang up, H, he says, but because they had no depth, they withered and died. Others, H, he says, fell on the fair and good ground, and brought forth fruit, one 100, another 60, and another 30. He who hath, H, he says, ears to hear, let him hear. 489. That is, H, He says, no one has been a hearer of these mysteries, save only the Gnostic, perfect, man. This, he says, is the fair and good ground, of which Moses saith, I will bring you into a fair and good land, into a land flowing with milk and honey for 90. This, he says, is the honey and milk, by tasting which the perfect, men, become free from all rule for 91 and share in the fullness. This, he says, is the fullness whereby all things that are generated both are and are fulfilled from the ingenerable, man. 23, s. This same, man, is called by the Phrygians unfruitful. C. For he is unfruitful as long as he is fleshly and works the work of the flesh. This, he says, is what is said. Every tree that beareth not good fruit, is cut down and cast into the fire for 92. For these, fruits, he says, are the logic for 93 living men only who pass through the third gate. 494. J, at any rate they 495 say. If ye have eaten dead things and made living ones, what will ye make if ye eat living things? 496. And by living things, they mean logoi and minds and men, the pearls of that inexpressible man, cast into the plasm below. 497. See, this is what he saith, he says. Cast not the holy thing to the dogs nor the pearls to the swine. 498. For they say that the work of swine is the intercourse of man with woman. 24499, s. This same, man, he says, the Phrygians also call Aipolos, 500 not because, he says, he feeds she-goats and he-goats, as the c. Psychics 501, interpret the name, but because, he says, he is Aipolos, that is, always turning, Aipolin, 502 revolving and driving round the whole cosmos in, its, revolution, for polion is to turn and change things. Hence, he says, all call the two centers 503 of heaven poles. And the poet also, he says, when he says, hither there comes and there goes, Politai, old man of the sea, whose words are e'er true, Egypt's undying Proteus. 504. By Politai, he does not mean, he is put on sale, 505 but, he turns about, or comes and goes, there, as though it were, he spins, and goes round. And the cities in which we live, in that we turn about and circulate in them, are called polis. Thus, he says, the Phrygians call Aipolos this, man, who turns all things at all times all ways, and changes them into things kin. 25, the Phrygians, moreover, he says, call him fruitful. J, for, he says. Many more are the children of the desolate, woman, than of her who hath her husband. 506. C. That is, the regenerated, deathless, and ever-continuing, children, are many, although few are they, thus, generated, but the fleshly, he says, all perish, though many are they, thus, generated. C. For this cause, he says. Rachel bewailed her children, and would not, he says, be comforted weeping over them, for she knew, he says, that they are not. 507. J. And Jeremiah also laments the Jerusalem below, not the city in Phoenicia. 508 but the generation below, which is subject to destruction. C. For Jeremiah also, he says, knew the perfect man, regenerated from water and spirit, not fleshly. J. At any rate the same Jeremiah said. He is man, and who shall know him? 509. See, thus, he says, the knowledge of the perfect man is deep and hard to comprehend. J. For, the beginning of perfection, he says, is gnosis of man, but gnosis of God is perfect perfection. 510. 26, s. And the Phrygians, he says, call him also, plucked green wheatear. And after the Phrygians the Athenians, so designate him, when, in the secret rites at Eleusis, they show those who receive in silence the final initiation therein to the great. C. And marvelous and most perfect. S. Apoptic mystery, a plucked wheat ear. 511. And this wheat ear is also with the Athenians the light giver. 512. C. Perfect, and mighty. J. From the inexpressible. S. As the Hierophant himself, not emasculated like the Attis, 513, but made eunuch with hemlock juice. C. And divorced from all fleshly generation. S. In the night, at Eleusis, solemnizing the great ineffable mysteries, when the bright light streams forth, 514 shouts and cries aloud, saying, Our Lady hath brought forth a holy son, Brimo, hath given birth, to Brimos. That is, the strong to the strong. 27, J. And, Our Lady, H, he says, is the Genesis. C, the spiritual, heavenly, Genesis. J, above. And the strong is he who is thus generated. For it is the mystery called Eleusis and Anactorian, Eleusis, because we see the spiritual. J, come 515 from above, streaming down from Adamus, for Eleusesthai, H, he says, is to come, and Anactorian, from Anagesthai, leading back, that is 516, from returning, 517 above. 518. This return, H, he says, is that of which those who are initiated into the great mysteries of the Eleusinias speak. 28, S. And the law is that after they have been initiated into the little mysteries, they should be further initiated into the great. For greater deaths do greater lots obtain. 519. The little, H, he says, are the mysteries of Persephone below, concerning which mysteries and the way leading therein. C. Being broad and wide. Taking, men, to Persephone, the poet also speaks. Beneath this there is another path death-cold, hollow and clayey. But this 520 is best to lead. To grove delightsome of far-honored Aphrodite. 521. These 522 are, H. He says, the little mysteries. C. Those of the fleshly generation. S. And after men have been initiated into them, they should cease for a little, and become initiated in the great. C. Heavenly mysteries. S. For they to whom the deaths in them 523 are appointed, receive greater lots. J. For this mystery, H, he says, is the gate of heaven, and this is the house of God, where the good God dwells alone, into which house, H, he says, no impure man shall come. C. No psychic, no fleshly man. J. But it is kept under watch for the spiritual alone. Where when they come, they must cast away their garments, and all become bridegrooms, obtaining their true manhood. 524 through the virginal spirit. For this, H, he says, is the virgin big with child, conceiving and bearing a son. 525. C. Not psychic, not fleshly, but a blessed aeon of eons. 526. Concerning these mysteries, H, he says, the Saviour hath explicitly said that narrow and strait is the way that leadeth to life, and few are they who enter it. But broad and wide is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many are they who journey thereby. 527. S.528. Moreover, also, the Phrygians say that the father of holes. 529 is Amygdalos. 530. J. No, ordinary, tree. 531, H, he says. But that he is that Amygdalos the pre-existing, who having in himself the perfect fruit, as it were, throbbing. 532 and moving in his depth, he tore asunder. 533 his womb, and gave birth to his own son. 534. C. The invisible, unnameable, and ineffable, one, of whom we tell. 535. S. For Amyxai. 536 is, as it were, to break and cut open, just as, h. He says, in the case of inflamed bodies and those which have some internal tumor, when physicians lance them, they speak of amychas, 537. Thus, h. He says, the Phrygians call him amygdalos. C. From whom proceeded and was born the invisible. Through whom all things were made, and without whom nothing was made, 538. 30. S. The Phrygians also say that that which is generated from him is Syrictes. 539. J. For that which is generated is spirit in harmony. 540. C. For God, h. He says, is spirit. 541. Wherefore he says, neither in this mountain do the true worshippers worship, nor in Jerusalem, but in spirit. 542. For the worship of the perfect, men, h. He says, is spiritual, not fleshly. J. And spirit, h. He says, is there where both Father and Son are named, generated there from him. 543 and the Father. S. He 544, h. He says, is the many-named, myriad-eyed, incomprehensible, whom every nature desires, some one way, some another. J. This, h. He says, is the word 545 of God, which is the word of announcement of the great power. Wherefore it shall be sealed, and hidden, and concealed, stored in the habitation, where the root of the universals has its foundation. Of eons, powers, intelligences, gods, angels, spirits delegate, existing non-existences. Generated ingenerables, comprehensible incomprehensibles, years, months, days, hours, of the boundless point, from which the most minute begins to increase by parts. 546. For h. He says, the point which is nothing and is composed of nothing, though partless, will become by means of its own thought a greatness. 547 beyond our own comprehension. See, this point, h. He says, is the kingdom of the heavens, the grain of mustard seed. 548 the partless point, the first existing for the body, which no one, h. He says, knows save the spiritual, men, alone. J. This, h. He says, is what is said. They are neither words nor languages whereby their 549 sounds are heard. 550. H. These things, then, which are said and done by all men, they thus interpret offhand to their peculiar theory, nu omicron nu, pretending that they are all done with a spiritual meaning. For which cause also they 551 say that the performers in the theatres, they, too, neither say nor do anything without design. 552. S. For example, h. He says, when the people assemble in the theatres, and a man comes on the stage, clad in a robe different from all others, with lute 553 in hand on which he plays, and thus chants the great mysteries. Not knowing what he says. 554. Whether blessed child of Kronos, or of Zeus, or of great Rhea. Hail, Attis, thou mournful song. 555 of Rhea. Assyrians call thee thrice longed for Adonis. All Egypt calls thee Osiris. The wisdom of Hellas names thee Man's heavenly horn. The Samothracians call thee August Adama. The Haemonians, Charybdis. The Phrygians name thee Papa sometimes. At times again dead, or God. 556 or unfruitful. Or Ipolos, or green reaped. 557 wheatear. Or the fruitful that Amygdalos brought forth. Man, piper. Attis. H. He, S. says that this is the Attis of many forms of whom they, NN, in H.'s opinion, sing as follows. S. Of Attis will I sing, of Rhea's, beloved. Not with the boomings 558 of bells. Nor with the deep-toned 559 pipe of Idaean Curetes. But I will blend my psalm with Phoebus' music of the lyre. Evoi. Evan, for, thou art, Pan, thou, Bacchus, art. And shepherd of bright stars. Hippolytus' conclusion. H. For these and such like reasons these, Nasines, frequent what are called the mysteries of the Great Mother, believing that they obtain the clearest view of the universal mystery from the things done in them. For they have nothing beyond the mysteries therein enacted except that they are not emasculated. Their sole accomplishment, however, is the business of the eunuch, for they most severely and vigilantly enjoin to abstain, as though emasculated, from intercourse with women. And the rest of their business, as we have stated at length, they carry out just like the eunuchs. And they honor nothing else but Nas, 560 being called Nasini. And Nas is the serpent. J.561, from whom, H. He says, are all those things called Naas 562 under heaven, from Nas. To that Nas alone every shrine and every rite of initiation and every mystery, H, he says, is dedicated. And, in general, no initiation can be found under heaven in which a Naas does not play a part, and, also, the Nas in it, from which it has got the name of Naas. H, moreover, they say that, the serpent is the moist essence. H. Just as, did, also Thales the Milesian 563. J, and, H, that, not at all of existing things, immortal or mortal, animate or inanimate, can hold together without him. And they say, H, that, all things are subject to him, and, H. That, he is good, and has all things in him as in, the horn of the one-horned bull. 564 so that he distributes beauty and bloom to all that exist according to each one's nature and peculiarity, as though permeating all, just as, the river, proceeding forth out of Eden and dividing itself into four sources, 565. H. And they say that Eden is his brain, as though it were bound and constricted in its surrounding vestures like heavens, while paradise they consider to be the man as far as his head only. This river, then, coming forth out of Eden, H. That is, from his brain, is divided into four streams. And the name of the first river is called Phison. This is that which encircles all the land of Evelet, there where is the gold, and the gold of that land is fair. There too is the ruby and the green stone, 566. This, H, he says, is his eye, by its dignity and colors bearing witness to what is said. The name of the second river is Gion. This is that which encircles all the land of Ethiopia, 567. This, H. He says, is, his organ of, hearing, for it is labyrinth-like. And the name of the third is Tigris. This is that which flows the opposite way to the Assyrians, 568. This, H, he says, is, his organ of, smell, for the current of it is very rapid. And it flows the opposite way to the Assyrians, because after the breath is breathed out, on breathing in again, the breath that is drawn in from without, from the air, comes in more rapidly, and with greater force. For this, H. He says, is the nature of respiration. And the fourth river, is, Euphrates, 569. This, H, they say, is, the mouth, through which by the utterance of prayer and entrance of food, the C. Spiritual, perfect, man is rejoiced, and nourished and expressed. 570. This, river, H, he says, is the water above the firmament. 571. C, concerning which, H. He says, the Saviour hath said. If thou hadst known who it is who asketh, thou wouldst have asked from him, in return, and he would have given thee to drink of living water bubbling. 4th, 572. J, to this water, H. He says, every nature comes, each selecting its own essence, and from this water there comes to each nature what is proper, to it, H, he says, more surely than iron to magnet. 573 and gold to the bone. 574 of the sea hawk, and chaff to amber. C. And if any man, H, he says, is blind from birth, 575 and hath not seen the true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world, 576, let him see again through us, and let him see as it were through. J. 577, Paradise, planted with trees and all kinds of seeds, the water flowing amid all the trees and seeds, and, then, shall he see that from one and the same water the olive selects and draws oil, and the vine wine. And each of the rest of the trees according to its kind. But, he says, that man is of no honor in the world, though of great honor, in heaven, betrayed, 578 by those who know not to those who know him not, being accounted as a drop from a cask, 579. But we, he says, c. are the spiritual men, who choose for ourselves from c. the living water, the Euphrates, that flows through the midst of Babylon, what is proper, to each of us, journeying through the true gate. C. which is Jesus the Blessed. And of all men we alone are Christians, 580 accomplishing the mystery at the third gate. J. and being anointed with the ineffable chrism from the horn, 581 like David, was, not from the flask 582 of clay, like Saul. C. who was fellow citizen with an evil demon of fleshly desire. These things, then, we have set down as a few out of many. For innumerable are the attempts of their folly, silly and crazy. But since we have, to the best of our ability, exposed their unknowable gnosis, it seems best to set down the following also. This is a psalm which they have improvised, by means of which they fancy they thus sing the praises of all the mysteries of their error. 583. J.584, first, was there, mind the generative 585 law of all, 586. Second to the firstborn was liquid chaos. Third soul through toil received the law. Wherefore, with a dear S587 forms surrounding her, she labors at her task beneath death's rule. Now, holding sway, 588 she sees the light. And now, cast into piteous plight, she weeps. Now she weeps, and now rejoices. Now she weeps, and now is judged. Now is judged, and now she dieth. Now is born, with no way out for her, in misery. She enters in her wandering the labyrinth of ills. C. And Jesus 589 said, O Father, see. Behold, the struggle still of ills on earth. Far from thy breath 590 away she 591 wanders. She seeks to flee the bitter chaos 592. And knows not how she shall pass through. Wherefore, send me, O Father. Seals in my hands, I will descend. Through eons universal will I make a path. Through mysteries all I'll open up a way. And forms of gods will I display, 593. The secrets of the holy path I will hand on. And call them Gnosis. 594. Conclusion of analysis. All this may have seemed, quite naturally, contemptible foolishness to the theological prejudices of our worthy Church Father. But it is difficult for me, even in the 20th century, not to recognize the beauty of this fine mystic hymn, and I hope it may be equally difficult for at least some of my readers. But to return to the consideration of our much overwritten source. This source is plainly a commentary, or elaborate paraphrase, of the recitation ode, Whether, Blessed Child of Kronos, which comes at the end, section 30, and not, as we should expect, at the beginning, and has probably been displaced by Hippolytus. It is an exegetically commentary written from the standpoint of the Anthropos theory of the mysteries. Originally Chaldean, the Aeon-Doctrine. This commentary seems for the most part to run on so connectedly, that we can almost persuade ourselves that we have most of it before us, the lacunae being practically insignificant. Paragraphs 6 and 7s. However, are plainly misplaced, and sections 17 and 18s, also as evidently break the connection. 595. The Hellenist Commentator. The writer is transparently a man learned in the various mystery rites, and his information is of the greatest possible importance for a study of this exceedingly obscure subject from an historical standpoint. With section 8s, and the Egyptian mystery doctrine, we come to what is of peculiar interest for our present Trismegistic studies. Osiris is the heavenly man, the Logos. Not only so, but in straightest connection with this tradition we have an exposition of the Hermes doctrine, set forth by a system of allegorical interpretations of the Bible of Hellas, the poems of the Homeric cycle. Here we have the evidence in Krasya Thoth equals Osiris equals Hermes, a Hermes of the Greek wisdom, as the recitation ode phrases it, and a doctrine which H, basing himself on the commentator, section 10, squarely asserts the Greeks got from Egypt. Nor is it without importance for us that in closest connection with Hermes there follow the apparently misplaced sections 17 and 18, dealing with the heavenly horn, or drinking horn, of the Greek wisdom, and the cup of Anacreon, with which we may compare the crater, mixing bowl or cup, in which, according to Plato's Timaeus, the Creator mingled and mixed the elements and souls, and also the spiritual cup of the mind in our Trismegistic treatise, the crater or monas, ch. 4. v. But above all things is it astonishing that we should find the commentator in S. Quoting, section 9, a logos from a document which, as we have shown in the note appended to the passage, is in every probability a Trismegistic treatise of the Poemandres type. The Jewish and Christian overwriters. This commentary S. was worked over by a Jewish Hellenistic mystic J, whose general ideas and method of exegesis are exactly paralleled by those of Philo. In my opinion, he was a contemporary of that period and a member of one of those communities whom Philo classes generally as therapeut. He was, moreover, not a worshipper of the serpent, but a worshipper of that glorious reality symbolized as the serpent of wisdom, and this connects him with initiation into Egypto-Chaldean or Chaldeo-Egyptian mysteries. These he finds set forth allegorically in the prophetical scriptures of his race. His quotations from the LXX show him to be, like Philo, an Alexandrian Hellenistic Jew. The LXX was his Targum. J, again, was overwritten by C. A Christian Gnostic, no enemy of either J or S, but one who claimed that he and his were the true realizers of all that had gone before. He is somewhat boastful, but yet recognizes that the Christ doctrine is not an innovation but a consummation. The phenomena presented by the New Testament quotations of C are, in my opinion, of extraordinary interest, especially his quotations from or parallels with the fourth Gospel. His quotations from or parallels with the Synoptics are almost of the same nature as those of Justin. He is rather dealing with memoirs of the Apostles than with verbatim quotations from our stereotyped Gospels. His parallels with the fourth Gospel also seem to me to open up the question as to whether or no he is in touch with sources of that Johannine document. On top of all our strata and deposits, we have, to continue the metaphor of excavation, and if it be not thought somewhat uncharitable, the refutatory rubbish of Hippolytus, which need no longer detain us here. I would, therefore, suggest that C. is to be placed somewhere about the middle of the 2nd century AD. J is contemporary with Philo, say the first quarter of the 1st century AD. The pagan commentator of S is prior to J. Say somewhere in the last half of the 1st century B. C, while the recitation ode is still earlier, and can therefore be placed anywhere in the early Hellenistic period, the termini being thus 300 to 50 B. C.596. And if the redactor or commentator in S is to be placed somewhere in the last half of the 1st century BC, and this is, of course, taking only the minimum of liberty, then the Poemandres type of our literature, which J. quotes as scripture, must, in its original Greek form, be placed back of that, say at least in the first half of the 1st century BC, as a moderate estimate. 597. If those dates are not proved, I am at any rate fairly confident they cannot be disproved. Zosimus and the Anthropos doctrine. That, moreover, the Anthropos doctrine, to the spirit of which the whole commentary of R.S. exegete is accommodated, was also fundamental with the adherents of the Trismegistic tradition, may be clearly seen from the interesting passage, which we give in the fragments at the end of the 3rd volume, of Zosimus. A member of what Reitzenstein calls the Poemandres community, who flourished somewhere at the end of the 3rd and beginning of the 4th century A.D. 598. The sources of Zosimus for the Anthropos doctrine, he tells us, are, in addition to the books of Hermes, certain translations into Greek and Egyptian of books containing traditions, mystery traditions, presumably, of the Chaldeans, Parthians, Medes, and Hebrews on the subject. This statement is of the very first importance for the history of Gnosticism as well as for appreciating certain elements in Trismegisticism. Though the indication of this literature is vague, it nevertheless mentions 4 factors as involved in the Hebrew tradition. The Gnostic Hebrews, as we should expect, were handing on elements from Chaldean, Parthian, and Median traditions. Translations of these books were to be found scattered throughout Egypt, and especially in the Great Library at Alexandria. There is, in my opinion, no necessity precisely, with Reitzenstein, page 106, n. 6, to designate these books the Ptolemaic books, and so to associate them with a notice found in the apocryphal 8th Book of Moses, where, together with that of the Archangelic Book of Moses, there is mention of the 5th book of the Ptolemaic books, described as a book of multifarious wisdom under the title One and All, and containing the account of the Genesis of fire and darkness. 599. Another source of Zosimus was the Pinax of Bedos or Biddies, of whom we shall treat in considering the information of Jamblichus. From all of these indications we are assured that there was already in the 1st centuries BC a well-developed Hellenistic doctrine of the descent of man from the man above, and of his return to that heavenly state by his mastery of the powers of the cosmos. Philo of Alexandria on the man doctrine. This date is further confirmed by the testimony of Philo, c. 30b.c.45 AD. For, quoting the verse, "We are all sons of one man," 600 he addresses those who are companions of wisdom and knowledge as those who are sons of one and the same Father, no mortal father, but an immortal sire, the man of God, who being the reason, logos, of the eternal, is of necessity himself eternal. 601. And again, a little further on. And if a man should not as yet have the good fortune to be worthy to be called Son of God, let him strive manfully to set himself in order. 602 according to his firstborn reason, Logos, the oldest angel, who is as though it were the angel chief of many names. For he is called Dominion, and Name of God, and Reason, and Man after his likeness, and seeing Israel. And for this reason I was induced a little before to praise the principles of those who say, we are all sons of one man. For even if we have not yet become fit to be judged sons of God, we may at any rate be sons of his eternal likeness, his most holy reason, Logos, for reason, the eldest of all angels, is God's likeness, or image. 603. Thus Philo gives us additional proof, if more were needed, for the full anthropos doctrine was evidently fundamental in his circle, that is to say, in the thought atmosphere of the Hellenistic theology, or the religio-philosophy, or theosophy of his day, the beginning of the 1st century A.D. This date alone is sufficient for our purpose. But it is not too bold a statement even to say that the man mystery was a fundamental concept of the brilliant period of the Hellenistic syncretism which succeeded to the founding of Alexandria, the period of the expansion of Hellas beyond her national borders. In other words, her birth into the greater world. It is enough to know that the mystery was hidden and yet revealed in the shadow garments of Chaldean, Babylonian, Magian, Phoenician, Hebrew, Egyptian, Phrygian, Thracian, and Greek mystery traditions. It was, in brief, fundamental in all such wisdom shows, and necessarily so, for it was the Christ mystery. 8. Philo of Alexandria and the Hellenistic Theology. Concerning Philo and his method. Seeing that a study of the Trismegistic literature is essentially a study in Hellenistic theology, no introduction to this literature would be adequate which did not insist upon the utility of a careful review of the writings of Philo, the famous Jewish Hellenist of Alexandria, and which did not point to the innumerable parallels which are traceable between the basic principles of the Jewish philosopher-mystic and the main ideas embodied in our tractates. To do this, however, in detail would require a volume, and as we are restricted to the narrow confines of a chapter, nothing but a few general outlines can be sketched in The major part of our space being reserved for a consideration of what Philo has to say of the logos, or divine reason of things, the central idea of his cosmos. In perusing the voluminous writing 604 of our witness, the chief point on which we would insist at the very outset, is that we are not studying a novel system devised by a single mind, we are not even face to face with a new departure in method. But that the writings of our Alexandrian 605 came at the end of a line of predecessors. True that Philo is now, owing to the preservation of his writings, by far the most distinguished of such writers, but he follows in their steps. His method of allegorical interpretation is no new invention. 606 Least of all is his theology. In brief, Philo is first and foremost an apologist. His writings are a defense of the Jewish myths and prophetic utterances, interpreted allegorically, in terms not of Hellenic philosophy proper, but rather of Hellenistic theology, that is, of philosophy theologized, or of theology philosophized. In other words, in the language of the current cultured Alexandrian religio-philosophy of his day. As Edersheim, in his admirable article 607 says, speaking of this blend of the faith of the synagogue with the thinking of Greece, it can scarcely be said that in the issue the substance and spirit were derived from Judaism, the form from Greece. Rather does it often seem as if the substance had been Greek and only the form Hebrew. But here Edersheim seems to be not sufficiently alive to the fact that the Greek thinking was already in Hellenistic circles strongly theologized and firmly wedded to the ideas of apocalypsis and revelation. How, indeed, could it have been otherwise in Egypt, in the face of the testimony of our present work? Philo, then, does but follow the custom among the cultured of his day when he treats the stories of the patriarchs as myths, and the literally intractable narratives as the substance of an ethical mythology. It was the method of the religio-philosophy of the time, which found in allegorical interpretation the antidote of impiety, and by its means unveiled the supposed undermeaning, pi nu iota alpha, of the myths. The importance of Philo, then, lies not so much in his originality, as in the fact that he hands on much that had been evolved before him. For, as Edersheim says, and as is clear to any careful student of the Philonean tractates, his own writings do not give the impression of originality. Besides, he repeatedly refers to the allegorical interpretation of others, as well as to canons of allegorism apparently generally recognized. He also enumerates differing allegorical interpretations of the same subjects. All this affords evidence of the existence of a school of Hellenistic, interpretation, page 362. But this does not hold good only for the interpretation of the myths of Israel by Hellenistic Jews. It holds good of the whole cultured religious world of the time, and preeminently of the Hellenistic schools of every kind in Egypt. In brief, Philo's philosophy was often already philosophized myth before he ingeniously brought it into play for the interpretation of Hebrew story. In short, the tractates of Philo and our Trismegistic sermons have both a common background, Hellenistic theology or theosophy. Both use a common language. Philo, of course, like the rest of his contemporaries, had no idea of criticism in the modern sense, he was a thoroughgoing apologist of the Old Covenant documents. These were for him in their entirety the inerrant oracles of God himself. Nay, he even went to the extent of believing the apologetic Greek version to be literally inspired. 608. Nevertheless he was, as a thinker, confronted with the same kind of difficulties as face us today with immeasurably greater distinctness. The ideas of God, of the world order, and of the nature of man, were so far advanced in his day beyond the frequently crude and repugnant representations found in the ancient scriptures of his people, that he found it impossible to claim for them on their surface value the transcendency of the last word of wisdom from God to man, at any rate among the cultured to whom he addressed himself. These difficulties he accordingly sought to remove by an allegorical interpretation, whereby he read into them the views of the highest philosophical and religious environment of his time. Having no idea of the philosophy of history, or of the history of religion, or of the canons of literary criticism, as we now understand these things, he never stopped to inquire whether the writers of the ancient documents intended their narratives to be taken as myths embodying an esoteric meaning. Much less did he ask himself, as we ask ourselves today, whether these writers had not in all probability frequently written up the myths of other nations into a history of their own patriarchs and other worthies. On the contrary, he relieved them of all responsibility, and entirely eliminated the natural human element, by his theory of prophecy, which assumed that they had acted as impersonal, passive instruments of the divine inspiration. But even Philo, when he came to work it out, could not maintain this absolutism of inspiration, and so we find him elsewhere unable to ascribe a consistent level of inspiration to his Moses, who of course, in Philo's belief, wrote the Pentateuch from the first to the last word. Thus we find him even in the 5/5 making a threefold classification of inspiration, I, the sacred oracles, spoken directly of God by his interpreter the prophet, 2. Those prophetically delivered, in the form of question and answer. And, 3, those, proceeding from Moses himself while in some state of inspiration and under the influence of the deity. 609. But what is most pleasant is to find that Philo admitted the great philosophers of Greece into his holy assembly, and though he gives the preeminence to Moses, yet it is, as it were, to a first among equals, a wide-minded tolerance that was speedily forgotten in the bitter theological strife that subsequently broke forth. The great importance of his writings. But what makes the writings of our Alexandrian so immensely important for us is that the final decade of his life is contemporary with the coming into manifestation of Christianity in the Greco-Roman world owing to the energetic propaganda of Paul. Philo was born somewhere between 30 and 20 BC, and died about 45 AD. There is, of course, not a single word in his voluminous writings that can in any way be construed into a reference to Christianity as traditionally understood. But the language of Philo, if not precisely the diction of the writers of the New Testament documents, has innumerable points of resemblance with their terminology. For the language of Hellenistic theology is largely, so to speak, the common tongue of both, while the similarity of many of their ideas is astonishing. Philo, moreover, was by no means an obscure member of the community to which he belonged. On the contrary, he was a most distinguished ornament of the enormous Jewish colony of Alexandria, which occupied no less than 2 out of the 5 wards of the city. 610 His brother, Alexander, was the head of the largest banking firm of the capital of Egypt, which was also the intellectual and commercial center of the Greco-Roman world. Indeed, Alexander may be said to have been the Rothschild of the time. The operations of the firm embraced the contracting of loans for the imperial house, while the banker himself was a personal friend of the emperor, and his sons intermarried with the family of the Jewish king Agrippa. Philo, himself, though he would have preferred the solitude of the contemplative life, took an active part in the social life of the great capital. And, at the time of the greatest distress of his compatriots in the city, when they were overwhelmed by a violent outbreak of anti-Semitism, their lives in danger, their houses plundered, and their ancient privileges confiscated. It was the aged Philo who was chosen as spokesman of the embassy to Caius Caligula, A.D. 40. Here, then, we have a man in just the position to know what was going on in the world of philosophy, of letters, and religion, and not only at Alexandria, but also wherever Jewish enterprise, which had then, as it now has, the main commerce of the world in its hands, pushed itself. The news of the world came to Alexandria, and the mercantile marine was largely owned by Hebrews. Philo is, therefore, the very witness we should choose of all others to question as to his views on the ideas we find in our Trismegistic tractates, and this we may now proceed to do without any further preliminaries. Concerning the mysteries. Speaking of those who follow the contemplative life, 611 Philo writes. Now this natural class of men, lit. Race, is to be found in many parts of the inhabited world. For both the Grecian and non-Grecian world must needs share in the perfect good 612. In Egypt, he tells us, there were crowds of them in every province, and they were very numerous indeed about Alexandria. Concerning such men Philo tells us elsewhere. All those, whether among Greeks or non-Greeks, who are practicers of wisdom, sigma kappa eta tau alpha sigma omicron phi alpha, living a blameless and irreproachable life, determined on doing injury to none. And on not retaliating if injury be done them, avoid the strife of ordinary life, in their enthusiasm for a life of peace free from contention. Thus are they most excellent contemplators of nature, theta epsilon omega rho omicron tau phi sigma epsilon omega, and all things therein. They scrutinize earth and sea, and air and heaven, and the natures therein, their minds responding to the orderly motion of moon and sun, and the choir of all the other stars, both variable and fixed. They have their bodies, indeed, planted on earth below. But for their souls, they have made them wings, so that they speed through ether, alpha theta epsilon rho omicron beta alpha tau omicron nu tau epsilon, and gaze on every side upon the powers above, as though they were the true world citizens, most excellent, who dwell in cosmos as their city. Such citizens as wisdom hath as her associates, inscribed upon the roll of virtue, who hath in charge the supervising of the common weal. Such men, though, in comparison, but few in number, keep alive the covered spark of wisdom secretly, throughout the cities, of the world, in order that virtue may not be absolutely quenched and vanish from our human kind. 613. Again, elsewhere, speaking of those who are good and wise, he says, the whole of this company, theta alpha sigma omicron, have voluntarily deprived themselves of the possession of aught in abundance, thinking little of things dear to the flesh. Now athletes are men whose bodies are well cared for and full of vigor, men who make strong the fort, their body, against their soul. Whereas the athletes of this discipline, pale, wasted, and, as it were, reduced to skeletons, sacrifice even the muscles of their bodies to the powers of their own souls, dissolving, if the truth be told, into one form, that of the soul. And by their mind becoming free from body. The earthly element is, therefore, naturally dissolved and washed away, when the whole mind in its entirety resolves to make itself well-pleasing unto God. This race is rare, however, and found with difficulty. Still it is not impossible it should exist. 614. And in another passage, when referring to the small number of the prudent and righteous and gracious, Philo says, but the few, though rare, to meet with, are yet not non-existent. Both Greece and Barbary, that is, non-Greek lands, bear witness to them. For in the former there nourished those who are preeminently and truly called the seven sages, though others, both before and after them, in every probability reached the same height, whose memory, in spite of their antiquity, has not evanished through the length of time, while that of those of far more recent date has been obliterated by the tide of the neglect of their contemporaries. While in non-Grecian lands, in which the most revered and ancient in such words and deeds, have nourished, are very crowded companies of men of worth and virtue. Among the Persians, for example, the caste of Magi, who by their careful scrutiny of nature's works for purpose of the gnosis of the truth, in quiet silence, and by means of mystic images of piercing clarity, tau rho alpha nu omega tau rho alpha iota mu phi sigma epsilon sigma iota nu, are made initiate into the mysteries of godlike virtues, and in their turn initiate those who come after them. In India the caste of the gymnosophists, who, in addition to their study of the lore of nature, toil in the fields of morals, and, so, make their whole life a practical example of their virtue. Nor are Palestine and Syria, in which no small portion of the populous nation of the Jews dwell, unfruitful in worth and virtue. Certain of them are called Essenes, in number upwards of 4,000, according to my estimate. 615. Philo then proceeds to give an account of these famous mystics. In Egypt itself, however, he selects out of the many communities of the Therapeutae and Therapeutриdes, which the Old Latin version renders cultores edi cultrices pietatis, 616 only one special group, with which he was presumably personally familiar and which was largely Jewish. Of this order, sigma sigma tau eta mu alpha, 617 Philo gives us a most graphic account, both of their settlement and mode of life. By means of this intensely interesting sketch of the contemplative or theoretic life, and by the parallel passages from the rest of Philo's works which Conybeare has so industriously marshalled in his Testimonia, We are introduced into the environment and atmosphere of these theoretics, and find ourselves in just such circumstances as would condition the genesis of our Trismegistic literature. The whole of Philo's expositions revolve round the idea that the truly philosophic life is an initiation into the divine mysteries. For him the whole tradition of wisdom is necessarily a mystery tradition. Thus he tells us of his own special therapeutic community, south of Alexandria. In every cottage there is a sacred chamber 618 which is called Semnian and Monasterian 619 in which, in solitude, they are initiated into the mysteries of the solemn life. 620. With this it will be of interest to compare Matt. 6. 6. When thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father who is in the hidden, and thy Father who seeth in the hidden, shall reward thee. It is said that among the Pharisees there was a praying room in every house. We may also compare with the above reference to the mysteries Luke 12. 2 equals Matt. X. 26, from a source which promised the revelation of all mysteries, following on the famous logos also quoted in Mark 4. 22 and Luke 8. 17. For there is nothing veiled which shall not be revealed, and hidden which shall not be made known. Therefore, whatsoever ye, have spoken in darkness, shall be heard in the light, and what ye have spoken, heard, in the ear in the closets, shall be heralded forth on the housetops. Both evangelists have evidently adapted their source to their own purposes, but the main sense of the original form is not difficult to recover. It is further of interest to compare with the first clause of the above passages the newfound logos. Jesus saith, everything that is not before thy face and that which is hidden from thee, shall be revealed to thee. For there is nothing hidden that shall not be made manifest, nor buried that shall not be raised. 6:21. But there are other and more general mysteries referred to in Philo. For, in speaking of the command that the unholy man who is a speaker of evil against divine things, should be removed from the most holy places and punished, our initiated philosopher bursts forth. Drive forth, ye of the closed lips. And ye revealers 622 of the divine mysteries 623 the promiscuous and rabble crowd of the defiled, souls unamenable to purification, and hard to wash clean, who wear ears that cannot be closed, and tongues that cannot be kept within the doors, of their lips, organs that they ever keep ready for their own most grievous mischance, hearing all things and things not law, to hear. 624. Of these, ineffable mysteries, 625 he elsewhere says, in explaining that the wives of the patriarchs stand allegorically as types of virtues. But in order that we may describe the conception and birth throes of the virtues, let bigots 626 stop their ears, or else let them depart. For that we give a higher teaching of the mysteries divine, to misty who are worthy of the holiest rites, of all. And these are they who, free from arrogance, practice real and truly genuine piety, free from display of any kind. But unto them who are afflicted with incorrigible ill, the vanity of words, close sticking unto names, and empty show of manners, who measure purity and holiness by no other rule than this, for them, we will not play the part of Hierophant. 627. Touching on the mystery of the virgin birth, to which we will refer later on, Philo continues. These things receive into your souls, ye misty, ye whose ears are purified, as truly sacred mysteries. And see that ye speak not of them to any who may be without initiation, but storing them away within your hearts, guard well your treasure house. Not as a treasury in which gold and silver are laid up, things that do perish, but as the pick and prize of all possessions, the knowledge of the cause, of all, and virtue, and of the third, the child of both. 628. Now the divine spirit, theta epsilon omicron nu pi nu epsilon nu alpha, says Philo, does not remain among the many, though it may dwell with them for a short time. It is, ever, present with only one class of men, with those who, having stripped themselves of all the things in Genesis, even to the innermost veil and garment of opinion, come unto God with minds unclothed and naked. And so Moses, having fixed his tent outside the camp, that is, the whole of the body 629, that is to say, having made firm his mind, so that it does not move, begins to worship God. And, entering into the darkness, the unseen land, abideth there, being initiated into the most holy mysteries. And he becomes, not only a mysts, but also a hierophant of revelations 6:30 and teacher of divine things, which he will indicate to those who have had their ears made pure. With such kind of men, then, the divine spirit is ever present, guiding their every way aright. 631. Referring to the ritual sacrifices of a heifer and 2 rams, Philo declares that the slaying of the second ram, and the symbolic rite of sprinkling certain portions of the bodies of the priests with its blood, was ordained for the highest perfectioning of the consecrated by means of the purification of chastity 632, which, ram, he, Moses, called, according to its meaning, the ram, of perfectioning. Since they, the priests, were about to act as hierophants of mysteries appropriate to the servants, theta epsilon rho alpha pi epsilon upsilon tau alpha, and ministers of God. 633. So also Philo's language about the therapeutes proper, and not the allegorically interpreted temple sacrificers, is that of the mysteries, when he writes, now they who betake themselves to this service, theta epsilon rho alpha pi epsilon alpha nu, of God do so. Not because of any custom, or on someone's advice and appeal, but carried away with heavenly love, like those initiated into the Bakshik or Karabantic mysteries, they are afire with God until they see the object of their love. 634. These mysteries were, of course, not to be revealed except to the worthy. Therefore he says, nor because thou hast a tongue and mouth and organ of speech, shouldst thou tell forth all, even things that may not be spoken. 635. And in the last section of the same treatise he writes, wherefore I think that, all, those who are not utterly without, proper, instruction, would prefer to be made blind than to see things not proper, to be seen. To be made deaf than to hear harmful words, and to have their tongue cut out, to prevent them divulging aught of the ineffable mysteries. Nay, it is even better to make oneself eunuch than to rush madly into unlawful unions. 636. With which we may usefully compare Matt. v. 29, if thy right eye offend thee, cut it out and cast it from thee, and Matt. 19. 12. There are some who have made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of the heavens, he that can receive it, let him receive it. Both passages are found in the first gospel only. For the comprehension of virtue man requires the reason only, but for the doing of ill, the evil man requires the organs of the body, says our mystic dualist, for how will he be able to divulge the mysteries, if he have no organ of speech? 637. This continual harping on the divulging of the mysteries, shows that Philo considered it the greatest of all enormities. We might almost think that he had in view some movement that was divulging part of the mystery tradition to the untrained populace. Elsewhere, speaking of those, who draw nigh unto God, abandoning the life of death, and sharing in immortality, he tells us these are the naked, that is, naked, of the trammels of the flesh, who sacrifice all to God. And he adds that only these, are permitted to see the ineffable mysteries of God, who are able to cloak them and guard them, from the unworthy. 638. With regard to these mysteries, they were, as we might expect, divided into the lesser and the greater, in the former of which the neophytes worked on the untamed and savage passions. As though they were softening the dose 639 of their food with reason, logos. The manner of preparing this divine food, so that it becomes the bread of life, was a mystery. 640. One of the doctrines revealed in these lesser mysteries was plainly that of the Trinity, for, commenting on Gen 18. 2. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and, lo, 3 men stood by him, Philo writes. He lifted up his eyes, not the eyes of his body, for God cannot be seen by the senses, but by the soul, alone. For at a fitting time he is discovered by the eyes of wisdom. Now the power of sight of the souls of the many and unrighteous is ever shut in, since it lies dead in deep sleep, and can never respond and be made awake to the things of nature and the types and ideas within her. But the spiritual eyes of the wise man are awake, and behold them, nay, they are sleeplessly alert, ever watchful from desire of seeing. Wherefore it is well said in the plural, that he raised not one eye, but all the eyes that are in the soul, so that one would have said that he was altogether all eye. Having, then, become the eye, he begins to see the holy and divine vision of the Lord, in such a fashion that the one vision appeared as a trinity, and the trinity as a unity. 641. Elsewhere, referring to the same story, and to the words of Abraham to Sarah, to hasten and knead 3 measures of fine meal, and to make cakes upon the hearth, 642 Philo expounds the mystery at length as follows. It refers to that experience of the inner life. When God, accompanied by his 2 highest potencies, dominion, Rokai, and goodness, making one, with himself, in the midst, produces in the seeing soul a triple presentation. Of which, 3 persons, each transcends all measure. For God transcendeth all delineation, and equally transcendent are his potencies, but he, himself, doth measure all. Accordingly, his goodness is the measure of things good, and his dominion is the measure of things subject, while he himself is chief of all, both corporeal and incorporeal. 643. Wherefore also these potencies, receiving the reason, logos, of his rules and ordinances, measure out all things below them. And, therefore, it is right that these 3 measures should, as it were, be mingled and blended together in the soul, in order that, being persuaded that he is highest God, who transcendeth his potencies, both making himself manifest without them, and also causing himself to be seen in them, it, the soul, may receive his impressions, chi alpha rho alpha kappa tau rho alpha, and powers, and blessings, and, so, becoming initiate into the perfect secrets, may not lightly disclose the divine mysteries, but, treasuring them up, and keeping sure silence, guard them in secret. For it is written, make them secret, for the sacred sermon, lambda gamma omicron nu, of initiation, mu sigma tau eta nu, about the ingenerable and about his potencies ought to be kept secret. Since it is not within the power of every man to guard the sacred trust, pi alpha rho alpha kappa alpha tau alpha theta kappa eta nu, of the divine revelations, rho gamma omega nu. 644. Concerning the sacred marriage. But the chief of all the mysteries for Philo was, apparently, the sacred marriage, the mystic union of the soul, as female, with God, as male, Deo Nubra. In this connection he refers to Gen 4. 1. And Adam knew his wife. And she conceived and bare Cain. And she said, I have gotten a man by means of the Lord. And he caused her also to bring forth Abel his brother. 645. We are, of course, not concerned with the legitimacy or consistency of Philo's allegorizing system, whereby he sought to invoke the authority of his national scriptures in support of his chosen doctrines. But we are deeply concerned with these doctrines themselves, as being the favorite dogmas of his circle and of similar circles of allied mystics of the time. His views on the subject are clearly indicated, for he tells us in the same passage that he is speaking of a secret of initiation, not of the conception and parturition of women, but of virtues, that is, of the virtuous soul. Accordingly he continues in section 13. But it is not lawful for virtues, in giving birth to their many perfections, to have part or lot in a mortal husband. And yet they will never bring forth of themselves, without conceiving their offspring of another. Who, then, is he who soweth in them their glorious progeny, if not the Father of all universal things, the God beyond all Genesis, who yet is sire of everything that is? For himself, God doth create no single thing, in that he stands in need of naught, but for the man who prays to have them, he creates all things. And then, bringing forward Sarah, Leah, Rebekah, and Sephora, as examples of the virtues who lived with the great prophets of his race, Philo declares that Sarah conceived, when God looked upon her while she was in solitary contemplation. And so she brought forth for him who eagerly longed to attain to wisdom, namely, for him who is called Abraham. And so also in the case of Leah, it is said, God opened her womb, which is the part played by a husband, and so she brought forth for him who underwent the pains of labor for the sake of the beautiful, namely, for him who is called Jacob. So that virtue received the divine seed from the cause of all, while she brought forth for that one of her lovers who was preferred above all other suitors. So also when the all-wise, he who is called Isaac, went as a suppliant to God, his virtue, Rebekah, that is steadfastness, became pregnant in consequence of his supplication. Whereas Moses, without any supplication or prayer, attained to the winged and sublime virtue, Sephra, and found her with child by no mortal husband. 646. Moreover, in section 14, in referring to Jeremiah, Philo writes, "For I, having been initiated into the great mysteries by Moses, the friend of God, nevertheless when I set eyes upon Jeremiah, the prophet, and learned that he is not only a mysts, but also an adept hierophant, I did not hesitate to go to him as his disciple. And he, in that in much, he says, he is inspired by God, uttered a certain oracle, as, from the face of God, who said unto the virtue of perfect peace, Hast thou not called me as 'twere house and father and husband of thy virginity?" 647, suggesting in the clearest, possible, fashion that God is both home, the incorporeal land of incorporeal ideas, and father of all things, in that he did create them, and husband of wisdom. Sowing for the race of mankind the seed of blessedness into good virgin soil. For it is fitting God should converse with an undefiled, an untouched and pure nature, with her who is in very truth the Virgin, in fashion very different from ours. For the congress of men for the procreation of children makes virgins women. But when God begins to associate with the soul, he brings it to pass that she who was formerly woman becomes virgin again. For banishing the foreign and degenerate and non-virile desires, by which it was made womanish, he substitutes for them native and noble and pure virtues. But it is perhaps possible that even a virgin soul may be polluted by intemperate passions, and so dishonored. Wherefore the oracle hath been careful to say that God is husband not of a virgin, for a virgin is subject to change and death, but of virginity, that is of, the idea which is ever according to the same principles, and in the same mode. For whereas things that have qualities, have with their nature received both birth and dissolution, the archetypal potencies which mold them have obtained a lot transcending dissolution. Wherefore is it not fitting that God, who is beyond all generation and all change, should sow, in us, the ideal seeds of the immortal virgin virtues, and not those of the woman who changes the form of her virginity? 648. But, indeed, as Conybeare says, the words, virgin, virginity, ever virginal, occur on every other page of Philo. It is indeed Philo who first 649 formulated the idea of the word or ideal ordering principle of the cosmos being born of an ever-virgin soul, which conceives, because God the Father sows into her his intelligible rays and divine seed. So begetting his only well-beloved Son, the cosmos. 650. Thus, speaking of the impure soul, Philo writes, "For when she is a multitude of passions and filled with vices, her children swarming over her, pleasures, appetites, folly, intemperance, unrighteousness, injustice, she is weak and sick, and lies at death's door, dying. But when she becomes sterile, and ceases to bring them forth or even casts them from her, forthwith, from the change, she becometh a chaste virgin, and, receiving the divine seed, she fashions and engenders marvelous excellencies that nature prizeth highly, prudence, courage, temperance, justice, holiness, piety, and the rest of the virtues and good dispositions." 651. So also, speaking of the Therapeutides, he writes, "Their longing is not for mortal children, but for a deathless progeny, which the soul that is in love with God can alone bring forth. When the Father hath sown into it the spiritual light beams, by means of which it shall be able to contemplate, theta epsilon omega rho epsilon nu, the laws of wisdom." 652. And as to the progeny of such virgin mothers, Philo elsewhere instances the birth of Isaac, which could not refer to any man, but is a synonym of joy, the best of the blessed states of the soul, laughter. The spiritually conceived, nu delta iota theta epsilon tau omicron, 653 Son of God, who bestoweth him as a comfort and means of good cheer on souls of perfect peace. 654. And a little later on he adds, and wisdom, who, after the fashion of a mother, brings forth the self-taught race, declares that God is the sower of it. 655. And yet, again, elsewhere, speaking of this spiritual progeny, Philo writes, but all the servants of God, therapeutes, who are lawfully begotten, shall fulfill the law of their nature, which commands them to be parents. For the men shall be fathers of many sons, and the women mothers of numerous children. 656. So also, in the case of the birth of Joseph, when his mother, Rachel, says to Jacob, give me children. The supplanter, disclosing his proper nature, will reply, thou hast wandered into deep error. For I am not in God's place, who alone is able to open the wombs of souls, and sow in them virtues, and make them pregnant and mothers of good things. 657. So too, again, in connection with the birth of Isaac, referring to the exultant cry of Sarah, the Lord hath made me laughter. For whosoever heareth, rejoiceth with me. 658, Philo bursts forth. Open, then, wide your ears, ye misty, and receive the most holy mysteries. Laughter is joy, and hath made is the same as hath begotten. So that what is said hath the following meaning, the Lord hath begotten Isaac, for he is father of the perfect nature, sowing in the soul and generating blessedness. 659. That all of this was a matter of vital moment for Philo himself, may be seen from what we must regard as an intensely interesting autobiographical passage, in which our philosopher, speaking of the happy childbirth of wisdom, writes, for some she judges entirely worthy of living with her, while others seem as yet too young to support such admirable and wise house-sharing. These latter she hath permitted to solemnize the preliminary initiatory rites of marriage, holding out hopes of its future consummation. Sarah, then, the virtue who is mistress of my soul, hath brought forth, but hath not brought forth for me, for that I could not, because I was too young, receive, into my soul, her offspring, wisdom, and righteousness. And piety, because of the brood of bastard brats which empty opinions had borne me. For the feeding of these last, the constant care and incessant anxiety concerning them, have forced me to take no thought for the legitimate children who are the true citizens. It is well, therefore, to pray virtue not only to bear children, who even without praying brings her fair progeny to birth, but also to bear sons for us, so that we may be blessed with a share in her seed and offspring. For she is wont to bear to God alone, with thankfulness repaying unto him the firstfruits of the things she hath received, to him, who, Moses says, hath opened her ever-virgin womb. 660. But, indeed, Philo is never wearied of reiterating this sublime doctrine, which for him was the consummation of the mysteries of the holy life. Thus, then, again he sets it forth as follows. We should, accordingly, understand that the true reason, logos, of nature has the potency of both father and husband for different purposes, of a husband, when he casts the seed of virtues into the soul as into a good field, of a father, in that it is his nature to beget good counsels, and fair and virtuous deeds, and when he hath begotten them, he nourisheth them with those refreshing doctrines which discipline and wisdom furnish. And the intelligence is likened at one time to a virgin, at another to a wife, or a widow, or one who has not yet a husband. It is likened to a virgin, when the intelligence keeps itself chaste and uncorrupted from pleasures and appetites, and griefs and fears, the passions which assault it, and then the father who begot it, assumes the leadership thereof. And when she, intelligence, lives as a comely wife with comely reason, logos, that is with virtuous reason, this selfsame reason himself undertakes the care of her, sowing, like a husband, the most excellent concepts in her. But whenever the soul is bereft of her children of prudence, and of her marriage with right reason, widowed of her most fair possessions, and left desolate of wisdom, through choosing a blameworthy life, then let her suffer the pain she hath decreed against herself, with no wise reason to play physician to her transgressions, either as husband and consort, or as father and begetter. 661. Referring to Jacob's dream of the white, and spotted, and ring-straked, and speckled kine, Philo tells us that this, too, must be taken as an allegory of souls. The first class of souls, he says, are white. The meaning is that when the soul receives the divine seed, the firstborn births are spotlessly white, like unto light of utmost purity, to radiance of the greatest brilliance. As though it were the shadowless ray of the sun's beams from a cloudless sky at noon. 662. With this it is of service to compare the vision of Hades seen by Thespesius, Aridaeus, and related by Plutarch. Thespesius' guide in the unseen world draws his attention to the colors and markings of the souls as follows. Observe the colors of the souls of every shade and sort, that greasy, brown-gray is the pigment of sordidness and selfishness. That blood-red, inflamed shade is a sign of a savage and venomous nature, wherever blue-gray is, from such a nature incontinence in pleasure is not easily eradicated. Innate malignity, mingled with envy, causes that livid discoloration, in the same way as cuttlefish eject their sepia. Now it is in earth life that the vice of the soul, being acted upon by the passions, and reacting upon the body, produces these discolorations. While the purification and correction here have for their object the removal of these blemishes, so that the soul may become entirely ray-like and of uniform color. 663. Again, in giving the allegorical meaning of the primitive culture story of Tamar, 664, Philo not only interprets it by the canon of the sacred marriage, but also introduces other details from the mysteries. Thus he writes, For being a widow she was commanded to sit in the house of the Father, the Saviour. For whose sake forever abandoning the congress and association with mortal things, she is bereft and widowed from all human pleasures, and receives the divine quickening, and, fulfilled with the seeds of virtue, conceives. And is in travail with fair deeds. And when she brings them forth, she carries off the trophies from her adversaries, and is inscribed as victor, receiving as a symbol the palm of victory. 665. And every stage of this divine conception is but the shadow of the great mystery of cosmic creation, which Philo sums up as follows. We shall, however, be quite correct in saying that the demiurge who made all this universe is also at the same time father of what has been brought into existence. While its mother is the wisdom of him who hath made it, with whom God united, though not as man, with woman, and implanted the power of Genesis. And she, receiving the seed of God, brought forth with perfect labor his only beloved Son, whom all may perceive. 666, this cosmos. 667. Concerning the Logos. The idea of God found in Philo is that of the more enlightened theology of his time. God is that which transcends all things and all ideas. It would, of course, be a far too lengthy study to marshal the very numerous passages in which our philosopher sets forth his view on deity. And so we shall select only two passages simply to give the reader who may not be acquainted with the works of the famous Alexandrian, some notion of the transcendency of his conception. For, as he writes, what wonder is it if that which really is transcends the comprehension of man, when even the mind which is in each of us, is beyond our power of knowing? Who hath ever beheld the essence of the soul? 668. This mystery of deity was, of necessity, in itself ineffable, but in conception, it was regarded under two aspects, the active and the passive causative principles. The active principle, the mind of the universals, is absolutely pure, and absolutely free from all admixture, it transcendeth virtue, it transcendeth wisdom, nay, it transcendeth even the good itself and the beautiful itself. The passive principle is of itself soulless and motionless, but when it is set in motion, and informed and ensouled by the mind, it is transformed into the most perfect of all works, namely, this cosmos. 669. This passive principle is generally taken by commentators to denote matter, but if so, it must be equated with wisdom, which we have just seen was regarded by Philo as the mother of the cosmos. But beyond all else, Philo is useful to us in recording the views of contemporary Hellenistic theology concerning the concept of the Logos, the mystery of the heavenly man, the Son of God. Even as this word of mystic meaning comes forward in almost every tractate and fragment of our Trismegistic literature, so in Philo is it the dominant idea in a host of passages. It should, however, never be forgotten that Philo is but handing on a doctrine, he is inventing nothing. His testimony, therefore, is of the greatest possible value for our present study, and deserves the closest attention. We shall accordingly devote the rest of this chapter exclusively to this subject, and marshal the evidence, if not in Philo's own words, at any rate in as exact a translation of them as we can give. For although much has been written on the matter, we know no work in which the simple expedient of letting Philo speak for himself has been attempted. The Son of God. The Logos, then, is preeminently the Son of God, for Philo writes. Moreover God, as shepherd and king, leads, and rules, with law and justice the nature of the heaven, the periods of sun and moon. The changes and harmonious progressions of the other stars, deputing, for the task, his own right reason, Logos, his firstborn son, to take charge of the sacred flock, as though he were the great king's viceroy. 670. Of this heavenly man, who was evidently for Philo the celestial Messiah of God, he elsewhere writes. Moreover, I have heard one of the companions of Moses uttering some such word, Logos, as this, behold man whose name is East. 671, a very strange appellation, if you imagine the man composed of body and soul to be meant. But if you take him for that incorporeal man in no way differing from the divine image, you will admit that the giving him the name of East exactly hits the mark. For the Father of things that are hath made him rise as his eldest son, whom elsewhere he hath called his firstborn, and who, when he hath been begotten, imitating the ways of his sire, and contemplating his archetypal patterns, fashions the species of things. 672. Here we notice first of all Philo's graphic manner, a commonplace of the time, of quoting Ezekiel as though he were still alive, and he had heard him speak. And, in the second place, that the firstborn son is symbolically represented as the sun rising in the east. The true high priest. That, moreover, the Logos is the Son of God, he explains at length in another passage, when writing of the true high priest. But we say that the high priest is not a man, but the divine reason, Logos, who has no part or lot in any transgressions, not only voluntary errors, but also involuntary ones. For, says Moses, he cannot be defiled either on account of his father, the mind, nor on account of his mother. 673. The higher sense, in that, as I think, it is his good fortune to have incorruptible and perfectly pure parents, God for Father, who is as well Father of all things, and for Mother Wisdom, through whom all things came into Genesis. And because his head hath been anointed with oil, I mean his ruling principle 674 shineth with ray-like brilliance, so that he is deemed fit for robing in his vestures. Now the most ancient reason, Logos, of that which is vestured with the cosmos as his robe, for he wrappeth himself in earth and water, air and fire, and what comes from them, the partial soul, doth clothe itself, in body. The wise man's mind in virtues. And, he shall not take the mitre from off his head, signifies, he shall not lay aside the royal diadem, the symbol of his admirable rule, which, however, is not that of an autocrat emperor, but of a viceroy. Nor will he rend his garments, for the reason, Logos, of that which is, being the bond of all things, as hath been said, both holds together all the parts, and binds them, and does not suffer them to be dissolved or separated. 675. In another passage Philo treats of the same subject still more plainly from the point of view of the mysteries, writing as follows. For there are, as it seems, two temples of God. The one is this cosmos, in which there is also the high priest, his firstborn divine reason, Logos. The other is the rational soul, whose high priest is the true man, a sensible copy of whom is he who rightly performs the prayers and sacrifices of his Father, who is ordained to wear the robe, the duplicate of the universal heaven. in order that the cosmos may work together with man, and man with the universe. 676. The elder and younger sons of God. The cosmic logos is not the sensible cosmos, but the mind thereof. This Philo explains at length. It is then clear, that he who is the generator of things generated, and the artificer of things fashioned, and the governor of things governed, must needs be absolutely wise. He is in truth the Father, and artificer, and governor of all in both the heaven and cosmos. Now things to come are hidden in the shade of future time, sometimes at short and sometimes at long distances. But God is the artificer of time as well. For he is father of its father, and time's father is the cosmos, which manifests its motion as the genesis of time, so that time holds to God the place of grandson. For that this cosmos 677 is the younger son of God, in that it is perceptible to sense. The son who's older than this one, he hath declared to be no one, perceivable by sense, for that he is conceivable by mind alone. But having judged him worthy of the elder's rights, he hath determined that he should remain with him alone. This, cosmos, then, the younger son, the sensible, being set a-moving, has caused time's nature to appear and disappear. So that there nothing is which future is with God, who has the very bounds of time subject to him. For 'tis not time, but time's archetype and paradigm, eternity or aeon, which is his life. But in eternity naught's past, and naught is future, but all is present only. 678. Yet God is one. The Logos, then, is not God absolute, but the Son of God par excellence, and as such is sometimes referred to as second, and once even as the second God. Thus Philo writes. But the most universal, of all things, is God, and second the reason, Logos, of God. 679. In his treatise entitled Questions and Answers, however, we read. But why does he say as though, he were speaking, about another God, in the image of God I made, man, 680 but not in his own image? Most excellently and wisely is the oracle prophetically delivered. For it was not possible that anything subject to death should be imaged after the supremest God who is the Father of the universes, but after the second God who is his reason, Logos. For it was necessary that the rational impress in the soul of man should be stamped, on it, by the divine reason, Logos, since God, who is prior even to his own reason, transcendeth every rational nature. So that, it was not lawful that aught generable should be made like unto him who is beyond the reason, and established in the most excellent and the most singular idea, of all. 681. From this passage we see that though it is true Philo calls the Logos the second God, he does not depart from his fundamental monotheism, for the Logos is not an entity apart from God, but the reason of God. Nevertheless, this solitary phrase of Philo's is almost invariably trotted out in the forefront of all inquiry into Philo's Logos doctrine. In order that the difference between this phrase and the wording of the proem to the fourth gospel may be insisted on as strongly as possible for controversial apologetical purposes. That, however, Philo is a strict monotheist may be seen from the following passage, in which he is commenting on the words of Gen 31. 13. I am the God who was seen by thee in the place of God, 682, where, apparently, two gods are referred to. What, then, should we say? The true God is one, they who are called gods, by a misuse of the term, are many. On which account the holy word 683 has, on the present occasion, indicated the true God, by means of the article, saying, I am the God. But the one so named, by misuse of the term, without the article, saying, who was seen by thee in the place, not of the God, but only of God. And what he, Moses, here calls God is his most ancient word, Logos. 684. The Logos is life and light. This Logos, moreover, is life and light. For, speaking of intelligible or incorporeal, spirit, and light, Philo writes. The former he, Moses, called the breath of God, because it is the most life-giving thing, in the universe, and God is the cause of life. And the latter the light of God, because it is by far the most beautiful thing in the universe. For by so much more glorious and more brilliant is the intelligible light than the visible, as, methinks, the sun is than darkness, and day than night, and the mind, which is the guide of the whole soul, than the sensible means of discernment. And the eyes than the body. And he calls the invisible and intelligible divine reason, Logos, the image of God. And of this image, the image, in its turn, is that intelligible light, which has been created as the image of the divine reason who interprets it, that is, light's creation. This light is the one star beyond all heavens, the source of the stars that are visible to the senses, which it would not be beside the mark to call all brilliancy, and from which the sun and moon and the rest of the stars, both errant and fixed, draw their light, each according to its power. 685. The necessity and reason of forming some such concept of the Logos is that man cannot bear the utter transcendency of God in his absoluteness. And applying this idea further to theophanies in human form, Philo writes, for just as those who are unable to look at the sun itself look upon its reflected rays as the sun, and the light changes round the moon, as the moon itself, so also do men regard the image of God, his angel, reason, Logos, as himself. 686. The divine vision. Such divine vision is the object of the contemplative life, for it is the special gift of those who dedicate themselves to the service, theta epsilon rho alpha pi epsilon upsilon nu tau omega nu, of that which is. To ascend by means of their rational faculties to the height of the ether, setting before themselves Moses, the race that is the friend of God 687 as the leader of the way. For then they will behold the place that is clear, 688 on which the immovable and unchangeable God hath set his feet, and the regions, beneath his feet, as it were a work of sapphire stone, and as it might be the form of the firmament of heaven. The sensible cosmos, which he, Moses, symbolizes by these things. For it is seemly that those who have founded a brotherhood for the sake of wisdom, should long to see him. And if they cannot do this, to behold at least his image, most holy reason, Logos, 689 and after him also the most perfect work in all things sensible, namely, this cosmos. For the work of philosophy is naught else than the striving clearly to see these things. 690. The sons of God on earth. And later on, in the same treatise, section 28, Philo writes still more interestingly and instructively as follows. But they who have attained unto wisdom, are, as they should be, called sons of the one God. As Moses admits when he says, Ye are the sons of the Lord God, 691 and God who begot thee, 692 and is not he himself thy father? 693. And if a man should not as yet have the good fortune to be worthy to be called a son of God, let him strive manfully to set himself in order according to his firstborn reason, Logos, the oldest angel, who is as though it were the angel chief of many names. For he is called dominion 694 and name of God, and reason, and the man after the likeness, and seeing Israel. And for this reason I was induced a little before to praise the principles of them who say, we are all sons of one man. 695 For even if we have not yet become fit to be judged sons of God, we may at any rate be sons of his eternal likeness, his most holy reason, for reason, the eldest, of all angels, is God's likeness, or image. 696. And so also we read elsewhere. But the reason, Logos, is God's likeness, by whom, sc reason, the whole cosmos was fashioned, 697. This divine reason of things, then, was the means by which the cosmos came into existence. And so we find Philo writing. But if anyone should wish to make use of naked terms, he might say that the intelligible order of things 698 is nothing else than the reason, Logos, of God perpetually creating the sensible world order. The city of God. For the intelligible city is nothing else but the reasoning of the architect determining in his mind to found a city perceivable by the senses after the model of the city which the mind alone can perceive. This is the doctrine of Moses and not, only, mine. At any rate in describing the genesis of man he expressly agrees that he, man, was fashioned in the image of God. And if this is the case with the part, the image of the image, it is plainly also the case with the whole form, that is the whole of this sensible cosmos, which is a, far, greater imitation of the divine image than the human image is. It is plain, moreover, that the archetypal seal, which we call cosmos which is perceptible only to the intellect, must itself be the archetypal pattern 699 the idea of ideas, the reason, logos, of God. 700. And elsewhere also he writes. Passing, then, from details, behold the grandest house or city, namely, this cosmos. Thou shalt find that the cause of it is God, by whom it came into existence. The matter of it is the four elements, out of which it has been composed. The instrument by means of which it has been built, is the reason, logos, of God. And the object of its building is the goodness of the Creator. 701. And again. God's shadow. Now the reason, logos, is the likeness of God, by which the whole cosmos was made, 702. And still more clearly. But God's shadow is his reason, logos, which using, as it were an instrument, he made the cosmos. And this shadow is as it were the archetypal model of all else. For that as God is the original of his image, which he, Moses, now calls, his, shadow, so, in its turn, that image is the model of all else, as he, Moses, showed when, at the beginning of the law-giving. He said, and God made man according to the image of God, 703, this likeness being imaged according to God, and man being imaged according to this likeness, which received the power of its original. 704. Moreover, the divine reason, as an instrument, is regarded as the means of separation and division. So God, having sharpened his reason, logos, the divider of all things, cut off both the formless and undifferentiated essence of all things. And the four elements of cosmos which had been separated out of it, 705 and the animals and plants which had been compacted by means of these. 706. With this we may compare the following passage from the Acts of John, where we read of the logos. But what it is in truth, as conceived of in itself, and as spoken of to the 707, it is the marking off, or delimitation, of all things. The firm necessity of those things that are fixed and were unsettled, the harmony of wisdom. 708. But to return to the concept of the logos as symbolized by the idea of a city. Speaking of the 6 cities of refuge, Philo allegorizes them as follows. Is not, then, the most ancient and most secure and best mother city, and not merely city, the divine reason, logos, to which it is of the greatest service to flee first? The other 5, as though they were colonies, from it, are the powers of the speaker, of this word, logos, of which the chief is the creative, potency, according to which he who creates by reason, or word, fashioned the cosmos. The second is the sovereign, potency, according to which he who created, ruleth that which is brought into existence. The third is the merciful, potency, by means of which the artist hath compassion and hath mercy on his own work. The fourth is the legislative providence, by means of which he doth forbid the things that may not be, 709. Philo then regards these cities as symbolizing the refuges to which the various kinds of erring souls should flee to find comfort. If the divine reason, and the creative and sovereign, kingly, powers are too far off for the comprehension of the sinner's ignorance, then he should flee to other goals at a shorter distance, the cities of the necessary powers, namely, the powers of mercy and of the law, which latter are twofold, enjoining and forbidding, the latter again of which is referred to vaguely, at the end of the chapter, as the averting of evils, without further definition. Moreover, Philo continues, there are symbols of these 5 potencies mentioned in the Scriptures. The symbols, of command and prohibition are the 2 tables of the laws in the ark. Of the merciful potency, the top of the ark, which he, Moses, calls the mercy seat, of the creative and sovereign, potencies, the winged cherubim, who are set over it. But the divine reason, Logos, above them did not take any visible shape, inasmuch as no sensible object answers to it, for it is the very likeness of God, the eldest of all beings, one and all, which are cognizable by mind alone. The nearest to the one and only one that is, without a space of any kind between, copied inerrantly. For it is said, I will speak to thee from above the mercy seat, from between the two cherubim. 710. So that he who drives the chariot 711 of the powers is the word, Logos, and he who is born in the chariot is he who speaks, the word, giving commandment to the driver for the right driving of the universe. 712. The true shepherd. Again, speaking of God as the true shepherd of the universe and all things therein, the elements and all therein, the sun, moon, and planets, the stars and heavens. Philo writes. He placed, at the head his own true reason, Logos, his firstborn son, who shall succeed unto the care of this sacred flock, as though he were the lieutenant of the great king. 713. The divine reason of things, moreover, is regarded as the pleroma or fullness of all powers, ideal space, and ideal time, if such terms can be permitted. The Logos is the aeon or eternity proper. And so Philo speaks of the divine reason, Logos, whom God himself hath fulfilled entirely and throughout with incorporeal powers. 714. The Apostles of God. This supreme Logos, then, is filled full of powers, words, logoi, in their turn, energies of God. As Philo writes. For God not disdaining to descend into the sensible world, sends forth as his apostles his own words, logoi, to give succor to those who love virtue, and they act as physicians and expel the diseases of the soul. 715. These words, or reasons, are men's angels. They are the light sparks, or rays, in the heart, of which we hear so much in Gnostic and allied literature, all from the Father-Son, the light of God, or Logos proper. Which Philo calls the light of the invisible and supremest deity that rays and shines transcendently on every side. The ladder of the words. When this light shineth into the mind, the secondary beams of the words, logoi, set, or are hidden. 716. In treating of the allegorical ladder set up from earth to heaven, Philo first gives what he considers to be its cosmic correspondences and then applies the figure to the little world of man. The ladder, capelamdum alpha xi, then, symbolically spoken of, is in the cosmos somewhat of the nature I have suggested. But if we turn our attention to it in man, we shall find it is the soul, the foot of which is as it were its earthly part, namely, sensation, while its head is as it were its heavenly part, the purest mind. Up and down through all of it the words, logoi, go incessantly, whenever they ascend, drawing it up together with them, divorcing it from its mortal nature, and revealing the sight of those things which alone are worth the seeing. Not that when they descend they cast it down, for neither God nor yet God's word, Logos, is cause of any loss. But they accompany them 717, in their descent, for love of man and pity of our race, to succor, and give help, that they, by breathing into them their saving breaths, may bring the soul to life. Tossed as it is upon the body's waves, as on a river's bosom. It is the God and Governor of the universe alone who doth, transcending sound and sight, walk mid the minds of them who have been throughly purified. For them there is an oracle, which the sage prophesied, in which is said, I will walk amid you. And I will be your God. 718. But in the minds of them who are still being washed, and have not yet had throughly cleansed the life that is befouled and stained with body's grossness, it is the angels, the words, logoi, divine, making them bright for virtue's eyes. 719. This light of God is, as has repeatedly been said before, the divine reason of things. For the Lord is my light and my Saviour, 720 as is sung in the hymns, he is, not only light, but the archetype of every other light. Nay rather more ancient and sublime than the archetypal model, of all things, in that this, latter, is his word, Logos. For the universal model is his all full 721 word, the light, while he himself is like to naught of things created. 722. The Logos, the spiritual sun. This word, or Logos, is further symbolized among phenomena as the sun. The spiritual sun is the divine reason, the intelligible model of the sun that moves in heaven. For the word, Logos, of God, when it enters into our earthly constitution, succors and aids those who are virtue's kinsmen, and those that are favorably disposed to her, affording them a perfect place of refuge and salvation. And shedding on their foes 723 destruction and ruin past repair. 724. The Logos is thus naturally the panacea of all ills. For the word, Logos, is, as it were, the saving medicine for all the wounds and passions of the soul, which, word, the lawgiver declares, we should restore before the sun's going down 725, that is, before the most brilliant rays of God. Supremest and most manifest, go down, or set, rays, which through his pity for our race he has sent forth from, his high, heaven into the mind of man. For whilst that light most godlike abideth in the soul, we shall restore the word, Logos, that hath been given to us in pledge, as though it were a garment, that it may be to him who doth receive it. The special property of man, a garment, both to cover up the shame 726 of life, and to enjoy the gift of God and have respite in quietude, by reason of the present help of such a counselor. And of a shielder such as will never leave the rank in which he hath been stationed. 727. From all of which it seems that Philo is drawing a distinction between the pure light of the Logos and the reflection of that light in the reason of man. For he goes on to say, indeed we have prolonged this long excursus for no other reason than to explain that the trained mind, moved by irregular motions to productiveness and its contrary, and, as it were, continually ascending and descending, the latter, when it is productive and raised into the height, then is it bathed in radiance of the archetypal immaterial rays of the logic 728 source of God who bringeth all unto perfection. And when it doth descend and is barren, it is illumined by their images, the words, Logoi, immortal, whom it is custom to call angels. 729. The disciples of the Logos. And a little later on Philo proceeds to speak of those who are disciples or pupils of the Holy Word or Divine Reason. These are they who are truly men, lovers of temperance, and orderliness, and modesty, whose life he proceeds further to describe in similar terms to those he uses of the therapeutes. Such a life, he concludes, is adapted not for those who are called men, but for those who are truly so. 730. For those, then, who consciously set their feet upon the ladder of true manhood, there is a way up even to deity itself, for Philo writes. Stability, and sure foundation, and eternally abiding in the same, changeless and immovable, is, in the first place, a characteristic of that which is. And, in the second, a characteristic, of the reason, Logos, of that which is, which reason he hath called his covenant, in the third, of the wise man, and in the fourth, of him who goeth forward, towards wisdom. 731. How, then, continues Philo, can the wicked mind think that it can stand alone, when it is swept hither and thither by the eddies of passion, which carry the body forth to burial as a corpse? And a little later on he proceeds to tell us that Eden must be taken to stand for the wisdom of God. And the divine reason, Logos, floweth down like a river, from wisdom, as from a source, that it may irrigate and water the heavenly shoots and plants of virtue lovers, that grow upon the sacred mountain of the gods. 732 As though it were a paradise. The river of the divine reason. And this holy reason is divided into four sources, it is separated into four virtues, each of which is a queen. For its being divided into sources 733 does not bear any resemblance to division of space, but rather to a sovereignty 734 in order that, having pointed to the virtues, as its boundaries, he, Moses, may immediately display the wise man, who makes use of these virtues, as king, elected to kingship, not by the show of men's hands, but by choice of that nature, namely, virtue, which alone is truly free and genuine and above all bribes. Accordingly, one of the companions of Moses, likening this word, logos, to a river, says in the hymns, "The river of God was filled with water," 735. Now it is absurd that any of the rivers flowing on earth should be so called. But, as it seems, he, the psalmist, clearly signifies the divine reason, logos, full of the flood of wisdom, having no part of itself bereft or empty, thereof, but rather, as has been said, being entirely diffused throughout the universe. And, again, raised up to the height, thereof, by reason of the perpetual and continuous, circling, course of that eternally flowing fountain. There is also the following song verse, "The rapid flow of the river mocketh glad the city of God," 736. Jerusalem above. What kind of city? For what is now the holy city, 737, in which is the holy temple, was founded at a distance from sea and rivers, so that it is clear that, the writer, intends to represent by means of an undermeaning something different from the surface sense. For indeed the stream of the divine reason, logos, continually flowing on with rapidity and regularity, diffuses all things through all and mocketh them glad. And in one sense he calls cosmos the city of God, inasmuch as, receiving the whole cup 738 of the divine draught at 739 and, being made joyous, it shouteth with a joy that can never be taken away or quenched for the eternity. But in another sense, he uses it of, the soul of the wise man, in which God is said to walk as in a city, for, "I will walk in you and I will be your God." 740. And for the happy soul that stretches forth its own reasoning 741 as a most holy drinking vessel 742, who is it that poureth forth the sacred measures of true joy, if not the cupbearer of God, the divine reason, logos? Who is master of the feast? He who differs not from the draught, but is himself unmingled delight, and sweetness, forth pouring, good cheer, the immortal filter of all joy and of contentment, if we may use the words of poetry. But the city of God the Hebrews call Jerusalem, which by interpretation signifies the site of peace. Wherefore seek not the city of that which is in regions of the earth, for 'tis not made of stocks and stones. But, seek it, in the soul that doth not war, but offers unto them of the keen sight a life of contemplation and of peace. 743. This, then, is how Philo understands the New Jerusalem, or Ogdoad, so familiar to us from the writings of the Gnostic schools, beyond which was the pleroma or treasure of light. For elsewhere he writes, "He will offer a fair and fitting prayer, as Moses did, that God may open for us his treasure, yea, his reason, logos, sublime, and pregnant with lights divine, which he, Moses, has called heaven." 744. These lights are reasons, logoi, for a little further on he says, "Thou sayest that the soul is not nourished with things earthly and contemptible, but by the reasons God rains down from his sublime and pure nature, which he, Moses, calls heaven." 745. The logos is as manna and coriander seed. And a little further on, referring to the allegorical manna, or heavenly food, the bread which the Lord hath given you to eat, X 16:13, he writes, "Dost thou not see the food of the soul, what it is? It is the continuing reason, logos, of God, like unto dew, encircling the whole of it, the soul, on all sides, and suffering no part of it to be without its share of it, the logos. But this reason is not apparent everywhere, but, only, in the man who is destitute of passions and vices, yea, subtle is it for the mind to distinguish, or to be distinguished by the mind, exceedingly translucent and pure for sight to see. It is, moreover, as it were, a coriander seed. 746 For agriculturalists declare that the seed of the coriander can be divided and dissected infinitely, and that every single part and section, thereof, when sown, comes up just as the whole seed. Such also is the reason, logos, of God, profitable in its entirety and in every part, however small it be. 747. And he adds a little further on. This is the teaching of the Hierophant and prophet, Moses, who will say, this is the bread, the food which God hath given to the soul, 748 that he hath given us, for meat and drink, his own word. 749 his own reason, 750 for this, reason, is the bread which he hath given us to eat. This is the word. 751. The Logos is the pupil of God's eye. Philo also likens the divine reason to the pupil of the eye, a figure that will meet us later in considering the meaning of the Kappa Eta Kappa Sigma Mu Omicron Upsilon, Virgin of the World, treatise, for he writes. May not, this reason, be also likened to the pupil of the eye? For just as the eye's pupil, though the smallest part of it, does yet behold all of the zones of things existing, the boundless sea, and vastness of the air, and all of the whole heaven which the sun doth bound from east to west. So is the sight of the divine reason the keenest sight of all, so that it can behold all things. By which, men, shall behold things worthy to be seen beyond white, light, 752 itself. For what could be more bright or more far-seeing than reason divine, by shining in which the other, lights, drive out all mist and darkness, striving to blend themselves with the soul's light. 753. Man shall not live by bread alone. And again, in a passage of intense interest we read. For he nourisheth us with his reason, Logos, the most general, of all things. And the reason of God is above the whole cosmos. It is the most ancient and most general of all the things that are. This reason the fathers 754 knew not our, true, eternal, fathers, but those hoary in time, who say, let us take a leader, and let us return unto, the passions of, Egypt. 755. Therefore let God announce his, good, tidings to the soul in an image, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word 756 that proceedeth out of the mouth of God, 757, that is. He shall be nourished by the whole of reason, Logos, and by, every, part of it. For mouth is a symbol of the, whole, Logos, and, word is its part, 758. These fathers, then, are those of the lower nature, and not our true spiritual parents, it is these fathers that we are to abandon. Compare with this Matt. X. 37, he who loveth father and mother more than me is not worthy of me, and the far more striking form of the tradition in Luke 14. 26, if any man cometh unto me, and doth not hate his own father and mother and wife and children and brethren and sisters, yea, and his own soul also, he cannot be my disciple. In the Gnostic Gospel, known as the Pistis Sophia, 341, the mystic meaning of these parents is given at length, as signifying the rulers of the lower nature, and the Master is made to say, for this cause have I said unto you aforetime. He who shall not leave father and mother to follow after me is not worthy of me. What I said then was, ye shall leave your parents the rulers, that ye may be children of the first everlasting mystery. But the most arresting point is that Matt 4. For, in the story of the temptation, quotes precisely the same words of the LXX. Text of Deuteronomy 8. 3 which Philo does, beginning where he does and finishing where he does, both omitting the final and tautological, shall man live, a very curious coincidence. Luke 4. For preserves only the first half of the sentence. But it evidently lay in exactly the same form in which Philo uses it before the first and third evangelists in their second or logia source. It was, then, presumably a frequently quoted text. The Logos mediator. The divine reason is further figured as a true person, the mediator between God and man. Thus Philo writes. And on his angel ruling in most ancient reason, Logos, the Father who created all, hath bestowed a special gift, that standing between them as a boundary, 759 he may distinguish creature from creator. He, the reason, ever is himself the suppliant unto the incorruptible on mortal kind's behalf in its distress, and is the king's ambassador to subject nature. And he exulteth in his gift, and doth majestically insist thereon, declaring, Yea, have I stood between the Lord and you, 760, not in create as God, nor yet create as ye, but in the midst between the two extremes. hostage to both, to him who hath created him, for pledge that the creature never will remove itself entirely from him, nor make revolt, choosing disorder in order's place. And to the thing created for good hope that God, the merciful, will never disregard the work of his own hands. For I will herald forth the news of peace to the creation from him who knows how to make wars to cease, from God the everlasting peacekeeper. 761. In considering what is claimed to be the elaborate symbolism of the sacred vestments of the high priest, and the nature of this symbolical office, Philo declares that the 12 stones upon the breast of the high priest, in 4 rows of 3 each, are a symbol of the divine reason, Logos, which holds together and regulates the universe. This breastplate, then, is the Logion or sacred oracle of God. For it was necessary that he who was consecrated to the Father of the cosmos, should have, his, Son, the most perfect in virtue, as intercessor 762 both for the forgiveness 763 of sins, and for the abundant supply of the most unstinted blessings. It probably also imparts the preliminary teaching to the servant of God 764 that if he cannot be worthy of him who made the cosmos, he should nevertheless without ceasing strive to be worthy of that cosmos. For when he has, once, been clothed with its likeness 765 he is bound forthwith, by carrying about the image of the model 766 in his head, of his own self to change himself as though it were from man into the nature of the cosmos, and if we ought to say so 767, nay, he who speaks on truth ought to speak truth. Be, himself, a little cosmos 768. The Yoga of Plotinus. With these most instructive indications we may compare the intensely interesting passage of Plotinus in his essay, On Intelligible Beauty, where he gives his yoga system, so to speak. It is perhaps the most important passage that has come down to us from the Coryphaeus of later Platonism, giving, as it does, in every probability, the method of the school whereby ecstasis was attained. Let us, then, form a mental image of this cosmos with each of its parts remaining what it is, and yet interpenetrating one another, imagining them all together into one as much as we possibly can. So that whatsoever one comes first into the mind as the one, as for instance the outer sphere, there immediately follows also the sight of the semblance of the sun, and together with it that of the other stars 769 and the earth, and sea. And all things living, as though in, one, transparent sphere, in fine, as though all things could be seen in it. Let there, then, be in the soul some semblance of a sphere of light, transparent, having all things in it, whether moving or still, or some of them moving and others still. And, holding this, sphere, in the mind, conceive in thyself another, sphere, removing, from it all idea of, mass, take from it also, the idea of, space, and the phantom of matter in thy mind. And do not try to image another sphere, merely, less in bulk than the former. Then invoking God who hath made, that true sphere, of which thou holdest the phantom, in thy mind, pray that he may come. And may he come with his own cosmos 770 with all the gods therein, he being one and all, and each one all, united into one, yet different in their powers, and yet, in that one, power, of multitude all one. Nay, rather the one God is all, the gods, for that he falleth not short, of himself, though all of them are, from him. And, they are all together, yet each again apart in, some kind of, an unextended state, possessing no form perceptible to sense. For, otherwise, one would be in one place, another in another, and, each, be each, and not, all, in itself, without parts other from the others and, other, from itself. Nor is each whole a power divided and proportioned according to a measurement of parts, but this, whole, is the all power, extending infinitely and infinitely powerful. Nay, so vast is that, divine world order 771, that even its parts are infinite, 772. The race of God. But to return to Philo. The rational soul or mind of man is potentially the intelligible cosmos or logos. Thus he writes. The great Moses did not call the species of the rational soul by a name resembling any one of the things created, but he called it the image of the divine and invisible. deeming it a true image, brought into being and impressed with the soul of God, of which the signet is the eternal reason, Logos. 773. All of which the disciplined soul shall realize in himself. Of such a man Abraham is a type, for abandoning mortal things, he is added to the people of God, 774 plucking the fruit of immortality, having become equal to the angels. For the angels are the host of God, incorporeal and happy souls. The angels are the people of God, but there is a still higher degree of union, whereby a man becomes one of the race, or kin, of God. This race is an intimate union of all them who are kin to him, they become one. For this race is one, the highest one, but people is the name of many. As many, then, as have advanced in discipline and instruction, and been perfected, therein, have their lot among this many. But they who have passed beyond these introductory exercises, becoming natural disciples of God, receiving wisdom free from all toil, migrate to this incorruptible and perfect race, receiving a lot superior to their former lives in Genesis. 775. And that the mind is immortal may be shown allegorically from the death of Moses, who, says Philo, migrated, by means of the word, Logos, of the cause 776 by whom the whole cosmos was created. This is said, in order that thou mayest learn that God regards the wise man as of equal honor with the cosmos. For it is by means of the same reason, Logos, that he hath made the universe, and bringeth back the perfect man from earthly things unto himself again, 777. But enough of Philo for the moment. Sufficient has been given to let the reader hear the Alexandrian speak for himself on the central idea of his cosmos. Much else could be added, indeed, volumes could be written on the subject, for it gives us one of the most important backgrounds of Christian origins. And without a thorough knowledge of Hellenistic theology it is impossible in any way to get our values of many things correctly. 9. Plutarch, concerning the mysteries of Isis and Osiris. Foreword. In the chapter on Philo we attempted to set before the reader some outlines of the central doctrine of Hellenistic theology, the sublime concept of the Logos, as envisaged by a learned Jew of the diaspora, steeped in Hellenism, and living in the capital of Egypt and the center of the intellectual life of Greater Greece. In the present chapter we shall endeavor to give the reader a further insight into this master idea from another standpoint, and shall reproduce the views of a learned Greek, who, while remaining on the ground of Hellenic traditions proper, turns his eyes to Egypt, and reads what part of its mysterious message he can decipher, in Greek modes of thought. Plutarch, of Chaeronea in Boeotia, nourished in the second half of the 1st century AD, and so follows immediately on Philo and on Paul. Like Philo, however, he knows nothing of the Christians, though like the Alexandrian he treats of precisely those problems and questions which were and are of preeminent interest for Christians. Plutarch chooses as his theme the myth and mysteries of Osiris and Isis. He gives the myth in its main outlines, and introduces us into the general religious atmosphere of the Egyptian belief of what we may, perhaps, be allowed to call demotic times. But he does far more than this. Initiated himself into the Osiriaca, of which there was apparently a Thyasos at Delphi, though on the one hand he possesses more knowledge of formal details than he feels himself permitted to disclose. On the other hand he is aware that the true initiate of Isis is one who goes far beyond any formal reception of the symbolic mysteries. The true initiate must of his own initiative forever keep searching and probing more deeply into the intimate reason of things, as adumbrated by the things said and done in the sacred rites. 3. For this task Plutarch is well equipped, not only by his wide knowledge of the philosophy and theology and science of his day, but also by the fact that he held a high office at Delphi in the service of Apollo and also in connection with the Dionysiac rites. He was almost certainly a hierophant, and no merely formal one at that. Plutarch accordingly gives a most instructive exposition, which should enable us, if only we are content to put ourselves in his place, and condescend to think in the terms of the thought of his day, to review the ancient struggle between physical reason and formal theology which was then in full conflict, a conflict that has been renewed on a vastly extended scale for the last few centuries, and which is still being fought to a finish or honorable truce in our own day. Our initiated philosopher is on the side neither of atheism or pure physicism, nor on that of superstition, as he understood those terms in his day. He takes a middle ground, and seeks final refuge in the fair vision of the Logos. And that, too, in all humility, for he knows well that whatever he can say is at best but a dim reflection of the glory of the highest, as indeed he expressly tells us when writing. Nor can the souls of men here on the earth, swathed as they are in bodies and enwrapped in passions, commune with God, except so far as they can reach some done sort of a dream of him with the perception of a mind trained in philosophy. 73. 2. We accordingly find Plutarch discussing the various theories of his day which profess to explain the mythological and theological enigmas of the ancients, with special reference to the Osiris myth. He discusses the theory of Ephemeris, that the gods were nothing but ancient kings and worthies, and dismisses it as no really satisfactory explanation. 23. He then proceeds to consider the theory that these things refer to the doings of daimones, which he thinks a decided improvement on that of Ephemeris. 25. Thence he passes to the theories of the physicists or natural phenomenalists. 32. And of the mathematici, that is to say, the Pythagorean speculations as to the celestial spheres, and their harmonies, lie. In each of these three latter theories he thinks there is some truth, still each by itself is insufficient. They must be combined, XLV, and even then it is not enough. He next considers the question of first principles, and discusses the theories of the one, the two, and the many. Again finding something to be said for each view, and yet adopting none of them as all sufficient. But of all attempted interpretations he finds the least satisfactory to be that of those who are content to limit the hermeneutics of the mystery myths simply to the operations of ploughing and sowing. With this vegetation god theory he has little patience, and stigmatizes its professors as that dull crowd, LXV. And here, perhaps, some of us may think that Plutarch is not out of date even in the 20th century of grace. And his arguments might be recommended to the consideration of those anthropologists who are just now with such complacency running to death what Mr. Andrew Lang humorously calls the Covent Garden theory. Further on, dealing as he does with the puzzling question of Egyptian animal worship, Plutarch is brought face to face with many problems of taboo and totemism, and he is not without interest in what he says on these subjects. 72. F. And in the theories of utilitarianism and symbolism which he adduces. 74. Finally, he gives us his view of the rationale of the custom of incense burning. 79. Which should be of some concern to many in present-day Christian communities. But the whole of this complex of custom and rites, puzzling and self-contradictory as they may appear, and the whole of the riddles and veiled enigmas of Egyptian priestly tradition, are, Plutarch believes, resolvable into transparent simplicity by a proper understanding of the true nature of man and of his relation to divine nature, that wisdom who is the eternal and inseparable spouse of divine reason, the Logos. It would perhaps have been simpler for some of my readers, it certainly would have been shorter, had I condensed what Plutarch has to say. But my desire is rather to let this student of the comparative theology of his day speak for himself, and not to give my own views. For I still believe, in spite of the superior formal education of the 20th century, that we cannot normally know more about the ancient mysteries and their inner purport than the best minds who were initiated into them while they still flourished. For not only are we without the precise data which these ancients possessed, but also the phase of thought through which we have recently been passing, and in which we mostly still are, is not one which can sympathetically tolerate those very considerations which, in my opinion, provide the most fertile ground of explanation of the true inwardness of what was best in those mystery traditions. Moreover, I have thought it of service to give a full version of this treatise of Plutarch's from a decent critical text. 778 For the only translation in English read by me is by no means a careful piece of work. 779 And manifestly rendered from a very imperfect text. Also, the language of Plutarch in some passages appears to me to be deserving of more careful handling than has as yet been accorded it, for a number of sentences seem to have been purposely phrased so as to be capable of conveying a double meaning. Finally, with regard to his own interpretation, would suggest that Plutarch, as was natural to a Greek, has more insisted on intellectual modes of thought than perhaps an Egyptian priest would have been inclined to do. For it seems probable that to the Egyptian mind the chief interest would lie in the possibility of the realization of immediate contact with the mystery in all those modes which are not so much intellectual as sensible. In other words, it would be by making himself a vehicle of the great breath in his body rather than a mirror of the mystery in his mind, that the son of the Nile land would seek for union. It is, moreover, of interest to find that Plutarch addresses his treatise to a lady. For though we have extant several moral tractates addressed to wives, such as Porphyry's letter to Marcella, and Plutarch's consolation to his own wife, Timoxena, it is rare to find philosophical treatises addressed to women. And nowadays many women are once more interested in such philosophy. Plutarch wrote his essay at Delphi, 68. 6, and addressed it to Klea, a lady who held a distinguished position among the Delphic priestesses, and who had herself been initiated into the Osiriac mysteries, her very name Klea being, perhaps, her mystery name. 35. The treatise is, therefore, addressed to one who was prepared to read into it more than appears on the surface. It should also be remembered that in all probability the main source of Plutarch's information was the now lost treatise of Manetho on the Egyptian religion, and in this connection it is of interest to record Granger's opinion, who, in referring to Plutarch's De Icide et Osiride, says, first he deals with those opinions which identify the Egyptian gods with natural objects, Osiris with the Nile, Isis with the land, and so on. Then he considers the interpretations of those who identify the gods with the sun and moon, etc., chlxi. These speculations summarize for us, at first or second hand, some of the Hermetic books current in Plutarch's time, 780. Addressed to Klea concerning Gnosis and the search for truth. 1. 781 While all who have mind, O Klea, should ask for all their blessings from the gods, let us, by pursuing after them, pray to obtain from them those blessings of Gnosis 782 concerning them, as far as 'tis within the reach of men. In that there's nothing greater for a man to get, nor more majestic for a god to give, than truth. 2. Of other things their God gives men what they require, whereas of mind and wisdom he gives a share 783 to them, since he, himself, possesses these and uses them. For the divine is neither blessed through silver and through gold, nor strong through thunderings and lightnings, but, blessed and strong, by Gnosis and by wisdom. 3. And thus most finely of all things which he hath said about the gods, sounding aloud. Yea, have they both a common source and one, fair, native land. But Zeus came into being first and he knew more. Hath Homer made pronouncement of the primacy of Zeus as more majestic, in that in Gnosis and in wisdom it 784 is older. 4. Nay, I believe that the good fortune of Aeonian life, the which the god hath gotten for his lot, is that by reason of his Gnosis the things in Genesis should not entirely die. For when the knowing of existing things and being wise is taken from it, freedom from death is time, not life. The art of knowing and of divinising. 2:1. Wherefore the longing for the godly state is a desire for truth, and specially the truth, about the gods, in so much as it doth embrace reception of the sacred things, instruction and research. 785 A work more holy than is all and every purging rite in temple service, and not least pleasing to that goddess whom thou servest, in that she is particularly wise and wisdom-loving. Seeing her very name doth seem to indicate that knowing and that Gnosis 786 is more suitable to her than any other title. 2. For that Isis is Greek 787 and, so is, Typhon, in that he's foe unto the goddess, and is puffed up 788 through his unknowing in deceit and tears the holy reason, Logos, into pieces and makes away with it. The which the goddess gathers up again and recomposes, and transmits to those perfected in the art of divinising 789, which by the means of a continually sober life and by their abstinence from many foods and sexual indulgences. tempers intemperate pleasure love, and doth accustom them to undergo, without being broken down, the rigorous tasks of service in the sacred rites, the end of which is Gnosis of the first and lordly one, the one whom mind alone can know. 790 For whom the goddess calls on them to seek, though he is by her side and one with her. 3. Nay more, the very appellation of the holy place doth plainly promise Gnosis, that is eidesis, of that which is. For it is named Iseon, as though, of them who shall know, 791 that which is, if that with reason, logos, and with purity 792 we enter in the holy places of the goddess. The true initiates of Isis. 3. 1. Yet many have set down that she is Hermes' daughter, and many, that she is Prometheus's, I holding the latter as discoverer of wisdom and foreknowledge, and Hermes of the art of letters and the muses' art. 2. Wherefore, in Hermes' city, they call the foremost of the muses Isis, as well as righteousness 793 in that she's wise 794 as has been said. 795 and shows 796 the mysteries of the gods to those who are with truth and justice called the carriers of the holy symbols, and wearers of the holy robes. 797. 3. And these are they who carry the holy reason, logos, about the gods, purged of all superstition and superfluity, in their soul, as in a chest. And cast robes round it 798, in secret disclosing such things, of the opinion 799 about the gods as are black and shadowy, and such as are clear and bright, just as they are suggested by the sacred dress. 4. Wherefore when the initiates of Isis at their death are adorned in these robes, it is a symbol that this reason, logos, is with them, and with him and not else they go their. 800. 5. For it is not the growing beard and wearing cloak that makes philosophers, O Klea, nor clothing in linen and shaving oneself that makes initiates of Isis. But a true Isiac is one who, when he by law 801 receives them, searches out by reason, logos, the mysteries, shown and done concerning these gods, and meditates upon the truth in them. Why the priests are shaven and wear linen. 4. 1. Now, as far as the many are concerned, even this commonest and smallest secret is hid from them, namely, why the priests cut off their hair, and wear linen robes. For some do not at all care to know about these things, while others say that they abstain from the use of the sheep's wool, as they do from its flesh, because they hold it sacred, and that they shave their heads through being in mourning. And wear linen things on account of the color which the flax in flower sends forth, resembling the ethereal radiance 802 that surrounds the cosmos. 2. But the true cause, the one of all, is, as Plato says, because it is not lawful for pure to touch not pure 803. Now, superfluity 804 of nourishment and excretion is nothing chaste or pure. And it is from superfluities that wool and fur and hair and nails spring up and grow. 3. It would, thus, be laughable for them to cut off their own hair in the purifications, shaving themselves, and making smooth their whole body evenly, and, then, put on and wear the hair of animals. 805. 4. For indeed we should think that Hesiod, when he says, nor from 5 branched at fire blooming of gods, cut dry from green with flashing blade 806, teaches that men ought to keep holy day only when pure of such superfluities, and not at the sacred operations themselves have need of purification and the removal of superfluities. 5. Again, the flax grows out of the deathless earth, and yields a fruit that man may eat, and offers him a smooth pure raiment that does not weigh upon the watcher 807 but is well joined for every hour 808 and is the least cone-bearing 809 as they say. Concerning which things there is another reason, logos, of the refraining from flesh and salt and superfluities. v. 1. And the priests handle so hardly 810 the nature of superfluities, that they not only deprecate the many kinds of pulse, and of meats the sheep, flesh 811 kinds and swine flesh kinds, as making much superfluity, But also at their times of purification they remove the salts from the grains. 8:12 having other further reasons as well as the fact that it makes the more thirsty and more hungry sharpen their desire the more. 2. For to argue that salts are not pure owing to the multitude of small lives 8:13 that are caught 8:14 and die in them when they solidify themselves, as Aristagoras said 8:15 is naive. 3. They are, moreover, said to water the Apis also from a special well, and by all means to keep him from the Nile, not that they think his 8:16 water stained with blood because of the crocodile. 817 as some think, for nothing is so precious to Egyptians as the Nile, but that the water of Nile superfluity 8:18 on being drunk seems to make fat, nay, rather to make much too much of flesh. 4. And, so, they do not wish the Apis to be so nor yet themselves, but, wish, to wear their bodies on their souls compact and light, and neither to compress nor oppress them by the mortal part prevailing and its weighing down of the divine. On the drinking of wine. 6. 1. And as for wine, the servants of the god in Sun, City 8:19 do not at all bring it into the sacred place, as 'tis not right, for them, to drink by day while he, their lord and king, looks on. 2. The rest, of them 8:20, use it indeed, but sparingly. They have, however, many times of abstinence at which they drink no wine, but spend them in the search for wisdom, learning and teaching the truth about the gods. 3. The kings used to drink it, though in certain measure according to the sacred writings, as Hecataeus has narrated 8:21 for they were priests, as well. 4. They began to drink it, however, only from the time of Psammetichus. 822 but before that they used not to drink wine. Nor did they make libation of it as a thing dear to the gods, but as the blood of those who fought against the gods 8:23, from whom, when they fell and mingled with the earth, they think the vines came. And that because of this wine-drenching makes men to be out of their minds and struck aside 8:24 in that, forsooth, they are fulfilled with the forefathers of its 8:25 blood. 826. 5. These things, at any rate Eudoxus says, in Book 2. Of his circuit 827 are thus stated by the priests. On Fish Taboos. 7. 1. As to sea fish, all, Egyptians, abstain generally, not from all, fish, but, from some. As, for example, those of the Oxyrhynchus gnome from those caught with a hook, for as they venerate the sharp-snout fish 828 they fear that the hook 829 is not pure when sharp-snout is caught by it. 830 while those of the Cyene gnome, abstain from, the devourer, 831 for that it seems that it appears together with the rising of the Nile, and that it shows their 832 growth to those in joy, seen as a self-sent messenger. 2. Their priests, upon the other hand, abstain from all. And, even, on the 9th of the first month 833 when every one of the rest of the Egyptians eats a broiled fish before his front door 834 the priests do not taste it, but burn their fishes to ashes before the doors, of the temple, point 835. 3. And they have 2 reasons, for this, of which I will later on take up the sacred and extraordinary, 1, according with the facts religiously deduced concerning Osiris and Typhon. The evident, the one that's close at hand, in showing forth the fish as a not necessary and a not unsuperfluous cooked food, bears witness unto Homer, who makes neither the Phaeacians of luxurious lives, nor yet the Ithacesian island men, use fish. Nor yet Odysseus's companions 836 in so great a voyage and on the sea before they came to the last strait. 837. 4. And generally, the priests, think that the seas from fire and is beyond the boundaries, nor part nor element, of earth, but of another kind, a superfluity soerupt and soerupting. The Onion and Pig Taboos. 8. 1. For nothing reasonless, or, purely, fabulous, or from, mere, superstition, as some suppose, has been incorporated into the foundation of the sacred operations, but some things have moral and needful causes. While others are not without a share in the embellishment of science and physics, as, for instance, in the case of the onion. 2. The story, that Dictys 838 the nursling of Isis 839 fell into the river and was drowned, in trying to catch the onions with his hands 840, is utterly incredible. 3. The priests, however, keep themselves pure of the onion, and treat it hardly, being, ever, on the watch against it, because it is the only thing whose nature is to be well nourished and to flourish when the moons wane. Its food 841 for neither fast nor feast, neither for the former in that it makes those feeding 842 on it thirst, while for the latter it makes them weep. 4. And in like manner also they consider the sow an unholy animal, because it seems to be covered especially when the moon is on the wane, while the bodies of those who drink its milk burst forth 843 into leprosy 844 and scabrous roughnesses. 5. And the tale, Logos, they tell after once only 845 sacrificing and eating pig at the full moon, namely, that Typhon when pursuing pig towards full moon found the wooden coffin in which the body of Osiris lay dead. And scattered it in pieces 846, they do not all receive, thinking it is a trifling mishearing, of the true tale, like many more. 847. 6. But they say their ancients so protected themselves against softness, of living, and extravagance and agreeable sensations, that they said a slab was set up in the holy place at Thebes with deprecations inlettered on it against Manes 848 the king, who first changed the Egyptians from the way of life without riches and without needs and plain. 7. Moreover, Tecnactus, father of Bacchares 849 is said, when marching on the Arabs 850 when his baggage was delayed 851 to have used with joy the food nearest at hand, and afterwards to have fallen into deep sleep on a bed of straw. 852 and so embraced frugality. And in consequence of this, he is said, to have execrated the Manian, and, with the approval of the priests, to have graven his execration on stone. The kings, the riddles of the priests, and the meaning of a mound. 9. 1. The kings were appointed from the priests or from the warriors, the one caste possessing worth and honor through manliness, and the other through wisdom. 2. And he who was appointed from the warriors immediately became, 1, of the priests and shared in their philosophy, which for the most part was hidden in myths and words, logoi, containing dim reflections and transparencies of truth, as, doubtless, they themselves make indirectly plain by fitly setting sphinxes up before the temples, as though their reasoning about the gods possessed a wisdom wrapped in riddle. 853. 3. Indeed, the seat 854 of Athena, that is Isis, as they think, at Sais used to have the following inscription on it. I am all that has been and is and shall be, and no mortal has ever revealed 855 my robe 856. 4. Moreover, while the majority think that the proper name of Zeus with the Egyptians is Ammon, which we by a slight change call Ammon, Manetho, the Sebonite, considers it is hidden, 1. And that his power of hiding is made plain by the very articulation of the sound. 5. Hecataeus 857 of Abdera, however, says that the Egyptians use this word to one another also when they call one to them, for that its sound has got the power of calling to 858. 6. Wherefore when they call to the first God, who they think is the same for every man, as unto the unmanifest and hidden, invoking him to make him manifest and plain to them, they say, Ammon. So great, then, was the care Egyptians took about the wisdom which concerned the mysteries of the gods. Of the Greek disciples of Egyptians and of Pythagoras and his symbols. X. 1. And the most wise of the Greeks also are witnesses, Solon, Thales, Plato, Eudoxus, Pythagoras, and, as some say, Lycurgus as well, through coming to Egypt and associating with her priests. 2. And so they say that Eudoxus was hearer of Canufis 859 of Memphis, and Solon of Sonchus of Sais, and Pythagoras of Enophis of Heliopolis. 3. And the last especially, as it appears, being contemplated and contemplating 860 brought back to the memory of his men their 861 symbolic and mysterious art, containing their dogmas in dark sayings. 4. For most of the Pythagoric messages leave out nothing of what are called the hieroglyphic letters, for instance, eat not on what bears 2, 862, sit not down on measure, 863, plant not phoenix, 864, stir not fire with knife 865 in house. 5. And, for myself at least, I think that his men's calling the monad Apollo 866 and the dyad Artemis, and the hebdomad Athena, and the first cube 867 Poseidon, also resembles those whose statues preside over the sacred places, and whose dramas are acted, there, and, the names, painted 868, there as well. 6. For they write the king and lord, Osiris 869 with eye, and scepter 870, but some interpret the name also as many-eyed, since in the Egyptian tongue Os means many, and Iri eye. 7. And they write heaven, as unaging through eternity 871 with heart, that is, spirit 872, rising, from altar 873 underneath. 8. And at Thebes there used to be set up handless statues of judges, while the statue of the chief judge had its eyes tight shut, seeing that justice neither gives nor takes gift, and is not worked on. 9. And for the warriors, scarab was their seal emblem. For the scarab is not female, but all scarabs are male 874, and they engender their seed into matter, or material, which they make into spheres, preparing a field not so much of nourishment 875 as of Genesis. Advice to Klea concerning the hidden meaning of the myths. 11:1. When, therefore, thou hearest the myth-sayings of the Egyptians concerning the gods, wanderings and dismemberings, and many such passions 876, thou shouldst remember what has been said above. And think none of these things spoken as they, really, are in state and action. 2. For they do not call Hermes, dog, as a proper name, but they associate the watching and waking from sleep of the animal 877 who by knowing and not knowing determines friend from foe, as Plato says 878, with the most logos-like of the gods. 3. Nor do they think that the sun rises as a newborn babe from a lotus, but so they write, sunrise, riddling the rekindling of the sun from moist elements, point 879. 4. Moreover, they called the most crude and awesome king of the Persians, Achus, 880, who killed many and finally cut the throat of Apis and made a hearty meal off him with his friends, knife. 881, and they call him so unto this day in the catalogue 882 of their kings, not, of course, signifying his essence by its proper name 883 but likening the hardness of his mood 884 to an instrument of slaughter. 5. So too shalt thou, if thou hearest and receivest the mysteries about the gods from those who interpret the myth purely and according to the love of wisdom, and if thou doest ever and keepest carefully the customs observed by the priests. And if thou thinkest that thou wilt offer neither sacrifice nor act more pleasing to the gods than the holding a true view concerning them, thou shalt escape an ill no less than being without the gods. 885, that is to say, the fearing of the daimones. 886. 12:1. The myth which is told is, in its very shortest possible elements, after the purely useless and superfluous have been removed, as follows. The mystery myth. 2. They say that when Rhea 887 secretly united with Kronos, Helios on sensing 888 it imprecated her not to bring forth in month or year. 889. 3. That Hermes being in love with the goddess, came to conjunction with her. Then playing draughts 890 against Selene 891 and winning 892 the 70th of each of the lights, he conduced from all 893 5 days and induced them into the 360 days, which Egyptians call the now induced. 894 and keep as birthdays of the gods. 895. 4. And they say, that on the first Osiris was born, and that a voice fell out 896 together with him on his being brought forth, to wit, the Lord of all forth comes to light. 5. But some say that a certain Pameli 897 being moistened 898 from the holy place of Zeus, heard a voice directing her to proclaim with outcry that, great king good-doing Osiris is born. And that because of this she nursed Osiris, Kronos entrusting him to her, and they keep with mystic rites the Pamilia in his honor, similar to the Phallophoria. 899. 6. And on the second, they say, Aurores, was born, whom they call Apollo, and some call Elder Horus. 900. On the third that Typhon, neither in season nor in place, but breaking through with a blow, leapt forth through her side. 901. On the fourth that Isis was born in all moist conditions. On the fifth Nephthys, whom they name End and Aphrodite, while some call her also Victory. 7. And, they say, that Osiris and Aurores were from Helios, Isis from Hermes, and Typhon and Nephthys from Kronos, and therefore the kings considering the third 902 of the induced days, nefast. Used neither to consult nor serve themselves till night. 903. 8. And, they say, that Nephthys was married to Typhon, 904 but Isis and Osiris being in love with each other, united even before they were born, down in the womb beneath the darkness. 905. 9. Some, moreover, say that Aurores thus came to birth, and that he is called Elder Horus by Egyptians, but Apollo by Greeks. 13. 1. And, they say, that when Osiris was king, he straightway set free the Egyptians from a life from which they could find no way out and like unto that of wild beasts. 906 both setting fruits before them, and laying down laws. And teaching them to honor the gods. 2. And that subsequently he went over the whole earth, clearing it. 907 not in the least requiring arms, but drawing the multitude to himself by charming them with persuasion and reason. Logos. 908 with song and every art the muses give. 909 and that for this cause he seems to the Greeks to be the same as Dionysus. 910. 3. And, they say, that while he was away, Typhon attempted no revolution, owing to Isis keeping very careful guard, and having the power 911 in her hands, holding it fast. But that when he, Osiris, came back, he made with art a wile for him, conjuring 72 men, and having as co-worker a queen coming out of Ethiopia, whom they call Osso. 912. 4. But that after measuring out for himself in secret the body of Osiris. 913 and having devised, according to the size, 914 a beautiful and extraordinarily ornamented chest, 915 brought it into the banqueting hall. 916. 5. And that when they were delighted at the sight and wondered, Typhon, in sport, promised to give the chest to him who could make himself exactly equal to it by laying himself down in it. 917. 6. And that when all were trying, one after another, since no one fitted, Osiris stepped in and laid himself down. 7. And they who were present running up, dashed on the lid, and, after some, of them, had closed it down with fastenings, and others had poured hot lead over it, they carried it out to the river. 918 and let it go into the sea by way of the Tanitic. 919 mouth, which, they say, Egyptians call even to this day by a hateful and abominable name. 8. These things they say were done on the 17th of the month Athyr. 920 in which, month, the sun passes through the Scorpion, it being the 28th year of Osiris' reign. 9. Some, however, say that he had lived and not reigned so long. 921. 14. 1. And as the Pans and Satyrs. 922 that inhabit round Chemis. 923 were the first to sense the passion. 924, of Osiris, and give tongue concerning what was being done. They say, that on this account sudden disturbances and emotions of crowds are even unto this day called panics. 2. But when Isis. 925 sensed it, she cut off one of her curls, and put on a mourning dress, whence the city to this day bears the name Copto. 926. But others think the name signifies privation. 927 for they say that Coptian is to deprive. 3. And, they say, that she, wandering about in every direction, and finding no way out, never approached anyone without accosting him, nay, she asked even little children whom she happened to meet, about the chest. 4. And they happened to have seen, and showed the mouth. 928 through which the friends of Typhon let the vessel. 929 go into the sea. 5. Because of this, they say, Egyptians believe that little children have prophetic power, and they especially divine from the sounds of their voices, when playing in the holy places and shouting about anything. 6. 930 And, they say, that when Isis was aware that Osiris in ignorance had fallen in love and united himself with her sister 931 as with herself, and seeing as proof the honey, clover 932 wreath which he had left behind with Nephthys. She sought for the babe, for she, n. exposed it immediately she bore it, through fear of Typhon 933. 7. And after it was found with toil and trouble, dogs 934 guiding Isis to it was reared and became her guard and follower, being called Anubis, and is said to guard the gods, as their dogs men. 15. 1. It was from him she got intelligence about the chest, that after it had been wave-tossed out by the sea to the Byblos 935 country, the land-wash had gently brought it to rest in a certain heather bush. 936. 2. And the heather bush, in a short time running up into a most beautiful and very large young tree, enfolded, and grew round it, 937 and hid it entirely within itself. 3. And the king, 938 marveling at the greatness of the tree, after cutting off the branches, and rounding off the trunk that surrounded the coffin without its being seen, 939 set it up as the prop of his roof. 4. And they say that on her hearing of these things by the daimonian spirit of a voice, 940 Isis came to Byblos, and, sitting down at a fountainhead, downcast and weeping, held converse with no one else. But she embraced and showed affection to the maids of the queen, curling 941 their hair and exhaling from herself on their skin a marvelous fragrance. 5. And when the queen saw her maids, longing for the ambrosia-smelling hair and skin of the stranger came upon her. And so when she had been sent for and had become an inmate of the palace, the queen made her nurse of her little one. 6. And the name of the king, they say, was Malcander, 942, while her name according to some was Astarte, according to others Seosis, and according to others Nemesis, 943, or whatever is the name for which the Greek equivalent would be Athenais. 944. 16. 1. And, they say, that instead of giving it 945 the breast, Isis reared the little one by putting her finger 946 into its mouth, and that at night she burnt round 947 the mortal elements of its body, and, turning herself into a swallow, flew round the pillar and twittered a dirge. Until the queen, through spying on her, and crying out 948 when she saw the babe being burnt round, deprived it of its immortality. 949. 2. That when the goddess revealed herself, she claimed for herself the pillar of the roof. And, taking it down with the greatest care, she cut away the heather tree from round it, then wrapping this 950 up in fine linen, and pouring the juices of sweet herbs over it, 951 she placed it in the hands of the royal couple. And even unto this day the people of Byblos venerate the wood 952 lying in the holy place of Isis. 3. As for the coffin, she flung herself round it, and kept moaning so long, that the younger of the little ones of the king died away. 953 And, taking the elder with herself, and placing the coffin on a boat, she sailed away. 4. And when the river Phaedrus 954 raised too rough a wind 955 just after dawn, 956 waxing wrath, she dried up his stream. 17. 1. And, they say, that when first she found solitude and was by herself, she opened the chest, and laying her face on his face, she kissed him, and shed tears. 2. And that when the little one came up in silence from behind and understood, on sensing it she turned herself about, and passionately gave him an awful look. And the little one could not hold himself up against the awe of her, and died. 3. But some say, it was, not thus, but, as it has been said before, 957 that he fell out 958 into the river. 4. And he has honors owing to the goddess, for the Mineros 959 whom Egyptians hymn at their symposia is he. 5. While others relate that the boy was called Palestinos 960 or Pelusios, and that the city 961 was named after him when it was founded by the goddess, and that the Maneros who is hymned was the first to discover the art of the Muses. 962. 6. But some say that it is the name of no one, but a manner of speech for men drinking and feasting, with the meaning, may such and such things be present in becoming measure. For the Egyptians on every such occasion shout out this, it being indicated to them by Maneros. 7. Just as, doubtless, also there being shown the image of a dead man carried round in a small wooden coffin, is not a reminder of the Osirian passion, as some suppose. But it is in order to exhort them while filled with wine to make use of things present, in that all will very presently be such, as it, that they bring in an unpleasing after-evil. 18:1. And, they say, that when Isis had gone a journey to her son Horus, who was being reared at Butos, 963 and had put away 960 for the chest, 965 Typhon, taking his dogs 966 out by night towards the moon, came upon it. And recognizing the body, tore it into 14 pieces, and scattered them abroad. 2. And Isis, they say, on learning this, searched for them in a papyrus skiff, Baris, sailing away through the marshes. 967 Whence those who sail in papyrus hulls are not injured by the crocodiles, either because they 968 fear or rather revere the goddess. 969. 3. And it is because of this, they say, that many tombs of Osiris are spoken of in Egypt. 970, through her performing burial rites on meeting with each piece. 4. Some, however, say no. But that making herself images, of them, she distributed these to each city. 971 as though she were giving it the whole body, in order that it might have honors from the multitude, and that even if Typhon should get the better of Horus, he might renounce his search for the true tomb when many were spoken of and pointed out. 5. Now, the only one of the parts of Osiris which Isis did not find was that which causes awe. For that it was cast straightway into the river, and the scaly coat, 972 and the devourer, 973 and the sharp snout 974 ate it up, which, they say, among fishes are considered specially expiate. 975 And that Isis, making herself a counterfeit instead of it, consecrated the phallus, in honor of which the Egyptians keep festival even to this day. 976. 19:1. Thereafter Osiris, coming to Horus out of the invisible, 977 worked through him and trained him for the fight. 2. He then put this test question to him, what does he consider fairest? And when he said, helping father and mother in ill plight, he asked a second, what animal does he think most useful for those who go out to fight? 3. And when Horus said horse, he marveled at him, and was quite puzzled why he did not say lion, rather than horse. 978. 4. Accordingly Horus said, lion is a needful thing to one requiring help, but horse can scatter in pieces the foe in flight and consume him utterly. 979. Thus hearing, Osiris rejoiced that Horus was fitly prepared. 5. And it is said that as many were changing over to the side of Horus, Thoris, 980 Typhon's concubine, came too, and that a certain serpent pursuing after her was cut in pieces by those round Horus. 981 And today on this account they cast down a small rope and cut it in pieces for all to see. 982. 6. The fight lasted for many days, and Horus won. Nevertheless, when Isis received Typhon in bonds, she did not make away with him. Far from it. She unbound him and let him go. 7. Horus, however, did not bear this temperately, but, laying hands on his mother, he drew off the crown from her head. Whereupon Hermes 983 crowned her with a headdress of cow horns. 8. And, they say, that also when Typhon got the chance of bringing a bastardy suit against Horus, and Hermes was counsel for the defense, Horus was judged legitimate by the gods. 984. And that, afterwards, Typhon was fought under in 2 other fights. 9. And that Isis brought forth from her union with Osiris after his death 985 Harpocrates 986, who missed the month and was weak in his limbs from below upwards. 987. The undermeaning a reflection of a certain reason. XXI. These are approximately the chief headings of their myth, after the most ill-omened have been removed, such as, for instance, the one about the cutting up into pieces of Horus, and the beheading of Isis. 2. That, however, if people suppose and say these things about that blessed and incorruptible nature according to which especially the divine conceives itself, as though they were actually enacted and really took place. Thou shouldst spit out and cleanse mouth, according to Aeschylus 988. There is no need to tell thee. 989. For of thyself thou showest displeasure at those who hold illegitimate and barbarous notions about the gods. 3. But that these things are not at all like lean tales and quite empty figments, such as poets and prose writers weave and expand as though they were spiders spinning them out of themselves from a source that has no basis in fact. But that they contain certain informations and statements, thou knowest of thyself. 4. And just as the Mathematici 990 say that Iris 991 is the sun's reflection many-colored by the return of its visual impression to the cloud, so the myth down here is a reflection of a certain reason, logos, that bends its thinking back on other things. As both the sacred offerings suggest by the reflected element of mournfulness and sadness they contain, and also the dispositions of the temples which in one direction open out into sidewalks and courts for moving about in. Open to the sky and clear of objects, while in the other they have hidden in dark robing rooms underground, like places for putting coffins in and burying spots. Concerning the tombs of Osiris. 5. And not least of all does the belief of the Osirians, since the body, of Osiris, is said to be in many places, suggest this. 6. For they say that both Diakite is called Polychny 992 because it alone has the true one. And, also, that it is at Abydos that the wealthy and powerful of the Egyptians are mostly buried, their ambition being to have a common place of burial with the body of Osiris. And, again, that it is at Memphis that the Apis is reared as the image of the soul of Osiris, because it is there also that his body lies. 7. And as for the city, 993 some interpret it as harbor of good things, but others give it the special meaning of tomb of Osiris. It is, however, the little island 1994 at Philae, they say, which is in other respects inaccessible and inapproachable by all, and that not even the birds light on it or fish come near it. But at a certain season the priests cross over, to it, and make offerings to the dead, and place wreaths on the monument which is overshadowed by a .995 tree, which is greater in size than any olive. 21, 1. Eudoxus, however, says, that, though many tombs are spoken of in Egypt, the body lies at Busiris, for that this had been the native city of Osiris. Nevertheless Taphosiris requires no further reason, to establish its claim, for the name explains itself, namely, burying of Osiris. But I read of cutting of wood, of rending of linen, and pouring of pourings, because many of the mystery meanings, have been mixed up with them. 996. 2. But the priests say that not only of these gods, but also of all the other gods also who are not ingenerable and indestructible, the bodies lie buried with them when they 997 have done their work, and have service rendered them, while their souls shine in heaven as stars. And that, of the former, the soul, of Isis is called dog by the Greeks, but Sothis by the Egyptians, while the soul, of Horus, is called Orion 998 and Typhon's bear .999. 3. And, they say, that for the burials of the animals to whom honor is paid, the rest, of the Egyptians, pay the dues which are mutually determined. But that those alone who inhabit the Thebaid give nothing, since they believe that no god is subject to death, and that he whom they themselves call Neph is ingenerable and immortal. Concerning the theory of Ephemeris. 22, 1. Now, since many of such tombs are spoken of and pointed out, those who think these myths commemorate the awe-inspiring mighty works and passions of kings and tyrants who, through surpassing virtue and power, put in a claim for the reputation of divinity, and afterwards experienced reverses of fortune, employ a very easy means of escape from the true reason logos, and not unworthily transfer the element in them, from gods to men. And they have the following to help them from the narratives related. 2. For instance, the Egyptians tell us that Hermes had a short, armed 1,000 body, that Typhon was red-skinned, Horus white, and Osiris black, as though they were men, born in the course of nature. 3. Moreover, also, they call Osiris, general, and Cannabis 1001, pilot, from whom, they say, the star got its name. And, they say, that the ship which Greeks call Argo is an image of the bark of Osiris, constellated in his honor, and that it sails not far from Orion and Dog. The former of which Egyptians consider the sacred boat of Horus and the latter of Isis. 1002. 23, 1. But I am afraid that this is moving the immovable, and warring not only against many centuries, according to Simonides. 1003 but against many nations of men and races held fast by religious feeling towards these gods, when people let nothing alone but transfer such mighty names from heaven to earth. And, so, banish and dissolve the sense of worship and faith that has been implanted in nearly all men, from their first coming into existence, opening up wide entrances for the godless folk. 1004 and reducing the divine mysteries to the level of men's doings, and giving a splendid license to the charlatanries of Evemerus 1005 the Messenian, who of himself composing the counterpleas of a baseless science of myths unworthy of any credit, flooded the civilized world with sheer atheism, listing off level all those who are looked on as gods into names of generals and admirals and kings, who, he is good enough to say, existed in bygone days, and are recorded in letters of gold at Pansion 1006, which, records, neither any non-Greek nor any Greek has ever come across, but Evemerus alone, when he went his voyage to the Panchoans and Tryphilians, who never have been nor are anywhere on earth. 24, 1. And yet mighty deeds of Semiramis are sung of among Assyrians, and mighty deeds of Sesostris in Egypt. And Phrygians even unto this day call splendid and marvelous doings Manic, owing to the fact that Manes, one of their bygone kings, proved himself a good and strong man among them, the one whom some call Masts. 1007 Cyrus led Persians and Alexander Macedonians, conquering to almost the ends of the earth, still they have the name and memory of good kings, only. 2. And if some elated by vast boastfulness, as Plato says, 1008, concomitant with youth and ignorance, through having their souls inflamed with pride, have accepted titles like gods and dedications of temples. Their glory has flourished for a short time, only, and afterwards they have incurred the penalty of vanity and imposture coupled with impiety and indecency. 1009. Death coming swift on them, like smoke they rose and fell. 1010. And now like runaway slaves, that can be lawfully taken, torn from the temples and altars, they have naught but their tombs and graves. 3. Wherefore Antigonus the elder, when a certain Hermodotus, in his poems, proclaimed him, son of the sun and god, remarked, my night-stool boy has not so exalted an opinion of me. And with reason also did Lysippus, the sculptor, blame Apelles, the painter, for putting a thunderbolt in Alexander's hand when painting his portrait. Whereas he himself gave him a spearhead, from which not even time itself shall take away the glory, for it is true and really his. The Theory of the Daimones. 25.10.11.1. They, therefore, do better who believe that the things related about Typhon and Osiris and Isis are passions neither of gods nor of men, but of mighty daimons, who, as Plato and Pythagoras and Xenocrates and Chrysippus say, following the theologers of bygone days, have been born more manful than men, far surpassing us in the strength of their nature, yet not having the divine unmixed and pure, but proportioned with the nature of soul and sense of body. Susceptible of pleasure and pain and all the passions, which as innate to such metamorphoses trouble some, of them, more and others less. 2. For the gigantic and titanic passions, sung of among the Greeks, and certain lawless deeds of Cronos and antagonisms of Python against Apollo, and fleeings of Dionysus, and wanderings of Demeter. in no way fall behind the Osiric and Typhonic passions, and others which all may hear unrestrainedly spoken of in myth. And all these things which, under the veil of mystic sacred rites and perfectionings, are carefully kept from being spoken of to, or being allowed to be seen by, the multitude, have a similar reason. Logos, point 10-12. 26. 1. Moreover, we hear Homer also on every occasion calling the good variously godlike and equal to gods, and as having directions 10:13 from gods. Whereas he employs epithets connected with the daimones to both worthy and unworthy in common. Draw nigh them daimonian. Why so fearest the Argives, 10:14. And again. But when indeed for the fourth time he charged, a daimones equal. 1015. And, O thou daimonian! What so great ills do Priam now? And Priam's sons to thee, that thou dost hotly rage. Troy's well-built town to raise, 1016. As though the daimones possessed a mixed and an unbalanced nature and propensity. 2. For which reason Plato 10:17 refers unto the god upon Olympus height things, right, and, odd, 10:18 and to the daimones those that respond to these. 10:19. 3. Moreover, Xenocrates 10:20 thinks that the nefast days, and all the holy days on which are strikings or beatings or fastings or blasphemies or foul language, have nothing to do with honors paid to gods or to beneficent daimones. But that there are natures in the circumambient, 10:21 mighty and powerful indeed, but difficult to turn and sullen, who take pleasure in such things, and when they get them turn to nothing worse. 4. The beneficent and good ones, again, Hesiod also calls holy daimones, and guardians of men, wealth-givers and possessors of this sovereign prerogative, 10:22. 5. Plato 10:23 again gives to this race the name of hermeneutic and of diaconic 10:24, twixt gods and men, speeding up thitherwards men's vows and prayers, and bringing thence prophetic answers hitherwards in gifts of, all, good things. 6. Whereas Empedocles 10:25 says that the daimones have to amend whatever faults they make, or discords they may strike. For ether's rush doth chase them seawards, sea spews them on lands flat, and earth into the beams of tireless sun. And he casts them again into the swirls of ether. One takes them from another, and all abhor them, 10:26, until after being thus chastened and purified they regain their natural place and rank. 27. 1. Born from the selfsame womb as these and things like them, they say, are the legends about Typhon, how that he wrought dire deeds through envy and ill will. And after throwing all things into confusion and filling the whole earth and sea as well with ills, he afterwards did make amends. 2. But the sister, wife 10:27 of Osiris who upheld his honor, after she had quenched and laid to rest Typhon's frenzy and fury, did not allow forgetfulness and silence to overtake the struggles and trials he had endured. And her own wanderings and many deeds of wisdom, and many feats of manliness. But intermingling with the most chaste perfectionings images and undermeanings and copies of the passion she then endured, she hallowed at one and the same time a lesson of religion and a consolation to men and women placed in like circumstances. 3. And she and Osiris, being changed through virtue from good daimones into gods 10:28, as, were, subsequently Heracles and Dionysus, possessed the dignities of gods and daimones at one and the same time. Fitly combined everywhere indeed but with the greatest power among those above earth and under earth. Concerning Sarapis. For they say that Sarapis is no other than Pluto, and Isis Persephassa, as Archimachus of Euboea has said 10:29 and Heracleides of Pontus, when he supposes that the seat of the oracle at Canopus is Pluto's. 28, 1. And Ptolemy the Saviour 10:30 saw in a dream the gigantic statue of Pluto, though he had not previously seen or known what form it was, ordering him to bring it to Alexandria. 2. And when he did not know and had no idea where, the statue, was set up even after he had described his vision to his friends, there was found a man, a great traveller, by name Sosibius. who said he had seen at Sinope just such a colossus as the king seemed to have seen. 3. He, Ptolemy, accordingly sent Sotiles and Dionysius, who, after expending much time and pains, not, however, without the help of God's providence, removed it secretly and brought it away. 4. And when it had been brought to Alexandria, and set up publicly, the assistance of Timotheus, the interpreter, and of Manethos, the Sebonite, coming to the conclusion that it was a statue of Pluto, judging by its Cerberus and huge serpent, convinced Ptolemy that it was that of no other of the gods than Sarapis. For it did not come from Sinope with this designation, but after it had been brought to Alexandria it received the Egyptian name for Pluto, namely, Sarapis. 5. And yet people sink into the opinion of Heraclitus the physicist, when he says, Hades 1031 and Dionysus are the same, for whomsoever they rage and riot. For those who postulate that Hades means the body, because the soul is as it were deranged and drunken in it, put forward a, too, meager interpretation. 6. But, it is, better to identify Osiris with Dionysus, and Sarapis 1032 with Osiris, so designated after he had changed his nature. 1033 Wherefore, Sarapis is common to all, 1034 just as, those who share in the sacred rites know that Osiris is. 29, 1. For it is not worth while paying attention to the Phrygian writings, in which Isis is said to have been the daughter of Charops 1035 son of Heracles, and Typhon, son of Aeacus 1036, also, son of Heracles. 2. Nor, is it worth while, refraining from disregarding Phylarchus 1037 when he writes that it was Dionysus who first brought 2 oxen from India to Egypt, of which the name of one was Apis, and of the other Osiris. And Sarapis is the name of him who orders, or adorns, the universe from Cyrene, sweep, clean, which some say, means, beautifying and adorning, for these, remarks, of Phylarchus are absurd. 3. But still more so are those of them who say that Sarapis is not a god, but that the coffin of Apis 1038 is thus named, and that certain brazen gates at Memphis, called Gates of Oblivion and Wailing, open with a deep mournful sound, when they bury Apis, and that therefore at every sounding of brass 1039 we are plunged into oblivion. 4. More moderate are they who claim that the simultaneous motion of the universe is thus called, sc Sarapis, from Sustai and Saustai 1040, speed. 5. But the majority of the priests say that Osiris and Apis have been woven together into the same name, explaining and teaching that we should look on the Apis as an enformed image of the soul of Osiris. 6. If, however, the name of Sarapis is Egyptian, I for my part think it denotes good cheer and delight, finding a proof in the fact that Egyptians call the feast delights, Syre. And, indeed, Plato says that Hades has been so called as being sweet 1041 and gentle to those with him. 7. And with Egyptians both many other of their names are Logoi 1042 and they call subterrene space, to which they think the souls depart after death, Amenthi, the name signifying the space, which takes and gives, 1043. 8. But whether this, too, is one of the names that left Hellas long ago and have been brought back again 1044 we will examine later on, for the present, let us continue with the remaining points of the belief we have in hand. Concerning Typhon. XXX 1. Osiris and Isis have, then, changed from good daimons into gods. While as for the dimmed and shattered power of Typhon, though it is at the last gasp and in its final death throes, they still appease and soothe it with certain feasts of offerings. 2. Yet, again, every now and then at certain festivals they humiliate it dreadfully and treat it most despitefully, even to rolling red-skinned men in the mud, and driving an ass over a precipice, as the Coptos folk. Because Typhon was born with his skin red and ass-like. While the Busiris folk and Lycopolitans do not use trumpets at all, as they sound like an ass, braying. 3. And generally they think that the ass is not clean, but a demonic animal, on account of its resemblance to that god. And making round cakes for feasts of offerings on both the month of Pani and that of Phafi, 1045 they stamp on them an ass tide, 1046. 4. And on the feast of offerings of the sun, they passed the word to the worshippers not to wear on the body things made of gold nor to give food to an ass. 1047. 5. The Pythagoreans also seem to consider Typhon a demonic power. For they say that Typhon was produced on the 650th even measure, and again that the power 1048 of the equilateral triangle is that of Hades and Dionysus and Ares. That of the square is that of Rhea and Aphrodite and Demeter and Hestia, that is, Hera, that of the dodecagon, that of Zeus, and that of the 56-angled, regular polygon, that of Typhon, as Eudoxus relates. 1049. 31. 1. And, as Egyptians believe that Typhon was born red-skinned, 1050 they offer in sacrifice even the red ones of the oxen, only, after making the scrutiny so close, that if the beast has even a single hair black or white, they consider it ought not to be offered. For if it were sacrificed, it would not be an acceptable offering to the gods, but the contrary. As are all those animals which have seized on the souls of impure and unrighteous men in the course of their transformation into bodies other than human. 2. Wherefore after uttering imprecations on the head of the victim, 1051 and cutting off its head, they used to cast it into the river in olden days, but nowadays they give it to strangers. 3. But as to the one that is to be sacrificed, those of the priests who are called sealers, set a mark upon it, the seal, as Castor 1052 relates, having the impression of a man forced down on one knee with his hands drawn round behind him, and a sword sticking in his throat. 1053. 4. And they think that the ass also has the distinction of its resemblance to Typhon, as has been said, owing to its aversion to being taught and to its wantonness, no less than on account of its skin. 1054. 5. For which cause also, since they especially detested Achuz 1055 of all the Persian kings as being blood-polluted and abominable, they gave him the nickname of ass. But he, with the retort, this ass, however, will make a fine feast off your ox, slaughtered the Apis, as Deinon has told us. 1056. 6. Those, however, who say that Typhon's flight from the fight on an ass lasted 7 days, and that after reaching a place of safety he begot sons, Hierosolamus and Judæus, are instantly convicted of dragging Judaic matters into the myth. 1057. The Theory of the Physicists. XXXIA 1.1058. The above data then afford us such and such suggestions. But from another start let us consider the simplest of those who seem to give a more philosophical explanation. 2. These are those who say that, just as the Greeks allegorize time as Chronos, and air as Hera, and the changes of air into fire as the generation of Hephaestus, so, with the Egyptians, Osiris uniting with Isis, earth, is Nilus, and Typhon is the sea, into which Nilus falling vanishes and is dispersed, except such part of him as the earth takes up and receives, and so becomes endowed with productiveness by him. 3. And there is a sacred dirge made on Chronos 1059, and it laments him who is born in the left hand and died in the right hand parts. 4. For Egyptians think that the eastern parts of Cosmos are face, the northern right hand, and the southern left hand. 5. The Nile, accordingly, since it flows from the southern parts, and is consumed by the sea in the northern, is naturally said to have its birth in the left hand and its death in the right hand. 6. Wherefore the priests both pronounce the sea expiate and call salt Typhon's foam, and one of the chief prohibitions they have is, not to set salt on table. And they do not give greeting to sailors, 1060, because they use the sea, and get their living from it. And for this cause chiefly they accuse fish of being a cause of offense, and write up, hate fish. 7. At any rate at Sais, in the entrance of the temple of Athena, there used to be chiseled up, babe, old man, and after that, hawk, then, fish, and last of all, hippopotamus. 8. This meant in symbols, O ye who are being born and are dying, God hates shamelessness. 9. For babe is the symbol of birth, and old man, of death, and by hawk, they mean God, and by fish, hatred, as has been said on account of the sea, and by hippopotamus, shamelessness. For it is fabled that after it has killed its sire it violates its dam. 10. Moreover, what is said by the Pythagoreans, namely, that the sea is the tears of Kronos, would seem to riddle the fact of its not being pure and cognate with itself. 11. Let these things then be stated from outside sources as matters of common information. 33. 1. But the more wise of the priests call not only the Nile Osiris, and the sea Typhon, but, they call, without exception every source and power that moistens, Osiris, considering, him, cause of generation and essence of seed, and Typhon everything dry and fiery, and of a drying nature generally and one hostile to moisture. 2. And for this cause also, as they think he, Typhon, was born with a reddish-yellow body, somewhat pale, they do not by any means readily meet or willingly associate with men that look like this. 3. On the other hand, again, they say in the language of myth that Osiris was born black, because all, Nile, water blackens both earth and garments and clouds when mixed, with them, and, because, moisture in the young makes their hair black. Whereas grayness comes on those past their prime, as though it were a turning pale owing to its drying up. 4. The spring, too, is blooming and productive and balmy, but autumn, through lack of moisture, is inimical to plants and baneful to animals. 5. And the ox that is kept at Sun City which they call Nevis, sacred to Osiris, while some also consider it sire of Apis, is black, also, and has second honors after Apis. 6. Moreover, they call Egypt, since it is especially black-soiled, just like the black of the eye, Chemia, and liken it to a heart. For it is warm and moist, and is mostly confined in, and adjacent to, the southern part of the civilized world, just like the heart, is, in man's left-hand side. 34. 1. Moreover, they say that sun and moon do not use chariots for vehicles, but sail round in boats, thus, riddling their being nourished by and being born in the moist. 2. And they think that Homer also, like Thales, set down water as source and birth of all things, after learning it from Egyptians, for that Oceanus is Osiris, and Tethys 1061 Isis, as nursing all things and rearing them all up together. 3. For Greeks also call emission of seed pi omicron upsilon sigma alpha nu, and intercourse sigma upsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha nu, and sun upsilon nu, from water delta alpha tau omicron, and moisten sigma alpha iota 1062, and they call Dionysus Hughes as lord of the moist nature, in that he is no other than Osiris. 4. In fact, Hellenicus 1063 seems to have heard Osiris called Husiris by the priests, for he persists in thus calling the god, presumably from his nature and power of invention. 1064. Concerning Osiris and Dionysus. 35. 1. That, however, he is the same as Dionysus, who should know better than thou thyself, O Klea, who art Arche, Charila 1065 of the Thyades at Delphi, and wast dedicated to the Osiriaca before thou wert born. 1066. But if for the sake of others we must quote testimonies, let us leave the things that must not be spoken of in their proper place. 2. The rites, however, which the priests perform in burning the Apis, when they transport its body on a raft, in no way fall short of a baksheek orgy. For they put on fawn skins and carry thyrsuses 1067 and shout and dance just like those inspired at celebrations of the mysteries of Dionysus. 3. Wherefore many of the Greeks make Dionysus also bull-formed. While the women of the Eleans invoke him praying, the god with the bull's foot to come to them. 4. The Argives, moreover, give Dionysus the epithet of bull-born, and they call him up out of the water with the sound of trumpets, casting a lamb into the abyss for the gatekeeper. 1068 The trumpets they hide in Thyrsi, as Socrates has said in his books, on rites, 1069. 5. The Titanic, Passions, also and the Dionysian, night rites agree with what we are told about the tearings in pieces and revivings and palingeneses of Osiris, and similarly the stories of the burials. 6. For both Egyptians point to tombs of Osiris everywhere, as has been said, 1070 and, also, Delphians believe the relics of Dionysus are deposited with them by the side of the oracle, and the holy ones offer an offering, of which we must not speak. In the fane of Apollo, when the Thyades awake, him of the winnowing fan. 7. And that Greeks consider Dionysus to be lord and prince not only of wine, but of every moist nature, Pindar witnesses sufficiently when he sings. May gladsome Dionysus make the pasturage of trees to grow. Pure light of autumn. 1071. 8. For which cause also they who give worship to Osiris are forbidden to destroy a cultivated tree or to stop up a water source. The Theory of the Physicists resumed. 36. 1. And they call not only the Nile, but also without distinction all that is moist, Osiris efflux, and the water vase always heads the processions of the priests in honor of the god. 2. And with Rush 1072 they write king, and the southern climate of the cosmos, and Rush is interpreted as watering and conception of all things, and is supposed to resemble in its nature the generative member. 3. And when they keep the feast Pamilia, which is phallic, as has been said, 1073 they bring out and carry round an image having a phallus 3 times the size of it. 4. For God is source, and every source by the power of generation makes manifold that which comes from it. And, many times, we are accustomed to call thrice, as, for instance, thrice blessed, and 3 times as many, endless, bonds, 1074, unless, indeed, threefold was used in its authentic meaning by those of old. For the moist nature, as being source and genesis of all, moved from the beginning the first 3 bodies, earth, air, and fire. 5. For the logos that is superadded to the myth, how that Typhon cast the chief part of Osiris into the river, and Isis could not find it, but after dedicating an object answering to it, and having made it ready, she commanded them to keep the phallophoria in its honor, comes to this, namely, an instruction that the generative and spermatic powers of the god had moisture as their first matter, and by means of moisture were immingled with those things which have been produced to share in Genesis. 6. But there is another logos of the Egyptians, that Apophis, as brother of the sun, made war on Zeus, and that when Osiris fought on his, Zeus, side and helped him to conquer his foe, Zeus adopted him as his son and called him Dionysus. 7. Moreover, the mythical nature of this logos goes to show that it connects with the truth about nature. For Egyptians call, cosmic, breath 1075 Zeus, to which dry and fiery is hostile. This latter is not the sun, but it has a certain kinship with him. And moisture, by quenching the excess of dryness, increases and strengthens the exhalations by which the breath nourishes itself and waxes strong. 37. 1. Moreover, both Greeks consecrate the ivy to Dionysus and, also, among Egyptians it is said to be called Chinosiris, the name meaning, they say, Osiris plant. 2. Further, Ariston, who wrote Colonies of the Athenians, came across some letter or other of Alexarchus's, 1076, in which it is related that Dionysus, as son of Osiris and Isis, is not called Osiris but Arsaces by the Egyptians. This is, in Ariston's first book, the name signifying manliness. 3. Hermes also supports this in the first book of his concerning the Egyptians, for he says that Osiris is, when translated, strong, 1077. 4. I disregard Nasias 1078 who associated Dionysus and Osiris and Sarapis with Epiphos. 1079 I also disregard Anticleides 1080 who says that Isis, as daughter of Prometheus 1081 lived with Dionysus. For the peculiarities which have been stated about the festivals and offerings carry a conviction with them that is clearer than the witnesses I have produced. 38. 1. And of the stars they consider Sirius to be Isis s 1082, as being a water-bringer. And they honor the lion, and ornament the doors of the temples with gaping lions' mouths, since Nilu's overflows. When first the sun doth with the lion join. 1083. 2. And as they hold the Nile to be Osiris's efflux, so too they think earth Isis's body, not all of it, but what the Nile covers, sowing her with seed and mingling with her, and from this intercourse they give birth to Horus. 3. And Horus is the season, Rho Alpha, and, fair, blend of air that keeps and nourishes all in the atmosphere, who, they say, was nursed by Leto in the marshes round Buto. For the watery and soaked through earth especially nourishes the exhalations that quench and abate dryness and drought. 4. And they call the extremities of the land, both on the borders and where touching the sea, Nephthys. For which cause they give Nephthys the name of End, 1084, and say she lives with Typhon. 5. And when the Nile exceeds its boundaries and overflows more than usual, and, so, consorts with the extreme districts, they call it the union of Osiris with Nephthys, proof of which is given by the springing up of plants. And especially of the honey clover, 1085, for it was by its falling, from Osiris, and being left behind that Typhon was made aware of the wrong done to his bed. Hence it is that Isis conceived Horus in lawful wedlock, but Nephthys Anubis clandestinely. 6. In the successions of the kings, 1086 however, they record that when Nephthys was married to Typhon, she was at first barren. And if they mean this to apply not to a woman but to their goddess, they enigmatically refer to the utterly unproductive nature of the land owing to sterility. 39. 1. The conspiracy and despotism of Typhon, moreover, was the power of drought getting the mastery over and dispersing the moisture which both generates the Nile and increases it. 2. While his helper, the Ethiopian queen, 1087 riddles southerly winds from Ethiopia. For when these prevail over the annuals 1088, which drive the clouds towards Ethiopia, and prevent the rains which swell the Nile from bursting, Typhon takes possession and scorches. And thus entirely mastering the Nile he forces him out into the sea, contracted into himself through weakness and flowing empty and low. 3. For the fabled shutting up of Osiris into the coffin is, perhaps, nothing but a riddle of the occultation and disappearance of water. Wherefore they say that Osiris disappeared in the month of Athyr, 1089, when, the annuals ceasing entirely, the Nile sinks, and the land is denuded, and, night lengthening, darkness increases, and the power of the light wanes and is mastered. And the priests perform both other melancholy rites, and covering a cow made entirely of gold 1090 with a black coat of fine linen as a mask of mourning for the goddess, for they look on the cow as an image of Isis and as the earth, they exhibit it for 4 days from the 17th consecutively. 4. For the things mourned for are 4, first, the Nile failing and sinking, second, the northern winds being completely extinguished by the southern gaining the mastery, third, the day becoming less than the night. And, finally, the denudation of the earth, together with the stripping of the trees which shed their leaves at that time. 5. And on the 19th, at night they go down to the sea. And the keepers and priests carry out the sacred chest, having within it a small golden vessel, into which they take and pour fresh water, and shouts are raised by the assistants as though Osiris were found. 6. Afterwards they knead productive soil with the water, and mixing with it sweet spices and fragrant incense, they mold it into a little moon-shaped image of very costly stuffs. And they dress it up and deck it out, showing that they consider these gods the essence of earth and water. XL1. And when again Isis recovers Osiris and makes Horus grow, strengthened with exhalations and moist clouds, Typhon is indeed mastered, but not destroyed. 2. For the mistress and goddess of the earth did not allow the nature which is the opposite of moisture to be destroyed entirely, but she slackened and weakened it, wishing that the blend should continue. For it was not possible the cosmos should be perfect, had the fiery principle ceased and disappeared. 3. And if these things are not said contrary to probability, it is probable also that one need not reject that Logos also, how that Typhon of old got possession of the share of Osiris, for Egypt was, once, see point 1091. 4. For which cause many spots in its mines and mountains are found even to this day to contain shells. And all springs and all wells, and there are great numbers of them, have brackish and bitter water, as though it were the stale residue of the old-time sea collecting together into them. 5. But Horus in time got the better of Typhon, that is, a good season of rain setting in, the Nile driving out the sea made the plain reappear by filling it up again with its deposits, a fact, indeed, to which our senses bear witness. For we see even now that as the river brings down fresh mud, and advances the land little by little, the deep water gradually diminishes, and the sea recedes through its bottom being heightened by the deposits. 6. Moreover, we see, Pharos, which Homer 1092 knew as a day's sail distant from Egypt, now part, and parcel, of it. Not that the island itself has sailed to land 1093 or extended itself shorewards, but because the intervening sea has been forced back by the river's reshaping of and adding to the mainland. 7. These explanations, moreover, resemble the theological dogmas laid down by the Stoics, for they also say that the generative and nutritive breath, or spirit, is Dionysus, the percussive and separative, Heracles, the receptive, Ammon, Zeus. That which extends through earth and fruits, Demeter and Kore, and that, which extends, through sea, Poseidon. 1094. The Theory of the Mathematici. XLI, 1. Those, however, who combine with the above considerations of the physicists some of the mathematic doctrines, derived from star lore, think that the solar cosmos is called Typhon and the lunar Osiris. 1095. 2. 4. They think that the moon, in that its light is generative and moistening, is favorable both for breedings of animals and sproutings of plants. Whereas the sun, with untempered and harsh fire, burns and withers up all that are growing and blowing, and with fiery heat renders the major part of the earth entirely uninhabitable, and in many places utterly masters the moon. 3. For which cause Egyptians always call Typhon Seth, 1096, that is, that which oppresses and constrains by force. 4. And they have a myth that Heracles is settled in the sun and accompanies him in his revolutions, while Hermes does the same with the moon. 5. For the revolutions of the moon resemble works of reason, logos, and superabundant wisdom, while those of the sun are like penetrating strokes, given, with force and power. 1097. 6. Moreover, the Stoics say that the sun is kept burning nourished from the sea, 1098, whereas to the moon the waters of springs and lakes send up a sweet and mild exhalation. 42, 1. The Egyptian myth runs that the death of Osiris took place on the 17th, when the full moon is most conspicuously at the full. 2. Wherefore the Pythagoreans call this day also interception, 1099, and regard this number as expiable. 3. For the 16 being square and the 18 oblong 1100, which alone of plane numbers happen to have their perimeters equal to the areas contained by them, the mean, 17, coming between them, intercepts and divorces them from one another. And divides the ratio of 9 to 8, 1101 by being cut into unequal intervals. 4. And 8 and 20 is the number of years which some say Osiris lived, and others that he reigned, 1102, for this is the number of the lights of the moon, and it rolls out its own circle in this number of days. 5. And at what they call the burials of Osiris they cut the tree trunk and make it into a crescent-shaped coffin, because the moon, when it approaches the sun, becomes crescent-shaped and hides itself away. 6. And the tearing of Osiris into 14 pieces they refer enigmatically to the days in which the luminary wanes after full moon up to new moon. 7. And the day on which it first appears, escaping from his beams and passing by the sun, they call imperfect good. 8. For Osiris is good doer. The name, indeed, means many things, but chiefly what they call might energizing in good doing. And the other name of the god, Omphis, Hermes 1103 says, means, also, when translated, benefactor. 43, 1. Moreover, they think that the risings of the Nile have a certain analogy with the lights of the moon. 2. For the greatest rising, about Elephantine, is 28 cubits, the same number as are the lights and measures of its monthly periods, and the least, about Mendes and Zois, is of 6 cubits, analogous to the half-moon. While the mean, about Memphis, when it is the right quantity, is of 14 cubits, analogous to the full moon. 3. And, they consider, the apis the animated image of Osiris, and that he is conceived whenever generative light from the moon fastens on a cow in heat. 4. For which cause also many of the markings of the apis, lights shading off into darks, resemble the configurations of the moon. 5. Moreover, on the new moon of the month Phamenoth 1104 they keep festival, calling it entrance 1105 of Osiris into the moon, as it is the beginning of spring. 6. By thus placing the power of Osiris in the moon, they mean that Isis consorts with him while being, at the same time, the cause of his birth. 1106. 7. For which cause also they call the moon mother of the cosmos, and think that she has a male-female nature, for she is filled by the sun and made pregnant, and again of herself sends forth and disseminates into the air generative principles. 8. For, they say, she does not always overmaster the destruction wrought by Typhon, 1107 but, though frequently mastered, even when bound hand and foot she frees herself again by her generative power, and fights the way through to Horus. 9. And Horus is the cosmos surrounding the earth, not entirely exempt from destruction either, nor yet from generation. 44, 1. Some, moreover, make out of the myth a riddle of the phenomena of eclipses also. 2. For the moon is eclipsed at the full, when the sun has the station opposite it, she entering the shadow of the earth, just as they say Osiris entered the coffin. And she again conceals the sun and causes him to disappear, on the 30th of the month, though she does not entirely destroy him, as neither did Isis Typhon. 3. And when Nephthys conceives Anubis, Isis adopts him. For Nephthys is that which is below the earth and non-manifest, while Isis is that which is above the earth and manifest. 4. And the circle just touching them and called horizon, as being common to both of them, has been called Anubis, and is likened to a dog for its characteristic, for the dog has the use of its sight both by day and night alike. 5. And Anubis seems to possess this power among Egyptians, just as Hecate with Greeks, being at one and the same time Chthonian and Olympian. 1108. 6. Some, however, think that Anubis is Kronos. 1109 Wherefore as he breeds all things out of himself and conceives, Kappa Omega Nu, all, in himself, he got the name of dog, Kappa Upsilon Nu. 7. There is, then, for the worshippers of Anubis some mystery, or other that may not be spoken of. 1110. 8. In olden times, indeed, the dog enjoyed the highest honors in Egypt. But seeing that when Cambyses 1111 slew the apis and cast it out, no animal approached or touched its carcass but only the dog, he, thus, lost the distinction of being first and most honored of the rest of the animals. 9. There are some, however, who call the shadow of the earth into which they think the moon falls and is eclipsed, Typhon. The Theory of the Dualists. XLV 1. From all of which it seems not unreasonable to conclude that no simple explanation, by itself gives the right meaning, but that they all collectively do so. 2. For neither drought nor wind nor sea nor darkness is the essential of Typhon, but the whole hurtful and destructive element, which is in nature. 3. For we must neither place the principles of the whole in soulless bodies, as do Democritus and Epicurus. Nor yet assume one reason, logos, only, and one providence that prevails over and masters all things as demiurge, or artificer, of qualityless matter, as do the Stoics. For it is impossible either that anything at all of no worth should exist where God is cause of all, or of worth where he is cause, of nothing. 5. For reciprocal, is, cosmos, harmony, as that of lyre or bow, according to Heraclitus 11:12 and according to Euripides. There could not be apart good things and bad. But there's a blend of both so as to make things fair. 11:13. 6. Wherefore this exceedingly ancient doctrine also comes down from the theologers and lawgivers to poets and philosophers, a doctrine, that has its origin set down to no man's name, and yet possessed of credit, strong and not so easy to efface. Surviving in many places not in words or voices 11:14 only, but also in, secret, perfectionings and, public, offerings. Both non-Greek and Greek, ones, that neither does the universe mindless and reasonless and guidanceless float in, that which acts of its own will, nor is there one reason, only, that rules and guides. As though with rudder as it were and bits obedient to the reins. But that, the universe, is many things and these a blend of evil things and good. 7. Or, rather, seeing that nature produces nothing, generally speaking, unmixed down here, it is not that from 2 jars a single mixer, like a tavern keeper, pouring things out like drinks, mixes them up for us. But that from 2 opposite principles and 2 antagonistic powers, the one leading, things, to the right and on the straight road, the other upsetting and undoing them, both life has been made mixed and cosmos, if not the whole. At any rate this, cosmos, which surrounds the earth and comes after the moon, irregular and variable, and susceptible of changes of every kind. 8. For if nothing has been naturally brought into existence without a cause, and good cannot furnish cause of bad, the nature of bad as well as good must have a genesis and principle peculiar to itself. 46.11-15-1. And this is the opinion of most the most wise. 2. For some think there are 2 craft rival gods, as it were, one the artificer of good things, the other of things worthless. Others call the better God, and the other daimon, as Zoroaster the mage, who, they tell us, lived 5,000 years before the Trojan War. 3. Zoroaster, then, called the one Oromazes, and the other Erimanios, and further announced that the one resembled light especially of things sensible, and the other, contrariwise, darkness and ignorance, while that between the 2 was Mithras. Wherefore the Persians call Mithras the mediator. 4. He taught them, moreover, to make offerings of gladsome prayers to the one, and to the other of melancholy deprecations. 5. For bruising a certain plant called moly 11:16 in a mortar, they invoke Hades and darkness, then mixing it with the blood of a wolf whose throat has been cut, they carry it away and cast it into a sunless spot. 6. For they think that both of plants some are of the good god and others of the evil daimon, and of animals, dogs, for instance, and birds 11:17 and hedgehogs of the good, and water rats of the bad. Wherefore they consider fortunate the man who kills the largest number, of the last. 47:1. Not that they also do not tell many mythic stories about the gods. Such as are, for example, the following. Oromazes, born from the purest light, and Erimanios, of the nether darkness, are at war with one another. 2. And the former made 6 gods, the first of good mind, the second of truth, the third of good order, and of the rest, one of wisdom, one of wealth, and the producer of things sweet following things fair. While the latter, made, craft rivals as it were to those equal in number. 3. Then Oromazes having tripled himself, removed himself from the sun so far as the sun is distant from the earth, and adorned the heaven with stars. And he established one star above all as warder and lookout, namely, Sirius. 4. And having made 24 other gods, he put them into an egg. Whereupon those that were made from Erimanios, just the same in number, piercing through the egg, 1118, whence the bad have been mingled with the good. 5. But a time appointed by fate will come when Erimanios' letting loose of pestilence and famine must be utterly brought to an end, and made to vanish by these, good gods, and the earth becoming plain and level. There must ensue one mode of life and one way of government for men, all being happy and one-tongued. 1119. 6. Theopompus, however, says that, according to the Magi, for 3,000 years alternately one of the gods conquers and the other is conquered, and for yet another 3,000 years they fight and war, and each undoes the work of the other. 7. But that in the end Hades fails, and men shall be happy, neither requiring food nor casting shadow. 1120 While the God who has contrived these things is still and at rest for a time, not otherwise long for a god, but proportionate to a man sleeping. 8. The style of myth among the Magi, then, is somewhat after this manner. 48. 1. Moreover, Chaldeans declare that of the planets, which they call birth-presiding gods, 2 are good workers, 2 ill-doers, while 3 are intermediates in common. 2. As for the dogmas of the Greeks, they are, I take it, plain to all, ascribing as they do the good allotment to Olympian Zeus, and that which has to be averted to Hades. 3. Moreover, they have a myth that Harmony is the child of Aphrodite and Ares, the latter of whom is harsh and strife-loving, while the former is gentle and a lover of love-striving. 4. For Heracleitus plainly calls war, father and king and lord of all, 1121 and says that Homer, when he prays that strife and hatred cease from gods as well, 1122 forgets that he is imprecating the means of birth of all. In that they have their genesis from conflict and antipathy. That son will not o'erstep his proper bounds, for if he do, Furies, 8's bodyguard, will find him out, 1123. 5. The Pythagoreans, also, in a list of names, set down the predicates of good as 1. Finite, abiding, straight, odd, square, equal, right, light. And of bad as 2. Infinite, moving, curved, even, oblong, unequal, left, dark, on the ground that these are the underlying principles of Genesis. 6. Aristotle, also predicates, the former as form and the latter as privation. 7. While Plato, though in many passages disguising himself and hiding his face, calls the former of the opposite principles same and the latter other. 8. But in his laws, being now older, no longer in riddles and in symbols, but with authentic names, he says 1124 Cosmos is moved not by one soul, but probably by several, in any case not less than 2, whereof the one is good doing. The other the opposite to this and maker of things opposite. 9. He leaves out, however, a certain third intermediate nature, neither soulless nor reasonless nor motionless of itself, as some think 1125 but depending on both of them, and for ever longing for and desiring and following after the better. As the following passages of the argument, Logos, 1126 combining as it does for the most part the theology of the Egyptians with their philosophy, show. 49. 1. For though the genesis and composition of this cosmos has been blended from opposing, though not equal strength, powers, the lordship is nevertheless that of the better. 1. 2. Still it is impossible the worse should be entirely destroyed, as it is largely innate in the body and largely in the soul of the universe, and ever in desperate conflict with the better. 3. In the soul, of cosmos, then, mind and reason, Logos, the guide and lord of all the best in it, is Osiris. And so in earth and air and water and heaven and stars, that which is ordered and appointed and in health, is the efflux of Osiris, reflected in seasons and temperatures and periods. 4. But Typhon is the passionate and titanic and reasonless and impulsive aspect of the soul, while of its corporeal side he is the death-dealing and pestilent and disturbing. With unseasonable times and intemperate atmospheres and concealments of sun and moon, as though they were the charges and obliterations of Typhon. 5. And the name is a predicate of Seth, as they call Typhon, for Seth means that which oppresses and constrains by force. 1127 it means also, frequently, turning upside down, and, again, overleaping. 6. Some, moreover, say that one of the companions of Typhon was Beban. 1128 while Manetho says, that Typhon himself was also called Beban, and that the name signifies, holding back, or hindering, since the power of Typhon stands in the way of things going on their way and moving towards what they have to. L1. Wherefore also of domestic animals they apportion to him the least tractable, the ass, while of wild ones, the most savage, the crocodile and hippopotamus. 2. As to the ass, we have already given some explanation. At Hermes city, however, as image of Typhon, they show us a hippopotamus on which stands a hawk 1129 fighting a snake, indicating by the hippopotamus Typhon, and by the hawk power and rule, of which Typhon frequently possessing himself by force, ceases not from being himself in and throwing others into a state of disorder by means of evil. 3. Wherefore also when they make offerings on the 7th of the month Tybi, 1130, which day they call arrival of Isis from Phoenicia, they mold on the cakes a bound hippopotamus. 1131. 4. And at Apollo city it is the custom for absolutely everyone to eat a piece of crocodile. And on one particular day they hunt down and kill as many of them as they possibly can, and throw them down right in front of the temple, saying that Typhon escaped Horus by turning himself into a crocodile. Considering as they do that all animals and plants and experiences that are evil and harmful are Typhon's works and parts and movements. Li 1. Osiris, again, on the other hand, they write with eye and scepter, 1132, the former of which, they say, shows his providence, and the latter his power. Just as Homer, when calling him who is ruler and king of all, Zeus supreme counselor, 1133 seems by supreme to signify his supremacy, and by counselor his good counsel and providence. 2. They frequently write this god with hawk 1134 as well, for it excels in tension of sight and swiftness of flight, and can naturally support itself on the smallest quantity of food. 3. It is said, moreover, to hover over the bodies of the unburied dead and to cast earth upon them. 1135. And when it drops down on the river to drink, it sets its wings upright, and after drinking it lowers them again, by which it is evident it saves itself and escapes from the crocodile, for if it is caught its wings remain fixed as they were set. 1136. 4. And everywhere they exhibit a man-shaped image of Osiris, ithyphalic, because of his generative and luxuriant nature. And they dress his statue in a flame-colored robe, since they consider the sun as body of the power of the good, as it were a visible sign of an essence that mind only can conceive. 5. Wherefore also we should pay no attention to those who assign the sphere of the sun to Typhon 1137, to whom nothing light or salutary, neither order nor genesis, nor any motion that has measure and reason, belongs, but, rather, their contraries. 6. And we should not set down drought which destroys many of the animals and plants, as the sun's work. But, rather as that, of the breaths and waters in earth and air not being seasonably blended when the principle of disorderly and unbounded power makes discord and quenches the exhalations. Li 1. And in the sacred hymns to Osiris, they invoke him who is hidden in the arms of the sun. 1138. And on the 13th of the month of Epiphi 1139 they keep with feast the birthday of the eye of Horus, when moon and sun are in the same straight line, as they think that not only the moon but also the sun is eye and light of Horus. 2. And on the 8th of the waning half of Paophi 1140 they keep the birthday of the sun's staff, after the autumnal equinox, signifying that he needs an underprop, as it were, and strengthening, deficient as he is in heat and light, declining and moving obliquely from us. 3. Moreover, just after the winter solstice they carry the cow round the shrine 7 times, and the circuit is called the seeking for Osiris, as in winter the goddess longs for the water of the sun. 4. And she goes round this number of times, because he completes his passing from the winter to the summer solstice in the 7th month. 5. Moreover, Horus, son of Osiris, is said to have been the first of all to make offerings to the sun on the 4th of the waxing moon, as is written in the books, entitled Birthdays of Horus. 6. Though indeed every day they offer incense to the sun in 3 kinds, resin at his rising, myrrh at mid-heaven, and what is called Kufi at his setting, the reason for each of which I will explain later on. 1141 And with all these they think to make the sun propitious to them and to do him service. 7. But what need is there to collect many such indications? For there are those who say point-blank that Osiris is sun and is called Sirius by Greeks, though with Egyptians the addition of the article has caused the name to be mistaken 1142, and who declare Isis to be no other than moon. Whence also, they say, that the horned ones of her statues are representations of her crescent, while by the black-robed ones are signified the occultations and overshadowings in which she follows sun longing after him. 8. Accordingly they invoke moon for affairs of love, and Eudoxus 1143 says that Isis decides love affairs. 9. And these explanations have in a modified way some share of plausibility. Whereas it is not worth while even listening to those who make the sun Typhon. 10. But let us ourselves again take up the proper reason, Logos. The proper reason according to Plutarch. 53, 1. For Isis is the feminine principle of nature and that which is capable of receiving the whole of Genesis. In virtue of which she has been called nurse and all-receiving by Plato 1144 and, by the multitude, she of 10,000 names, through her being transformed by reason, Logos, and receiving all forms and ideas, or shapes. 2. And she hath an innate love of the first and most holy of all things, which is identical with the good, and longs after and pursues it. But she flees from and repels the domain of the bad, and though she is the field and matter of them both, yet doth she ever incline to the better of herself, and offers, herself, for him to beget and so into herself emanations and likenesses. With which she joys and delights that she is pregnant and big with their generations. 3. For generation is image of essence in matter and becoming copy of being. Live, 1. Hence not unreasonably do they say in the myth that, while the soul of Osiris is eternal and indestructible, Typhon often tears his body in pieces and makes it disappear, and that Isis seeks it wandering and puts it together again. 2. For the real and conceivable by the mind alone and good is superior to destruction and change. But the images which the sensible and corporeal imitates from it, and the reasons, logoi, and forms and likenesses which it receives, just as seal impressions in wax, do not last forever, but are seized upon by the disorderly and turbulent elements, expelled hither from the field above, and fighting against the Horus whom Isis brings forth as the sensible image of that cosmos which mind alone can conceive. 3. Wherefore also, Horus is said to have a charge of bastardy brought against him by Typhon, of not being pure and unalloyed like his sire, reason, Logos, itself by itself, unmixed and impassible, but bastardized with matter on account of the corporeal element. 1145. For, nevertheless, Horus gets the best of it and wins, through Hermes, that is, the reason, Logos, 1146, bearing witness and showing that nature reflects the true cosmos by changing her forms according to that which mind alone can conceive. 1147. 5. For the genesis of Apollo 1148 from Isis and Osiris 1149 that took place while the gods were still in the womb of Rhea, is an enigmatical way of stating that before this, sensible, cosmos became manifest, and matter was perfected by reason, Logos. Nature, proving herself imperfect, of herself brought forth her first birth. 6. Wherefore also they say that God was lame 1150 in the dark, and call him Elder Horus, for he was not cosmos, but a sort of image and phantasm of the world which was to be. 1151. LV 1. But this Horus, of ours, is their son 1152 Horizon 1153 imperfect, who has not destroyed Typhon utterly, but has brought over to his side his efficacy and strength. Hence they say it is that the statue of Horus at Coptos grasps in one hand Typhon's virilia. 2. Moreover, they have a myth that Hermes cut out the sinews of Typhon and used them for lyre strings, thus, teaching us how reason, Logos, brought the universe into harmony, and made it concordant out of discordant elements. He did not destroy the destructive power but lamented it. 3. Hence while weak and ineffective up there, down here, by being blinded and interwoven with the passible and changeable elements, it is cause of shakings and tremors in earth, of droughts and tempests in air, and again of lightnings and thunderings. 4. Moreover, it infects waters and winds with pestilences, and shoots up and rears itself as far as the moon, frequently blurring and blackening its light, as Egyptians think. 5. And they say that Typhon at one time strikes the eye of Horus, and at another takes it out and swallows it. By striking, they refer enigmatically to the monthly diminution of the moon, and by blinding, to its eclipse, which the sun remedies by immediately shining on it after it has passed out of the shadow of the earth. 1154. LV 1. Now the better and diviner nature is from these, to wit, the intelligible and matter, and that from them which Greeks call cosmos. 2. Plato 1155 indeed, was wont to call the intelligible idea and model and father. And matter mother and nurse, both place and ground of Genesis, and the offspring of both Genesis. 3. And one might conjecture that Egyptians, also revered 1156, the fairest of the triangles, likening the nature of the universe especially to this. For Plato also, in his Republic 1157 seems to have made additional use of this in drawing up his marriage scheme. 1158. 4. And this triangle has its perpendicular side of 3, its base of 4, and its hypotenuse of 5. Its square being equal to the sum of the squares on the containing sides. 1159. 5. We must, accordingly, compare its perpendicular to male, its base to female, and its hypotenuse to the offspring of both. And conjecture, Osiris as source, Isis as receptacle, and Horus as result. 6. For the 3 is the first, odd, 1160 and perfect, 1161, while the 4 is square from side, even, 2. 1162, and the 5 resembles partly its father and partly its mother, being composed of 3 and 2. 7. And Panta, all, is only a slight variant of Pente, 5, and they call counting Pempasastai, reckoning by fives. 8. And 5 makes a square equal to the number of letters among Egyptians. 1163 in a period of as many years as the Apis lives. 9. Thus they usually call Horus also Min 1164, that is, being seen, for cosmos is a sensible and seeable thing. 10. And Isis is sometimes called Muth 1165 and again Athyri 1166 and Methier. And by the first of the names they mean mother, by the second, cosmic house of Horus, as also Plato calls her, ground of Genesis, and she who receives. And the third is compounded from full and cause, for matter is full of cosmos, and consorts with the good and pure and ordered. 57, 1. And Hesiod 1167 also, when he makes all the first elements to be chaos and earth and Tartarus and love, might be thought to assume no other principles than these, if at any rate in substituting the names we assign to Isis that of earth, to Osiris that of love, and to Typhon that of Tartarus. For his chaos seems to be subsumed as ground and place of the universe. 2. Our data also in a way invite as witness Plato's myth which Socrates details in the Symposium 1168 about the birth of love, telling us how, that poverty wanting children lay down by the side of sleeping means. And conceiving by him brought forth love of a mixed nature and capable of assuming every shape, inasmuch, indeed, as he is the offspring of a good and wise father and one sufficient for all, but of an incapable mother and one without means. 1169 who on account of her need is ever clinging to some one else and importuning some one else. 1170. 3. For his means is no other than the first beloved and desirable and perfect and sufficient, and he calls matter poverty, who is herself of herself deficient of the good, but is ever being filled by him and longing for and sharing in him. 4. And the cosmos, that is Horus, is born from these. And Horus, though neither eternal nor impassible nor indestructible, but ever generable, continues by means of the changes and periods of his passions to remain ever young and ever to escape destruction. 58. 1. Now, we should make use of the myths not as though they were altogether sacred sermons, logoi, but taking the serviceable element of each according to its similitude, to reason. 2. When, then, we say matter, we should not be swept into the opinions of some philosophers, and suppose some body or other of itself soulless and qualityless, and inert and inefficient. For we call oil the matter of a perfume, and gold that of a statue, though they are not destitute of every quality. 3. Nay, we submit the soul itself and, even, the thought of man as the matter of knowledge and virtue to the reason, logos, to order and bring into rhythm. 4. Moreover, some have declared the mind to be region of ideas, and, as it were, the impressionable substance 1171 of the intelligibles. 5. And some think that the substance of the woman 1172 is neither power nor source, but matter and nutriment of birth. 6. If, then, we attach ourselves to these, we ought thus also to think of this goddess as having eternally her share in the first god, and consorting with him, for love of the goodness and beauty that surround him, never opposed to him, but just as we say that a lawful and righteous husband loves his wife righteously, and a good wife though she has her husband and consorts with him, still desires him, so should we think of her as clinging to him, and importuning him. 1173 though, ever, filled full with his supremest and purest parts. Licks 1. But where Typhon steals in, laying hold of the last parts, we should think of her as, then seeming to wear a melancholy countenance, and being said to mourn, and to be seeking after certain relics and fragments of Osiris. And enfolding them in her robes, receiving them when destroyed into herself, and hiding them away, just as she also produces them again when they are born, and sends them forth from herself. 2. For while the reasons, logoi, and ideas and emanations of the God in heaven and stars remain, forever, those that are disseminated into things passible, in earth and sea and plants and animals, being dissolved and destroyed and buried, come to light over and over again and reappear in their births. 3. For which cause the myth says that Typhon lived with Nephthys, but that Osiris had knowledge of her secretly. 4. For the last parts of matter, which they call Nephthys and End, are mainly in possession of the destructive power. Nevertheless the generative and saving one distributes into them weak and faint seed which is destroyed by Typhon, except so much as Isis by adoption saves and nourishes and compacts together. LX 1. But he is on the whole the better one, as both Plato and Aristotle suppose, and the generative and moving power of nature moves to him and towards being, while the annihilating and destructive moves from him and towards non-being. 2. Wherefore they derive the name Isis from hastening, epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, and coursing with knowledge, since she is ensouled and prudent motion. 3. For her name is not foreign. 1174 But just as all the gods have a common name from two elements, that which can be seen and that which runs, 1175, so we call this goddess Isis, from knowledge, 1176 and Egyptians, also, call her Isis. 1177. 4. And thus Plato also says the ancient signified the holy 1178, lady, by calling her Igia, and so also mental perception and prudence, inasmuch as she is the very course and motion of mind hastening 1179 and coursing. And that they placed understanding, in short, the good and virtue, in things that flow 1180 and run. 5. Just as, he says, again, the bad is railed at with corresponding names, when they call that which hinders nature and binds it up and holds it and prevents it from hastening and going, badness, 1181, difficulty. 1182, cowardice, 1183, and distress. LXI, 1. And Osiris has had his name from a combination of sigma iota omicron, holy, and epsilon rho, sacred. For there is a common reason, logos, of things in heaven and of things in Hades, the former of which the ancients were accustomed to call sacred, and the latter holy. 2. And the reason that, both, brings, down, to light the heavenly things and is, also, of things that are mounting upwards, 1184 is called Anubis, and sometimes also Hermenubis. 1185 belonging in his former capacity to things above and in his latter to things below, them. 3. Wherefore also they offer him in his former capacity a white cock 1186 and in his latter a saffron-colored one, thinking that the former things are pure and the latter mixed and manifold. 4. Nor ought we to be surprised at the manipulation of the names back into Greek. 1187 for tens of thousands of others that disappeared with those who emigrated from Greece, continue unto this day and sojourn with foreigners. For recalling some of which they blame the poet's art as barbarising, I mean those who call such words glosses 1188. 5. Further, they relate that in what are called the Books of Hermes, it is written that they call the power that rules the ordained revolution of the sun, Horus, while the Greeks call it Apollo. And the power that rules the breath, or spirit, some call Osiris, others Sarapis, and others Sothis in Egyptian. 6. The last means, conception, kappa eta sigma iota nu, or, conceiving, tau kappa epsilon iota nu. 1189 Wherefore also, by inversion of the name, the star, Sothis, which they consider the special one of Isis, is called dog, kappa omega nu, in Greek. 7. We should, however, least of all be jealous about the names. Still if we were, I would sooner give up Sarapis than Osiris, for though I think the former is a foreign one and the latter Greek, yet are they both, names, of one God and one power. LXAL 1. The Egyptian names also resemble these Greek ones. For they often call Isis by the name of Athena, which expresses some such meaning as, I have come from myself, which is, again, indicative of self-motive course. 2. While Typhon, as has been said, 1190 is called Seth and Beban and SMU, the names being intended to signify a certain forcible and preventative checking, opposition or reversing. 3. Moreover, they call the lodestone, bone of Horus, 1191 and iron, bone, of Typhon, as Manethos relates. For just as iron often resembles that which is attracted to and follows after the lodestone, and often is turned away from it, and repelled to an opposite direction. So the saving good and reason-possessing motion of the cosmos both turns towards itself and makes more gentle by persuasion that harsh and Typhonian motion. And then again after raising it into itself, it reverses it and plunges it into the infinitude. 4. Moreover, Eudoxus 1192 says that the Egyptians tell a myth about Zeus that, as in consequence of his having his legs grown together 1193 he could not walk, for shame he lived in solitude. And so Isis, by cutting in two and separating these limbs of his body, made his going even-footed. 1194. 5. By those things, moreover, the myth enigmatically hints that the mind and reason, logos, of God after it had progressed 1195 in itself in the invisible and unmanifest, came forth into Genesis by means of motion. The Symbolism of the Sistrum. 63, 1. The sistrum, sigma epsilon sigma tau rho omicron nu, also shows that existent things must be shaken up, sigma epsilon epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, and never have cessation from impulse, but as it were be wakened up and agitated when they fall asleep and die away. 2. For they say they turn aside and beat off Typhon with Sistra, signifying that when corruption binds nature fast and brings her to a stand, then, generation frees her and raises her from death by means of motion. 3. Now the sistrum has a curved top, and its arch contains the four things that are shaken. For the part of the cosmos which is subject to generation and corruption, is circumscribed by the sphere of the moon, and all things in it are moved and changed by the four elements, fire and earth and water and air. 4. And on the arch of the sistrum, at the top, they put the metal figure of a cat with a human face, and at the bottom, below the shaken things, the face sometimes of Isis and sometimes of Nephthys. symbolizing by the faces generation and consummation, for these are the changes and motions of the elements, and by the cat the moon, on account of the variable nature 1196 night habits and fecundity of the beast. 5. For it is fabled to bring forth 1, then 2, and, then, 3, and 4, and 5, at a birth, and then adds 1 by 1 until 7, 1197 so that in all she brings forth 8 and 20, the number of lights of the moon. 6. This, however, is probably somewhat too mythical. Anyway, the pupils of its eyes seem to become full and dilate at the full moon, and to contract and shut out the light during the wanings of that luminary. 7. And by the human face of the cat is signified the intellectual and reasonable nature of the changes that take place in connection with the moon. The true Logos, again, according to Plutarch. 64, 1. But, to speak concisely, it is not correct to consider either water or sun or earth or heaven as Osiris or Isis, or, again, fire or drought or sea as Typhon. But if we were to assign simply that, nature, to the latter which is not subject to measure or rule owing to excesses or insufficiencies, and should reverence and honor that which has been subjected to order and is good and beneficent, as the work of Isis, and the image and copy and reason of Osiris, we should not miss the mark. 2. Moreover, we shall make Eudoxus 1198 cease to disbelieve and be perplexed, how it is neither Demeter who has charge of love affairs but Isis, nor Dionysus who has the power either to make the Nile increase or to rule over the dead, but Osiris. 3. For we think that by one common reason, Logos, 1199 these gods have been ordained over every domain of good. And every fair and good thing possible for nature owes its origin to their means, Osiris, giving them their origins and Isis, receiving and distributing them. Against the weather and vegetation god theories. LXV 1. And we shall also get our hands on the dull crowd who take pleasure in associating the mystic recitals about these gods either with changes of the atmosphere according to the seasons, or with the generation of the corn and sowings and plowings. And in saying that Osiris is buried when the sown corn is hidden by the earth, and comes to life and shows himself again when it begins to sprout. 2. For which cause also, they declare, that Isis, on feeling she is pregnant, ties an amulet round her neck, on the 6th day of the first half of the month Phafi. 1200 and that Harpocrates is brought forth about the winter solstice imperfect and infant in the things that sprout too early. 1201. 3. For which cause they offer him first fruits of growing lentils, and they keep the days of thanks for safe delivery after the spring equinox. 4. For they love to hear these things and believe them, drawing conviction from things immediately at hand and customary. 66, 1. Still there is nothing to complain of if, only, in the first place, they cherish the gods in common with ourselves, and do not make them peculiar to Egyptians, either by characterizing Nile and only the land that Nile waters by these names, or by saying that marshes and lotuses and god-making are their monopoly, deprive the rest of mankind who have no Nile or Buto or Memphis, of the great gods. 2. Indeed, all men have Isis and know her and the gods of her company, for though they learned not long ago to call some of them by names known among the Egyptians, still they knew and honored the power of each of them, from the beginning. 3. In the second place, and what is more important, they should take very good heed and be apprehensive lest unwittingly they write off the sacred mysteries and dissolve them into winds and streams, and sowing and plowings, and passions of earth and changes of seasons. 4. As those who say that Dionysus is wine and Hephaestus flame, and Persephone, as Cleanthes says somewhere, the wind that drives through the crops and is killed, and, as some poet says of the reapers. Then when they, lusty, cut Demeter's limbs. 1202. 5. For these in nothing differ from those who regard a pilot as sails and ropes and anchor, and a weaver as yarns and threads, and a physician as potions and honey brew and barley water. Nay, they put into men's minds dangerous and atheistic notions, by transferring names of gods to natures and to things that have no sense or soul, and which are necessarily destroyed by men according to their need and use. For it is not possible to consider such things in themselves as gods. 67. 1. For a god is not a thing without a mind or soul, or one made subject to the hand of man. But it is from these things that we deduce that those who bestow them on us for our use and offer them, to us, in perpetual abundance, are gods. 2. Not different, gods, for different peoples, not non-Greek and Greek, not southern and northern, gods. But just as sun and moon and earth and sea, are, common to all, men, though they are called by different names by different peoples, so of the reason, Logos, that orders all things. And of one providence that also directs powers ordained to serve under her for all purposes, have different honors and titles been made according to their laws by different nations. 3. And there are consecrated symbols, some obscure ones and others more plain, guiding the intelligence towards the mysteries of the gods, though not without risk. 4. For some going entirely astray have stepped into superstitions, while others, shunning superstition as a quagmire, have unwittingly fallen into atheism 1203 as down a precipice. 68. 1. Wherefore especially with regard to such things, should we, taking with us reason, Logos, as our mystic guide out of philosophy, reverently meditate upon each of the things said and done. In order that, we may avoid what, Theodorus said, namely, that when he offered his words with his right hand some of his hearers took them with their left. And so not miss the mark by taking in another sense what laws on offerings and feasts have well ordained. 2. For that all, these things, must be referred to the reason, Logos, we may learn from themselves also. For on the 19th of the first month 1204 when they keep a feast to Hermes, they eat honey and figs, saying when so doing, truth is sweet. And the amulet of Isis which the myth says she put round her neck, 1205 is, when interpreted, true voice. 3. And we should not consider Harpocrates either as an imperfect or infant god, or a god, of pulse 1206 but as protector and chastener of the babyish and imperfect and inarticulate reason that men have about gods. For which cause he has his finger laid upon his lips as a symbol of reticence and silence. 4. And in the month of Mizor 1207 when they make offerings of pulse, they say, tongue, is, fortune, tongue is daimon. 5. And they say that of the trees in Egypt the persea especially has been made sacred to the goddess, because its fruit resembles a heart and its leaf a tongue. 6. For of all man's natural possessions nothing is more godlike than Logos, word or reason, and especially that concerning the gods, nor is there anything that decides more weightily for happiness. 7. Wherefore we commend him who goes down to consult the oracle here 1208 to think religiously and speak reverently. But the many act ridiculously when, after they have in the processions and feasts made proclamation to speak reverently, they subsequently speak and think the most irreverent things about the gods themselves. 69. 1. What use, then, must one make of those melancholy and laughterless and mournful sacrifices, if it is not right either to omit the rites of custom, or to confound our views about gods and throw them into confusion with absurd suspicions? 2. Yea, among Greeks, too, many things are done, just about the same time also, similar to those which Egyptians perform in the sacred rites. 3. For instance, at Athens, the women fast at the Thesmophoria, sitting on the ground. While Boeotians move the palace of Achaea 1209 giving that festival the name of Epacthe, the grief-bringing, as though Demeter were in grief, chi theta epsilon iota, on account of the descent 1210 of Kore. 4. And this month is the one for sowing when the Pleiades rise, which Egyptians call Ather 1211 Greeks Pioneption, and Boeotians Demetrios. 1212. 5. Moreover, Theopompus 1213 tells us that the Western peoples 1214 consider and name the winter Kronos, the summer Aphrodite, and the spring Persephone, and, say, that all things are born from Kronos and Aphrodite. 6. While the Phrygians, thinking that the god sleeps in winter, and wakes in summer, celebrate in his honor the orgies of his going to sleep at one time, and at another of his waking up. While the Paphlagonians pretend that he is bound hand and foot and imprisoned in winter, and in spring is set in motion and freed from his bonds. 71. And the season of the year suggests that the appearance of morning is assumed at the hiding away of grains, in the earth, which the ancients did not consider gods, but gifts of the gods. Indispensable, indeed, if we are to live otherwise than savagely and like the brutes. 2. And at the season when, these ancients saw the fruits entirely disappearing from the trees and ceasing, and those they had sown themselves still scanty and poor, in scraping away the earth with their hands, and pressing it together again, and depositing the seed, in uncertainty as to whether it would come up again and have its proper consummation, they used to do many things similar to those who bury and mourn. 3. Then, just as we say that one who buys Plato's books, buys Plato, and that one who presents the creations of Menander, acts Menander. So did they not hesitate to call the gifts and creations of the gods by the names of the gods, honoring them and reverencing them by use. 4. But those, who came, after, receiving, these names, like boors and ignorantly misapplying what happens 12:15 to the fruits to the gods, themselves. And not merely calling but believing the advent and hiding away of the necessaries, of life, generations and destructions of gods, filled their heads with absurd, indecent, and confused opinions. Although they had the absurdity of their unreason before their eyes. 5. Excellent, however, was the view of Xenophanes 12:16 of Colophon that Egyptians don't mourn if they believe in gods and don't believe in gods if they mourn. Nay, that it would be ridiculous for them in the same breath to mourn and pray for the seed to appear again, in order that it might again be consumed and mourned for. 71:1. But such is not really the case. But, while mourning for the grain, they pray the gods, the authors and givers of it, to renew it again and make other grow up in the place of that which is consumed. 2. Whence there is an excellent saying among the philosophers, that those who do not learn how to hear names rightly, use things wrongly. Just as those of the Greeks who have not learned or accustomed themselves to call bronzes and pictures and marbles images in honor of the gods, but call them gods, and then make bold to say that Laches stripped Athena, and Dionysus cut off Apollo's golden curls, and that Capitoline Zeus was burnt and perished in the civil wars, these without knowing it find themselves drawn into adopting mischievous opinions following, directly, on the abuse of names. 3. And this is especially the case of Egyptians with regard to the honors they pay to animals. For in this respect, at any rate, Greeks speak rightly when they consider the dove as the sacred creature of Aphrodite, and the dragon of Athena, and the raven of Apollo, and the dog of Artemis, as Euripides sings. Thou shalt be dog. Head of torch-bearing Hecate. 1217. 4. Whereas most of the Egyptians, by the service and cult they pay to the animals themselves as though they were gods, have not only covered their sacred rites entirely with laughter and ridicule, which is the least evil of their fatuity, but a dangerous way of thinking grows up which perverts the weak and simple to pure superstition, and, in the case of the shrewder and bolder, degenerates into an atheistic and brutal rationalism. 5. Wherefore, also, it is not unfitting to run through the conjectures about these things. 12:18. Concerning the worship of animals, and totemism. 72:1. As for the theory, that the gods out of fear of Typhon changed themselves into these animals, as it were hiding themselves in the bodies of ibises and dogs and hawks, it beats any juggling or storytelling. 2. Also the theory, that all the souls of the dead that persist, have their rebirth 12:19 into these animals, only, is equally incredible. 3. And of those who would assign some reason connected with the art of government, some say that Osiris upon his great campaign 1220 divided his force into many divisions, they call them companies and squadrons in Greek, and gave them all ensigns of animal figures, and that each of these became sacred and venerated by the clan of those banded together under it. For others say that the kings after Osiris, in order to strike terror into their foes, used to appear dressed in wild beasts' heads of gold and silver. 5. While others tell us that one of the clever and crafty kings, on learning that, though the Egyptians were fickle by nature and quick for change and innovation, they nevertheless possessed an invincible and unrestrainable might owing to their numbers when in agreement and cooperation, showed them and implanted into their minds an enduring superstition, an occasion of unceasing disagreement. 6. For inasmuch as the beasts, some of which he enacted some, clans, should honor and venerate and others, are hostile and inimical to one another, and as each one of them by nature likes different food from the others, each clan, in protecting its own special beasts, and growing angry at their being injured, was forever unconsciously being drawn into the enmities of the beasts, and, so, brought into a state of warfare with the others. 7. For even unto this day the people of Wolf Town are the only Egyptians who eat sheep, because the wolf, whom they regard as God, does so. 8. And the people of Oxyrhynchus Town, in our own day, when the folk of Dogtown ate the Oxyrhynchus 1221 fish, caught a dog and sacrificing it as a sacred victim, ate it. And going to war because of this, they handled one another roughly, and subsequently were roughly handled by the Romans in punishment. 1222. 73, 1. Again, as many say that the soul of Typhon himself was parted among these animals, the myths would seem enigmatically to hint that every irrational and brutal nature is born from a part of the evil daimon, and that to appease and soothe him they pay cult and service to them. 2. But if he fall upon them mighty and dire, bringing on them excessive droughts, or pestilent diseases, or other unlooked-for strange mischances, then the priests lead away at dark in silence quietly some of the venerated beasts, and threaten and try to scare away the first one of them. If, however, it stops, they consecrate and sacrifice it, as though, I suppose, this were some kind of chastisement of the daimon, or some specially great means of purification in the greater emergencies. 3. For in the goddess of child bed town 1223 they used to burn living men to ashes, as Manetho has told us, calling them Typhonian, and the ashes they winnowed away and scattered. 1224. 4. This, however, was done publicly, and at one special time, in the dog days. Whereas the consecratings of the venerated beasts, which are never spoken of and take place at irregular times, according to the emergencies, are unknown to the multitude, except when they have burials. And the priests, bringing out some of the others, cast them in, to the grave with them, in the presence of all, in the belief that they annoy Typhon in return and curtail what gives him pleasure. For only the apis and a few other animals seem to be sacred to Osiris, while they assign the majority to him, Typhon. 5. And if he, Osiris, is really reason, logos, I think that the object of our inquiry is found in the case of these animals that are admitted to have common honors with him, as, for instance, the ibis, and hawk, and dog-headed ape. While Apis himself is his soul, 1225. For thus, you know, they call the goat Pœmandres. 74, 1. There remain of course the utilitarian and symbolical reasons, of which some have to do with one of the two gods, but most of them with both. 2. As for the ox and sheep and ichneumon 1226, it is clear they paid them honors on account of their usefulness and utility, just as Lemnian's crested larks which seek out and break the eggs of locusts, and Thessalian storks. Because when their land produced multitudes of snakes, they came and destroyed them all, wherefore they made a law that whoever killed a stork should be banished. 1227, so with the asp and weasel and scarab. Because they discerned in them certain faint likenesses of the power of the gods, as it were, that of the sun in waterdrops. 3. For as to the weasel, many still think and say that as it is impregnated through the ear and brings forth by the mouth, it is a likeness of the birth of reason, logos. 1228. 4. Again, they say, the species of scarab has no female, but all, as males, discharge their seed into the stuff they have made into balls 1229 which they roll along by pushing, moving, themselves, in the opposite direction. Just as the sun seems to turn the heaven round in the opposite direction, while it is, the heaven, itself that moves from west to east. 1230. 5. And the asp, because it does not age, and moves without limbs with ease and pliancy, they liken to a star. 75. 1. Nay, not even has the crocodile had honor paid it without some show of credible cause, for it alone is tongueless. 1231. For the divine reason, Logos, stands not in need of voice, and moving on a soundless path with justice guides, all, mortal things. 1232. 2. And they say that it alone, when it is in the water, has its eyes covered by a smooth and transparent membrane that comes down from the upper lid. 1233 so that they see without being seen, an attribute of the first god. 1234. 3. And whenever the female lays her eggs on the land, it is known that this will be the limit of the Nile's increase. For as they cannot lay in the water, and fear to do so far from it, they so accurately forefeel what will be, that they make use of the rise of the river for laying their eggs and hatching them. And yet keep them dry and beyond the danger of being wetted. 4. And they lay 60 eggs, and hatch them out in as many days, and the longest lived of them live as many years, which is the first of the measures for those who treat systematically of celestial phenomena. 1235. 5. Moreover, of those that have honors paid them for both reasons, 1236, of the dog, we have already treated above. 1237. 6. As for the ibis, while killing the death-dealing of the reptiles. 1238 it was the first to teach them the use of medicinal evacuation, when they observed it being thus rinsed out and purged by itself. 1239. 7. While those of the priests who are most punctilious in their observances, in purifying themselves, take the water for cleansing from a place where the ibis has drunk, for it neither drinks unwholesome or poison. 1240 water, nor, even, goes near it. 8. Again, by the relative position of its legs to one another, and, of these, to its beak, it forms an equilateral triangle, and yet again, the variegation and admixture of its black with its white feathers suggest the gibbous moon. 1241. 9. Nor ought we to be surprised at Egyptians being so fond of meager likenesses, for Greeks too in both their pictured and plastic resemblances of gods use many such, vague indications. 10. For instance, in Crete there was a statue of Zeus which had no ears, for it behoves the ruler and lord of all to listen to no one. 11. And Phidias used the serpent in the statue of Athena, and the tortoise in that of Aphrodite at Elis, because on the one hand virgins need protecting, and on the other because keeping at home and silence are becoming to married women. 12. Again, the trident of Poseidon is a symbol of the third region, which the sea occupies, assigned, to him, after the heaven and air. For which cause also they invented the names Amphitrite and Tritons. 1242. 13. And the Pythagoreans have embellished both numbers and figures with appellations of gods. For they used to call the equilateral triangle Athena, head-born and third-born. 1243, because it is divided by 3 plumb lines. 1244 drawn from the 3 angles. 14, and, they called, 1. Apollo, from privation of multitude. 1245 and owing to the singleness. 1246 of the monad. And 2. Strife and daring, and 3. Justice, or rightness, for as wronging and being wronged were according to deficiency and excess, rightness, or justice, was born to equality between them. 1247. 15. And what is called the Tetractes, the 6 and 30, was, their, greatest oath, as has been said over and over again, and is called Cosmos, which is produced by adding together the first for even and, the first, for odd, numbers. 1248. 76. 1. If, then, the most approved of the philosophers, when they perceived in soulless and bodiless things a riddle of the divine, did not think it right to neglect anything or treat it with disrespect, still more liking, I think. We should then have for the peculiarities in natures that are endowed with sense and possess soul and passion and character, not paying honor to these, but through them to the divine. So that since they are made by nature into mirrors clearer than any man can make, we should consider this as the instrument and art of God who ever orders all things. 2. And, generally, we should deem that nothing soulless is superior to a thing with soul, nor one without sense to one possessing it, not even if one should bring together into one spot all the gold and emeralds in the world. 3. For that which is divine does not reside in colors or shapes or smoothnesses, nay, all things that either have no share or are not of a nature to share in life, have a lot of less value than that of dead bodies. 1249. 4. Whereas the nature that lives and sees, and has its source of motion from itself, and knowledge of things that are its and those that are not, has appropriated both an efflux of the good. 1250 and a share of the thinker, by whom the universe is steered, as Heraclitus says. 1251. 5. For which cause the divine is not less well portrayed in these, sc. animals, than by means of works of art in bronze and stone, which while equally susceptible of decay and mutilations 1252 are in their nature destitute of all feeling and understanding. 6. With regard to the honors paid to animals, then, I approve this view more highly than any other that has been mentioned. Concerning the sacred robes. 77, 1. Now as to robes, those of Isis, are, variegated in their dyes, for her power, is, connected with matters producing all things and receiving, all, light darkness, day night, fire water, life death, beginning end. While the robe of Osiris has neither shade nor variegation, but one single property, the light 1253 for the source is pure and the first and intelligible unmixed. 2. Wherefore when they have once and once only received this robe, 1254 they treasure it away and keep it from all eyes and hands, whereas they use those of Isis on many occasions. 3. For it is by use that the things which are sensible and ready to hand, present many unfoldings and views of themselves as they change now one way now another. Whereas the intelligence of the intelligible and pure and single, shining through the soul, like lightning flash, once and once only perchance allows us to contact and behold it. 4. For which cause both Plato 1255 and Aristotle call this part of philosophy apoptic, 1256 from the fact that they who transcend by the reason, logos, these mixed and multiform things of opinion, are raised unto that primal, 1. Simple and matterless, and, so, contacting in its singleness the pure truth concerning it, they think philosophy has as it were, its perfect end. 78, 1. The fact, moreover, which the present priests cautiously hint at by expiatory sacrifices and covering their faces, namely, that this God is ruler and king of the dead. Being no other than him who is called Hades and Pluto among Greeks, in that they do not know how it is true, confuses the multitude, who suppose that the truly sacred and holy Osiris lives on earth and under earth. Where the bodies of those who seem to have reached their end are hidden away. 2. But he himself is far, far from the earth, unspotted and unstained, and pure of every essence that is susceptible of death and of decay. Nor can the souls of men here, on the earth, swathed as they are with bodies and enwrapped in passions, commune with God, except so far as they can reach some dim sort of a dream of him, with the perception of a mind trained in philosophy. 3. But when, their souls, freed from these bonds, pass to the formless and invisible and passionless and pure, this God becomes their guide and king, as though they hung on him, and gazed insatiate upon his beauty. And longed after it, beauty, that no man can declare or speak about. For, it is with this the ancient tale, Logos, makes Isis err in love, and, by pursuit of it, and consort with it, makes her fulfill all things down here with all things fair and good, whatever things have part in Genesis. 5. Thus, then, these things contain the reason, Logos, that's more suitable to God. Concerning incense. 79, 1. And must I also speak of the daily incense offerings, as I promised, 1257. The reader should first of all have in mind the fact, that not only have men, in general, always paid most serious attention to things that conduce to health, but that especially in sacred ceremonies and purifications and prescribed modes of life, healthy, is not less important than holy. For they did not think it right to render service to the pure and perfectly harmless and unpolluted with either bodies or with souls festering and diseased. 2. Since, then, the air, of which we make most use, and with which we have most to do, does not always keep the same disposition and blend, but at night is condensed, and weighs down the body, and brings the soul into a desponding and anxious state, as though it had become mist-like and heavy. Therefore, as soon as they get up they incense with pine resin, sanifying and purifying the air by its 1258 disintegration, and fanning up again the fire of the spirit connate with body 1259 which had died down, since its perfume possesses a vehement and penetrating force. 3. And, again, at midday, perceiving that the sun draws from the earth by force an exceedingly large and heavy exhalation, and commingles it with the air, they incense with myrrh. 1260. For its heat dissolves and disperses the turbid and mud-like combination in the atmosphere. 4. And, indeed, physicians seem to relieve sufferers from plague by making a great blaze, as though it cleared the air. But it clears it better if they burn fragrant woods, such as those of cypress, juniper, and pine. 5. At any rate, they say that at Athens, at the time of the Great Plague, Acron the physician became famous through ordering them to keep fires burning by the side of the sick, for he, thus, benefited not a few. 6. And Aristotle says that the sweet-smelling odors, given off by perfumes and flowers and meadows, conduce no less to health than to enjoyment, because by their warmth and softness they diffuse themselves gently through the brain, which is naturally cold and as though congested. 7. And if, moreover, they call myrrh ball among Egyptians, and in translation this comes pretty near to meaning the dispersion of silly talk, this also affords some evidence for the reason why they use it. 81. And, finally, Kufi 1261 is a mixture composed of 16 ingredients, of honey, and wine, and raisins, and cyperus, 1262 of pine resin, and myrrh, and aspalathus 1263 in Sicily. 1264 and further of mastic 1265 and bitumen 1266 and nightshade 1267 and sorrel, and in addition to these of both junipers 1268, of which they call the one the larger and the other the smaller, and cardamom, and sweet flag. 1269. 2. And these are not compounded in a haphazard way, but with the sacred writings being read aloud 1270 to the perfume makers when they mix them. 3. And as to their number, even though it has all the appearance of square from square, and, that too, the only one of equally equal numbers that has the power of making the perimeter equal to the area. 1271. It must be said that its serviceableness for this purpose at least is of the slightest. 4. But the majority of the ingredients, as they possess aromatic properties, liberate a sweet breath and healthy exhalation, by which both the air is changed, and the body being gently and softly moved by the vapor, falls asleep. 1272 and loosens the distressing strain of the day's anxieties, as though they were knots, and yet, without any intoxication. 5. Moreover, they polish up the image-making and receptive organ of dreams like a mirror, and make it clearer, no less than the playing on the lyre which the Pythagoreans used to use before sleep, thus charming away and sanifying the passionate and reasonless nature of the soul. 6. For things smelt call back the failing sense, and often, on the other hand, dull and quiet it by their soothing effect, when their exhalations are diffused through the body. Just as some of the physicians say that sleep is induced when the vaporization of the food, as it were creeping gently round the inward parts and groping about, produces a kind of tickling. 7. And they use kufi both as draught and mixture. For when it is drunk it is thought to purge the intestines, but when applied externally 1273, to be an emollient. 8. And apart from these considerations, resin is a work of the sun. And myrrh comes from the exudation of the trees under the sun heat, while of the ingredients of kufi, some flourish more at night, like all things whose nature it is to be nourished by cool breezes and shade and dew and damp. 9. Seeing that the light of day is one and single, and Pindar tells us that the sun is seen through empty ether, 1274, while air is a blend and mixture of many lights and properties, as it were of seeds dropped from every star into one field. 10. Naturally, then, they use the former as incenses by day, as being single and having their birth from the sun, and the latter when night sets in, as being mixed and manifold in its qualities. Afterword. So ends this exceedingly instructive treatise of Plutarch, which, in spite of the mass of texts and monuments concerning Asar and Ast which have already been deciphered by the industry of Egyptologists, remains the most complete account of the root mystery myth of ancient Egypt. The myth of Osiris and Isis goes back to the earliest times of which we have record, and is always found in the same form. Indeed, the ritual, the Book of the Dead, which should rather be called the Book of the Living, might very well be styled the Gospel of Osiris. It would be out of place here to seek for the historical origin of this great mystery. Certainly Osiris was originally something greater than a water sprite, as Budge supposes. Osiris and Isis were and are originally, as I believe, cosmic or supercosmic beings. For the elder and younger Horus, regarded macrocosmically, were the intelligible and sensible worlds, and, regarded microcosmically, pertain to the mystery of the Christ stage of manhood. It may, of course, be denied that the ancient Egyptians were capable of entertaining any such notions. We, however, prefer the tradition of our Trismegistic tractates to the primitive culture theories of anthropological speculation. That, however, such views were entertained in the first centuries is incontrovertible, as may be seen from a careful study of Philo of Alexandria alone. Thus to quote one passage out of many with regard to the two horoi. For that this cosmos is the younger son of God, in that it is perceptible to sense. The son who's older than this one, he hath declared to be no one, perceptible by sense, for that he is conceivable by mind alone. But having judged him worthy of the elder's rights, he hath determined that he should remain with him alone. 1275. When, moreover, we speak of the Christ stage of manhood, we mean all that mystery that lies beyond the normal stage of man, including both the Superman stage and that of the Christ. In any case, Plutarch is of the greatest service for understanding the atmosphere and environment in which the students of the Trismegistic tradition moved. And we have therefore bestowed more care upon him than perhaps the general reader may think necessary. 10. Hermes and Hermes. An anticipation. When, in a recent book, 1276, I was treating of the early church document The Shepherd of Hermes, in connection with the ancient and mysterious Book of Elxai, which, according to Epiphanius, circulated among the Essenes, Nazarenes, Ebionites, and Sampsians, I wrote as follows. It is also of very great interest to notice the many intimate points of contact between the contents of the apocalyptic Hermes and the teaching of the early Shepherd of Men tractate of the mystic school who looked to Hermes the thrice greatest as their inspirer. That is to say, the earliest deposit of the Trismegistic literature. But that is another story which has not yet been told. At the same time, all unknown to me, Reitzenstein must have written, or have been writing, his learned pages on Hermes and Poemandres, coming to practically the same conclusion as I had in cruder form expressed several years earlier. When commenting on Hilger's theory 1277 that the Shepherd of Men was written in opposition to the Shepherd of Hermes, and suggesting that if there were any dependence of one on the other, it was in exactly the reverse sense to that of Hilger's assumption. 1278. The higher criticism of the Shepherd of Hermes. Like all the other extant extracanonical documents of the early Church, and especially the Antilegomena, as Eusebius calls them, that is to say books disputed in his day but earlier admitted by wide circles into the canon, the Shepherd of Hermes has been submitted to the most searching analysis by modern criticism. Though its unity is still strenuously defended by some scholars, the majority are convinced of its composite nature, and I follow Hilgenfeld 1279 who detects in the present form of this document 3 elements or, so to say, 3 deposits, I. The apocalyptic, vis. 1-4, 2. The pastoral, vis. v. sim. 7, 3. The secondary, or appendix of the latest redactor, sim. 8, x, Hermes I, and Hermes II. Cite nothing from any of the canonical books of the New Testament, and this should be, for most scholars, a striking indication of their early date. The introduction of the Pastoral Hermes. Hermes II. The Pastoral Hermes begins as follows, 1280. 1. Now when I had prayed in my house, and sat me down upon my couch, there entered a man of glorious appearance, in the guise of a shepherd, clad in a white skin 1281 with a wallet on his shoulders, and a staff in his hand. And he embraced me, and I embraced him. 1282. 2. And straightway he sat down by my side. He saith to me, I am sent by the most sovereign angel, that I may dwell with thee for the rest of the days of thy life. 3. I thought that he had come to tempt me, 1283 and I say unto him, Who art thou? For I do know, say I, into whose charge I have been given. He saith to me, Dost thou not know? Nay, answer I. I am, saith he, the shepherd 1284 into whose charge thou hast been given. For, e'en as he spoke, his aspect changed, and I knew him, that it was he to whom I had been given in charge. Comparison with our Poemandres. If we now compare the Greek text of this interesting passage with that of the introductory paragraphs of the Poemandres, it will be found impossible to refer their striking similarities merely to a common type of expression. The verbal agreements are too precise, and stand out convincingly at the first glance, without needing the assistance of the large type in which Reitzenstein, pages 11, 12, has had them printed in his reproduction of the texts. Most remarkable of all, however, is the similarity of ideas. For Hermes, as for Hermes, the shepherd is not only a shepherd but a shepherd of men, even as in a different connection but in the same circle of ideas Peter and others were to become fishers of men. 1285. Now, not only on general grounds is it difficult for anyone who has carefully studied the two documents to believe that the writer of the philosophic mystical treatise not only had the Christian apocalyptic writing before him but took it as his point of departure. But, even if we are still strongly dominated by what has hitherto been the traditional view in all such questions, and cling to the theory that when there is similarity the Christian scripture must necessarily have been first in the field, it is very difficult to believe that a copier of Hermes should have left no traces of an acquaintance with the very distinctive feature of the robe and staff and wallet of the shepherd, and of the conversation which follows in what, on this theory, would be the presupposed original. The popular symbolic representation of the shepherd. The mystical representation and thought atmosphere of the writer or redactor of our present Poemandres are far removed from any direct traces of contact with the folk consciousness, in which the appurtenances mentioned by Hermes were the typical literary description of a shepherd since the time of Theocritus. 1286. Not only so, but this was the symbolic representation of the shepherd of men in the general Hellenistic religious consciousness. Indeed, we find unquestionable proofs that Hermes was preeminently regarded as the good shepherd, and a figure of him with staff and wallet and single robe was a great favorite in the popular cult. 1287. In one passage 1288 in which mention is made of this wallet and staff, further details are given showing that these simple symbols were well understood. The right hand is raised, and the left holds staff and wallet. Moreover, the staff has a serpent entwined round it, and Hermes is clad in a single robe. Like Isis, he stands upon the world sphere, which has also a serpent twined round it. Hermes here represents the mind or logos, the father-mother, staff and wallet, force of nature. With the left he brings into generation, with the right he leads souls out of Genesis either to death, or regeneration. In this prayer, Hermes, as the sun, is called the shepherd who hath his fold in the west. 1289. It is to be further remarked that Hermes is in the dress of the poor, 1290, and of the naked, 1291. The name Hermes. But to return to Hermes. Why Hermes, of all names in the world in this connection? We have a large literature in which Hermes plays the part of seer, and prophet, and revealer, and writer of sacred scriptures. In it, moreover, he figures as the beloved disciple of the heavenly mind, the shepherd of men. But what have we in Christian tradition to explain the name Hermes? Nothing, absolutely nothing, but contradictory hypotheses which try to discover a historic Hermes so as to authenticate the provenance of what is manifestly, like nearly every similar document of the time, pseudepigraphic. In my opinion, indeed, the very name Hermes betrays more clearly than anything else the Hermes source of the Christian writer's setting of part of his most interesting apocalyptic. Hermes is because of Hermes, rather than Hermes, in answer to Hermes, as Hilgers would have it. An early form of the Poemandres. This, however, does not mean to say that Hermes took the setting of the introduction of his pastoral apocalypses from precisely the same text of the Poemandres, which now lies before us. For our present text is manifestly the redaction of an earlier form. So that if we could recover the other form we should in all probability find some additional verbal agreement of Hermes with Hermes. That the ideas of the Pœmandres treatise were the mystical and philosophical side of much that appears in the popular cult of the time, may be seen by an inspection of the prayers from the Magic Papyri which we have translated. 1292 In them the mind, as the shepherd of men, and the revealer of the light, is clearly set forth. Reitzenstein's view, p. 32, accordingly, is that the Christian writer must have taken his description of the shepherd from what originally was a fuller text of the Pœmandres than the one preserved to us. And that this will account for several features which would otherwise be peculiar to Hermes. This text was in closer verbal agreement with the general language of the popular Hermes religion as preserved to us in the Hermes prayers. 1293. The Holy Mount. But the direct points of contact between Hermes and the Trismegistic literature are not confined to the Poemandres document. As the original writer of Hermes was dependent on Hermes for the setting of the introduction to his pastoral apocalypses, so also it is highly probable that the redactor was influenced by a lost treatise referred to in the introduction of the Sacred Sermon on the Mountain, c. h. 13. 14. In this treatise reference is made to one of the now lost, general sermons, 1294 the scene of which also took place on a mountain. For in connection with it mention is made by Tat of his passing over a mountain, or ascending a mountain, at the beginning of his novitiate, when he became a suppliant. 1295 While it is further stated by Tat that at that stage the doctrine was not clearly explained, but rather hidden in riddles, for that as yet he was not sufficiently purified, and made a stranger to the world illusion. Now, it is remarkable that Hermes, in the appendix to the book, Sim. 9, tells us that after these revelations the shepherd came to him again, and told him that much had not been explained because of his weakness in the flesh. But now that he has been strengthened by the Spirit, the shepherd will explain all with greater clearness. He then takes him away into Arcadia, a very unexpected locality for a Christian writer in Rome to choose, to a breast-like mountain, where he has the further teaching revealed to him. But, strangely enough, it was precisely in Arcadia that the chief Hellenic cult of Hermes existed, as stated by Lactantius, basing himself on the common belief at Rome. 1296 And from Arcadia it was that Hermes, according to a tendency legend that even at Rome went back at least to the 2nd century BC, set forth to teach the Egyptians Gnostic elements. Moreover, Hermes is throughout strongly tinged with Gnostic elements. As I wrote in my last book 1297 it is practically one of the very numerous permutations and combinations of the Sophia mythos, one of the many settings forth of the mystic lore and love of the Christ and the Sophia, or wisdom. Of the Son of God and his spouse or sister, the Holy Spirit, of the King and Queen, of the Lord and the Virgin Church. In its most instructive series of visions are depicted the mystic scenes of the allegorical drama of man's inner nature, the mystery play of all time. But when we say Gnostic, we mean much that is also Hellenistic mysticism, and therefore much that is also Hermetic. For in the Trismegistic literature there is set forth a Gnosis of a far simpler type than in any of the Christian systems technically called Gnostic. The vices and virtues. A striking example of the similarity of ideas of this nature is found in comparing the list of 12 vices and 10, 7 and 3, virtues, given in ch. 13. 14, 7-10, 1298 with Hermes, Sim. 9. 15, 1-3, where 12 virgins, each bearing the name of a virtue, are set over against 12 women clothed in black, each bearing the name of a vice, and with Hermes, vis. 3. 8, 7, where 7 women, each in turn the mother of the other, are called by the names of 7 virtues. We need not, of course, necessarily suppose any direct contact in this case, though it is curious that the list of virtues occurs precisely in the Sermon on the Mountain. But both writers clearly move in, or are influenced by, the same circle of ideas, and that, too, ideas of a very special nature. The above points are sufficient for our purpose, and throw a most interesting light on one element in the composition of the very ancient Christian document whose exclusion from the canon, after enjoying for so many years practically canonical authority, is to be regretted. The early date of the original Hermes. Now, apocalyptic Hermes is distinctly anti-Pauline, and perhaps this more than anything else accounts for the final exclusion of the book from the canon. It is therefore in vain to seek in it quotations from any of the Pauline letters. But what is still more remarkable, neither it nor the pastoral Hermes quote from any of the canonical Gospels. This argues a very early date. If, then, we are inclined to accept the statement of the writer of the Muratorian fragment, c. 170 AD, that Hermes was written at Rome during the bishopric of Pius, 140 c. 155 AD. This must refer to the completed work of the last redactor who is held responsible for Hermes III, and who was acquainted with several books of the canon. The pastoral Hermes may thus be fairly pushed back to the beginning of the 1st century. We have also to remember, a point which Reitzenstein does not seem to have taken into consideration, not only that the Greek original of our form of Hermes is lost, but that the Old Latin version has also disappeared, and that we possess only a Greek retranslation from the Latin. 1299. Under these circumstances, it is still more surprising that such strong traces of direct literary dependence on the original form of the Poemandres introduction should still remain in our Hermes. The dependence theory to be used with caution. It would, however, in my opinion be a grave mistake to push the theory of literary dependence too far, and to seek to account for the main content of Hermes on any theory of direct borrowing from allied sources, or even solely of direct external conditioning by the mystical and theological ideas of the time. There is no a priori reason against the high probability that the original writer was recording some genuine inner experiences, however much, as was the fashion of the time, and of other times and climes, they may have been expanded, interpolated, and polished by literary art. It is true that all such inner experiences would be strongly conditioned by the prior conceptions, thought tone, and theological beliefs of the writer, and by the current and traditional types of such experiences known in his day. Indeed, it is very difficult anywhere to meet with the record of visions or apocalyptic utterances which are not so conditioned. The Buddhist seer sees in the mode of traditional Buddhist conceptions of the unseen. The Hellenic mantis and sibyl find themselves in an invisible world of the familiar nature known to them from the mythologists, and poets, and mystery traditions. The Egyptian prophet moves amid the familiar topography and schematology of the Amenti of his nation, even an Ezekiel sees in the symbols of the Babylonian cultus. While the Christian mystic invariably finds himself in the conventional heaven of the saints and the hell of the sinners. It is not, therefore, necessary to follow Reitzenstein, pp. 8-11, in detail, when he seeks to show the strong influence of heathen mystical literature on the early Christian document we are discussing, and to point to striking parallels between the setting of the first 4 visions of Hermes And the visions of Zosimus, as preserved in the fragments of his Acts 1300 or the Visit to Hades of Setmi and Siosiri, and their passing through the seven halls 1301 as partially preserved in the Demotic Tales of Camillus. 1302. It is true that Zosimus, who nourished towards the end of the 3rd century, was a member of the Poemandres community, and, therefore, what he has to say is of great interest to us. For doubtless his visions were strongly conditioned by the Trismegistic tradition and especially by the Isis type of its literature, and the cognate Egyptian books of Hermes. But the points on which Reitzenstein lays stress seem somewhat too general to allow of our drawing any direct conclusion with regard to Hermes and Hermes. There is a certain similarity. But our information is too scanty to permit of any precise drawing of general conclusions. There is, however, a valuable piece of information which prevents us from attributing all the similarities which may be noticed purely to the general thought atmosphere of the times. In one particular at least, we can be more definite. The visions of Crates. Zosimus is not the only follower of Thrice Greatest Hermes whose visions are still on record. Crates also has left an account of his mystic experiences, though unfortunately transmitted to us only in Arabic translation from the original Greek. 1303. Crates leaves his body and enters the unseen world. While I was praying, he writes, I felt myself suddenly carried into the airs of heaven, following the same path as the sun and moon. Here he meets with Thrice Greatest Hermes in the guise of an old man, the most beautiful of men, seated on a chair. He was clad in white raiment, and held a book in his hand resting on the arm of the chair. Compare this with Hermes, vis. 2. 2. I see opposite me a chair, and on it a covering of wool white as hail. 1304 Then came there an old woman, in shining white raiment, having a book in her hand, and sat down alone. After this revelation, and when the old woman had ceased reading from the book, for young men came and carried off the chair, and departed with it to the east. Ibid. 4:1. Here again it is of interest to compare this with the introduction to a magical, light ritual, where the seer has a vision of 4 men with crowns on their heads who bring in the throne of the god. 1305. Crates is taught from the book and bidden to write what he is told. Make thy book according to the instructions which I have given, and know that I am with thee and will never leave thee till thou hast accomplished all. So also, Hermes. Compare also the last sentence with the phrase in the introduction to the Pastoral Hermes, I am sent, that I may dwell with thee for the rest of the days of thy life. In another vision, Crates is instructed in a dialogue which strongly reflects the style and substance of our Trismegistic sermons. And in yet another he moves in the psychic reflection of the setting of the now for the most part lost Isis type of the literature, which has a more strongly Egyptian coloring. He is transported to yet another heaven and firmament, and there sees the temple of Ptah, Hephaestus, and the statue of Venus, Isis, which holds converse with him. He was then evidently saturated with the Trismegistic tradition, and had access to treatises which are now, unfortunately, lost to us, for it is just this type of the literature which shows signs of the more direct influence of Egyptian ideas. And the mention of the Temple of Ptah is a striking confirmation that Reitzenstein is on the right track in his analysis of the oldest deposit of the Poemandres, which he connects with the Ptah tradition. The general Christian, many, and the Gnostic, few. That the end and aim of the later Egyptian religion, and of all Hellenistic religious circles in general, was a gnosis, or definite mystical experience in the form of visions and apocalypses, is manifest on all sides. And that this also was the chief interest of very numerous circles in the early Church is a fundamental fact in the study of Christian origins which should not be impatiently brushed on one side, or minimized almost to extinction as of no real importance, but which should be restored to the first rank in seeking an explanation of the many obscure problems of these early days which no purely objective considerations will solve. That the general Christian of these days, as of all subsequent centuries, had naturally much to learn in these matters from the trained mystic, whether of his own faith or of another, is saying nothing to his discredit. For he naturally belonged to the many, who were striving to become the few. General Christianity, however, spread so rapidly that the definite cultivation of the spiritual faculties practiced by the early contemplatives of the faith soon gave place to a fanatical enthusiasm for a misunderstood monkdom, which swamped the monasteries with a flood of the many, who were often without any true vocation for the holy life, and not unfrequently quite ignorant of the elements of contemplation. We need not speak of the wild fanaticism of warrior monkdom let loose with pick and hatchet and firebrand to destroy the treasures of religious art throughout the beautiful Hellenic world. But even among the quiet and peaceable brethren there was much ignorance. How unknowing some of these good folk were, we may learn from a naive story, the very simplicity of which convinces the reader of its genuineness. Perhaps someone may here interject, but this has nothing to do with Hermes. Perhaps not. But it has a great deal to do with a proper understanding of the history of the development of general Christianity and its relationship to the deeper religious consciousness of the first centuries. When, then, I read the Greek text of this simple story, as reproduced by Reitzenstein 1306, I thought that some who could not read Greek, but who take a very deep interest in such matters, might like to hear it, and so I have set it down in English. The story of Abbot Olympus. The story runs as follows. Abbot Olympus 1307 said that one day a priest of the heathen Greeks came down to Cetus. 1308 he came to my cell and passed the night there. Seeing the manner of life of the monks, he saith to me, living in this way, do ye not enjoy visions from your God? Nay. I answer. Then saith the priest to me, so long as we duly serve our God with holy deeds, he hideth not from us, but revealeth unto us his mysteries. And ye, in spite of all your great labors, watchings, keeping silence, disciplines, sayest thou, ye see not? Assuredly, then, if ye see not, ye have let evil reasonings come into your hearts which shut you from your God. And 'tis for this cause his mysteries are not revealed to you. And I went and told the elder brethren the words of the priest, and they were astonished and agreed that so it was. For impure reasonings do shut off God from man. I do not exactly understand what is the precise meaning of lambda omicron gamma iota sigma mu omicron, which usually means reasonings, and seems on the face of it to suggest that the monk's intellectual grasp of the matter was at fault. It may, however, mean simply that their thoughts were impure. But this is not any more satisfactory, for the monks must have known already that impure thoughts were to be driven out. What is clear is that the priest of the Greeks had personal experience of these pious exercises, and came from a circle where such things were normally practiced. He, moreover, knew what was the reason for the monk's non-success in contemplation. He knew that it all depended on thought, and that, too, on good thought, so that the good might descend on the good, as the Hermes prayer, I. 9:13, says. But he knew more than this. He knew that there was also need of right thought, of gnosis as well as of faith, of the proper use of the intelligence and the driving out of erroneous ideas with regard to the nature of God. A final word. But for a final word on Hermes. This early document was written at Rome, so all are agreed. It would, then, seem necessary to allow of sufficient time for a wide circulation of the older form of the Poemandres, before it could reach Rome from Egypt. This time could not have been short, for it must be reckoned not by geographical considerations, which are hardly of any consequence in this connection, but by the fact that the Poemandres was the gospel of a school that laid the greatest possible stress on secrecy. How, then, could a Christian writer have got possession of a copy? Had the pledge of secrecy already by this time been removed? This is not credible, for later Trismegistic documents still lay the greatest stress upon it. Were, then, the early Christian mystical writers in intimate relationship with such circles as the Poemandres community? Some Gnostics undoubtedly were. Was the writer of Hermes? Was there once friendship where subsequently was bitter strife? Such and many other most interesting questions arise, but there is little hope that any satisfactory answer will be given them until the work on the mystical religious environment of the time has been pushed forward to such a point that men may gradually become accustomed to the view that much of the secret of the origins lies concealed in that very environment. In any case, the way is cleared for pushing back the earlier Poemandres document well into the 1st century, and for ranking it, therefore, as at least contemporary with the earliest of the New Testament writings. 11. Concerning the Aeon-Doctrine. Hear then, my son, how standeth God and all. God, Aeon, Cosmos, Time, Becoming. Ch. 11. 12, 1. The scope of our essay. While rigidly excluding any consideration of the amazing elaboration of Christognostic Eonology, it may not be unserviceable to offer a few notes in connection with the simpler idea of the Aeon. The subject really requires a treatise in itself, but that would, of course, be too lengthy an undertaking for these prolegomena. 1309. Let us, then, first turn to a striking passage which purports to give us the Orphic tradition of the genesis of the world egg, and of the relation of its glorious progeny to the Aeon. The passage is of great interest for us in our present inquiry, for if it is not a direct quotation from Apion, the Alexandrian savant, and bitter opponent of the Jews and of Philo, during the first half of the 1st century A.D., it at any rate represents the view of the Hellenistic theology of that period. The passage is found in one of the sources of the composite and overworked document known as the Clementine Homilies 1310 and runs as follows. The Orphic tradition of the genesis of the world EGG. 3. There was when naught was but chaos and an indistinguishable mixture of unordered elements still jumbled all together, both nature herself being witness to it, and great men having thought it must be so. And as witness, I will bring forward for you the greatest of the great in wisdom, Homer himself, speaking about the original confusion. But may you all become water and earth 1311. Meaning that thence all things have had their genesis. And that after the dissolution of their moist and earthy essence they are all restored again to their first nature, which is chaos. And Hesiod, in his Theogony, says, in truth chaos came into being the very first. 1312. And by came into being, he evidently means that it was generated as are things generable, and not that it forever was as are things ingenerable. Orpheus also likens chaos to an egg in which was the confusion of the primordial elements. 1313. This is what Hesiod supposes by chaos, what Orpheus calls an egg, a thing generable, projected from the infinity of matter, highly, and brought into being as follows. 4. Both fourfold matter 1314 being ensouled and the whole infinitude being as though it were a depth, beta upsilon theta, flowing perpetually and indistinguishably moving, and over again pouring forth countless imperfect mixtures. Now of one kind and now of another, and thereby dissolving them again owing to its lack of order, and engulfing so that it could not be bound, together, to serve for the generation of a living creature. It happened that the infinite sea itself, being driven round 1315 by its own peculiar nature, flowed with a natural motion in an orderly fashion from out of itself into itself, as it were a vortex 1316 and blended its essences, and thus involuntarily the most developed part of all of them. 1317 that which was most serviceable for the generation of a living creature, flowed, as it were in a funnel, down the middle of the universe, and was carried to the bottom by means of the vortex that swept up everything. And drew after it the surrounding spirit 1318 and so gathering itself together as it were into the most productive form of all, it constituted a discrete state of things. For just as a bubble is made in water, so a sphere-like hollow form gathered itself together from all sides. Thereupon, itself being impregnated in itself, carried up 1319 by the divine spirit that had taken it to itself as consort, it thrust forth its head, Pyro Omicron Kappa Upsilon Psi Epsilon Nu 1320, into the light, this, the greatest thing perchance that's ever been conceived. As though it were out of the infinite deeps universe a work of art had been conceived and brought to birth, an ensouled work, in form, like unto the circumference of eggs, in speed, like to the swiftness of a wing. 1321. I would therefore have you think of Cronus, Kappa Nu Omicron, as time, Karo Nu Omicron Nu 1322, and of Rhea, Rho Alpha, as the flowing, Tau Rho Omicron Nu, of the moist essence. For the whole of matter being moved in time brought forth, as it were, an egg, the whole surrounding sphere-like heaven, upsilon rho alpha nu, which in the beginning was full of the productive marrow. 1323 So that it might be able to bring forth elements and colors of all kinds. And yet the manifold appearances which it was ever presenting, all came from one essence and one color. For just as in the product of the peacock, although the color of the egg seems to be one, it has nevertheless potentially in it the countless colors of the bird that is to be brought to perfection. So also the ensouled egg conceived from infinite matter, when it is set in motion from the perpetually flowing matter below it, 1324 exhibits changes of all kinds. For from within the circumference a certain male-female living creature is imaged out by the foreknowledge of the divine spirit that indwells in it, whom 1325 Orpheus doth call manifester, phi nu eta, fans. Because when he is manifest, phi alpha nu epsilon, the universe shines forth from him, through the luster of fire, most glorious of elements, perfected in the moist element. Nor is this incredible, for in the case of glowworms, for example, nature allows us to see a moist light. 6. Accordingly the first egg that was ever produced being gradually warmed by the living creature within it, breaks open. And then there takes shape and comes forth some such thing as Orpheus says. When the skull, like 1326 wide yawning egg did break, etc. 1327. So by the mighty power of him who came forth and who made himself manifest, the shell 1328 receives its articulation 1329 and obtains its orderly arrangement. While he himself presides as though it were upon a throne on heaven's height, and in the realms, ineffable sends forth his light all round upon the boundless Aeon. Commentary. This is evidently the Logos, the God from the egg, and the God from the rock, for the primal firmament was symbolized as rock, as adamant, just as in physical nature, the life spark appears from the mineral kingdom. The Logos presides in highest heaven, in the ineffable spaces, whence he sends out his rays upon the Aeon, that bound of bounds which is itself boundless. For the egg may be thought of as the boundary of some special universe or system. Whereas the Aeon is the boundary of all universes. The information given in this quotation purports to be the Orphic tradition of cosmogony. With this cosmogony all Hellenistic theologians would be familiar, and therefore we are not surprised to find many points of contact between it and the general ideas in our Poemandres, Cosmogenesis, which, though doubtless having an original nucleus of Egyptian tradition in it, is nevertheless strongly overworked by minds that were also saturated with the mingled traditions of Plato, Pythagoras, and Orpheus. Indeed, both Plato and Pythagoras, on their mystical side, are strongly tinged with Orpheus. Now, Orphicism was the revival of pre-Hesiotic Orpheism initiated by Onamacritus under the Pisistrattidi. Original Orpheism was, in my opinion, a blend of Hellenic bardic lore with Chaldean elements. It is not surprising, therefore, that when the books of the Chaldeans, collected for the Alexandrian library, were turned into Greek, great interest should have been taken in them by Hellenistic scholars, who found therein a confirmation of the Greek wisdom of Orpheus, little suspecting that that wisdom was in origin partially from the same source. The Scythian Gnosis. In illustration of this Chaldeo-Orphic symbolical cosmogony as philosophized in a Hellenistic Gnostic environment, we will quote from a system ascribed by Hippolytus to the Scythians, a name indicating an Egyptian environment, and brought by him into the closest connection with those whom he calls the Gnosenes, that is to say, with what he considers to be one of the earliest forms of the Christian Gnosis, but which, as we have shown, is a form of the pre-Christian Gnosis overworked in Christian terms about the middle of the 2nd century. Of these Scythians, Hippolytus 1330 tells us as follows. They think that there are 3 principles 1331 of the universals having certain definite boundaries, and yet that each of these principles possesses boundless potentialities. Now, the essences of these principles, he says, are light and darkness, and in the midst of these is pure spirit. The spirit, however, that is set in the midst of the darkness that is below and of the light that is above, is not a spirit, or breath, like a blast of wind or some light breeze that can be felt, but is as it were the delicate scent of unguent or of incense compounded and prepared, a force of fragrance that travels with a motion so rapid as to be quite inconceivable and far beyond the power of words to express. Now, since light is above and darkness below, and spirit in some such way as I have said between them, the nature of the light is that it shines forth from above, like a ray of the sun, into the darkness beneath. While that of the fragrance of the spirit, which has the middle rank, is, contrariwise, that it extends itself and is carried in every direction. Just as in the case of incense on a fire, we see its fragrance carried in every direction. And such being the power of the triply divided principles, the combined power of the spirit and light descends into the darkness which is set beneath them. And the darkness is an awesome water into which the light together with the spirit is drawn down and transferred. The darkness, however, is not without understanding, but quite intelligent, and it knows that if light were taken from darkness, darkness would remain isolated, unmanifest, 1332 splendorless, powerless, ineffectual, strengthless. Wherefore is it constrained with all its intelligence and understanding to hold down to itself the luster and spark of the light together with the fragrance of the spirit. And one can see an image of the nature of the latter in a man's face, namely, the pupil of the eye, 1333, which is dark because of the waters underlying it, yet illumined by spirit. As, therefore, the darkness contends for the splendor, in order that it may make a slave of the light spark and see, so also the light and the spirit contend for their own power. They strive to raise and bring back to themselves those powers which are mingled with the dark and awesome water beneath. Now all the powers of the three principles, being infinitely infinite in number, are sagacious and intelligent each according to its own essence. And though they are countless in multitude, yet, being sagacious and intelligent, as long as they remain by themselves, they are all at peace. If, however, one power is brought into contact with another power, the dissimilarity in their juxtaposition brings about a certain motion and energy that takes its shape from the concurrent motion of the juxtaposition of the contacting powers. 1334. For the concurrence of the powers constitutes as it were the impression, tau pi omicron, of a seal struck off by concussion 1335 so as to resemble the die that stamps the substances brought into contact with it. Since then the powers of the three principles are infinite in number, and from the infinite powers are infinite concurrences, images of infinite seals are of necessity produced. These images, then, are the forms, delta alpha iota, of the different kinds of living creatures. Now from the first mighty concurrences of the three principles there resulted a mighty type of seal, heaven and earth. And heaven and earth have a configuration resembling a womb, with the embryo 1336 in the middle. And if, he says, one would bring this to the test of sight, let him scrutinize scientifically the gravid womb of whatsoever living creature he wishes. And he will find the model of heaven and earth and of all things between them lying before him without any alteration. So the configuration of heaven and earth was such that it resembled a womb as it were, according to the first concourse, of the three principles. And again in the midst of heaven and earth infinite concourses of powers occurred, and every single concourse affected and expressed the image of nothing else but a seal of heaven and earth, a thing resembling a womb. And in the earth itself there developed from the infinite seals of different kinds of living creatures, living things, still more infinite. And into all this infinity below the heaven in the different kinds of living creatures, the fragrance of the Spirit from above together with the light was sown and was distributed. 1337. Accordingly there arose out of the water a firstborn source, wind vehement and boisterous, and cause of all genesis. For by making a certain seething 1338 in the waters it 1339 raises up waves from the waters. And the genesis of the waves, being as it were a certain pregnant 1340 impulse, is the source of the production of man or mind, whenever, this motion, quickens under the impulse of the spirit. And whenever this wave, raised from the water by the wind, and rendering nature pregnant, receives in itself the power of production of the female, it keeps down the light from above that has been sown into it together with the fragrance of the spirit, that is to say, mind that takes forms in the various types. That is a perfect God, brought down from the ingenerable light from above and spirit into a human nature, as into a temple, by the course of nature and motion of the wind, generated from water, commingled and blended with bodies. As though he were the salt of existing things and the light of the darkness, struggling to be freed from bodies, and unable to find liberation and the way out of himself. For as it were a very minute spark, like a ray 1341. Every thought and care of the light above, therefore, is how and in what way mind may be liberated from the death of the evil and dark body 1342 from the Father below. Who is the wind that in ferment and turmoil raised up the waves and brought to birth perfect mind, son of himself, and yet not his own in essence? For he was a ray from above, from that perfect light, overpowered in the sinuous 1343 and awesome and bitter 1344 and blood-stained water, and that light is the spirit of light born upon the water. 1345. But the wind, being both boisterous and vehement in its rush, is in its whistling 1346 like unto a serpent, a winged one. From the wind, that is from the serpent, the source of generation arose in the way that has been said. All things receiving together the beginning of generation. When then, he says, the light and the spirit have been received down into the impure and disorderly womb of manifold suffering, the serpent, the wind of the darkness, the firstborn of the waters, entering in generated man. And the impure womb neither loves nor recognizes any other form. 1347. And so the perfect logos of the light from above having made himself like unto the beast, the serpent, entered into the impure womb, having deceived it 1348 through his similitude to the beast. In order that he may loose the bonds that are laid upon the perfect mind that is generated in the impurity of the womb by the firstborn of the water, snake, wind, beast. This, he says, is the servant's form. 1349. And this is the necessity of the descent of the Logos of God into the womb of the Virgin. But it is not sufficient, he says, that the perfect man, the Logos, has entered into the womb of the Virgin and loosed the pains that are in that darkness. Nay, but after entering into the foul mysteries in the womb, he washed himself and drank the cup of living water bubbling forth, a thing that everyone must do who is about to strip off the servant form and put on the celestial garment. There can be little doubt but that the main ideas in the background of this system of the Gnosis are closely connected with general Orphic and Chaldean ideas, and also with the main schematology of our Poemandres tractate. From the Orphic tradition handed on by Apion we have seen that the Aeon is the circle of infinitude and eternity illumined by the Logos. The Mithriac Aeon. The whole of this Orphic lore, in other words, the Chaldean wisdom teaching, seems to me to be summed up in one division of the symbolism of the Mithra-cult, as may be seen by an inspection of the monuments reproduced by Pœmandres. And especially those of the mysterious figure which he calls La Divinite Leontocephale, and the birth of the god from the rock. This seems to point, as we might very well suspect, to a strong Chaldean element in the Mithriac tradition. Pœmandres 1350 tells us that although some scholars have rejected the name of Mithriac Aeon, which was given by Zoëga to this awe-inspiring mystic figure. 1351 in his opinion, and he knows more of the subject than any other authority, it may very well have been actually called Aeon in the sacred books of the mysteries. If, however, this was the case, the mystic meaning, says Pœmandres, was of such a nature that it was concealed from the profane. Our classical authorities inform us that the Magi expressed the name of the supreme God, which was in reality ineffable, by various substitutes. The general name for the mystery deity was Cronus, and Cronus in the sense of time. The Mithriac Cronus is a personification of time, and this fact, which is now fairly established, permits us immediately to determine the identity of this pseudonymous god. There is only one Persian divinity which he can possibly represent, and that is Zervan-Akarana, infinite time, whom, from the time of the Achaemenides, a sect of the Magi placed at the origin of things. And from whom they would have both Ormuzd and Ahriman to have been born. It was this god that the adepts of the mysteries placed at the head of the celestial hierarchy, and considered as the first principle. Or, to put it differently, it was the Zervanist system that the Mazdeans of Asia Minor taught to the Western followers of the Iranian religion. This all seems to me to point not to a Persian origin of the Aeon, as Pœmandres supposes, but to a Chaldean element dominating the Mithriac form of the Magian tradition. 1352. Probable date of origin of the Hellenistic doctrine. Now the Chaldean and Egyptian wisdom cultures had many root ideas in common, were they not regarded by the Greeks as the wisdom traditions par excellence? We are not therefore surprised to find that Egypt, with its ever-recurring grandiose mystery phrases of enormous time periods, such as, he of the millions of years, had on its own soil a highly developed idea of eternity and of eternities, that is, of the Aeon and of the Eons, and indeed the strongly Egyptian forms of the Gnosis, which we have preserved to us under Christian overworking, are involved in the most complex eonology. It seems, however, almost as though the evidence suggests that this Egyptian element had been revivified, and rescued from the oblivion in which it had been buried in a decadent age, in the symbolism of an almost forgotten past. By a stream of Chaldean ideas that poured into Hellenistic circles in the early Alexandrian period. When precisely the Aeon idea forced itself upon the philosophic mind of Alexandrian thinkers as an unavoidable mystic necessity, it is difficult to say with any certainty. It can, however, be said without fear of serious contradiction that it may have done so from early Ptolemaic times, and with certainty that it did so in the 1st century BC as truly as in the 1st century AD. That the term Aeon was in frequent use in the popular Hermes-Cult may be seen in Hermes Prayer v. 4, where Thoth is characterized as the Aeon of the Eons who changes himself into all forms in visions. So also in Prayer 8. 2, the good daimon, who has different names given him in the different hours, is called wealth-giving Aeon. So also with Isis, who is called wisdom and Aeon in the Papyri. 1353. In conclusion, we may glance at what Reitzenstein, pages 272 ff. has to say concerning this Ionenlehre. Abraxas. The name Abraxas, which consisted of 7 elements or letters, was a mystery designation of the god who combined in himself the whole power of the 7 planets, and also of the year of 365 days. The sum of the number values of the letters of Abraxas working out to 365. This mysterious being was the year. But the year as the eternity, also conceived of in a spatial aspect, as the spirit or name that extends from heaven to earth, the God who pervades and fulfills the 7 spheres, and the 365 zones, the inner God. He who has his seat within the 7 poles, alpha epsilon eta iota omicron upsilon omega, as the papyri have it, and also without them, as we shall see. The mysterious formula, the name of which the figure is 365, meets us in such connections, that it cannot be taken to mean simply the year God, but is a synonym of the highest God, a secret, mysterious being. In brief, it was, as we have seen, no other than the lion-headed god, called in Greek Aeon. Indeed, we know from Philo of Byblos 1354 that, at least in his day, the second half of the 1st century AD. And, for all we know, prior to it, there were in Phoenicia communities of the Aeon, of the highest and supercelestial one. The Feast of the Aeon. The first dated use of the word in a religious sense is found in Messala, who was consul, 53 BC. As Johannes Leidus tells us. 1355. Moreover, Leidus informs us that the ancients, Omicron Pi Lambda Alpha Iota, celebrated a feast of the Aeon on January 5. 1356. This can be no other than the feast of which Epiphanius gives us such interesting details in treating of the Epiphany, when he writes. After describing the festival in the Chorion at Alexandria, 1357. And if they are asked the meaning of this mystery, they answer and say, Today at this hour the maiden, Chore, that is the Virgin, has given birth to the Aeon. 1358. In the next paragraph Epiphanius designates this Aeon as the alone begotten. Here, then, we have striking evidence that in its Egyptian environment the cult of the Aeon was associated with mystery rites, reminding us strongly of the symbolism of the Christ mystery. The quintessence and the monad. Moreover, Messala 1359 tells us of this Aeon, that he, who made all things and governs all things, joined together by means of the surrounding heaven the power and nature of water and earth, heavy and downward, flowing down into the depth, and that of fire and spirit, light and rushing upward to the measureless height. It is this mightiest power of heaven that hath bound together these two unequal powers. Leitus, Ibid, furthermore tells us that the idea of the aeon was associated by the Pythagoreans with the idea of the monad. Indeed, they seem to have derived the word aion from the ionic form of mu alpha, 1. Any attempt to refer this Pythagorean identification to the earlier Pythagoreans would be at once rejected by the majority of scholars. But I believe myself that the original Pythagoreans were far too close to the borderland between mythology and philosophy not to have personified or at least substantiated their numbers and the source of them. At any rate, it is highly instructive to find Plato himself writing in the Timaeus. The Aeon in Plato. And when the Father who begot it, the cosmos, saw that by its motion and its life it had become a likeness of the everlasting gods, he marveled. And in delight determined further to make it still more like its original. 1360. And as the latter is an everlasting living being, he sought to make this, sensible, universe as far as possible like it. Now the nature of the living being was eternal, alpha nu iota omicron, Aeonian. But to bestow this quality entirely on a generable creature was not possible. Accordingly he determined to make a moving image of eternity, alpha nu omicron. And so in setting the heaven in order he makes it an everlasting, alpha nu iota omicron nu, image, moving according to number, of eternity, alpha nu omicron, that rests in one, an image which we have, called time. 1361. Here it is very plain that aeon is not time, but the paradigm thereof, eternity. It is the consummation of the eternal gods, namely, the pleroma, the monad par excellence. We, therefore, find already in Plato the idea of the aeon fully developed. Did Plato invent it? Or did he put an already existing idea into philosophical terms? He presumably found it already existing. Was it then Orphic, Pythagorean, or did he learn of it in Egypt? Who shall say precisely? Concerning the Hellenistic origin of aeonology. Seeing, however, that we find the idea of the aeon fully developed in Plato, and seeing that Plato was, so to speak, scripture for our Hermetic writers. It is exceedingly puzzling that we should find it apparently introduced at a certain stage into the Trismegistic literature as a new doctrine. It may be, however, that those who had followed Plato on purely philosophical lines had hitherto paid little attention to the idea of the aeon, except as an ultimate principle beyond the reach of speculation. When, however, the enthusiastic seership of mysticism dared to soar beyond heaven into the heaven of heavens, and so to divide the simplicity into an infinitude of multiplicity. The term aeon came to be used no longer for a transcendent unity but as the connotation of a grade of being. It may then have been that our Hermetic writers reasserted the use of the term in its simpler philosophic meaning as a check to overenthusiastic speculation. But even if it were a reaction against a too great luxury of speculation, it must have been contemporaneous with the development of aeonology, so that in any case ch. 11:12 must be dated from this point of view. When aeonology arose we cannot say precisely, but aeonology in the Gnostic sense of the term was, as we have seen, to some extent at least existing as early as the earliest Christian documents. The Aeon the Logos. Now though the Trismegistic tractate ch. 11:12 is evidently in literary contact with the Timaeus 1362, it nevertheless purports to give more esoteric, or at any rate more precise, instruction than is to be found in Plato's famous cosmogonical treatise. It does not follow Plato, but hands on an instruction that has already been formulated in a precise and categorical fashion. The ladder of existence is God, aeon, cosmos, time, Genesis, each following one from the other. Aeon is the power of God, section 3, whereas cosmos is God's creation and work, sections 3, 4. The aeon, standing between God and cosmos, is the paradigm, and so also the Son of God, section 15, and the final end of man is that he should become aeon, section 20, that is, Son of God. Aeon is thus evidently the logos of God, or the intelligible cosmos, as distinguished from the sensible cosmos. This Aeon is the fullness in which all things move, and chiefly the seven cosmoi, section 7. The Roman Seculum cult derived from Egypt. Now, Reitzenstein, pages 274 ff, shows very clearly that the cult of the Seculum or Aeon was strongly developed in Roman theology in at least the 1st century BC. This is too early a date for us to assign this development to the influence of the Mithras cult. Can it then be that Rome was influenced by Egypt? Such at any rate is Reitzenstein's opinion, p. 277, who points to the fact that Messala, who is fully imbued with the Aeon idea, was a contemporary of Nigidius, the most learned of the Romans after Varro, and a Pythagorean philosopher of high attainments. Now it is remarkable that in his work, De Sphera Barbarica, Nigidius treats of the Egyptian sphere. The Aeonic immensities of Egypt. Egypt, as we have already remarked, at a very early date arrived at the idea of eternal or at any rate of enormously long periods of time, and had symbolized this conception in a primordial syzygy or pair of gods. Indeed, the names of the primordial time pair, W, Eu, and T, Yut, are immediately derived from, generally translated, million, but by Brugsch and others as Aeon. 1363 All the Egyptian gods were lords of the eternity or of the eternities. But not only so, the term eternity was used in connection with definite time periods, for instance, in a million, or eternity, of 30-year periods. And again, thy kingdom will have the lastingness of eternity and of infinitely many 120-year periods, 10 millions of thy years, millions of thy months, 100,000s of thy days, 10,000s of thine hours. 1364. Here we must remark the numbers 120, that is 12 times 10, and 30, all essential numbers of the Gnostic pleroma of eons. It is also of interest in connection with the time pair, to note that Horapollo, the Alexandrian grammarian, tells us that the Egyptians when they desire to express the idea of Aeon write, sun and moon, 1365, I. 1, and when they want to write, year, they draw, Isis, that is, woman, I, 3. We thus see that in Egypt there were eons of periods or years, and years of eons. Above all these ruled the god of the eons, the highest god of many a mystic community. A song of praise to the Aeon. And so we read the following song of praise to the Aeon, inscribed on a secret tablet, by some unknown brother of a forgotten order. 1. Hail unto thee, O thou all-cosmos of ethereal spirit. Hail unto thee, O Spirit, who doth extend from heaven to earth, and from the earth that's in the middle of the orb of cosmos to the ends of the abyss. 2. Hail unto thee, O Spirit who doth enter into me, who clingeth unto me or who doth part thyself from me, according to the will of God in goodness of his heart. 3. Hail unto thee, O thou beginning and thou end of nature naught can move. Hail unto thee thou vortex of the liturgy 1366 unweariable of, nature's, elements. 4. Hail unto thee, O thou illumination of the solar beam that shines to serve the world. Hail unto thee, thou disk of the night shining moon, that shines unequally. Hail, ye spirits all of the ethereal statues, of the gods. 5. Hail to you, all, whom holy brethren and holy sisters ought to hail in giving of their praise. 6. O Spirit, mighty one, most mighty circling and incomprehensible configuration of the cosmos, celestial, ethereal, interetherial, water-like, earth-like, fire-like, air-like, like unto light, to darkness-like, shining as do the stars, moist, hot. Cold Spirit. 7. I praise thee, God of gods, who ever doth restore the cosmos, and who doth store the depth away 1367 upon its throne of settlement no eye can see, who fixest heaven and earth apart. And coverest the heaven with thy golden everlasting, Alpha Omega Nu Alpha Iota, wings, and makest firm the earth on everlasting thrones. 8. Thou who hangest up the ether in the lofty height, and scatterest the air with thy self-moving blasts, who makest the water eddy round in circles. 9. O thou who raisest up the fiery whirlwinds, and makest thunder, lightning, rain, and shakings of the earth, O God of eons. Mighty art thou, Lord God, O Master of the all, 1368. Here there is no separation of God as intracosmic and extracosmic. He is both the one and the other. He is both the fullness of the Godhead and also the fullness of cosmos. He is both the cosmos, and he who is above the cosmos and below the cosmos. 1369. The Demiurgic Aeon. Reitzenstein, p. 278, referring to our Trismegistic tractate, ch. 11. 12, points to the distinction made between Aeon and God on one side and Aeon and Cosmos on the other. This, he thinks, shows signs of the influence of a fundamental trait of Hellenistic theology which makes the Demiurge the second God. However this may be, there certainly was a distinction drawn between the creative, or rather formative, God and the supreme deity, in many a Christian Gnostic system, and not unfrequently of a very disparaging nature to the former. Already in Jewish mystic and philosophic, Gnostic, circles a distinction had to be drawn between the idea of God as the Creator God, and the idea of God as the ineffable mystery of mysteries. This had been necessitated by the contact of the Jewish Gnostics with the old wisdom ideas and with the fundamental postulates of Greek philosophy. The Aeon in Theurgic literature. Many examples could be given, 1370, but we prefer to follow Reitzenstein, p. 279, in his references to the Magic Papyri, or apocryphal literature of the same class, and append the translation of two striking quotations, as opening up an entirely novel side of the subject. Thus in the 8th book of Moses, we find the following passage in which the Jewish creator God is placed in the second rank as compared with the Egyptian supreme principle. And God, looking down unto the earth, said, Ia. And all stood still, and then came into being from his voice a great God, most mighty, who is Lord of all things, who caused to stand the things that shall be, and no longer was there any thing without order in the ethereal realms. 1371. So also in an invocation to an unknown God, most probably to the Spirit to whom the brother of the unknown community addressed his praise-giving as given above, we meet with the same distinction. Thee, the only and blessed Father of the Aeons, I invoke with prayers like unto Cosmos. 1372. Come unto me who feedest the whole cosmos with thy breath, and dost hang up on high the fire out of the water. 1373 And dost from out the water separate the earth. The Lord bore witness to thy wisdom, that is the Aeon, and bade thee to have strength as he himself hath strength. 1374. And, later on, the Theurgist exclaims, Receive my words as shafts of fire, for that I am God's man, for whom was made the fairest plasm of spirit, do 1375 and earth. He is a man whose words are effective and bring all things to pass. For his words are compelling acts, or theurgic. Other passages are brought forward by Reitzenstein, pages 280 to 286, to show that the idea of the Logos or Aeon as second God was a fundamental conception in Hellenistic theology. This may very well have been the case in general Hellenistic theology, but in philosophical circles, as we have pointed out in treating of the Logos idea in Philo, the distinction was formal and not essential. So also in our Trismegistic treatises, which are saturated with transcendental pantheistic or monistic, or rather panmonistic, conceptions, if the Logos or Aeon is momentarily treated of as apart from supreme deity, it is not so in reality. For the Logos is the season of God, God in his eternal energy, and the Aeon is the eternity of deity, God in his energic eternity, the rest that is the source of all motion. For the fullest exposition of the Aeon-Doctrine in our Trismegistic tractates, see the Perfect Sermon, XXX-32, and my commentary thereon. 12. The seven zones and their characteristics. To the first zone he gives the energy of growth and waning, unto the second zone, device of evils now de-energized, unto the third, the guile of the desires de-energized. Unto the fourth, his domineering arrogance also de-energized, unto the fifth, unholy daring and the rashness of audacity de-energized, unto the sixth, striving for wealth by evil means deprived of its aggrandizement. And to the seventh zone, ensnaring falsehood de-energized. Ch. I. 25. Macrobius on the descent of the soul from the height of cosmos to the depths of earth. Let us first turn to the commentary of Macrobius on the famous Dream of Scipio, which Cicero introduces into his Republic, Book 6. Just as Plato appends the vision of air to his. Macrobius devotes the 12th chapter of his first book to a consideration of the descent of the soul from the height of cosmos to the depths of earth, and professes to base himself on Pythagorean and Platonic traditions. His dissertation covers more ground than the precise subject of the zones with which we are more immediately concerned, but as the whole scheme is of interest to our present studies, we will append a translation of practically the whole chapter. According to Pythagoras, when the soul descends from the boundary where the zodiac and galaxy, or Milky Way, meet, from a spherical form, which is the only divine one, it is elongated into a conical 11376 by its downward tendency. Just as the line is born from the point and proceeds into length out of the indivisible, so the soul from its point, that is, monad, comes into dyad, its first production, or lengthening. And this is the essence which Plato in the Timaeus, speaking about the construction of the world soul, describes as indivisible yet at the same time divisible. For just as the soul of the world, so also the soul of an individual man will be found in one respect incapable of division, if it is regarded from the standpoint of the simplicity of its divine nature, and in another capable of division, since the former is diffused through the members of the world, and the latter through those of a man. When then the soul is drawn towards body, in this first production of it, it begins to experience a material agitation, matter flowing into it. 1377. And this is remarked by Plato in the Phaedo, when he says, that the soul is drawn to body staggering with recent intoxication, meaning us to understand by this a new draught of matter's superfluity, by which it becomes defiled and gravid and so is brought down. A symbol of this mystic secret is that starry cup, crater, of Father Bacchus placed in the space between Cancer and Leo 1378, meaning that intoxication is there first experienced by souls in their descent by the influx of matter into them. From which cause also forgetfulness, the companion of intoxication, then begins secretly to creep into souls. For if souls brought down to body memory of the divine things of which they were conscious in heaven, there would be no difference of opinion among men concerning the divine state. But all, indeed, in their descent drink of forgetfulness, some more, some less. And for this cause on earth, though the truth is not clear to all, they nevertheless have all some opinion about it, for opinion arises when memory sinks. Those, however, are greater discoverers of truth who have drunk less of forgetfulness, because they remember more easily what they have known before in that state. Hence it is that what the Latins call a lecture, lectio, the Greeks call a re-knowing, repetita cognitio 1379, because when we give utterance to true things, we recognize the things which we knew by nature before the influence of matter intoxicated our souls in their descent into body. Now it is this matter, highly, which, after being impressed by the divine ideas, fashioned every body in the cosmos which we see. Its highest and purest nature, by means of which the divinities are either sustained or consist, 1380 is called nectar, and is believed to be the drink of the gods, while its lower and more turbid nature is the drink of souls. The latter is what the ancients called the river of Lethe, or forgetfulness. The Orphic initiates, however, suppose that Dionysus himself is to be understood as Hylic Nous 1381, that mind, which after its birth from the indivisible, mind, is itself divided into individual minds. And it is for this reason that in their mystery tradition Dionysus is represented as being torn limb from limb by the fury of the Titans, and, after the pieces have been buried, as coming together again whole and one. For nous, which, as we have said, is their term for mind, by offering itself for division from its undivided state, and by returning to the undivided from the divided, both fulfills the duties of the cosmos and also performs the mysteries of its own nature. The soul, therefore, having by means of this first weight, of matter, fallen down from the zodiac and galaxy into the series of spheres that lie below them, in continuing its descent through them, is not only enwrapped in the envelope of a luminous body, 1382 but also develops the separate motions which it is to exercise. In the sphere of Saturn, it develops the powers of reasoning and theorizing 1383, which, the Greeks, called tau lambda omicron gamma iota sigma tau iota kappa nu and tau theta epsilon omega rho eta tau iota kappa nu. In that of Jupiter, the power of putting into practice, which they call tau pi rho alpha kappa tau iota kappa nu. In that of Mars, the power of ardent vehemence, which they call tau theta upsilon mu iota kappa nu. In that of the Sun, the nature of sensing and imagining, which they call tau alpha sigma theta eta tau iota kappa nu and tau phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma tau iota kappa nu. In that of Venus, the motion of desire, which they call tau pi iota theta upsilon mu eta tau iota kappa nu. In the sphere of Mercury, the power of giving expression to an interpretation of feelings, which they call tau rho mu eta nu epsilon upsilon tau iota kappa nu. On its entrance into the sphere of the Moon it brings into activity tau phi upsilon tau iota kappa nu, that is, the nature of making bodies grow and of moving them. And this, soul, though the last thing in the divine series, is nevertheless the first thing in us and in all terrestrial beings, just as this body, of ours, though the dregs of things divine, is still the first substance of the animal world. And this is the difference between terrene bodies and supernal, I mean those of the heaven and stars and of the other elements 1384, that the latter are summoned upwards to the abode of the soul, and are worthy of immunity from death from the very nature of the space in which they are and their imitation of sublimity. The soul, however, is drawn down to these terrene bodies, and so it is thought to die when it is imprisoned in the region of things fallen and in the abode of death. Nor should it cause distress that we have so often spoken of death in connection with the soul, which we have declared to be superior to death. For the soul is not annihilated by, what is called, its death, but is, only, buried for a time. Nor is the blessing of its perpetuity taken from it by its submersion for a time, since when it shall have made it worthy to be cleansed clean utterly of all contagion of its vice, it shall once more return from body to the light of everlasting life restored and whole. 1385. The characteristics of the spheres given by Macrobius are according to their simple energies. There is no question of good or bad, it is the thinking of the soul that conditions the use of these energies for beneficent or maleficent ends. The tradition of Servius. Servius, however, in his commentary on Virgil's Aeneid, 6. 714, hands on another tradition, in which the spheres were regarded as inimical to the good of the soul, its evil propensities being ascribed to their energies. Some scholars are of opinion that Virgil in his famous sixth book is largely dependent on the ideas of popular Egyptian theology. 1386 however that may be, Servius writes as follows. The philosophers tell us what the soul loses in its descent through the separate spheres. For which cause also the mathematici imagine that our body and soul are knit together by the powers of the separate divinities, on the supposition that when souls descend, they bring with them the sluggishness of Saturn, the passionateness of Mars, the lustfulness of Venus, the cupidity of Mercury, and the desire for rule of Jupiter. And these things perturb souls, so that they are unable to use their own energy and proper powers. It is to be noticed that the characteristics of the Sun and Moon are omitted, and this points to a doctrine in which Sun and Moon were treated as distinct from the five. So also in the Books of the Savior, appended to the Pistis Sophia document we find, pages 360, 366 ff, mention of only 5 planets. The tradition of this doctrine is exceedingly obscure, 1387, and does not immediately concern us, as our text works on a 7 basis. Criticism of the evidence. I have done my best to discover some consistent scheme by which the contradictory data in Macrobius, Servius, and Hermes might be reconciled. But the tabularizing of their indications only makes confusion worse confounded. It is evident, however, that the main thing that Macrobius hands on, and which he attributes to Orphic Pythagorean Platonic tradition, contains in itself no suggestion that these philosophers attributed any evil tendencies to the characteristics of the spheres in themselves. The tradition of Macrobius is as follows. Saturn. Tau theta epsilon omega rho eta tau iota kappa nu. Tau lambda omicron gamma iota sigma tau iota kappa nu. Intelligentia. Ratiocinatio. Jupiter. Tau pyro alpha kappa tau iota kappa nu. Vis agendi. Mars. Tau theta upsilon mu iota kappa nu. Ardor animositatis. Sun. Tau alpha sigma theta eta tau iota kappa nu. Tau phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma tau iota kappa nu. Natura sentiendi. Natura opinandi. Venus. Tau pi iota theta upsilon mu eta tau iota kappa nu. Motus desiderii. Mercury. Tau rho mu eta nu upsilon tau iota kappa nu. Vis pronuntiandi. Et interpretandi. Quae sentienter. Moon. Tau phi upsilon tau iota kappa nu. Natura plantandi. Et agendi corpora. The confusion between the vis agendi of Jupiter and that of the Moon may be resolved by supposing that the former was the application of the reasoning faculty to the practical things of life, while the latter was the power of moving one's own physical body, if indeed the giti agendi is not a gloss of Macrobius. Servius, on the contrary, is following a tradition in which the spheres were regarded as the sources of evil tendencies. Ethical considerations dominate the whole conception. Seeing, however, that it is a five-fold distribution, we are unable to equate it with the doctrine of Hermes, which is sevenfold. Nevertheless, there are some parallels. The lustfulness, libido, of Servius is to be paralleled with the guile of the desires, or lustful error, pi iota theta upsilon mu eta tau iota kappa pi tau eta, of Hermes. This is ascribed to the third zone by Hermes, and to Venus by Servius, Venus further coming third in Macrobius. The desire of rule, desiderium regni, of Servius is clearly the domineering arrogance, rho chi omicron nu tau iota kappa pi rho omicron phi alpha nu alpha, of Hermes. In Hermes this belongs to the middle zone, fourth, in Servius it is ascribed to Jupiter, presumably as the ruler of the age, the ruler of the previous age being Saturn, who has been deprived of his energy and so rendered torpid. The passion, or wrathfulness, iracundia, of Servius is also to be paralleled to some extent with the unholy daring of Hermes. It is ascribed to the fifth zone by Hermes and to Jupiter by Servius, Mars also coming fifth in Macrobius. Finally, the love of gain, lucri cupiditas, of Servius may be paralleled by the striving for wealth by evil means, alpha phi omicron rho mu alpha kappa tau omicron pi lambda omicron tau omicron upsilon, of Hermes. Hermes attributes this to the sixth zone, and Servius to Mercury. The remaining quality mentioned by Servius, torpor, which he ascribes to Saturn, equates with nothing in Hermes. Unless we can persuade ourselves that the ensnaring falsehood or falsehood that lies in wait, tau nu epsilon delta rho epsilon omicron nu psi epsilon delta omicron, of Hermes has some connection with it. The scheme of Hermes is septenary, and connected with the ideas of the ascent of the soul through seven zones, which we must locate as seven superimposed atmospheres extending from the surface of the earth to the moon's orbit. There is no question here of the celestial spheres proper of the philosophers, the characteristics of the energies of which are neither good nor evil in themselves. Nor is there apparently any question of the animal soul proper, for the passions and desires are said to withdraw into the nature which is void of reason. Though nothing more is said about this nature in this connection, in the general belief of the time its dominion was thought of as located below the earth's surface, as a Tartarus of seven zones, corresponding to those above, in which the animal soul or vehicle of desire was thought of as being gradually disintegrated, its energies finally going back to their source in the depths of the darkness. While the process of such disintegration or metamorphosis produced a parallel consciousness of chastisements and horrors. The seven zones of our text, however, are apparently the region of purification of the lower energies of the human soul, the mental energies led into error by the animal passions. The Ophite Hebdomad. Now if we turn to Salmon's article on the Hebdomad, 1388 and to his discussion of the tradition of the Ophites, a mysterious medley of chaotic elements, which have not yet been analyzed in any satisfactory fashion. but which have their roots in pre-Christian traditions of a very varied nature within the general characteristic of a syncretic Gnosticism, we find that after treating of the celestial hebdomad, he continues as follows. Besides the higher hebdomad of the 7 angels, the Ophite system told of a lower hebdomad. After the serpent in punishment for having taught our first parents to transgress the commands of Ialdabaoth was cast down into this lower world, he begot himself 6 sons 1389 who with himself form a hebdomad. The counterpart of that of which his father Ialdabaoth is chief. These are the 7 demons, the scene of whose activity is this lower earth, not the heavens, and who delight in injuring the human race on whose account their father had been cast down. Origen, ADV, Cells, 6. 30, gives their names and forms from an Ophite diagram, Michael in form as a lion, Suriel as an ox, Raphael as a dragon, Gabriel as an eagle, Thotabath as a bear, Iradaoth as a dog, Onoel as an ass. Here, I think, we are on the track of one aspect of a general mystery tradition that Hermes has philosophized. I say one aspect, for the Ophite tradition is not a single form of tradition, but a medley of traditions containing a number of forms. It is a complex or syncretism of Chaldean, Persian, and Egyptian elements, patched together, or centonized, if we may use the term, with Jewish industry. The simpler form of the Trismegistic Gnosis. The wealth of symbolism and profusion of mysterious personifications with which these systems of subjective imagery were smothered, could exercise only a partial fascination on the clear-thinking, philosophical mind which had been trained in the method of Plato. If such a mind was combined with the mystic temperament, as was indubitably the case with the writer of our Poemandres treatise, his main effort would be to simplify and categorize in the terms of philosophy at the expense of apocalyptic detail. Nevertheless, when a man lived in the midst of such ideas, and was presumably in intimate relations with mystics and seers of all sorts, he could not but be strongly affected by the main presuppositions of all such apocalyptic and the general notions of the schematology of the unseen world, which all students of such matters at that period seem to have accepted in common. We thus find that our Trismegistic literature, though dealing throughout with the Gnosis, treats it in a far more simple way than any other known system of the time. Nevertheless, even the complex imagery of the Ophite schools is occasionally summed up in a few graphic general symbols, and these, too, representing probably the oldest elements in them. Concerning Leviathan and Behemoth. From the confused description by Origen 1390 of the famous but exceedingly puzzling Ophite diagram that both Celsus and Origen had before them, though in different forms, we can make out with certainty only that this chart of the unseen spaces was divided into 3 main divisions, upper, middle, and lower. The middle space contained a geometrical diagram of a group of 10 circles surrounded by one great circle. This great circle was called Leviathan, and the grouping of circles within it was apparently divided into a 3 and a 7. The lower space had in it a grouping of 7 circles, the circles of the 7 ruling daimones, XXX. Elsewhere called Archontics, and the whole group was apparently called Behemoth, 25. Celsus, quoted by Origen, 27. Tells us that the doctrine was that on the death of the body 2 groups of angels ranged themselves on either side of the soul, 1391, the one set being called angels of light, and the other Archontics, evidently intended for angels of darkness. Thus the evil soul was thought to be led away by the daimones to Behemoth, and the pure soul to Leviathan. We cannot enter into the endless discussions concerning these 2 great beasts, mentioned together in Job XL 15-24, and separately in Isaiah and Psalms. The most recent research comes to the conclusion that it would seem that Leviathan was regarded as lord of the ocean and Behemoth of dry land. 1392. But in our diagram Leviathan is lord of the heaven ocean or great green or cosmic air, and Behemoth lord of the cosmic earth. Indeed, in the Book of Enoch, 1393, the apocalyptic writer associates these 2 monsters with precisely the same eschatological considerations which Origen tells us were the purpose of the diagram, only Enoch speaks of the last day, while the Ophite writer has in view the ascent of the soul of an initiate after death. At the final separation of righteous and unrighteous, Enoch tells us, these great creatures, which before were united, will be parted. That is to say, at death there is a metamorphosis of the soul. From what is said in Enoch, moreover, I deduce that the upper space of the Ophite diagram was intended to represent the celestial paradise, that is the state of the pure mind or of the righteous. Leviathan and Behemoth are figured in 4. Esdras 6. 49-52, as devourers of the unrighteous, while general Jewish apocalyptic in both Apocrypha and Talmud believed that these monsters would in their turn become the food of the righteous in Messianic times. 1394. From all these indications we deduce that Behemoth was the great beast and Leviathan the great fish. The animal soul, intensified by contact with the human mind, then goes back to its source the great beast, and is devoured by it, and reabsorbed by it, its energies returning to the sum total of energies of the great animal group soul. The whole energy and experience of which shall eventually become the food of the perfected man. That is to say, presumably, he will in his turn devour and so transmute these energies. The perfected man will thrive by transmuting the body of the great beast into the body of the great man. The great fish, however, would seem to symbolize the higher energies of the soul, which also require transmutation. In being born into the stature of the great man, the Son of Man must needs pass 3 days in the belly of the whale. This great fish is of the nature of knowledge. For does not Oannes come out of the ocean in fish form to teach, 1395 in the Assyrian mystery tradition, and does not the Ophite tradition in another of its phases 1396 derive the inspiration of the great prophets of Israel, in their several degrees? From this same group of angels which the diagram calls Leviathan. It is also of interest to notice that Leviathan and Behemoth were believed to have once formed one monster, which was subsequently divided into male and female, Behemoth being male and Leviathan female. This reminds one of the primeval water-earth of Hermes, which was subsequently divided into water and earth, just as the animals were first of all male-female, and subsequently were separated. Moreover, in the vision of air the arcs of the journeyings of the ascending and descending souls end in 2 orifices above in the sky and 2 below in the earth. As though they were the ends of a once great hollow ring or circle that had been divided, or as it were 2 serpents arched above and below, with mouths and tails as orifices. And, curiously enough, in the Pistis Sophia the souls of the unrighteous enter by the mouth of the lower dragon and depart by the tail. Now, Leviathan being female and Behemoth male, and both forming together as it were the circumference of the great wheel of necessity, the wheel of Genesis, the attribution of the gestation, so to speak, of the virtues of the soul to the one and the digesting of its vices to the other, is not so surprising. Further, they could be regarded as the right-hand or left-hand arcs or hemispheres of the wheel, or sphere, or egg, according to celestial topography. Whereas in Egyptian terrestrial parallelism the right hand was to the north and the left hand the south, Upper and Lower Egypt. Curiously enough, in Isa XXX 6, Behemoth is called the monster of the south land. 1397. Whether or no the writer of the Poemandres was directly influenced by the precise forms of tradition to which we have referred, is impossible to determine. But that he was influenced by the general ideas as symbolized is indubitable, and that he understood the esoteric meaning of the hippopotamus and crocodile symbols in Egyptian mysticism is highly probable. The fence of fire. Origen, 31. Moreover, tells us that, according to the Ophites, the consciousness of the soul after passing through the domain of the animal-formed rulers, broke through what was called the fence of iniquity, and so turned towards the higher spheres, through which it also had to pass. In the 7th and highest of them, over which ruled the virtue which was called Hyrieus 1398, it addresses the ruler thereof with an apology or defense of its own innocence. Beginning with the words, O thou who hast transcended the fence of fire without fear. This fence of fire was symbolized in the form of the diagram which Origen, 33, had before him, as a circle of fire with a flaming sword lying across its diameter. This must then have been intended to represent the sphere of fire, or angel or guardian of the gate, which had to be passed before the celestial paradise could be entered, for the flashing circling blade is said to have guarded the tree of Gnosis and of life. The same idea of a typical boundary or fence meets us in the Poemandres. It is man who breaks through the seven spheres and also their enclosing sphere, the might or power that circumscribed the fire. The root idea is the same. The point of view of Hermes, however, like that of the Ophite Gnostics, is not the passage round the circle of necessity of the souls of the unregenerate, as in the vision of air, but of the straight ascent of the soul of the initiate. His breaking through the spheres. It is the ascent of a soul who has reached the Hermes stage, or thrice greatest grade, the final stage of winning its freedom, the ascent after the last compulsory birth, the ascent as now it is for me, section 25. 13. Plato, concerning metempsychosis. And the soul's vice is ignorance. For that the soul who hath no knowledge of the things that are, or knowledge of their nature, or of good, is blinded by the body's passions and tossed about. This wretched soul, not knowing what she is, becomes the slave of bodies of strange form in sorry plight, bearing the body as a load, not as the ruler, but the ruled. Ch. X. 11. 8. 1399. For the better understanding of this passage, we may appropriately refresh the memory of our readers with the Platonic doctrine of the transmigration of souls, as given in the Phaedrus, 248 ff. Using for this purpose the best translation we have in English, namely, that of Stuart 1400 as a basis, but often departing from it for greater clearness. The soul and her mysteries in the Phaedrus. This is the life of the gods. Of the other souls, whosoever followeth God best, and is being made most like unto him, keepeth the head 1401 of her charioteer lifted up into the space without the firmament. So she is carried round with the circuit thereof, yet being, still, troubled with the horses 1402 and hardly beholding the things which are. So she is now lifted up, now sinketh down, and because of the compulsion of the horses, seeth some of the things which are, and some she seeth not. And the rest of the souls, you must know, follow all striving after that which is above, but unable, to reach it, and so are carried round together and sink below it, 1403 trampling upon one another, and running against one another. And pressing on for to outstrip one another, with mighty great sound of tumult and sweat. And here by reason of the unskilfulness 1404 of the charioteers, many souls are maimed, and many have many feathers, of their wings, broken. And all, greatly travelling, depart without initiation in the sight of that which is, and departing betake them to the food of opinion. Now this is why there is so great anxiety to see the space where is the plain of truth, both because the pasture suited to the best part of the soul groweth in the meadow there, and the power of wing, whereby the soul is lightly carried up, is nourished by it, and that the law of Adrastia is that whatsoever soul by following after God hath seen somewhat of the true things, shall be without affliction till its next journey round. And if she can always do this, 1405 she shall be without hurt alway. But when through incapacity to follow God, she doth not see, and, overtaken by some evil chance, filled with forgetfulness and wickedness, she is weighed down, and, being weighed down, she sheds the feathers of her wings and falls on to the earth. Then is the law not to plant her 1406 in her first birth in a beast's nature, but to implant the soul that hath seen most into the seed of one who shall become a wisdom lover, or a lover of the beautiful, or a man who truly loves the muses. The soul that hath seen second best, into the seed of one who shall become a king that loveth law, and is a warrior and a true ruler. The soul that hath seen third, unto the seed of one who shall become busied in civic duties, or in some stewardship, or in affairs. The one that hath seen fourth, into the seed of one who shall be a hardship-loving master of the body's discipline or skilled in healing of the body. The soul that hath seen fifth, into that which shall have a life connected with the oracles or mystic rite some way, 1407 unto the sixth a life poetic shall be joined, or that of some one or of another of the tribe of copiers. Unto the seventh, the life of workman or of husbandman, unto the eighth, that of a sophist or a demagogue, unto the 9th, that of a tyrant. In all these lives, whoever lives them righteously obtains a better fate, he who unrighteously, a worse. Now to the selfsame state from which each soul hath come, she cometh not again for some 10,000 years. For sooner than this period no soul, gains its wings, except the soul of him who has loved wisdom naturally or contrary to nature. 1408. Such souls in the third period of 1,000 years, if they have chosen thrice this life successively, thus getting themselves wings, depart in the 3,000th year. 1409. But the other souls, when they have ended their first life, are brought to judgment. And being judged, some go to places of correction below the earth and pay the penalty, while others are rewarded by being raised unto a certain space in heaven where they live on in a condition appropriate unto the life they lived in a man's form. But in the 1,000th year both classes come to the lottery of lives, and each doth make choice of its second life, whatever it may choose. 1410. And now is it that a soul that once had had a man's life doth pass into a brute's life. 1411. And from a brute, he who was once a man, passes again into a man. For that indeed the soul that never hath seen truth, will never come into this configuration. 1412. For we must understand man, in the sense of form, as one proceeding from many sensations and collected into a unit by means of ratiocination. 1413. But this 1414 is recollection, numenueta sigma iota, of those things which our soul once did see when she journeyed with God. 1415. And looked beyond the things we now call things that are, by raising her face. 1416. To that which really is. Wherefore of right, alone the understanding of the wisdom lover hath got wings, for he is ever engaged upon those things in memory as far as he can be, on being engaged at which, as being a god, he is divine. The man then who doth make a right use of memories such as these, ever being made perfect in perfect perfectionings, alone becometh really perfect. 1417. But inasmuch as he eschews the things that men strive after, and is engaged in the divine, alone, he is admonished by the many as though he were beside himself. 1418. For they cannot perceive he is inspired by God. Plotinus on metempsychosis. Let us now turn to the genuine disciples of the Master for further light on this tenet, and first of all to Plotinus. The most sympathetic notice of this tenet in Plotinus is to be found in Jules Simon's Histoire de l'École d'Alexandrie, Paris, 1845, I. 588 ff., based for the most part on N. I. 12, 2. 9, 6, 4. 3, 9, v. 2. 2. And on Ficinus' commentary, page 508 of Kreutzer's edition. After citing some ironical passages from Plotinus, in which the philosopher disguised the real doctrine which in his day still pertained to the teachings of a higher initiation, Jules Simon goes on to say, even though admitting that this doctrine of metempsychosis is taken literally by Plotinus, we should still have to ask for him as for Plato, whether the human soul really inhabits the body of an animal, and whether it is not reborn only into a human body which reflects the nature of a certain animal by the character of its passions. The commentators of the Alexandrian school sometimes interpreted Plato in this sense. Thus, according to Proclus, Plato in the Phaedrus condemns the wicked to live as brutes and not to become them, kappa alpha tau epsilon nu alpha iota epsilon beta iota nu theta rho epsilon iota omicron nu, kappa alpha omicron kappa epsilon sigma mu alpha theta rho epsilon iota omicron nu, Proc. Com. Tim. page 329. Chalcidius gives the same interpretation, for he distinguishes between the doctrines of Plato and those of Pythagoras and Empedocles, ca non natura modo ferrum, sed etiam formas. 1419 Hermes, com. of Chalcidius on Timaeus, edition Fabric, p. 350, declares in unmistakable terms that a human soul can never return to the body of an animal, and that the will of the gods forever preserves it from such disgrace. 1420. Proclus on the descent of souls into irrational natures. Again, Proclus in his commentaries on the Timaeus, writes very definitely with reference to the following passage of Plato. And if he still in these conditions did not cease from vice, he would keep on changing into some brutish nature according as he acted in a way resembling the expression in Genesis of such a mode of vicious living. 1421. For he says, with reference to this descent of souls into irrational animals, it is usual for men to inquire how it is meant. And some think that what are called brute-like lives are certain resemblances of men to brutes, for that it is not possible for the rational essence to become the soul of a brute. Others allow that even this, human soul, may be immediately degraded to reasonless creatures, for that all souls are of one and the same species, so that they may become wolves and panthers and ichneumons. But the true reason, Logos, asserts that though the human soul may be degraded to brutes, it is, only, to brutes which possess the life suited to such a purpose, while the degraded soul is as it were vehicled on this life, and bound to it sympathetically. And this has been demonstrated by us at great length in our lectures on the Phaedrus, and that this is the only way in which such degradation can take place. If, however, it is necessary to remind you that this meaning, Logos, is that of Plato, it must be added that in the Republic 1422 he says that the soul of Thersites assumed an ape life, but not an ape's body. And in the Phaedrus 1423 that, the soul, descends into a brutish life, and not into a brutish body, for the mode of life goes with its appropriate soul. And in the passage, from the Timaeus, he says that it changes into a brute-like nature, for the brutish nature is not the body but the life, principle, of the brute, 1424. 14. The vision of air. But to the mindless ones, the wicked and depraved, the envious and covetous, and those who murder do and love impiety, I am far off, yielding my place to the avenging daimon. Ch. Ff. I. 23. Er son of Arminius. To this daimon it is that the way of life of the man is surrendered at death, section 24. In this connection we may consider the story or vision of, or son of Arminius, which Plato tells at the end of the last book, X. of his Republic, 614 BFF, for the symbolism is very similar to that of our tractate and the subject is more or less the same. This is said by Clement of Alexandria to have been Zoroaster, but no trace of acquaintance with Zoroaster is found elsewhere in Plato's writings, and there is no reason for giving him the name of Er the Pamphylian. The philosophy of Heraclitus cannot be shown to be borrowed from Zoroaster, and still less the myths of Plato 1425. What the source of the story is, scholarship has so far been unable to discover. The vast majority of scholars holding it to be an invention of Plato. It is the story of a man, killed in battle, whose body was brought home on the 10th day still fresh and showing no sign of decomposition. On the 12th day, when laid on the funeral pyre, Er awakes and tells a strange story of his experiences in the invisible world. This story should be taken in close connection with Plutarch's similar but fuller vision of Aridaeus, Thespesis, upon which I have commented at length in my Notes on the Eleusinian Mysteries. 1426. From the Mysteries. I there stated that the experiences of Aridaeus were either a literary subterfuge for describing part of the instruction in certain mysteries, or the vision, in popular story form, was considered so true a description of what was thought to be the nature of the invisible world and the after-death conditions of the soul, that it required little alteration to make it useful for that purpose. I would now suggest that the story of Er is also used by Plato for a somewhat similar purpose. It is further interesting to notice that one of the characters in the vision of Er is called Ardeus, while in Plutarch the main personage is called Aridaeus. The transposition of a single letter is so slight as to make the names practically identical, and the subject matter is so similar that we are inclined to think that there must be some connection between the visions. Moreover, Aridaeus is said to have been a native of Soli in Cilicia, just as Er is said to have been a Pamphylian. The tradition of such stories would thus seem to have been derived from Asia Minor, and the origin of them may thus be hidden in the syncretism of that land, where West and East were forever meeting. It is, however, much safer to assume that, in the story of Er, Plato is handing on the doctrines of Orphic eschatology. 1427. Whether or not the story already existed in some form, and was worked up and elaborated by the greatest artist in words of all philosophers, will perhaps never be known. But to the story itself. The cylinder. 614 c. Air, in a certain daimonian or psychic plane, tau pi omicron tau iota delta alpha iota mu nu iota omicron, is made a spectator of a turning point or change of course in the ascent and descent of souls. He thus seems to have been in a space or state midway between Tartarus and heaven, presumably the invisible side of the sublunary space. The world engine of fate, or karmic world-whirl, is represented by 7 spheres, surrounded by an 8th, whose harmonious spinning is adjusted by the 3 fates, the daughters of necessity. Jowett, Locke Sit. says that the heaven sphere is represented under the symbol of a cylinder or box. Where the box comes in I do not know. The term cylinder does not occur in the text, and even the cylinder idea is exceedingly difficult to discover in any precise sense. Indeed, it may be doubted whether the heaven sphere is to be so definitely interpreted. For then our discussion of the meaning of the term cylinder, which occurs definitely in our K fragments, would be greatly simplified. The matter is hard to understand, and Jowett's attempts at exposition are hazy and sketchy in the extreme. Either Plato is talking nonsense, or Jowett does not understand the elements of his idea. Stewart's attempt, which makes use of the latest Platonic research, is far more successful, but he also has to abandon many points in despair. 1428 How difficult the solution of the problem is may be seen from the text, which gives the symbolism of the vision of the spheres somewhat as follows. The vision. 616b. Now when those in the meadow 1429 had tarried 7 days, on the 8th they were obliged to proceed on their journey upwards, and, on the 4th day after. 1430 he, said they came to a region where they saw light extended straight as a column from above throughout the whole extent of heaven and earth, in color resembling the rainbow, only brighter and purer. Another day's journey brought them to it, and there they saw the extremities of the boundaries of the heaven extended in the midst of the light. For this light was the final boundary of the heaven, somewhat like the undergirdings of ships, and thus confined its whole revolution. From these extremities depended the spindle of necessity, by means of which all its revolutions are made to revolve. The spindle's stalk 1431 and its hook are made of adamant 1432 and the whirl of a mixture of adamant and other kinds of elements. And the nature of the whirl is as follows. In shape it was like that of the one down here. But in itself we must understand from his description that it was somewhat as though in one great hollow whirl clean scooped out there lay another similar but smaller one fitted into it, as though they were jars 1433 fitting into one another. And so he said there was a third and a fourth, and, also, 4 others. For in all there are 8 whirls set in one another, looking like circles from above as to their rims 1434, but from below, finished off into the continuous belly 1435 of one whirl round the shaft, which is driven right through the 8th whirl. The first and outermost whirl had the circle of its rim first in width, that of the 6th was second, that of the 4th, third, that of the 8th, fourth, that of the 7th, 5th, that of the 5th, 6th, that of the 3rd, 7th. That of the 2nd, 8th. 617. And the circle of the largest was variegated, that of the 7th brightest, that of the 8th had its color from the 7th shining on it. Those of the 2nd and of the 5th had colors, somewhat like one another, but yellower than the preceding, the 3rd had the whitest color, the 4th was reddish, the 6th was second in whiteness. 1436. Now the spindle as a whole circled round at the same rate in its revolution, and within this revolution as a whole the 7 circles revolved slowly in a contrary direction to the one as a whole, of these the 8th went the fastest of them. The 7th, 6th, and 5th came second, in speed, and at the same rate, with one another, the 4th, in a reversed orbit, as it appeared to them, was third in speed, the 3rd was 4th and the 2nd 5th. The spindle revolved on the knees of necessity, and on its circles above, on each of them, was a siren whom they carried round with them, singing a single sound or tone, and from all 8 of them a single harmony was produced. And there were 3 others seated at equal distances round about, each upon a throne, the daughters of necessity, the Fates, clothed in white robes, with garlands on their heads, Lachesis and Clotho and Atropos. And they sang to the tune of the Sirens' harmony. Lachesis sang things that have been, Clotho things that are, and Atropos things that shall be. And Clotho from time to time with her right hand gave an extra turn to the outer spin of the spindle. Atropos, with her left, in like fashion to the inner ones, while Lachesis in turn touched the one with one hand and the other with the other. Now when they, Air and the souls, arrived, they had to go immediately to Lachesis. Accordingly a prophet, a proclaimer, first of all arranged them in their proper order, and taking from the lap of Lachesis both lots 1437 and samples of lives, he ascended a kind of raised place and said. The word, Logos, of the Virgin Lachesis. Daughter of necessity. Ye souls, ye things of a day, lo the beginning of another period of mortal birth that brings you death. It is not your daimon who will have you assigned to him by lot, but ye who will choose your daimon. He who obtains the first turn let him first choose a life to which he will of necessity have to hold. As for virtue, necessity has no control over her, but every one will possess her more or less just as he honors or dishonors her. The responsibility is the chooser's, God is blameless. Thus speaking he threw the lots to all of them, and each picked up the one that fell beside him, except Air, who was not permitted to do so. So everyone who picked up a lot knew what turn he had got. 618. After this he set on the ground before them the samples of the lives, in far greater number than those present. They were of every kind. Not only lives of every kind of animal, but also lives of every kind of man. There were lives of autocratic power, tyrannies, among them, some continuing to the end, some breaking off halfway and ending in poverty, exile, and beggary. There were also lives of famous men, some famed for their beauty of form and strength, and victory in the games, others for their birth and the virtues of their forebears, others the reverse of famous, and for similar reasons. So also with regard to the lives of women. As to the rank of the soul, it was no longer in the power of the chooser, for the decree of necessity is that its choosing of another life conditions its change of soul rank. As for other things, riches and poverty were mingled with each other, and these sometimes with disease and sometimes with health, and sometimes a mean between these. Thereupon Plato breaks into a noble disquisition on what is the best choice, and how a man should take with him into the world an adamantine faith in truth and right, and then continues. 619b. And this is precisely what the messenger from that invisible world reported that the prophet said. Even for him who comes last in turn, if he but choose with his mind, and live consistently, there is in store a life desirable and far from evil. So let neither him who has the best choice be careless, nor him who comes last despair. And when he had thus spoken, the one who had the first choice, said, immediately went and chose the largest life of autocratic power, but through folly and greediness he did not choose with sufficient attention to all points. And failed to notice the fate wrapped up with it, of dishes of his own children 1438 and other ills. But when he had examined it at leisure, he began to beat his breast, and bemoan his choice, not abiding by what the prophet had previously told him. For he did not lay the blame of these evils on himself, but on ill luck and daimons, and everything rather than himself. And he was one of those who came from heaven, who in his former life had lived in a well-ordered state, and been virtuous from custom and not from a love of wisdom. 1439. In brief, it was by no means the minority of those who involved themselves in such unfortunate choices who came from heaven, seeing that such souls were unexercised in the hardships of life. Many of those who came from earth, as they had suffered hardships themselves, and had seen others suffering them, did not make their choice offhand. Consequently many of the souls, independently of the fortune of their turn, changed good for evil, and evil for good. For if a man should always, whenever he comes into life on earth, live a sound philosophic life, and the lot of his choice should not fall out to him among the last, the chances are, according to this news from the other world, that he will not only spend his life happily here, but also that the path which he will tread from here to there,
and thence back again, will not be below the earth 1440 and difficult, but easy and of a celestial nature. 620. Yes, the vision he had, said, was well worth the seeing, showing how each class of souls chose their lives. 1441 The vision was both a pitiful and laughable as well as a wonderful thing to see. For the most part they chose according to the experience of their former life. For said that he saw the soul that had once been that of Orpheus becoming the life of a swan for choice 1442 through its hatred of womankind, because owing to the death of Orpheus at the hands of women, it did not wish to come into existence by conception in a woman. He further saw the soul of Thamyras 1443 choose the life of a nightingale. On the contrary, he saw also a swan change to the choice of a human life, and other musical animals in like fashion. The soul that obtained the 20th lot chose the life of a lion. It was the soul of Ajax, son of Telamon, to avoid being a man, because it still remembered the unjust decision about the arms. The next soul was Agamemnon's. And it too, out of hatred to the human race on account of its sufferings, changed into the life of an eagle. 1444 The soul of Atalanta obtained its lot in the middle, and letting her eye fall on the great honors paid an athlete, was unable to pass it by, and took it. The soul of Hippias 1445 son of Panopeus, he saw pass into the nature of a woman skillful in the arts. And far away among the last he saw the soul of the buffoon Thersites putting on an ape. By a stroke of luck also he saw the soul of Odysseus, which had obtained the last lot of all, come to make its choice. From memory of its former labors it had given itself a rest from love of renown, and for a long time went about to find the life of a man in private life with nothing to do with public affairs. And with great difficulty found one lying in a corner and thus passed over by all the rest. On seeing it, it declared that it would have done the same even if it had first turn, and been glad to do it. And said that of the rest of the brutes also in like fashion some of them passed into men, and some into one another, the unrighteous ones changing into wild ones, and the righteous into tame. In fact, there were intermixings of every kind. When, then, all the souls had chosen their lives according to the number of their turn, they went in order to Lachesis. And she sent along with them the daimon each had chosen, as watcher over his life and bringer to pass of the things he had chosen. And the daimon first of all brought the soul to Clotho, set it beneath her hand and the whirling of the spindle, thus ratifying the fate each soul had chosen in its turn. And after he had attached it to her, he brought it to the spinning of Atropos, thus making its destinies 1446 irreversible. 621. Thence went, without turning, down, beneath the throne 1447 of necessity, and when he had passed down through it, and the others had also done so, they all passed on to the plain of forgetfulness, Lethe, in a frightful and stifling heat. For it was bare of trees and vegetation of every kind. As it was now evening they camped by the river Heedlessness whose water no vessel can hold. 1448 They were all, however, compelled to drink a certain quantity of its water. Those who are not safeguarded by prudence drink more than their quantity, while he who keeps on drinking it forgets everything. When they had fallen asleep and midnight had come, there was thunder and earthquake, and then suddenly they were carried up into birth, Genesis, some one way some another, like shooting stars. However, was prevented from drinking the water, but in what manner and by what means he got back to his body he could not say, only, suddenly waking in the morning, he found himself lying on the pyre. Commentary. The question that one naturally asks oneself is, did Plato conclude his great treatise on the ideal state with a popular legend in jest, or had he some deeper purpose? I cannot but think that he was jesting seriously. Is it too wild a supposition that he is hinting at things which he could not disclose because of his oath? Those who knew would understand, those who did not would think he was jesting simply, and so the mysteries would not be disclosed. In any case we have, I think, got a hint of the part played by the daimon in our treatise. Whether or not Hermes copied the idea from Plato, or both derived it from the same tradition, must be left to the fancy and taste of individual scholars. The daimon is the watcher over the way of life, Theta Omicron. He is not necessarily a cacodemon, but so to speak the karmic agent of the soul, appointed to carry out the choice of that soul, both good and ill, according to the law of necessity. 1449 The choice is man's, nature adjusts the balance. The vision is of a typical nature, and the types are mythologized in the persons of well-known characters in Grecian story. The way of life the souls choose becomes the garment of habit they are to wear, their form of personality or karmic limitation. Apparently some souls, instead of choosing a reincarnation in a human body, prefer to live the lives of certain animal natures. Are we then to believe that Plato seriously endorsed the popular ideas of metempsychosis? Or is it possible that he is referring to some state of existence of souls, which was symbolized by certain animal types in the mysteries? As was certainly the case with the lion and eagle, though the swan and nightingale and ape are, as far as I am aware, never mentioned in this connection. Can it be that Plato here gives play to his imagination, basing his speculations on some general idea he may have learned in Egypt? We know from the so-called diagram of the Ophites, which is still traceable in a fragmentary form in the polemic of Origen against Celsus, that the 7 spheres of the lower psychic nature were characterized by the names of animals: lion, bull, serpent, eagle, bear, dog, ass. We also know how the whole subject of animal correspondences preoccupied the attention of the Egyptian priesthood. But not only can we now make no reasonable scheme out of the fragmentary indications that have come down to us, but we also feel pretty well certain that if Plutarch's account of the beliefs of the later Egyptians on the subject is approximately reliable, the priests themselves of those days had no longer any consistent scheme. We may, therefore, conclude either that the whole matter was a vain superstition entirely devoid of any basis in reality, or that there was a psychic science of animal natures and their relationship to man which was once the possession of the priesthood of the ancient civilization of Egypt, but that it was lost, owing to the departure from amongst men of those who had the power to understand it, and subsequently only fragments of misunderstood tradition remained among the lesser folk on earth. This at any rate is the theory of our Trismegistic treatises. 15. Concerning the crater or cup. He filled a mighty cup with it, mind, and sent it down, joining a herald to it, to whom he gave command to make this proclamation to the hearts of men: baptize thyself with this cup's baptism, etc. Ch. 4. v. 4. The crater in Plato. Whence came this idea of a crater or cup into our Trismegistic literature? Most scholars will answer unhesitatingly, from Plato. The crater was the cup in which the Creator mixed the elements of the world soul. For we read in Timaeus, 41d, where Plato is treating of the formation of human souls. Thus spake he, and once again into the cup which he had used in blending and mingling the soul of the universe. He poured the remains of the elements he had employed, and mingled them in much the same manner. They were not, however, pure as before, but in the 2nd and 3rd degree. I am, however, not inclined to attribute the origin of this symbolic expression simply to the imagery of Plato's poetic mind, but am far more inclined to believe that Plato was using a familiar figure of Orphic symbolism. The idea of not only an ultimate crater, but of many subsidiary ones in the celestial and invisible realms, is closely connected with the Orphic idea of a vortex. In Orpheus, Macrobius, and Proclus. Orpheus is said to have called the ether the mighty whirlpool. 1450 This forms the egg or womb of cosmos. It is a modification of chaos or Rhea, the eternally flowing, the mother of the gods, the great container. Thus Proclus, in speaking of chaos, says, the last infinity, by which also matter, lambda eta, is circumscribed, is the container, the field and plane of ideas. About her is neither limit, nor foundation, nor seat, but excessive darkness. 1451. Plato, as we have seen, in his Psychogony, speaks openly of this cup or crater, mixing space, or vortex, in 2 aspects. In it the deity mixes the all-soul of universal nature from the purest cosmic elements, and from it he also ladles out the souls of men, composed of a less pure mixture of these elements.
Further, Macrobius tells us that Plato elsewhere indirectly refers to another aspect of this cup. Plato speaks of this in the Phaedo, and says that the soul is dragged back into body, hurried on by new intoxication, desiring to taste a fresh draught of the overflow of matter, 1452, whereby it is weighed down and brought back to earth. The sidereal, astral, crater of Father Liber, Dionysus, Bacchus, is a symbol of this mystery, and this is what the ancients called the river of Lethe, the Orphics saying that Father Liber was hylic mind. 1453. We have here, therefore, a higher and lower cup. Proclus, moreover, speaks of several of such craters, when he writes. Plato in the Philebus hands on the tradition of the volcanic crater. And Orpheus is acquainted with the cup of Dionysus, and ranges many such cups round the solar table, 1454. Elsewhere, again, Proclus tells us that the demiurge is said to constitute the psychical essences in conjunction with the crater. This crater is the peculiar cause of souls, and is co-arranged with the demiurgus and filled from him, but fills souls, thus it is called the fountain of souls. 1455. If with these indications before us we might venture to generalize, we might say that, according to Orpheo-Pythagorean, Platonic and Hermetic ideas, the matter of every plane was thought of as proceeding from such a crater or cup. From within without, and the elements thereof as being refunded into such a cup or center or receptacle, that is, from a more subtle, simpler, and inner phase to a more gross, complex, and outer phase, and vice versa. In other words, the crater is the monadic or atomic state of the matter of any given phase or state of existence. The vision of Aridaeus. With the above data before us, it will also be instructive to turn to the vision of Aridaeus, Thespegius, as related by Plutarch, 1456, a vision that may be compared with profit with the vision of air as told by Plato. Thespegius is being conducted through Hades, or the invisible world in contact with earth life, by a kinsman who has passed over, as spiritists would say. And curiously enough he there comes across a chasm and a crater, for part of the story runs. After these explanations he was conducted by his kinsman at great speed across an immense space, as it seemed. Nevertheless easily and directly as though supported by wings of light rays. Until having arrived at a vast vortex, chi sigma mu alpha, extending downwards, he was abandoned by the power that supported him. He observed also that the same thing happened to the rest of the souls there, for checking their flight, like birds, and sinking down, they fluttered round the vortex in a circle, not daring to go straight through it. Inside it seemed to be decked like Baksheet caves 1457 with trees and verdure and every kind of foliage, while out of it came a soft and gentle air, laden with marvelous sweet scents, making a blend like wine for topers. So that the souls feasting on the fragrance were melted with delight in mutual embraces, while the whole place was wrapped in revelry and laughter and the spirit of sport and pleasure. 1458. Thespegius' kinsman told him that this was the way by which Dionysus ascended to the gods and afterwards took up Semele, 1459 it was called the place of Lethe, oblivion. 1460. Wherefore he would not suffer Thespegius to stay there, though he wished to do so, but forcibly dragged him away, explaining how that the rational part of the soul was melted and moistened 1461 by pleasure, while the irrational part, and that which is of a corporeal nature, being then moistened and made fleshly, awakens the memory of the body, and from this memory come a yearning and a desire which drag down the soul into generation. The soul being weighed down with moisture. Next Thespegius, after travelling another great distance, seemed to be looking at a huge cup, 1462 with streams flowing into it. One whiter than the foam of the sea or snow, another like the purple which the rainbow sends forth, while from a distance the others were tinged with other colours, each having its own shade. But when he came closer, the cup itself, into which they flowed, the surroundings disappearing, and the colours growing fainter, lost its varied colouring and only retained a white brilliance. Compare also the Hellenist writer in the Nicene document, section 17s. The Greek theologi generally call him, the Logos, the heavenly horn of men, because he has mixed and mingled all things with all.
On this the Jewish Gnostic writer comments, "This is the drinking vessel, the cup in which the king drinketh and divineth." It is, says the Hellenist commentator again, the cup of Anacreon, speaking forth speechlessly the ineffable mystery. The Jewish commentator was a contemporary of Philo's, and the Hellenist was prior to him. Thus we see that the cup symbol was used in precisely the same significance as in our text in at least the 1st century BC. And that the idea was referred to the Greek theologians, in other words, the Orphics, and not to Plato. The origin of the symbol to be sought in Orphic tradition. With the above data before us, I think we may be persuaded without difficulty that the idea of the cup, or mixing bowl, did not owe its origin to any invention of Plato's. But that the greatest of philosophers, when he makes use of the symbol, does but employ a familiar image well known to his audience, as, indeed, is very apparent in the summary fashion in which he introduces the figure. In other words, the symbol or image was a commonplace of the Orphic tradition, and doubtless, therefore, familiar to every Pythagorean. Now, in our treatise it is noticeable that this cup symbol is equated with the monad 1463 or oneness, a technical Pythagorean term.